Have to flash away, and Wicked goes deep on this one, picks up the kill and just slides on in towards the Dragon Pit. So they're all grouped up, that's perfect placement, and Selfie just catches all four of them with his distortion.
So in the start it was just the curse was ruling over us. We could only lose on the odd weeks and only win on the even weeks.
Gambit is not really regular. They can have bad games, like once a month they just play bad one game and give away a victory. And in every other game they're pretty solid. They could do better, but they will try out really hard for playoffs more than the regular split.
Sportsmanship to me is enjoying the game and accepting any outcome as like a good outcome. Even if you lose, you learn from the game.
Sportsmanship is like based on respect your opponent.
Never underestimate them in game, even when you think that.
ROCCAT have been the strongest team in LCS in the beginning, but now they have fallen off. It kinda partly has
Gonna have to flash away, and Wicked goes deep on this one, picks up the kill, and just slides on in towards the Dragon Pit. Yeah, they're all grouped up, that's perfect placement, and Selfie just catches all four of them with his distortion. It's a triple kill for Reckless, it may well be a quadra, it is! Crescendo onto Svensson. That's going to be 2 kills coming down from ROCCAT. The rest of SK need to back away. Gentlemen, and welcome to the continuing action in the European League of Legends Championship Series, coming to you live from our studios here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man Smith. I'm joined once again behind the caster desk by Martin the Fisio Lunger. Almost there.
Whatever.
As we draw ever closer towards the end of the spring split.
That's right, D-Man. And the action is really starting to pick up here in week 10, and the teams are all extremely close in the standings, of course. And with a super week coming up here, a lot of things can still happen.
Well, every win counts, of course, but before we get into the news here in Europe, let's take a look at what's happening at some of the leagues around the world. Earlier today in the Garena Premier League, the quarterfinals wrapped up with the Season 2 World Champions Taipei Assassins defeating Insidious Gaming 3-0. They advanced to the semi-finals where they will face their sister team, the Taipei Snipers, with AHQ facing off against Saigon Jokers on the other side of the bracket. In the Chinese LPL, earlier league leaders are OMG. They are sitting in first place with 22 points, and they stole a Baron and the series this morning against Positive Energy, of course, who finished second place last year. And the newly formed Edward Gaming, they are now sitting in second place at 19 points, taking a win over IG.
And finally, over in Korea for the OGN Champion Spring season, the early favorites SK Telecom T1K and Samsung Ozone, they continue their dominance in the group stages. Earlier this week, we had SKT1K bounce back to beat OGN newcomers Prime Optimus, while Ozone looked very dominant as they scorched CJ Frost 2-0.
Well, turning back to the European LCS, you probably noticed on the match graphic before the broadcast that we have an extra game added to the schedule today. This is due to an issue with yesterday's SK Gaming versus Gambit match. Unfortunately, there was a bug yesterday that caused a significant increase in Aatrox's ability in the early game, which was, of course, the reason for the pause by the SK Gaming around the 4-minute mark. We believe that SK was not properly informed of their ability to request a remake, which would have been granted to them had they asked.
And because of this confusion, as well as the fact that SK clearly pointed out the bug and felt disadvantaged by it, we're going to void the result of yesterday's match and replay it at the end of the LCS matches today.
Meanwhile, in other news, we also had a new player in the LCS yesterday. It was Kotnex. He played his first game for Millennium against the Copenhagen Wolves, but sadly it was not enough to give them the win.
No, but Kotnex, he showed great presence in the early game, and he picked up the first 2 kills for Millennium actually, and he was constantly trying to make plays on Kha'Zix, and while he did go a bit over-aggressive a few times, then he was still one of the best players for Millennium actually in the game.
And we also saw Vel'Koz for the first time when he was picked by N-Rated as a support champion in the match. That will, of course, be remade later today.
Yeah, so N-Rated and Candy Panda, they played a very aggressive lane with both Vel'Koz and Jinx. And while the mobility is low and we actually saw them give up first blood, they still managed to get 2 kills onto Edward with this high damage combo. And I like this setup, but I think we need to see more Vel'Koz support before we can 100% judge it.
Well, yesterday, all of the fan favorites won with Alliance and Fnatic, of course, continuing their charge up the table.
Yeah, some of the preseason favorites are really starting to shine here. Alliance and Fnatic were both teams people expected to fight for the #1 spot, and each of them are showing very nice play at the moment. If they can keep their performance going, coming into the playoffs, it's going to be impossible to predict who's going to win.
Well, let's check out the table to see where all the teams are in the standings. Currently tied in first place, of course, because that match will be remade, is Gambit and SK Gaming at 13 wins, 9 losses. That's, of course, going to be played out later on today. Third place tie is Alliance and Fnatic now with 13 wins, 10 losses. And, of course, that means Alliance, they are on that 7-game win streak. Meanwhile, Fnatic, they're on a 3-game win streak of their own. And now for the first time in the LCS European Spring Split, ROCCAT face themselves outside the top 4. They are now 5th place with 12 wins, 11 losses.
And in 6th place, we got Copenhagen Wolves with 11 wins and 12 losses. And right under them, we have Superhot Crew, who's chasing this playoff spot with 9 wins and 14 losses. And of course, Millennium down in the bottom, 7 wins and 16 losses.
And of course, with the teams so close, we are seeing some amazing plays as the fights for their positions. Let's take a look at one of those most talked about hashtag LCS big plays that had you guys buzzing on Twitter yesterday.
Yeah, this one comes from the ROCCAT against Alliance match, and it's of course the Flash Lantern from Nif. And Simon D. Demon, he said on Twitter, Nif Lantern, flashing for Froggen, so epic, and go Alliance, of course. And this was your most talked about play. And the awesome thing to highlight with this is not only just the flash from Nif here with Lantern, it's the fact he's actually spotting out Froggen being in issues together with himself and then getting both to safety instantly. Such a smart move and very good reaction from him.
Under a lot of pressure as well, the Super Mega Death Rocket came in, Jankos with the claws. Remember, of course, anything that happens in these games, you guys can tweet us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays, and there should be plenty of them. We do expect to see more of those big plays today, of course, as the teams will keep fighting for their playoff slots or to avoid relegation. First up, it's going to be SK Gaming facing off against Alliance. Big game to start the day off. Then it's going to be the Super Hot Crew. They're taking on Gambit.
After that, Fnatic and Millennium will do battle, and then the Copenhagen Wolves will face ROCCAT. And we'll close out the week with the remake game between SK Gaming and Gambit. But right after those games, the European Challenger Series final for the second half of the Spring Series will happen right here on our stage. Ninjas in Pyjamas will be facing Departed in a best of 3. And Demon and I will be calling those matches, so make sure, of course, to stay tuned.
It's a long day, that's for sure. And of course, with Super Week ending the Spring Split next week and playoffs on the way, there is a lot to keep track of. Remember that you can find the calendar of the games over on LOLesports.com, along with the standings, stats, VODs, and much more. while we're checking out the schedule, you can also vote on today's matches and let us know who you think will win.
You just click on the thumbs up next to your choices, and then we'll show your picks throughout the day before each game. And while you're on the site, click on the tickets link and join us here in Cologne, Germany to see the LCS in person. We still have a few tickets left for next week, so make sure, of course, you get them while you actually can.
Yeah, should be some great games next week. You can also talk to us on Twitter. Write to us at LOL Esports and tell us which European LCS team plays the most mind games and why.
I absolutely love SK Gaming with all the different support picks for on Reddit. You never know when they lock something in, where is it actually going to go? Is it him? Is it the mid lane, top lane? You can't really say. But be sure to, of course, use the hashtag LCS on your answers, and then Shox will read our favorites on air later today.
Well, let's send things over to Shox, as she's standing by with Super Hot Cruise newcomer Selfie and his teammate Impaler.
This way or this way?
Thank you very much, D-Man. And hello, Summoners. I'm Aphis Shock supporter, joined here by the Super Hot Crew's new mid laner, Selfie, and of course their jungler, Impaler. Welcome to the table, Selfie. I'm glad that we will be able to talk to you here for a little bit. Let me start off by asking you how the change has been from playing in solo queue in the comfort of your own home to coming here and playing on a big stage.
Yeah, so solo queue is mostly just individual skill. In LCS, you have to play as a team. It requires much more coordination and experience.
Yeah, it obviously is very important to gel with the team. How was it when you first met Selfie? How did he fit into the team?
It was a little bit awkward at first. Like, this new guy's just moved into our house. We don't really know him. But like, after a few days, we not only had a really good mid laner, but I feel we had a really good friend.
Very nice. Tell me a little bit about when a new player comes in, it's obviously that you're dealing with new characteristics, new champions. How has your pick and ban strategy changed with Selfie?
We play a lot more assassins around the mid lane now, so we go for them strong 2v2 matchups between mid and jungle. So with all them assassins in our pocket with Selfie plays, we can really bring out like exciting 2v2s and instant catches, and catch comps are really strong with us now.
So he mentions those assassins that you love to play. Up to now, we only see LeBlanc and Ryze coming out of you with differing success. How do you feel that you've done in the first matches here?
I can play every champ, but champion I'm gonna play mostly depends on my team and me, of course.
Yeah, so you mostly do what is good for the team, very important. Talk me a little bit through synergy, Impaler. Do you need to put a little more attention to the mid lane now than you had to do before, or even more? And is that not taking away too much from the other lanes?
Selfie's really confident when he gets ahead in lane, so I try and give him a bit of extra attention early, make sure he knows what he's doing and try and get him snowballing. Like, especially on assassins, if you get that early gold, it really snowballs hard. But I don't feel I give him much more attention than the other laners. I just go where I think's best and try to fit what the team needs.
We will see how that goes in your matchup you have here today, because you'll be taking on Gambit Gaming. You'll be going up against Alex Ish in that mid lane. How are you looking on that matchup?
We're really confident, and I think I'm gonna do really good, and I think we can win this game.
Can win this game? Well, I wish you a lot of luck in that matchup. One final question for you, Impaler. When I talked to you in the beginning of the season, you were saying, well, we are our own organization. Now we basically get the chance to just do what we want for a split. But now relegation is actually quite close for you guys. Has that vision changed in any way?
We really want to survive this split. Like, I feel that we can compete with the best teams, but we still need time to catch up. Like, with a new roster change, we really need to get the 5-man synergy and become not only good players, but a really good team. And that's what separates like the good teams from the great teams in LCS. The great teams have excellent team play and they win team fights that you wouldn't even expect them to win. And hopefully next split that'll be us.
All right, I wish you guys the best of luck. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to me. And of course, good luck versus Gambit later. And now we're going to take a brief break, but stay close because our matches today kick off in a battle at the top of the table with SK Gaming versus Alliance in just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the European League of Legends Championship Series live here in Cologne. It is SK Gaming facing off against Alliance. Game 1 is about to get underway, and Alliance, of course, have been on one of the most wild rides in the European LCS so far this year. We sat down with the team who told us all about breaking their curse and what they did to turn things around and put them on a path to the top of the table.
So in the start, it was just the curse was ruling over us. We could only lose on odd weeks and only win on even weeks.
And it's going to be finished off, and Alliance pick up the victory, and it seems that the even numbers really do the trick.
And it continued like this for a while.
There's not really anything specific why that was happening.
Maybe it has something to do with us not preparing properly, or like some other stuff that's outside of the game.
Of course, we've been laughing about it all the time and stuff.
It was just so unusual to have something like this happen. I've never seen anything like it before, so...
We're just like, okay, if we keep up this pattern, even if we don't end first in the season, we will end first at playoffs, because obviously we're not going to lose any games then.
But now, one of the opponent teams broke the curse.
I think it was losing to Millennium.
And Millennium are going to take down Alliance.
Yeah, the curse has been broken. Alliance losing a game on an even week.
After that, the curse was broken, so we could start winning every game.
Numbers have a huge impact. Like, just of the statistics, you can draw a lot of conclusions. You can see a lot of things just by stats and numbers.
I made a graph with our teamwork in the different weeks. And at the start of the season, our teamwork was pretty much non-existent. And then over the course of the last couple of weeks, we have been improving way more with teamwork and team fighting.
If this was a graph of our time, this would be about my confidence level from start to end of the season.
I drew the picks how we as Alliance picked in the early games of the season and in the late season. So in the early game of the season, we usually started with picking strong heroes. But then we didn't quite win that much, and then we realized that that's not how you should play League of Legends. So we kind of changed our bundle pick strategy to what we can see here now. It's more important to have like a good synergy in your heroes than before. So we try to actually make like a team comp with our heroes that makes sense and that synergize with each other really good.
Tabs, now I'm going to show you exactly how we're going to win the split. I have it all mapped out.
Alliance as a team has improved a lot over the season. In the start we were very shaky and had to find our playstyle and picks.
I think like the meta is like becoming better and better for us. So I think all the changes has actually been fitting us pretty well.
I think our teamwork got way better, and I think we're on a good spot now, and we keep improving every week. So I'm happy with how we're playing right now.
And it took us quite a while to figure out, but after we figured that out, we become one of the strongest teams in EUCS, and now we're aiming to become first.
We have to keep winning, and then we could go to All-Stars and hopefully challenge the Koreans.
I think the chances are really high that we're gonna go to Paris. Like, if we keep doing what we're doing right now, it's looking really bright for us.
The possibility is definitely there if we continue playing like this.
I'm super happy to be a member of Alliance right now. I actually have that feeling that it's gonna work out. It's gonna be a really awesome season for us.
And of course, every team needs pro analysis like that. That's clearly what has helped them get that 7-win streak.
I like wickets, I will say. That was really awesome. Froggens is kind of just thrown on instantly.
Of course, coming into this match, both teams are chasing places in the top 4, with SK Gaming leading the head-to-head series 2-1. And if previous meeting is anything to go on, well, form could be a big factor in this game.
Yeah, and the last time these two teams faced each other, we saw a very dominant game in favor of SK. And the big fight of the game came around the 33-minute mark at the red buff of SK Gaming, where Svenskeren, he engaged the fight with a 4-man Evelynn ultimate, and then SK simply just rolled over Alliance, acing them and then picking up the Baron. And with Baron and a big goal lead, SK just never looked back, and they just forced team fights and won the game.
Well, yesterday SK Gaming had a number of unusual picks with Vel'Koz on support and, of course, Fiddlesticks in the jungle, and they were completely outpicked by Gambit from the very beginning.
And we've seen SK Gaming having issues in 2 recent games now. In the games against ROCCAT and the game against Gambit, Svenskeren didn't have any impact early on that he normally does, and it really shows for SK how much they need him to perform early on. And I like the fact they're trying out new picks. But honestly, the composition yesterday was just too weak early on, and it didn't scale well enough into the late game. And as a result, Gambit just showed how to really shut them down.
Well, meanwhile, Alliance looked fantastic as they stormed their way to a 7th consecutive win and continued their climb up the table. They are now tied with Fnatic in 2nd place, with them victory here would give them the largest win streak in this year's European LCS. Crazy to think of their start, of course. If you look at yesterday's performance, though, they were amazing, winning out every single lane, dominating the entire game as they pushed for an impressive win over ROCCAT.
And comparing Alliance in their 7 wins to the games before their winning streak, we see some very different numbers, of course. And a key person to highlight is Nif. He stopped playing Fresh until week 8, where he played it all 4 games, and he's played it now 6 times in the last 7 games, landing just hook after hook and setting up kills all the time. And the numbers, they speak for themselves. With 2 kills, 24 deaths and 44 assists in the 7 games before the winning streak started, to now 6 kills, 14 deaths, and of course 75 assists in the last 7 games. Honestly, you have to ban Fresh against Alliance. You cannot give it to Nif.
Oh, we'll see whether that's what they do. We're going to check out those starting lineups, though. On the blue side, it is SK Gaming, and that means Freddy is in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jez is in that mid lane, AD carry is Candy Panda, and N-Rated in support.
And on the red side, we have Alliance with Wicked in the top lane, we have Shook in the jungle, Froggen is the mid laner, Taps is the AD carry, and of course Nif the support.
So you talked about the Thresh. Do we think this is going to be a legitimate ban coming into this phase?
Seeing as we haven't seen N-Rated played, I definitely feel SK Gaming should ban their way. Don't risk anything because, yeah, Nif has been looking so fantastic and he's picking it every time.
And speaking of N-Rated, are we going to see the Vel'Koz again? Will he go back to Kayle maybe? He's played a number of different supports, probably the most supports of any player currently in the LCS.
Well, with N-Rated and with Vel'Koz, we saw actually yesterday how he played on it. And against the Fresh, which we saw yesterday, we need to see if he actually decides to do it again or if they just want to ban their way, don't want to risk giving up first blood like he did yesterday. And another ban, Evelyn Lee Sin against the likes of Shook. Svenskeren, he's been playing different kind of champions. We have Kha'Zix.
Why doesn't he go back to Pantheon or something like that? That was working so well for him.
He's been playing solo on Pantheon. I believe he's having at least 6 or 7 wins onto this champion. And I just want to see him log in Pantheon and say, I'm going to play my old style. And in general for SK Gaming, yes, the new picks are fun to watch, but I actually want to see them just fall back to their own style.
I love watching what Svenskeren does with those cups. This time he's eating it, I think.
Yeah.
He's poured it on him before,
he always
just dribbled it down himself. Now he's actually eating the cup. You're meant to drink it, Sven.
Yeah.
That's what you're meant to do. Just
I have bad experience with Sven, and he wants to eat everything.
We're going to get picks and bans underway, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see where it goes. LeBlanc is the first ban taken away. That's gone from Froggen, but while Jesus has played it in the past, Lulu, of course, is being taken away as well. Strong champion in this patch.
And what I like about this LeBlanc ban is Jesse's not been performing when he's picking the champion here. So they just want to ban the way, don't want to risk, of course, Froggen picking it up. And at the same time, it also shows we want to have Jesse's on one of these long-range poke champions, and that's why they banned away.
And there is that Thresh ban. They finally figured it out, ladies and gentlemen. And well, Froggen's face is like, damn, they figured our tactic out. What do we do?
The winning tactic from Alliance, is this what they need to actually break it here? But again, we talked about it in pre-show or pre-game, just before, how good Nif is on Fresh, so they need to ban away. Nidalee, again, it's a response ban to the LeBlanc here, saying, we know what Jesus wants to play, because that's why you're banning away the Assassin. So we make sure now you can't get this annoying champion, Nidalee.
Well, Yasuo and Renekton, the final 2 bans to come out, so first pick available. Lots of junglers, top laners. Freddy with the choice, he's typed it in. It is going to be Kha'Zix for Svenskeren, it seems.
So Lee Sin is still open, Evelyn is still open, even Elise, if the 2 junglers here want to play her after the nerfs, so there are multiple options for Shook, of course, if he wants to take something. But SK, they clearly show here, for them, Kha'Zix is going to be the #1 jungle pick if they decide to lock it in. On the other side, also looking at top laners, of course, Shyvana, Trundle, Malphite, Irelia, everything is open for Wicked here.
Well, look at that.
That was fast.
Instant lock for Shook. Going straight away back to that Evelyn has worked so well for him in the wins. We talked about the Thresh, but Evelyn has also been a very big part of it.
And this actually shows, at least for me, for some teams, I feel purple side is actually very strong now. You don't have to ban Kassadin anymore, you don't have to worry about this, so you're gonna have this extra ban compared to before. And it means now, with all these good junglers open, they can take one, trade 1 for 1 with jungle-wise, and now they have an extra pick for one of the stronger. champion.
In the LCS, we prefer to call it the red side. Lucian is getting locked in. Will be the most popular AD carry, continuing that dominance, and that's of course going to be for Tabs.
And Lucian is just having a strong all-around game where Caitlyn, for instance, which is normally the counter pick or someone people pick Lucian into, your mid game is weaker than Lucian's, and that's why everyone loves to play Lucian here. And in general, we see it every single time how good he is in the entire game.
Well, for SK Gaming, remember when they started picking up all those wins, they went 9 wins out of 11 games, something like that. There was a big period where Vayne was played alongside Annie. Both are available should SK want it. Not too sure where they're going to go for it at the moment. We are seeing Gragas potentially being hovered over by Jesus.
And Vayne could definitely be an option because Candy Panda said the only champion he dislikes playing against is Caitlyn. And now Lucian is already locked in. We've seen him play against Lucian before, so it could be an option for them. Also now with, of course, Fresh being gone, so he doesn't have to worry about being hooked in or the Lantern saving someone if he goes to fight.
Looks like maybe the top laner will be Freddy. He's going to get that choice. It's going to be fight Shyvana, whichever you'd like to call it. Pronunciation, tomato, tomato, all that malarkey. It is going to be that top laner, strong, tanky top laner. Is this going to leave Aurelia open for Wicked?
But this is really showing SK Gaming saying we want to play the picks we used to do so well on. Gragas, of course, we have a long-range, farm-heavy champion for Jessis. We have Shyvana in the top lane with Renekton being banned away for Freddy, so we have this split-pushing tank that he absolutely loves to play. And then, of course, with Kha'Zix in the jungle for Svensson, you have a strong duelist. He can apply early game pressure and also he can carry. If he gets a good start, he will really be hard to deal with for Alliance.
Zed, potential for Froggen here. It's a champion he's not been known for in the past. If you cast your mind back to the summer 2013 when you were playing, we didn't really see him on it. Of course, we used to see the likes of Nukeduck on it all the time, who will of course be playing on the stage later on. Bjergsen, of course, as well, who's now over in North America. But it is going to be a switched away. They're going to leave that as their last final pick. It seems that it's going to be the Troll for Wicked. And that, of course, means Trundle's going to get locked in, as well as the Leona for Nif.
Yeah, so the top lane choice is very simple for them. Trundle against Shyvana, you get the extra tanky stats when she's popping her ultimate, so a very good pick for Wicked, of course, so that's why they lock it in here. Save the mid lane pick as the last one to see the full combo of SK Gaming before they decide, because if SK is locking in a Vayne here, it's actually going to be risky playing Zed against it, because if Vayne gets a good start, gets a Blade Rune King early on, it's going to be hard for Zed to actually kill her in a split push.
See which way N-Rated wants to go. It generally is his choice, I feel, here on these final picks. There is the Vayne potentially locked in. Could be alongside Morgana, another strong champion in the current meta. But Graves, don't think it's going to be Graves. He played it once before. Look, even N-Rated's like, no. Just no. Nope. No, that is not happening. Will we see that Vayne? We will. It is going to be Vayne and Morgana.
So we actually get Morgana. We haven't seen her for a while, but it's also because people haven't been picking Leona as often as they used to. But now, against Leona here, laning-wise, it can be a tricky one because Leona actually have some chances. You can put your E onto the enemy and you will actually get to them and then switch target away from the Black Shield. We've seen it being done in North America, of course, and you can actually do well in the lane as Leona. But when it comes to engaging team fights against the Black Shield, very, very hard. And that's the reason for this Morgana pick. So with SK Gaming's lineup here, you have Shyvana in one lane pushing. Of course, you have Vayne in the other lane. We know Candy Panda loves to split push. And then you have just Jessis sitting in the mid lane, wave clearing all the time, applying pressure through there. So it simply means for Alliance side, they need to make sure they don't fall behind early, because then the split pushing will start from SK.
Yeah, you have some crazy burst damage coming out of SK Gaming if they were to get stacked up. Zed is still being considered for Froggen here. You was not sure about this decision with Vayne and that.
Well, the thing is, it goes two ways. It's gonna be such a skill matchup when it goes to the 1v1 between Candy Panda and Froggen here, because both of them have the ability to outplay each other. They can dodge each other's abilities, of course, and at the same time, it's gonna be who's gonna get the Blade Rune King first. Obviously, the Brutalizer for Zed here. If he gets it early on before Vayne, he can really start punish her in the 1v1s, shut her down early. However, if Vayne is getting the good start, he will be able to shut down Froggen here. So we need to see how they decide to play it. And Alliance, with Teleport here and Wicked, with Trundle, they're actually saying, we know you want to split push. Fine, we will counter it by just doing the exact same thing. So we're gonna leave Taps in the mid lane, not the AD carry, but then have Froggen in the side lane and have Wicked in the side lane, countering your split push. So we're gonna see a lot of 1v1s and 2v2s here. And one thing I like, both junglers can actually join in unseen. They can obviously we have Stealth on Evelynn, and Kha'Zix with his ultimate can join in for the fights, surprise someone if they're trying to catch a member out or fighting 1v1.
Well, Alliance, of course, face the mobility of those multiple teleports yesterday. They're going to try and see if they can use it in their advantage. Of course, we are on 4.4, so it's only a 200-second if you use it on the tower. We'll see how it works out for them. Of course, the two teams, well, they're ready to go, so let's see who you picked is who win here. According to LOLesports.com, 57% of you have voted for Alliance.
We have to agree. Alliance have been looking absolutely fantastic, and SK, yes, they've lost 2 games, but still, very strong team. We just need to see if the early game have improved, because the 2 games they actually lost, they just got destroyed early on, and then everything just crumbled for them. If they can manage to fix this, if Svensson is going to have a good early game here, shut down Sugar early on, SK Gaming could potentially win the game.
And that top spot's been a poison chalice for any team that manages to get up there. They all tumble straight down. We'll see whether SK and Gambit can hang on to that spot. They will be playing later on today, but right now it is SK Gaming facing off against Alliance, and this is a big, big game to start with, of course. Alliance themselves, they could get themselves in towards the top spot today, which is honestly unthinkable when you think of their beginning in the very first week of the European Spring Split. SK Gaming on your screens there as the blue team facing off against Alliance as the red team. And we could also see some level 1 fights. Remember, this is 4.4. The trinkets are on a 2-minute timer, so they are going blind unless they bring a ward, which is exactly what Alliance have done.
Yes, and if bringing the ward here, he's going to have some masteries into the utility tree, so he's going to have the extra gold here for potion as well. And let's see what they decide to do. Canipan already spotting them out. It would actually be SK I would expect to do the early aggression here, because they have Morgana. You can fire blind, binding into a bush, and then go in there and see if you catch someone and then kill them. But now, SK, they did spot out Alliance, except for Shook now, in stealth, of course, just scouting ahead of the rest of the team.
Well, I think it's going to be a red buff trade here. You do see SK up there. Actually, no. Freddy and Svenskone are coming back. They're going to wait around the backside, it seems. Shook, of course, on Evelyn can be that forward scout. They did see the entire team coming in towards that bush, so SK know they have good knowledge of the position here and keeping it well covered, because N-Rated is probably going to pick out that Dark Binding if required. He hasn't skilled it up just yet, nor has Nif. Nif, nobody going for that first level 1 skill. Of course, it can be situational on whether anything happens.
And let's see if Wicked decides to just stay, even when minions spawn, because with the teleport, he can obviously just teleport up to his lane, and he can go for this red buff here early on with the rest of the team. And Shook still scouting away, he's not spotted. But SK, of course, they're still very scared here, and Candy Panda spotting them now.
Well, he's going to see the 4 of them coming around there. N-Rated fires off that Dark Binding, levels it up, and now Shook really gets him some free hits on towards N-Rated, forces him away there. He will get the 5 gold, of course, and that Spell Thief's Edge, but that will be a red buff trade. You can see Svenskone, he's going to be taking the top one. Nothing done to counter him in there. Wicked teleports back to top lane. He's going to be there in equal time to start off the farm.
Yeah, so nothing really happening too much here. Tabs, of course, being caught out a little bit, and Candy Panda getting some very important damage onto him. Now Jess is in the mid lane.
Jess is caught out. Nif did go for that roam, managed to land the stun on towards him. And that's a good trade for level 1 there. And Froggen's going to have a bit of an advantage as Jess chugs the potions.
But risky start for the bot lane here from Alliance, because they're not here to get the XP early on. They won't be able to push the wave up, so we're going to see early level 2, of course, for Candy Panda and Rated, which means for Alliance, they're going to give some early farm to Vayne, which can be scary.
Ooh, that Dark Binding nearly landing. Candy Panda was ready to follow up on it quickly there. Does try and tumble in there, and he's keeping the farm very much away. You can see 8-2 already. Tabs has not been able to get close to any of this CS.
Yeah, Tabs got zoned out at first, and then of course with Nif being in the mid lane, there was nothing he could do. He could never move down. 2 members from SK would just punish him, so that's why he stayed back wisely enough. But as we said, it's gonna mean he's falling behind in early CS to Vayne, and now look here, Shook coming towards the mid lane. There's still flash up for Jessis.
Yeah, he didn't use it in the early exchange when Nif came looking around there, but he's very far up the lane here. He's almost certainly going to take some damage. Will try and belly slam away from it and manages to avoid it.
And look what Alliance are doing. They're putting so much focus on getting Froggen ahead, because they know if he gets a good start, if he gets a few, either an early kill or some good farm early on, he's going to be very strong. And if he then can win the first fight against Candy Panda in the split pushing, then Alliance will have the big advantage when it comes to map control. So that's why they're putting so much focus on getting Froggen ahead.
It's a big differential for Candy Panda right now. That will be traded off a little bit here. Dark Binding and Tormented Sword landing on Nif. That's going to give a good chunk of gold to N-Rated, as well as the damage done from Candy Panda. They are going to start getting some hits on this tower, and you can see in terms of farm, it's a 10 CS advantage purely based off that level 1 play.
And it's going to be hard for Shook to actually gank the lane simply due to the Black Shield of N-Rated. So he's going to block the CC from Nif if he tries to set something up. And then without the level 6 on Shook, he won't be able to provide any CC himself, so it's going to be easy enough for SK to just run away without even having a ward. But let's see what happens now, because Shook is actually coming down, and SK they are pushed very far up in this lane.
And they are not backing away. They have no idea, of course, because he is stealth up coming in towards there. Now they may realize it. Tabs and Nif's positioning may well give it away. They're going to ward out. They haven't backed away, and Shook biding his time on this one. Still got that double buff. They're going to catch on towards N-Rated. There's the Black Shield. That's what they wanted. They wanted to go for Candy Panda. The shield's already been used. One more hit's enough. It's first blood for Shook.
And look here what Nif did. Just like we talked about in Champ Select, he can use his E onto Morgana, fade out the Black Shield, and then he instant flashed and stunned Candy Panda. No Black Shield to stop it. Very beautiful play by Nif again.
So, that is first blood for Alliance. Let's see how it will transition as the game develops. Jezz has been taking some serious punishment in this mid lane from Frog, and all built up by the play that Nif had coming in with that Zenith play at start, and he has given himself a 10 CS advantage, continually pulling pressure onto Jezz.
Yeah, all this early pressure here, very nice by Frog, and capitalizing on it, getting some good early farm. And as long as he can continue farming and make sure Jessis won't get any easier rest onto him, at level 6, if he's hitting it before Jessis, and with Jessis being on 50%, he can actually go aggressive and at least try and force the flash away. But Svenska now coming in here, just making sure nothing happens to Jessis.
Simple babysitting, I feel here, and maybe a bit of lane tax as well. Shookie's going to come around just in case. Jezz is going to get sport some time. He's going to back off. That's exactly what he wants to do, and you can tell that Froggen doesn't really want to allow him to back away. Shook's going to get caught out on the Svenskeren. Neither of them really trading on the big rates though.
But Shook, you just want to make sure also he knows where Svenskeren is, because for his case, for their point of view at the moment here, they need to make sure Jessis gets some farm in the mid lane because he's falling behind. They need to make sure, of course, that Alliance down in the bottom lane here won't capitalize on the fact that Candy Panda used both summoners on the first gank from Shook. So there's a lot of lanes here that Svenskeren actually needs to help.
Well, we do see Svenskeren laying in wait, trying to get a counter on this one down that bottom lane. Of course, the flash was used by Nif, so he may well be the focus target, and of course they used it to set up that kill on Candy Panda. There's no ward in this forward bushes, I'll tell a lie, it's just on the corner there. He's going to spot out Svenskeren. Shook already reacting to it.
Yeah, and they need to be careful from SK's side because Candy Panda was actually down to 50%, so it would be easy for Taps, if they went on to Nif, the very tanky Leon already, to just punish Candy Panda and force him away. So Alliance playing it very smart, and of course Shook moving around, following Svenskeren on every move now, so in case a gank should happen, he will be there to counter gank.
Froggen putting pressure back on towards Jezz. Every time he roams around, he has gone for a very deep ward for the raise there, so he can get vision of Shook early on. Nif's go pushing on towards N-Rated again, forces out that Black Shield, but this time around it's going to be a good Dark Binding followed by a Condemn from Candy Panda, pinning Nif onto that wall. He got a good trade.
Yeah, but while Nif is taking the damage from Alliance, it's Candy Panda getting hit by Taps every single time. He's making sure Candy Panda will never be able to fully join the fight. At least he would risk dying, because again, there's no barrier, at least for the next few seconds.
Freddy's gone towards that Vampiricteptor. We'll see whether he goes to that Tiamat. Maybe heading towards the Ravenous Hydra late on. It's what he tends to go towards, and of course Wicked has yet to go back at the moment, just still sitting on that Doran's shield and actually doing very well in farming this top lane.
Wicked doing a very good job making sure he's getting this slight CS lead, and Trundle against Shyvana 1v1 later on. If he saves his ultimate for when Freddy actually pops his own Dragon Descent, then he's gonna get of course more stats from Freddy here, making him very tanky, very hard to kill. So this matchup, we really need to follow it closely, and if Wicked can keep this CS lead going, he will have a good time when it comes to split pushing later.
Blue buff going to be given across towards Jezz. Does manage to complete that one. That's going to be required, honestly, I feel, against Froggen, because Froggen is on a mission in that mid lane. He's going to get himself his own blue buff as Shook will transfer this one. Of course, Shook could take it himself. It's a possibility that Evelyn can run around with that blue buff, but Shook wants it for the cooldown, so Froggen does.
And also Froggen with Brutalizer as the first item really shows he's not scared of Jessis at all. He's not scared of the poke from him. He doesn't need the early sustain from a Vamp Scepter, so he's gone straight for damage. no sustain, but it means if he finds someone out here with his ultimate, he's gonna have so much burst already at this early stage.
He's going to be taking the race. We see that Shook was doing, Jesus was doing exactly the same thing. Those poor junglers, they don't tend to get them anymore despite the changes that came in the 2014 patch. As it stands, Wicked is going to go back for the first time. Let's see what he comes back with. Will it be that Sunfire Cape? Will he go aggressive? Who knows? Froggen continuing that farm dominance. Still kept that 10 CS advantage that he's held over Jesus the whole game.
And he's always keeping Jesus just lower than himself. Every time he takes a barrel in his face, he makes sure he can trade some damage back to Jesus. And it means for him, he's always going to have the pressure in here. And it also means that Svenskeren, he needs to come in to the mid lane and babysit Jesus, because there's always a risk of either Shook coming in or just Froggen going by himself onto Jesus, forcing either a summoner or just straight up killing him.
Yeah, and we need to keep our eye on Svenskeren and the impact that he's going to have on this game. Used to be very impactful for SK Gaming. As of the last few games, has been a little bit lackluster compared to his previous performances. He is going to try and make a gank down this bottom lane again. There is no ward coverage this time in that bottom bush.
They are pushing very far up to the turret, so they will actually have to dive onto Alliance here, which can be very scary against Leona. Of course, now level 6 onto Nip, so he's going to have a lot of CC to bring. And Svenskeren, he's gonna either have to run in here, wait for Alliance to push the wave all the way down, and then try and engage with Enraided, or he just have to wait for Evelyn to actually come and then counter gank it.
It's just off the edge of the screen. Was a ward in that bottom bush. You couldn't quite get vision of it because there is a giant tab screen there. It is just below that tab right now. There it is. You can see, which is why obviously we didn't see Svenskeren come around there. He was waiting to go into the river area because they knew there was no ward coverage there, but unfortunately, Alliance seem to have this very much covered in the lane phase.
Everything is going correct for Alliance here. The only thing they will want, of course, to go better is the fact that there's already 80 CS onto the Vayne. You want to make sure you can shut it down early, and Candy Panda has been doing a good job farming. Yes, he died once, but he's been keeping open farm here. So as long as he can farm, get the Blade of Rune King, SK Gaming will still have some very good split pushing ideas at least, but if they can manage, if Alliance just start shutting him down, if Froggen roams down to bot lane, or Shook comes down to bot lane, and they kill him over and over, then they will shut down pretty much the only chance for SK to split push.
Well, Freddy's starting to feel very confident in this top lane, despite the fact he is down 13 CS. He's trying to keep that tower pressure on towards Wicked. He hasn't shopped yet, but he's actually got no reason to, because he's not remotely pressured, and he's still keeping the farm going. He's sat on 3,200 gold.
And this reminds me of the time where Wicked was playing Aurelia against actually Freddy and Dr. Mundo, where he waited before he could actually buy a full Trinity Force on his first back. And of course Freddy did the same thing there. They farmed to like the 15-minute mark before they actually backed. And now finally he's backing off, instantly buying Blade of Rune King and teleporting to the turret, so of course 100 seconds less cooldown.
And that's going to be a shock for Freddy. He's going to have to use that Dragon Descent to get across, but he's going to find himself Froggen using that ultimate, passes straight through the wall. He's going to get the pop. Not enough. Yes, it is. It will tick finally, and Froggen gets the kill.
So Freddy here being a little bit too greedy for the minions. Shook was up there, of course, the teleport behind him from Wicked, and then Froggen just roaming up. Again, Jess is not applying any pressure onto Froggen in the mid lane, so he could just freely roam. Now he's going to return and get the big minion wave.
Now that they know the position of Shook, they are going to try and create some pressure on this bottom lane, and it is needed pressure. Of course, Candy Panda, he's keeping well in that farmer. He is down to death, though, towards his bottom lane. There's the Cullen being used. That may well signal it for Kazik Svenskeren, but he's just back enough to take the golems for now.
And look how Alliance are playing the lane, because they didn't see Svenskeren in the fight up in top lane. They haven't seen him around the mid lane, so they knew there was only one, or there were two places he could be. Either he was farming the jungle, or he was waiting for a gank down in the bot lane. That's why they stayed so far back and to use the ultimate from Tap to just clear the wave, because there was such a high chance Svenskeren was around this area.
Well, Svenskeren will take that red buff as it stands. We are going to see Froggen go back. What's he going to come back with? It is going to be almost the Blade of the Rune King, not quite as quick as we saw Wicked going towards that one. Svenskeren, he's returned back to lane, got himself the Bilgewater Cutlass and an armor, so making sure he doesn't get caught out quite so much by the burst this time around.
It's gonna be scary for SK. Once the Blade of Rune King is completed with the Brutalizer from Froggen, it's the two key items for him to actually start split pushing. Of course, Wicked already with Blade of Rune King, so he's just gonna stay in the top lane, and then we can see Alliance rotating their bottom lane into the mid and then Froggen down bot. But for now, they're starting the Dragon up. There's a ward from SK though, and they are nearby.
they're close, but there's only a few of them here at the moment. Candy Panda was not with them, and this dragon is going down very, very quickly. You can see it's going to get dropped down. One more hit should do it. Svenskeren waiting to go for this one. Instead, Nip goes aggressive on him. He's going to flash away, but it kept him locked up so they could get that dragon secured.
So Dragon for Alliance, we even have Wicked moving down from the top lane in case a fight was gonna break out. So here, very good play by Alliance, getting Dragon, and of course can now go back to the lanes. Freddy though, getting a lot of damage on this turret, he will actually be able to take it.
Yeah, Wicked used that teleport earlier on to get back to lane, and you can see that minions may well take it down. One more hit should be enough, but he didn't take it. The minions do not get the tower down. Red buff is also being stolen away by Svenskeren. He just got his own one a moment ago. They may turn aggressive here on Wicked.
But very good counterplay from SK, getting red buff of course and almost getting the top turret. It's just one hit for them, so very good counterplay. Now going on to Wicked.
They jumped in, but I'm not too sure they've got enough damage. They're going to have to tank this one through, and of course Wicked has that ultimate available to him. Jesus was coming up, and that is delayed just for that little bit longer. They may well have been able to bait him into that kill.
But still, they actually got the turret now. So for SK Gaming, responding to the dragon with the turret, with the red buff, and of course getting at least some pressure onto Wicked. He didn't actually have to use anything, not even his Blade Rune King to escape.
Bottom lane now, keeping that pressure going. Blue buff will go across towards Jez's, and Nif, he's been very aggressive on this Leona, really pushing SK to the limits. He is spotted out by that ping ward though, so he's going to be careful. He's got the presence with Shook in this jungle, and of course they're just simply finding ping wards. They completely know the position in. Red buff was already taken. No objectives to be gained.
Well, we do have 2 good wards from SK, or actually 3 of them in the top side of the jungle for Alliance, so they will have full vision of Shook when he goes in there to get his red buff, or Froggen to get his red buff of course, so they can at least spot them out. But down in their own jungle here, it's Alliance with the control, so we should see Shook come down into this jungle area again and then try and set something up if SK wants to go aggressive in any of the lanes.
Well, Shook passing by yet another ward, getting pinged out the moment he goes up there, so they have good coverage of him right now. Jesus does keep that farm going in the mid lane, and of course didn't get anything on that assist. They yet to get a kill for SK Gaming as of yet, and they are, honestly, they're not really looking for the kills. They're happy to farm.
Happy to farm so far, both teams of course. Svenskeren not been doing anything when it comes to ganks. He's been around this bot lane quite often, waiting for something to happen from Shook or trying to set a gank up, but was just never in a position to do it because the bottom lane from Alliance played so careful, always stayed back, didn't want to risk anything, unless Shook was nearby for himself of course. But now he's back in this bottom lane. There should be no ward in this bush for once, so you can actually sneak in.
Yeah, for the first time, Nif is going to allow him to sneak in there, but of course, the rest of Alliance have completely backed away from this one. Shook is nearby, and he may sneak in towards their own bottom bush.
And of course, there was a ward deep inside from Alliance side, so they spotted him coming in towards the turret. That's why they backed off, took the big wave. And now, yeah, as you said yourself, Shook coming in here. No ping ward, so SK, they don't know he's here.
Meanwhile, trying to go aggressive, Candy Panda realizing he has no support, no jungler. He's going to back well away from that one. Or is he? He's going a little bit too deep here. There's no flash for Nif though, so he's not going to be able to try and flash Zenith Blade onto him. No fancy shenanigans for him this time around. Instead, they're just going to push straight in towards that tower. Remember, this bottom turret will be weak. Tabs tries to bait Candy Panda in there, puts a lot of damage down on with the Cullen, drops him below half health already.
And there's nobody close from SK's side. Svenskeren is all the way up here at the Wraith camp. He's moving towards the bottom lane in case something should happen. Shook still staying here. He's been here for a long time, but look, SK here. Smart move, going back to the golems. Don't want to risk anything and just want to lifesteal back on Candy Panda.
Well, instead, Svenskeren, he wants to try and help out his mid lane. Jez's, who's trying to create that pressure, but he's now going to get spotted out. That ping ward will give his presence away. Alliance know they've got a 3-on-2 situation here. There's going to be the Dark Shield, but again, they target Nen rated this time around. Nif getting caught out by that Dark Binding. It will be a return kill, but Candy Panda flashes away. Shook gives chase. He manages to flash on towards him. Will there be enough hate spikes? I don't think there will. Candy Panda's going to get the Condemn back up in a moment. If he needs it, one more hit from Shook will be enough. And he takes him down.
Yeah, too long cooldown on Condemn. Couldn't actually save him, but Jez is now on to Shook here.
He's going to try and catch him out. Jez will get away here, just belly dashes away. No problems there. And Shook tries to get himself a second or a third kill, technically.
So we actually had Svenskeren coming down, killing Tabs after the dive in bot lane. We're going to see the replay here of Svenskeren coming in. Tabs staying here, he kills the turret, but then 1v1 against the Kha'Zix. Not a fun matchup. We see, of course, the ultimate being popped here. So Svenskeren getting a good kill for himself, finally actually joining in the game. And meanwhile, the dive itself, we saw the same thing from Nif. He goes onto Candy Panda here, baits out the Black Shield, and then he instantly stuns the Morgana next to him, and they just kill her in Rated.
Keeping them guessing, doesn't know where he's going to go. Freddy's having to go back to his top lane. He's going to try and clear out that wave. Jez is going a bit aggressive here on Froggen. He's going to turn this one around. He's got the support of Nif. Will they go for the tower dive? The pop is not enough, but the ignite should be. And he gets another kill.
And wow, so Froggen, he's gonna be huge this game. 2 kills already, Blade Row King completed at 18 minutes, of course, with Brutalizer. Now Pickaxe, he's gonna go towards the last Whisper as the next item. He's gonna do so much damage, and he's gonna be able to 1v1 everyone, even Freddy up here in the top lane.
It's gonna be a serious problem. Meanwhile, Wicked up against Freddy in his top lane. He's got that Warden's Mail and Ninja Tabi, so not too worried about Freddy's pressure, but when Svenskeren gets involved, it could turn things around. Svenskeren is a level 11 now. He's going to have those wings. He jumps in, but he used that jump way too early. Has to flash for it instead. They do get the kill, and there was a lot burnt to get it.
And Svenskeren really doing work here now, picking up 2 kills for himself. This is what SK need. They need Kha'Zix to get some very early items so he can actually duel someone like the Zed, or at least join in for team fights and be this very annoying bug to deal with.
Could be the top turret down. They're going to have to react to this one because SK Gaming, they could keep pushing. They've got the minion wave. The second one is conga lining its way up the lane, and they are going to keep on pushing. Instead, Alliance, they're going to go for Dragon. They may lose an inhibitor turret here.
But Candy Panda is recalling, so SK just giving up the Dragon to Alliance. Let's see top lane wise actually backing off now because Wicked is going to respawn, and of course Alliance can go back to base and help him clear the wave here. So they're not going to lose anything else other than, of course, the second top turret up there and giving up a kill. So SK doing a good job trying to respond to the early pressure here, but this guy in the mid lane, he's still going to be a big issue.
Froggen could well be a big issue. Svenskeren takes himself away the Wraiths and heads back away from this one. Froggen may find him actually. No, he's just going to clear out that camp. Knows that Svenskeren managed to take it. Let's actually take stock and look at some of the items, see where these are going, because both supports, while they started off very different, we're seeing the Face of the Mountain is almost completed now for Nif. It's just Targon's Embrace still currently. Meanwhile, then Rated, of course, started out with that Spell Thieves. He's now upgraded towards the Frostfang. So both getting them GP10 items going. Very different way of playing though.
And it wouldn't even surprise me if Nif decides to sell his Targon and pick up the Talisman instead for the utility to the team, of course. It's not always we see him fully complete to the Face of the Mountain to get the shield. So let's see what he decides to do. Of course, for Invaded side, he want to keep the Spell Thieves for now, get some extra gold out of Frostfang, of course. And I would actually not even be surprised if he sold it as well and just bought a Talisman.
You talk about the Zed, of course, with that ultimate. It does do a lot of damage. Let's not discredit that. But if the Zhonya's gets completed by Jessus, if Candy Panda say goes for, I don't know, something to make
Quicksilver Sash would help him.
Quicksilver Sash, try and get out of it. Surely they can negate Froggen if they reach that time in the game.
That's always been one of the issues for Zed, is there you can itemize against him to make sure his ultimate is not going to be as effective. Of course, the Guardian Angel is one of the best items as well. So that's what SK need to do, but they still need time, they need gold before they can get these items, because they cannot afford not buying any other items than just pure defensive against the Zed.
Oh, they caught the Dark Binding on taps, followed it up by a barrel. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Wicked also used his ultimate and is still really struggling against Freddy in that top wave.
But look what we're seeing on the map here, but Svenskeren going on to Shook, backing off a little bit, but look at the map. Top lane wise, we have the 1v1. Down bottom lane, Froggen against Candy Panda, just like we talked about. And in the mid lane, the AD carry, of course, supporting both junglers against Jessus here and Inrated and Svenskeren.
Continuing to keep that pressure going. Meanwhile, down that bottom is Froggen and Candy Panda keeping him away from that tower there. SK trying to keep that pressure on the tower, but without a ranged AD carry, ranged anything to put damage on it, they're simply having to get up and melee it, and that's not working. They're going to try and collapse on towards Froggen here, though. You can see Svenskeren rushing down the river. He's got N-rated with him. Candy Panda's giving chase. Froggen's well aware of this situation. He may try and get himself a kill, puts the pink ward down to try and give him a vision of Candy Panda. Tries to go back in towards it. It's not going to be enough to pop him, and now he's going to try and get away from this one. The burst is there from Svenskeren, but Shook joins the party. They're going to get the kill on towards Svenskeren. Froggen may get taken down by the Ignite. Yes, he will. The rest of Alliance do react, and Rated goes down as well. Great turnaround from Alliance.
So you see the pink ward down here in the bottom of the screen. Froggen, he puts it down just before the fight. So even though Candy Panda pops the ultimate, he's still having vision of him. Jumps, gets him low, and then tries to escape.
Of course, Wicked, he's just gone back, used that teleport to get down there, straight back to that top lane, defend the inhibitor turret. Candy Panda now caught out by Shook there, has to condemn him back in towards the push to keep him away. There's going to be a big wave of minions. Tab's using that ultimate to try and keep Jez away from that mid tower.
And just like you talk about here in the mid lane, there's no ranged champion for SK to actually hit the turret. So we see, of course, Jesse's just wave clearing, and then we see Tabs waiting in his own turret, just clearing the wave by himself. Nothing really happening here. You need multiple members from SK to rotate here. You need them to win the 1v1 either in the top lane, and then Freddy running down with the rest of the team, taking down the turret. Otherwise, they just have to stand there and trade farm between Tabs and Jesse's.
But without the pressure being applied onto Candy Panda, he's getting that farm down that bottom lane, and that's always a danger for any Vayne in a game. Mid lane tower did take some good damage there from Jez as they finally got themselves some free time. Red Buff's going to get picked up by Candy Panda, and we may see the next fight being maybe around the dragon, who knows, or maybe going to start pushing for a tower. At the moment, both teams seem happy to keep the lane phase going for as long as possible.
We're just going to see a lot of split pushing, we're going to see a lot of 1v1 and 2v2 fights, and then we're going to see which team is rotating the fastest around the map. It was SK before sending down members to the bot lane. It was actually Alliance then responding because Shook, of course, was following behind there, getting kills onto Alliance side. So we just need to see which team actually can rotate the fastest with the 3 members in the mid lane. And of course, we need to see WCCAT against Freddy, and of course, Candy Panda against Froggen. Who's going to beat who?
Shook thinking of maybe getting around on towards Freddy as Svenskeren is heading up that way though. Freddy's going to get caught out. He's going to have to use that Dragon Descent early on to try and escape this one. Svenskeren's backed away. It's going to be a 2-on-1 situation. There is the Dragon Descent. Did get the slight slow from the Pillar of Ice, but it's just not enough, and Freddy runs off.
But they got the ultimate and they got the Blaze Rune King pop from Freddy. No flash, of course, used, so he's still going to have his summoners ready. He can continue just pushing up in his top lane. He just needs to be careful the next few seconds, because if Evelyn comes back here, he could be in trouble, and that's actually why we see him rotating now down towards with the team. He doesn't want to risk Shook being there once again.
Well, Dragon is up in 50 seconds time. I wonder if that may well be a focus for them. Teleport not available for WCCAT either, so those 2 top laners, they're either going to have to make their way down that river, or they're going to be out of this fight. And I gotta be honest, I think Alliance may well fancy it. Froggen could pick someone off very quickly in this fight.
Yes, so far both top laners staying up there, so we could have a 4v4, and of course Froggen, he's gonna be the man to watch in these fights. But of course Shook, very tanky already, having some good items. He's gonna do a lot of damage as well if he gets onto the backline of SK.
And itemization wise,
yep.
Jezz has got the Zhonya's and there's a QSS for Candy Panda, so both are set ready for this fight. If Dragon is going to be up in 10 seconds, Freddy's taking some pressure from WCCAT early on here. That's maybe going to force him out of this fight. He's going to really keep pressure on towards him. And now WCCAT, look at that, instantly turns, runs down the river. He's heading for that Dragon fight.
And with the QSS here, it's gonna be so hard for Froggen to find the right target. He might even go for Svenskeren when he goes in, but of course he's gonna have the stealth, and now onto Unrated.
He's dived on N-rated, maybe not the target, but he manages to get it nonetheless, and then uses his shadow to get back into the pit. Beautifully done by Froggen. The Dragon picked up by Alliance as well.
Perfect play, getting Dragon, getting a kill here. Yes, he used the ultimate, so he won't have it for the fight if in case SK wants to engage.
Fantastic stuff there. So Alliance have themselves the advantage there now. Well, 3 dragons to the good. They are 2-1 down in turrets, let's not forget that, but I feel that's just simply money in the bank along the top and that mid lane. Shook, well, and Froggen going to catch out Candy Panda. No ultimate available for Froggen just yet, but I'm not too sure whether they're even going to need it. Candy Panda does use that ultimate, condemns on Froggen, but can he run away from this one? Trying to kite it round the barrier, simply not enough damage, and Alliance will get themselves a 9th kill.
It's a very good kill here. If they actually manage also to defend the mid turret, so Alliance didn't lose anything on getting the kill down here, and of course, Froggen didn't have his ultimate. It's gonna be ready though for next time they fight. And now Svenskeren, he wanna smite this one.
He's gonna get it. Tabs instead stole it away there. Jez's meantime finds out Nif there. Nif flashes away. Doesn't manage to get his shield down. Uses the Zenith Blade on Candy Panda and his ultimate, but it's not enough to help the escape. And Jez's will finally lock him down. That gives 4-man pressure on towards his mid turret.
Yeah, nice pick up here by Jez's. They can get this turret. Only 2 members from Alliance defending, and there's no ultimate on Tabs.
This time around, Freddy does manage to melee. Oh, short caught in the dark binding. That should be enough, but no! Flashes away. Svenskeren tries to chase, but he is going to be long gone before he gets close.
And WCCAT is up here now. Svenskeren actually forced to use the ultimate to escape, and SK now backing off. Froggen joining in. Ultimate is ready. Flash is ready. Let's see if he can set something up.
Alliance may try and turn this one on its head. They have got their AD carry there. If they want to put pressure on towards the turret, instead they choose to step away from this one. They have 2 members in the base, and maybe wisely done there. Alliance have a big advantage so far. 5,000 gold advantage overall, despite the fact they are down on turrets.
And let's see if Froggen actually wants to go down and try and fight against Candy Panda. Now we have the QSS completed, or Quicksilver Sash completed onto Candy here. It's going to make it a lot harder for Froggen to kill him, and he might not even want to take the chance and try and rotate up top lane instead and find Freddy.
Youmu's Ghost Belly being picked up by Frog, and he wants some of that speed. We'll see how he makes use of this one, because he's already causing so many problems at 3 kills and 3 assists with just that 1 death. And maybe we'll see how it works out for him.
And Froggen is actually going towards this top lane here, so he doesn't want to go down to the bot lane, doesn't want to deal with Candy Panda. Gonna try and 1v1 Freddy instead, who's of course very tanky, has a lot of armor at the moment, but also it's gonna be easier for Froggen to escape from Freddy if a fight should happen. And now onto Candy Panda here.
Candy Panda and Shook, simply the jungler going aggressive, realizing he can take down his AD carry. Of course, this is a very fed AD carry, but it may well be a little bit too much. Teleport coming in, Candy Panda backs away. He actually got cancelled out. That was Wicked thinking he was required. And Shook suddenly realizing he's not as strong as he thought he was.
Yeah, and Candy Panda also really showing how strong he is on this Vayne at the moment. Of course, with the red potion, he didn't have any summoners, and still he was winning the fight here. So Shook used the ultimate, of course, he tried to get some pressure on here, but didn't actually have enough damage.
Well, pressure is on the mid lane, because you can see Tabs getting some free shots on here. Jesus doesn't go too aggressive. Meanwhile, in that top lane, we do see Froggen keeping that pressure on towards Freddy. He is keeping him on towards that tower, and this is what they want. They want to start getting some tower pressure down, because they can't take any of that vision away from SK while these towers still stand.
And Froggen just want to poke down Freddy a little bit before he goes all in, and once he actually all ins, even if he doesn't get the kill, he's going to force Freddy out of the lane, and then he can pick up the turret up top. So it's pretty much win-win for him, unless he gets ganked by someone like Svenskeren.
Pink ward clearance from Froggen. He returns back to that top lane. Freddy trying to run interference is going to go back around and maybe take away that pink ward that was just put in the Baron pit. Wicked, he's off on his own, and he's got 2 members of SK collapsing in towards him here. He has got that Banshee's Veil completed. We saw him doing that yesterday when he realized he had no worry about his top laner. Not too sure he could say the same about Freddy just yet.
And here we go with Froggen.
Froggen's going to go out towards Freddy. Manages to keep up with that Living Shadow. The pop's not quite enough. Freddy may well be able to escape from this one. There's the speed buff. The Ignite is running. Shook is going to try and sneak around the side. We'll see whether Freddy manages to back completely. Shook, I feel, fancies a tower dive, and Freddy, well, he does go very deep here, and Shook actually a little out of position now.
Yeah, Shook could actually just have stayed around the top turret if he had taken it with Froggen, but in red he's coming up to defend. Again, if Shook didn't chase, he could have stayed, hit the turret a few times with Froggen, possibly wouldn't be able to kill it because Enrated is there.
Enrated may be in trouble. They've actually cancelled the recall on Froggen. They're thinking, can we take him? Should we go for him? They've got a minion wave coming in. They may fancy it. They see Enrated passing that Tribush ward, and Shook is tracking his movements right now, but Freddy's back. Freddy's full health. He's going to return to defensive duties, but I think they're going to lose that top turret.
Yeah, so they are going to lose it, just like we said here with Freddy. The issue for him is, once Froggen actually goes onto him, he's forced to just back away. So even though he doesn't die, he will lose his turret, and they can just continue doing this if they keep Froggen against Freddy. And that's why once we have the flash ready onto Candy Panda, I expect him to go up top lane and try and find Froggen, and then he can try and hold him and have the 1v1 duel we talked about in Champ Select.
Again, this Svenskeren desperately trying to create something, but again, stood on top of a ward. Alliance's ward coverage has been fantastic this game.
Pretty spot on every single time, and also just them thinking, where can Svenskeren be at the moment? We haven't seen him for a while. He wasn't top for the fight, so there's a chance he's bot lane. We're not going to do anything. So they've been playing very smart, very safe, and also relying a lot on Shook being nearby before they want to start something.
4 members of Alliance grouping up for this mid lane. This time around, Tabs fancies it. Jesus is going a little bit aggressive, but takes some burst back there. Nif tries to use that onto ultimate. The solar flare does not land on Jesus, but it forces him away from the turret, and it's now 3 outer turrets for Alliance.
Yeah, Jesus has been defending for a while here, just wave playing all the time, making sure Alliance could never get close, but in the end here, when there come multiple members, they force him away, of course, just taking it. And Dragon now spawned. No ultimate onto Leona, no ultimate onto Lucian, of course, but Alliance are still in a very good position to pick it up.
Perfect timing for Alliance here. They've gone straight aggressive as well. Managing to put some damage on towards Svenskeren. He's going to try and jump in for this one. Does not get it. It's going to be Lucian Tabs that closes that one out. They're going to catch on towards Nif. Nif's happy to take all of that damage. It's a brilliant, messy fight here. They're not quite sure which target to focus on. Enrated's ultimate's going to poke off there. We do see Shook managing to take down Svenskeren. Freddy's now in trouble. He's going low as well. The rest of Alliance going to close back in towards this one. The culling going backwards. Freddy going to get focused. Froggen should pick up the kill here. It's a double for him. And now Enrated's in trouble. He's running for his life. He goes down. It's a 4-for-0. And the Dragon for Alliance. That's not what SK needed. Fantastic.
5 members from Alliance going straight to Baron. Only Candy Panda is alive. He's far away in the base. He's going to have to pull out a hero move here if he wants to stop this Baron.
I don't think he's going to be able to. He's simply just going to farm out that mid wave. He knows that the Baron's almost certainly going to go down. And honestly, he couldn't even get there in time.
Couldn't even get there in time. And this team fight, once we see the replay, we really need to notice the focus from SK. They actually, notice here when we start in the Dragon Pit, we have Sugar of course and Wicked running into the Dragon Pit. Look here what Jess is doing. He's gonna body slam into the 2 tanks. You have squishy members up here in the top side, but instead he goes into the pit, into Shook, into Wicked, happily tanking away all the damage. Shook is not even dying from this because he's so tanky at this point. And it simply means the rest of the members from SK, they won't be able to win the fight here because there's so much focus on the tanks from Alliance.
Fantastic performance on Alliance. It was a pretty messy fight. Everybody was sort of fighting their own little battles, but Alliance suddenly managed to call the target, pile on the right one, and once you saw Shook, he was already backing away in the pit, and suddenly obviously the call came out. We are clearly winning this fight, we're going to go for it.
Yeah, and obviously it gets easier for them when people actually go towards your tanks. They want to hit your tanks. They weren't even in the front line, they were in the Dragon Pit. SK had the chance to collapse onto the back line of Alliance, but they didn't. They went instead to try and kill Shook, and he even survived.
Well, of course, Alliance with that Baron buff on, they do lose themselves that bottom turret. It was a big thing, a big objective that Candy Panda's finally managed to take down there, but Alliance are grouping up and they have 4 members in this mid lane. Of course, there is Wicked down the bottom who actually has Svenskeren and Candy Panda waiting to try and assassinate him. But we also see Froggen and Shook doing exactly the same thing in this mid lane.
Yeah, so SK really want to try some very aggressive move, and now onto Jessis.
Jessis has to back away, the culling comes in, Solar Flare lands on towards N-Rated, he's going to be the focus target. That's going to go down, there's nothing stopping it. That's going to be the pop coming straight in there. Now Jessis is going to get the focus, Shook and Froggen coming towards that one, there's Onya's Hourglass being used, and now Freddy realizes he's taking the burst damage coming out from Alliance. Froggen goes deep, he's got that Guardian Angel, he doesn't even need it. It's going to be minions, the inhibitor going down, Wicked surviving in this bottom lane. They're continuing to try and chase. We may get a kill on him eventually. Wicked's running for his life. He's almost limping away here. Will he get the Pillar of Ice? There's the jump coming in. Doesn't get the burst. Gets the chop back. The lifesteal in there. Svenskeren gets the kill, but he simply goes down straight afterwards. The inhibitor turret went down as well. And Alliance taking many advantages over SK.
So SK Gaming tried to get a kill down the bottom lane and then just have Jessis wave clearing here in the mid lane with the black shield. But Alliance, they just said, we don't even care. We have 4 members here. We already have Guardian Angel onto our Z, of course, so we just dive you straight up. Get the kill, get the turrets, get the inhibitor. And Wicked, because he was kiting for so long, it actually meant that they got even a kill onto Svenskeren.
And of course, all those Thorn Mails being used. And now the Captain's Boots as well being picked up by Wicked. He's going to be that big front man. And this is the pile-on.
This is just what they're desperate to make a play here. And Wicked was actually teleporting, so he didn't even see what's going on here. That's why he didn't react to anything. Now they just chase him away. Look how tanky he is, though. It's so hard to kill. And just continue jumping, continue here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, inhibitor gone down. And now the rest of Alliance can then come up and at least get a trade kill onto Svenskeren.
So close as well. And almost got to victory there. His team was there. If he'd have carried on running, I feel he may well have got away there.
But we have to say at least, SK Gaming did actually the only thing they could do in this situation, because wave clear onto Kha'Zix and Vayne is non-existent at this point. So they had to just keep at least Jessis to try and hold the Alliance off and then set something up elsewhere on the map so they can get an advantage, get a turret maybe. So SK did what they actually could in the situation. It just didn't work for them at all because Alliance was so far ahead.
5-man defensive duties for SK, but Wicked is pushing back up in that mid lane with super minions alongside him, and that is going to cause some sort of issues for SK Gaming because those super minions will continue to wave clear in that mid lane. SK continue to have to defend this one. Froggen's waiting in the wings. Remember, he's still got that Guardian Angels on him. He's ready to dive.
Yeah, and Wicked coming in here, just taking the pink ward for now. Obviously, not even going to take any damage due to the Banshee. But up top lane here, a big wave for SK actually pushing down. So they only have to worry about defending here. And of course, going into the mid lane to clear the super minions. But it's very easy for Jessis to go and throw down a barrel and then come back. Or send Candy Panda in there to get some more farm.
Candy Panda's had to go back to deal with those super minions, which surely triggers SK Gaming stepping away from this tower. Alliance are going to come in. Wicked's going to tank this one up. And SK, if they don't abandon now, they're going to get caught out. Jessis may be the focus. Instead, N-Rated will be the culling doing all the damage on him. He's already gone down. Explosive cast from Jessis simply separates Alliance as they regroup. Nida's going to take all the damage from Candy Panda. Not really the focus they should be going for. Instead, Svenskeren will get picked off. Froggen's GA was popped in that. Has to flash away from the barrel from Jessis there. Shook going to keep on pushing in there, and SK, well, they did pretty well. It's Candy Panda comes in, gets himself a sneaky kill on Shook. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Oh, Candy Panda caught out by Tabs. That's going to be a 3-for-1, and Alliance take themselves a turret.
So with 3 kills and a turret here, Alliance can continue pushing up. They're a bit squishy though. Jess is actually back to wave clear, so they should just back off, get some health back, of course, push out this top lane here, but they decide to dive the turret, and even when they're diving onto SK Gaming, they're winning the fights. This really shows how far ahead they are.
But for a team that's 14,000 gold down, that was actually still pretty damn close. They took Froggen's Guardian Angel down, nearly killed him off there as well. They did get shook down. This is starting to become dangerous. Alliance have to start closing this game out pretty quick.
Well, again, Alliance combo, they can always just say, we don't actually want a team fight, we're just going to put Wicked in one lane, put Froggen in the other lane, and have Tap stay in the mid lane, and just force SK Gaming to use multiple members to kill someone. That's what they can do and just push down every single lane. SK's combo here, team fight wise, is actually very strong. And of course with Candy Panda, if he can just stay in the back line, we know how strong lane is lane. And of course Shyvana can tank a lot of damage, Sven's got a lot of damage. Jesse's not having a death cap yet is going to hurt him. He's not going to have enough damage, but at least he's there for wave clearing, and also his ultimate will always do damage.
At the moment, the Baron is up in a minute's time, and that is, well, I believe will be the focus. I'm just seeing actually Wicked again may well get focused on down that bottom lane. Froggen looking to try and create something, try and catch out one of those juicy support kills on N-rated, but instead, Wicked Alliance, Wicked is pushing up, doesn't have the ward coverage that he had before, and actually wisely chooses to back away.
Yeah, his teleport is going to be ready very soon here, so he's going to stay down this bottom lane, force someone from SK to stay. At the moment it's Candy Panda, constantly picking up farm. It means though the Baron spawning in 30 seconds, unless Candy Panda decides to run up with his team, it should be an easy one for Alliance because they'll have the teleport advantage on Wicked as long as he doesn't get interrupted by the Condemn from Candy Panda.
Yeah, and that's what he's trying to do. I think he's going to try and keep Wicked away from this one. He's chasing him up that lane, wants to keep that pressure going. Candy Panda getting farm every step of the way, but he's still a long way behind Tabs in terms of farm. 400 to 300 CS, and of course doesn't have the kills either. Tabs doing a fantastic job at keeping himself in this one. Froggen, he's got himself around the backside of Jesus here. That Dark Binding almost certainly put a stop to that target aggression, and Jesus just simply body slamming away.
And there is a pink ward from Alliance onto Baron, so they have full vision control, except for this, actually, this ward right here. If they can keep it alive from SK's side, they will always know if Alliance is moving towards the area or if they're trying to set up something. That's why they can see them here waiting.
Death Bush ready and waiting. They know there's only two members, I feel, in there. They didn't go aggressive though. Freddy looking towards it. Froggen does show himself. They're going to get a mid-turret out of this one.
It's a very nice move here. Remember, Wicked is going to need to teleport in to join the fight.
He's teleporting now. He's actually coming around towards the backside here. He's going to come around. Freddy's going to get caught out. They're going aggressive on towards SK. Solar Flare only catching on N-rated. Not really the target they wanted. Candy Panda certainly is. He's going to QSS quickly off that ultimate. But he do see Froggen taking down Freddy, and that is the tankiest member of SK taken down N-rated with that ultimate running. Shook Skane not taken low. Candy Panda now the focus. That's where they want to go. He's the only damage really on the team. They're going to try and lock him up there. He's just going to run for his life, but it was a 1 for nothing, sorry, for Alliance, and SK, they can't get involved in this Baron anymore.
No, Alliance moving straight up to the Baron here. Candy Panda needs to recall now, so it's going to be a long time before he can join in, and with all the damage from Alliance, they should be able to pick this one up fairly easily. Shook making sure he's not taking any damage from the Baron. He doesn't want to risk dying. He wants the buff, of course, and also he wants to be able to smite, because Svensson is still alive.
Yeah, Sven did not back away from this one. He's going to come in, but it's too late. He's just going to have to leap away, because Alliance took that Baron down very quickly.
And we actually saw in the team fight here, Froggen used his ultimate onto Candy Panda, instantly QSS it, cleansed away the debuff from the ultimate, so of course the damage won't be applied. And then Candy Panda, he just didn't have any target to go for, because Wicked was close to him in the face, there was a pillar, and Shook was the closest target, and Shook with Thornmail, with Radiant's Omen, of course, very hard to kill. So there's not really any target for Candy Panda to go for, as long as the front line of Alliance is in his face.
Alliance certainly dominating all the objectives so far. You saw it there. All 5 dragons, both Barons so far in this game, which has given them that gigantic objective goal, along with that 6-4 in turrets. And of course, the 12 goal kill advantage they have. So 42 minutes in this one. It is a gigantic boost for Alliance, and this could step them to their 8th consecutive win. This would be a record in the spring split, bettering Fnatic's own record at the start of the season when they went 7-0, which is an incredible turnaround for Alliance when you think of how bad their objective control was at the very start of the season.
Very true, and you just also have to give credit to every single member, because they don't have a weak lane anymore. Wicked did so well in the top lane, outfarmed Freddy. Mid lane, of course, Froggen getting 2 early kills, always having the pressure onto Jesus. And then the bot lane we saw Nif setting up kills, and of course Shook always being around, always applying pressure. So every single member from Alliance is just playing so well.
Well, they made us feel fairly foolish at the start of the season. Obviously, a lot of people were calling this team to do great things, and after their horrendous start, we were just thinking, do we know what we're on about in this game anymore? Do we really, are we relevant? Do we know what's going on? But instead, of course we do. Alliance are going aggressive. They're going to go towards that inhibitor, and they take that down with ease. SK simply spectators in this game now.
And they can rotate towards the top lane because the minion wave is coming down here. Bottom lane, it's going to take a while before it pushes towards SK, so they won't have the assistance from it now. So they just need to focus on here, and that's of course where SK just have to try and wave clear, and then hope Alliance dives onto them, and then they can at least try and respond.
Froggen is laying in wait. No vision of him for SK here. They haven't got any wards plonked over that ward. That river, and he's going to go straight on towards N-Rated. The pop will come down, and Rated's going to go down. Not enough to save him, and that surely should single the game here. Oh, big damage from the explosive cast there. Shook does not get taken down. Instead, Zhonya's outguts from Jezz. That's going to save him for a couple of seconds longer. Freddy with the GA. It won't get taken down. He will back away from it, but he is the only other surviving member. Svenskeren running in. The Nexus turrets are going to go down. Alliance will take the 8th win in a row. It has been a fantastic turnaround, and for the 3rd week running, they have themselves a perfect 2-0 victory.
And just a brilliant game from Alliance. Every single lane did so well. The early games, they managed to get the Dragon early on, got some kills on to key members like Froggen, so he could start split pushing. We saw it again and again. He went top lane, forced Freddy out of the lane, took the turret, went down bot lane, got a kill. Everything for Alliance with this combo, they did so right in the early game, and that's why they could just win the game. And SK just had to try and farm up all the time, and it didn't work for them.
If Alliance, they take one more victory in Super Week next week, they will equal the all-time European record of 9-0. Incredible stuff. Incredible turnaround by a team that really was handpicked by Froggen in that mid lane. Everybody on this team is now performing to how we expected at the beginning of the season.
Exactly, and it's what we need to see, because now, with of course the likes of Fnatic also playing well, we need to see actually, can they duel them? Can they get the #1 spot here? Can they go to All-Star?
They have the #1 spot.
They have the
They
number
are
one.
equal with Gambit in #1 right now. They have managed to take that position. Of course, that means SK slipped down to 2nd. Incredible, incredible stuff there. And Alliance, they just look unstoppable. They had full control, full objective control. Shook is playing out of his mind. And honestly, this is the jungler that we all hyped up coming into the promotion series. Everybody was talking about how good this guy was back in the Battle of Atlantic. And finally, he really is performing.
And the most important thing for me about Shook and about the team in general is that they are so consistent. We don't see this like, oh, now you lose a game, then you win a game, lose a game, win a game. No, they won, is it 8 games in a row? And every single game, or at least most of the games, been very one-sided towards Alliance. The laning phase is very strong for them. Of course, objective control, you talked about it yourself, picking up a lot of dragons. And the gankings and avoiding the ganks from the enemy jungler is something they do so well. So it's generally just hard to see Alliance at the moment. If they keep playing like this, who are they going to lose to? Of course, Gambit, Fnatic are the teams we're looking at to beat them. But we need to see when it actually comes to Super Week and playoffs, if they can keep up this performance.
And has Froggen secured himself another MVP? Who knows? Because he's won the last 2. He's got 9-1-7 in this game against SK Gaming. That's some impressive stats.
Credit to his team actually for helping him out early on. We saw it first Nif.
Got those 2 early kills, of course, with the help of Shook and Nif.
Early kills, and we see Nif at level 1 just walking straight into his lane, getting some damage onto Jezz, stunning him so Froggen could hit him for some damage, getting some pressure. And then Shook came in at level 3, always making sure Froggen gets an early start, and that's because they know Froggen, once he gets ahead in the laning phase, he's not going to drop it. He's going to keep expanding his lead, and then he's going to start roaming around like we saw him do.
It is an impressive performance. Where do SK go from here? They're going to be facing off against Gambit in the 5th game of the day. It is going to be a rematch, of course. It does give them a second bite of the cherry on that one. We'll see how that turns out. But what do SK do? How did they reset their mindset? Because it is starting to slip away for a team that looked dominant just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, but at least I like what they did here, going back to some of the old picks. We had the Vayne, of course, for Candy Panda. We had Svenskeren. He went actually for Kha'Zix again and didn't do too much early on. He picked up a kill about the 15-minute mark. That's the first thing we actually see from him, on 2 taps down in the bottom lane. I would actually like to see him fall back on very aggressive early game junglers like Pantheon, help out this early game here, because we saw Jezz in the mid lane having a few issues, could use some help of course from Svenskeren. Freddy up in the top lane, he's always going to do well. He was slightly behind in farm, but he picked up the turret of course, and then with the gank later on from Svenskeren, they got the second turret. So I just feel like if Svenskeren goes back to more very early aggressive junglers, give some help to Jezz in the mid lane, give some help to the bot lane, make sure Candy Panda gets hit. It's what worked for them so well the last few weeks. I actually feel like they're still a very good team, and they had some good moves to try and come back in this game, but Alliance were just too far ahead.
Too far and too good, it seems. Let's check in with Shoxo and Quickshot, who have Alliance's Froggen off the Rift and at the table.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm joined with my interview support, Trevor Quickshot Henry, and we have Froggen here with us from Alliance after another win, 8-0 right now. Tell me about the picks and bans, because we saw you on Zed, and we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, I don't know, like, I like to play Assassins, and I've played like Zed quite a lot. I just haven't got to pick it in tournament yet because it hasn't quite fit. And we didn't actually expect them to pick Gragas this early. And it kind of like forced us into playing something that's like, okay, we're just going to try to outsplit push in this game. But I still think this week we had really bad picks.
So talk to me, why did Zed work today? I mean, you as a player, you've played 12 different champions in the LCS. This is your second AD champion next to Yasuo. So what was it about this pick and ban that said, I can now play Zed, I can now pull him out?
I think it was the fact we had Evelyn because he provides magic damage. So even if we had full AD comp, like you saw the Shyvana stack like 300 armor without having magic resistance. So even if that happens, we have the Evelyn damage, which is really nice. So we just went ahead and said, okay, we can outplay them if we play Zed, so we just went for it.
Yeah, obviously had the best choices here when it comes to picks and bans, and just over the games in your winning streak, you've just been very smart in controlling in your play over the entire map eventually, and we actually have a replay to demonstrate how good you are at choosing the right things to do at the exact right times.
Yeah, I'm really happy you actually said that you had the opportunity to outplay them, because the replay that we're going to pull up onto your screen right now comes in at about 22 minutes, and it starts with you getting a little bit caught out in this bottom lane. Now, before we start the clip, I want to ask you to talk me through the mindset. What's the communication like in Alliance? Because it's very clear that you're baiting SKN to re-engage. So let's roll the clip and talk me through what's happening.
I think at this point, I have a pink ward, and I don't think Wayne has QSS yet, so I just want to one-on-one her, and I don't expect a Morgana, but we're already moving down there, and I can kite for long enough while Wicked is TPing in and my team is collapsing on them. So basically we're just trading 2 for 1, and we're getting out ahead because we are reacting and we see where they're moving because we have the wards up.
My question, who makes that call? Did you know you were going to start the fight and then you called Wicked to TP, or was Wicked looking at the map and saying, I can come, I can come? You know, where does the direction come from?
It's a mix of both. Wicked was looking at the map, so he knows where he can TP and stuff, because we basically had a 4 versus 3 situation, because he could TP in at the right time. Even if it wasn't needed, then we would still have one out. And I think actually here, I could have played it better, and I could have killed the Vayne because he didn't have QSS yet. And she used barrier to survive or something, which is like, I could have played it way better.
Yeah,
but even then,
Froggen didn't get the kill.
But still a great play from you guys, and you played the map perfectly, not only the map, also the team fights, very crucial once again. We also have a replay to demonstrate one of the dragon fights that you guys played to the bit.
Yeah, crucial dragon fight. This came a little bit later in the game, 32 minutes. Let's pull this clip onto your screen right now. You end up getting the dragon, you end up getting 4 kills following it. Now, what I'd like to know from your point of view is, how do you play this particular fight on a champion like Zed? You know, we haven't seen you on too many of those all-in assassins in the LCS. So let's roll the clip out and talk to me about the positioning and how you deal with it.
Yeah, so what you want to do on Zed is you look for the targets you can 100% blow up. So if the Vayne doesn't have QSS, you can easily go for her. If Gragas doesn't have Hourglass, you can easily go for him. So whoever doesn't have like those things that can cleanse your ultimate or deny your ultimate is the target you're going for. I went for Gragas in this fight because they were getting incredibly low and Kha'Zix was low next to him, so it was like a free double kill for me, and we were still winning the fight because we were really far ahead. But usually you want to look for the champions that doesn't have anything to deny your ultimate.
Well, it seemed to work out pretty well. The game was very controlled. I'm sure you may have just heard D-Man Deficio saying 8 games in a row. This actually equals Gambit's winning streak from Spring Split of last year. 1 more win, and you beat Fnatic's record from last year. You may not know this, but your head-to-head KDA against all of the mid laners in EU LCS, you were placed 2nd. Jesus was ahead of you in KDA until this very game. Thanks to your stats, you are now number 1 in head-to-head KDA against every other mid laner. You've had back-to-back MVPs. How do you keep that up going to Super Week and then playoffs?
You don't really need to keep your stats up. Like if I go 0-3, but I'm baiting them all the time into us getting out ahead, then it doesn't really matter about the KDA. It's all about how you actually play the map.
Well, that is a very nice answer. It is very important to also not too cocky. I like that. But something I also want to ask you is you guys are at the top of the standings now after those fantastic victories. How important is it for you that you might be able to go to All-Star? Because we know you weren't there last year.
Yeah, like All-Stars is like really, really huge to go to, and it like I would be really proud of the team if we actually got to go, because the start obviously didn't look too good, but I think this only shows how much we actually improved.
It absolutely does, and I'm going to pick your brain one last time to ask for your predictions on the next game. Frogging you first, maybe. Super Hot Crew as they take on Gambit. What do you think?
I think it's a pretty tough one to call, because I don't think Super Hot Crew looked that hot yesterday, and Gambit obviously did against SK, but I think if Super Hot Crew plays as well as they're doing in scrims, then they'll be pretty good, but I think Gambit will out-team fight them and win in the mid-late game.
Trevor?
Yeah, I have to agree. I feel like Gambit have the edge going into this game, but you can't deny the fact that about 3 weeks ago, it was Super Hot Crew that destroyed Gambit. I think they beat them in 24 minutes, albeit it was with Moops in the mid lane, but we'll have to see. It's one of those things where Super Hot Crew, they need an early lead. If they don't get it, I think Gambit are going to take it.
Yeah, we're going to see what Selfie can bring to the table versus Alex Ish, of course. As for us, we're going to take things off the rift for just a moment, but keep it right here, because coming up next is a Super Hot Crew squaring off against Gambit. Don't miss it.
Gambit is not really regular. They can have bad games, like once a month they just play bad one game and give away a victory. And in every other game they're pretty solid. They could do better, but they will try really hard for playoffs, more than the regular splits.
Welcome back to week 10 of the European LCS. I'm Joe Mo and I'm joined here by my very own Chewbacca, Trevor Quickshot Henry. Slightly weird.
To the Super Hot crew.
Yesterday, Gambit played. Mentioned earlier, there was a bug that caused a significant increase in Aatrox's abilities in the early game. So we are going to void the game, the result of that game of yesterday's match, and replay it at the end of today's LCS matches. And even though the game will be replayed, I think we can still talk about how Gambit dealt with Fiddlesticks in the jungle and the Vel'Koz support from Enrated. Regardless of the outcome, you have to commend Gambit for controlling the tempo of the game and working around those slightly new and different picks.
Yeah, I really think that Gambit never gave Svenskeren a chance to survive long enough. He was playing Fiddlesticks and he just didn't have impactful Crow Storms. The dual lane of Jinx and Vel'Koz, they didn't really get off to a strong early start, but I actually felt that once they hit level 7 and level 8, they started to do much better against Genja and Edward. In general, jungle Zinzao from Diamond was solid and the general play of Gambit looked very, very good. I'm expecting them to have a similar level of play against the Super Hot crew. Something you have to remember is in the post-game interview yesterday, Diamond also said, we anticipated SK's picks. We knew they were what we were going to do. We were totally prepared. And I want to see if they are as prepared for this game against the Super Hot crew.
Well, let's quickly talk about both teams' mid laners and their abilities on LeBlanc. We know that Selfie loves to play LeBlanc from solo queue and in the LCS, of course. And Alexic, he always performs well on Assassins. What's your take on these two today?
So in general, LeBlanc has been a champion that's been played by many mid laners in Europe, but I actually feel like very few of those performances stand out as impressive. You know, they're not mind-blowing. In my mind, that Selfie has had an okay game. Yesterday he played an average game. He made no impact, I'm afraid. He went 4, 6, and 9. If you look at how Selfie plays, Alex is going to have to try to find a way to disrupt Alex in this particular game. Now, Alex on LeBlanc, he's also been hit or miss, with some games being great, others where he's been completely unable to blow people up. And I want to see, during picks and bans, if we are also going to see a first ban LeBlanc, because both of these players want to get their hands on this champion coming into the match.
Well, before we get into those picks and bans, let's check out the two starting lineups. On the blue side, it's the Super Hot crew, with Mima in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, Mr. Ral as the AD carry, and Mixer the support.
And on the red side, it is Gambit Gaming, with Darian up top, Diamond in the jungle, Alex in the mid lane, Genja on AD carry, and Edward playing the support carry role.
So we'll see about that one today, if he can do that again. We are getting close to champion select here, so let's talk a little bit about that one. We've already talked about the mid laners. We know that Assassins for Alexic and for Selfie are what they really enjoy to play, but where else are we expecting the bans and the picks to be focused?
So sticking with the mid lane very quickly, I think Ryze is going to be a consideration. Selfie has already played it. Alex has already played it. We know Alex has a massive love for Ryze. He's been playing for many, many years. If you look in the junglers, Kha'Zix and Evelynn, I think are going to be priorities for both of these players. Impaler has really been trying to get his hands on Kha'Zix more often than not.
Yeah.
I have to be honest, I don't think he's been as impactful. I think when you look at Impaler on champions like Wukong and Pantheon, I feel like he was getting his solo lanes and his side lanes an advantage earlier than what he's doing with Kha'Zix at the moment. So we'll have to see if he can find a way to make a dent.
One thing that scares me, and probably scares everyone that plays against Gambit, is the fact that they can just bring so many different picks into the jungle. We've seen it time and time again. Yesterday was a prime example. Xin Zhao in that nullified game against SK Gaming, 9-1-10 he ended with that one. Did absolutely brilliant with it. You can ban out the likes of Elise, if even Elise comes towards that, because we have seen that Elise has snuck through quite a few ban and pick phases so far after we've moved on to the 4.4 patch. Either way, first bans are coming out. Thresh Prince is not going to get his Thresh.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see that pick. Seeing how Edward played last week against Millennium and seeing how he performed yesterday on Thresh was absolutely phenomenal. He landed so many good death sentences. He maybe made one or two poor decisions to go in. It costed him his life, but in general, he's doing very well on that champion. So smart move by Super Hard Crew, force him onto something different.
And there's the other bans coming out. LeBlanc gone. We predicted that earlier on. Evelyn as well will be taken away from Diamond. And it's one thing having Diamond running around the map and killing you on a champion that you can see. It's another one having an invisible champion with Diamond running through the jungle. Other side, Lulu taken away, this time actually by Gambit. We know that Alexic likes to play that one. We're assuming that Self is going to be hot on that one as well.
Yeah, you can't be playing in the top tiers of solo queue without having at least some experience on Lulu at this point. It's also a champion that we have seen in multiple roles. Super Hot Crew have played and used double AP compositions effectively in the past, so it's quite a smart ban from Gambit. It does, however, mean that Ryze is still up and available. As you've talked about, Elise is there, but I think with so many jungle bans, Pantheon or Wukong have to be considerations here for Super Hard Crew, considering the experience that they have on those champions.
And if we remember back to the time where Impaler was really trying to find his feet. It was after, 6 games where they'd only won 1 against Alliance in the first week, and then we saw 2 Pantheon picks coming out of him to secure them 2 wins against SK and the Copenhagen Wolves. But they're ignoring jungle picks for now. They've gone straight in there for the support. Karma first pick here for the Super Hard Crew.
So it's one of those champions that is rising to popularity right now because of all of the utility that she offers, with basically a built-in Talisman of Ascension, good shielding, incredibly good poke during the laning phase. It's a champion that fits into a lot of compositions. What we actually seen from the KT Rolls to Bullets at IEM 2 weeks ago, if they didn't get Sivir, they ran Karma. If they would always have one or the other. They valued so much movement speed and mobility for their team, and I think that's a smart pick. Mixer also gets caught and dies fairly often, so the shields and the movement might play into his favor to avoid some of those deaths.
On the other side here, Gambit currently hovering over Lucian and Renekton, and Renekton a safe pick up in the top lane for Darian, and that's exactly where it's going to be going. On the other side, we do have the Lucian, as I said, for Genja going to be selected in here. And if you look down Mr. Rawls' most played champions, Lucian is right up there.
Yeah, Lucian's really up there with every single one of these top tier AD carries. Genja is more comfortable on Lucian, I feel, than many of the other champions. Maybe Jinx would be the only real next contested pick. Gambit playing safe. They've got the Wizard in the top lane playing on Renekton. He's got a comfortable champion, something that he's been phenomenal with over the course of the split, and Gambit haven't revealed anything. They've got strong lanes already, and we'll see what Super Hard Crew build. Remember when we seen yesterday the Ryze Trundle combo from ROCCAT? It took a long time to scale up, and if Super Hard Crew are going to lock in this Ryze now, I'd like to see an aggressive early game jungler, maybe an Elise even, or even that Pantheon, to try and help those solo lanes out, get them to power earlier.
We should never forget that Ryze could end up in the top lane as well. You mentioned that they've played double AP, and we can safely say once, Lissandra against Alliance. They also played a Zac in that top lane, which actually didn't go well for them at all. 0-5-0. Mima played the Zac. They will lock in the Ryze and also Pantheon. Talked about it earlier on. A champion which Impaler did very well on at the start of it. He had also a couple of ropey Pantheon games. We'll see which Pantheon he brings to the table today.
It's very interesting to see this particular matchup as far as the junglers are concerned. Yesterday, Diamond actually did run that Xin Zhao, but he was not the first one to do it this year. It was in fact Impaler that did it much earlier on in the split. When Impaler was having Vi target banned against him, he defaulted to Xin Zhao. It wasn't very pretty. I believe he's had 1 or 2 games with 8 or 9 deaths, all the way up there. And he moved from that champion to Pantheon. What I like about the option right now is there are so many people talking about how Ryze is a counter to Renekton in lane. I know Deficio and I have been talking about it. I haven't been able to pull that counter of myself in game as I've been smashed by Renektons, but the theory is there. Rune Prison overloads ranged poke. If they want to give that to Mima, it means they would have to pick an AP mid now for Selfie, and we'll see what they decide.
So it will be Xin Zhao and Sona locked in here. You rightly pointed out that Impaler played that Xin Zhao, in fact, against Gambit the first time that they met this season, and you were right with the 8 deaths as well. 1-8-10 is where he finished that. On this time around, though, Diamond, who had almost the opposite score onto it yesterday, 9-1-10. We'll see how he does today. And Sona brought out here for Gambit, a champion which they always used to fall back to.
It's very interesting to see more Sonas being picked up and played. She fell out of popularity at the beginning of the year in favor of those engage heavy supports like Leona and Annie. Now, because Leona and Annie are not being played as significantly, you can get away with playing Sona because Karma's not necessarily going to blow you up. Karma's not a kill threat on you in lane. So the Sona Lucian is going to be fairly safe against whoever they play against. It's a matchup that we've actually seen winning more often than not in these last 2 weeks, thanks to the built-in sustain. The one thing I do want to count on or mention is, with the champion super hard crew have built, Kayle, Ryze, Pantheon, Karma, they're fairly short range. They want to be getting in your face, and as long as Diamond has got some good crescent sweeps through that Xin Zhao ultimate, it's going to knock the entire super hot crew away. So there's a lot of pressure on Diamond to make sure he protects his team when Super Hot Crew comes running in.
And I think we can safely say that Caitlyn, in that mix of fairly short-range champions, is a good addition for them. I mean, once you've got Lucian on the other side and Caitlyn's up, it's kind of obvious that they probably go the direction of Caitlyn. That will be coming in this time. And for Gambit, what are they going to go with? They're looking for a mid laner here, considering the fact that Renekton surely will go over onto Darien, hovering over Malphite right now.
Gambit desperately needs some ability power damage. They've got a large amount of physical damage, and we've seen physical compositions not do particularly well, because if you don't get ahead early, it is so easy to itemize against that sort of comp. So in the last couple of seconds, we do see Alex defaulting to Orianna. This is something that a lot of the Season 3 mid laners who were in the LCS, it's a champion they have in their back pocket. It is very good because it'll combo, that ball delivery system thanks to Renekton and Xin Zhao. You're going to eventually have shock waves, not meh waves, as you do like to call out from time to time. But I feel like both of these teams have got pretty well-rounded compositions. As far as team fights play out in the later stages, Gambit needs to hit multi-man ultimates with Sona, Orianna, and Xin Zhao. If they do not, I think the cleanup power from Super Hot Crew is better. And of course, you've got the intervention from that mid lane Kayle, which is always going to be very useful.
And if you look at Gambit's lineup and compare it to that they played against SK yesterday, you've got the same core in there. Xin Zhao jungle, Orianna mid lane, Lucian AD carry. Those three put up massive scores yesterday. Thresh was the support player in that game, obviously banned out this time, and Aatrox globally banned because of that bug. Renekton was the choice for Darien. So Gambit obviously feeling that yesterday was a strong setup for them, and it's hard to really argue if you look down the numbers. Xin Zhao 9-1-10, Orianna 7-1-11, Lucian 5-1-8. They had a great game yesterday. If they can reproduce that here today, they're looking good.
Yeah, and they also have champions that are going to be more effective in the early stages of the game. Thanks to the fact that Xin Zhao and Renekton are going to be so powerful, leading up to level 6 and at level 6, level 7, it should give them the opportunity to jump on champions like Ryze, like Kayle, who want to build up items. A champion like Kayle and Ryze need to get 2 or 3 core items before they're in threat of killing anybody in an opposing team. We'll see if Gambit can take advantage of that.
Well, now that the players have selected their champions, let's check your predictions for the match. Big numbers in this one, with 89% of the vote. You believe that Gambit have the edge. Hard to argue with those kind of numbers.
It is very hard, and based on how Gambit looked yesterday, I think they're here to play now. We often talk about the Gambit mindset and how serious they take some of their games. We're getting into the last Super Week, we're getting into playoffs. One of these teams is going to All-Stars. You heard Froggen saying, we want it to be us. Gambit have something to say about that.
So here we go, in-game then, the Super Hot Crew taking on Gambit. What is this one going to end up like? If you look down some of the starting items there, for Edward in particular, a little bit different coming out, got himself a Ruby Crystal and Mana Pot there right from the start. One thing I'm interested in is level 1 here. We have been seeing a lot more level 1 action since the 4.4 patch. Will we see that here again today?
The possibility is there, but I don't feel like either of these teams have significantly superior level 1s. You've got some CC from Ryze and Pantheon, for example. You have similar CC from Renekton and Xin Zhao, but to commit to a level or skill path that way is a little different. You don't have a Leona, you don't have a Morgana, your traditional invades. What we have been seeing those when the invades happen, it is delayed. They start at 140, 145, making use of that late vision, thanks to the trinket wards coming up at 2 minutes. And there's still time for Gambit to invade, but it doesn't look like anything's going to be happening. Seems to be the same defensive start as always.
Yeah, big line across the entire map from both sides of this game. And looking like we are going to be seeing red buff start for Diamond. Did this route yesterday, playing that Xin Zhao. And also at the other side of the map, Pantheon waiting for Impaler by his blue buff. Are they going to step forward from this one? We see that Edward is in that corner brush there down on the bottom side of the river, and he's probably just going to get a ward on the ramp by the Wraiths.
Yeah, going to make sure there's no delayed invades here from the Super Hot crew as well. The one thing I want to keep my eyes on when these minions do make it to lane is how this duo is going to work out. Edward is going to get spotted out, but very good positioning from Genja just to get a little of additional poke. Now, this is key for Super Hot crew. They need to make use of the range of Caitlyn and Karma against Genja and Edward on Lucian and Sona. If they get a lot of early damage and root Sona before she hits level 2 or level 3 and starts getting sustain and poke back, that's when Super Hot crew can take advantage of those squishy opponents.
Interestingly enough, when I mentioned the jungle paths for both teams, they switched over, and Xin Zhao did his red buff and Pantheon came down and did his, no, other way around. Pantheon did the red and Xin Zhao did the blue. So they're going to be crossing over once again, see where they come back into it. And there we see the stats from Mr. Rolls as Caitlyn in week number 1. 9-3-2, we finished that one. Good game actually coming out from, despite actually losing out in the end. We'll see how this one turns out here today.
Mr. Rolls always has fantastic numbers in almost all of the games, whether they're winning or losing. And it's a testament to his laning ability and his positioning in team fights. Now, we do see that Mixer is trying to put poke down, but he is actually half of his mana pool down, whereas Edward still has 2/3 of his mana pool. So advantage already to Gambit. They've sustained through those first initial poke trades, and if Mixer keeps spamming out those inner flames from his Q, he's not going to have enough mana to poke and shield, and that's when Gambit can start going aggressive.
Super Hot crew have been a traditionally aggressive bottom lane. There's no way around that one, as once again Edward getting some poke down onto Mr. Rolls. Mixer shielding him up there to get out of any potential aggro from Edward and Genja. And Edward, if anyone knows how to play Sona, it's him. He's probably played more Sona than anything else in these last 2 seasons of the LCS throughout Europe and North America, where he was briefly last season. His Impaler now is moving up towards his top lane, but he will have Diamond waiting.
I think Diamond is aware of this because he's delaying this. They're not going on Mima yet. Impaler's going to be in so much trouble when they jump on him.
Oh, he does dive in there, but there is the turnaround. Impaler going low, gets knocked up. First blood comes in for Gambit. Can they get themselves a second one? Diamond with that red buff on. Mima going very low. He does have a flash, uses it very late here. Diamond does have a flash as well, but decides not to go in.
Yeah, I think he would have been taken out by the tower. He was on very low HP, decided to hold that flash. Very good play. Diamond Prox not only grabs first blood for his team, but he refreshes those double buffs, and very patient play. Mima was playing defensively in the lane. He didn't put himself in a position where Diamond or Darian could jump on him, and that unfortunately meant that Impaler was the instant target. Selfie prepared himself for a roam, but it didn't actually come. And a little bit of trading back and forth. I think as long as Selfie has mana, he can actually heal himself because he does have that ability on Kayle. And we'll see how he continues to scale his champion. So far, doing well in CS.
Doing well, 25-24, pretty much bang even in that mid lane. Bottom lane is a little bit of a different story, though. We saw that a lot of mana used by Mixer actually sitting very low on mana right now, and when I say very low, almost none. Edward doing constant harassment over onto Mr. Rals, and that leaves a 34-20 CS lead. We do see Impaler coming up. Edward's basically in a face check straight into him on this one. Uses the flash, exhausts is down, but there is a spear to finish things off. Meanwhile, Selfie being pushed in that mid lane. He's actually going to flash and head towards the safety of that bottom lane. Diamond can't catch him, and that will bring us back to 1-1.
Yeah, at this point, Diamond's just trying to find him out. We do see that a smart recall allows Selfie to get away, and in that bottom lane, the overextended Genja and Edward, they didn't have a ward in the river. It just allowed Impaler to, after respawning, come straight down and grab himself a kill. So, well played by the Super Hot crew to at least bounce back from giving up that early first blood. And we'll see how Edward continues to play this lane. He's actually picked up a scrying orb at a very, very early stage in the game. They're not completely obscure, but we do not see them frequently enough to say that's normal by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, speaking of scrying, we do see the tier there for Mima in the top lane. He picked that up on his last route home. I know that was terribly cheesy as Darian is going to dive onto him here. This might be a little bit dangerous for Darian. Mima starts to turn things around. Has he got the damage to finish him off? There's the Rune Prism one more time. Here comes the damage. Is it enough? No! One more auto attack would have finished him off. Darian walks back to the safety of the tower.
And that is Darian with boots and 2 Doran's items. Mima burned through most of his mana pool to make that happen, but it ended up being worthwhile. He's got a CS advantage already, even though he was forced out of lane, and that is partially why so many people are saying Ryze is a counter to Renekton. You can hold him in place, you have good damage from your overload, especially in these early stages of the game, and what we are seeing from Mima that is different from yesterday's Ryze by Overpower is he got himself a very early tier. We actually had some heated discussions regarding the build path that Ryzes can take, and I think if you're going for an aggressive damage build, you go tier first, and now we're going to see the Rod of Ages next. It's just going to allow him to get a maxed out 750 mana around about that 25-minute mark, which is pretty standard.
He has a considerable lead in terms of CS in that top lane now as well, as you can see him just racking them up with his ultimate running, and that leaves him at 44 CS with 1,000 gold to head home and spend, and we'll see if he goes directly home from that on. Yep, just moving back to the safety of his tower before doing so. This bottom lane, as we look back down there, double Doran's played here for Genja. On the other side, Vamp Scepter actually coming out for Mr. Oz. Wants that sustained to match up with the heals of Edward Sona.
It's not only a matter of wanting, he needs it as well. Yeah. Thanks to the fact that Edward is going to be able to keep Genja topped up, it forces Mr. Old's build path somewhat. What we do see, though, is that Mixer is still sticking with that Spell Thief line. He has upgraded it to the Frostfang, getting some pretty good pokes so far, has already earned a total of 250 additional gold. Darren is going to find Impaler, or vice versa.
Mima's coming around the corner here. This might not be the fight that Darian's looking for, and he just wanted to put down a bit of harassment there onto Impaler. He got that off, had to use his dominance actually, and then slices and dices back off to victory. Meanwhile, we do see that blue buff coming over here for Alex Ich for the first time in the game.
Darian needs to be a little bit careful, knowing that Dominus is not available. If Mima manages to catch him a little bit out of position where Darian's at about 50% HP, I think Mima's actually going to have enough damage with that tier and the mana stacking up to get a kill on Renekton. So we'll see how that matchup plays out. For the time being, Mr. Rawls, he was a little bit down on CS. He has managed to at least close that gap and remain even with Genja. But we'll see how this lane continues to play out. Mixer on this Karma hasn't really gained super hardcore control of the lane. But again, it is something we've seen so often. You poke down Sona and Lucian, and they just heal back through it.
Now it's the poke back on towards Genja, and instant heals. However, when you start to run out of mana, that's when it becomes a problem in this lane for Edward, and we'll see if the Super Hot Crew try and force anything back. Mixer himself is running fairly low on mana at this point, as the wards do go down, and, well, taken down even, as that one is put in, and they had the auto attacks to deal with that one. Misserall starting to push things up, though, there, and I have to give him the credit of coming back in this lane. That's going to be another good pilt over Peacemaker. This could be interesting, though. We see Impaler coming around. He is currently level 5. Will be hitting 6 here very shortly to jump in.
If Genja sticks around, this is definite tower dive potential. He does have Flash and Barrier, however, and we do see the Grand Skyfall, so Impaler's trying to get in range. Impaler's one of the few Pantheons that is not afraid to tower dive at level 6 instantly. We'll just see how he continues to play it out. We also see Mixer does have some mana available, so he's also got the ability to give that shield speed boost to his team members to either get in or get out of the fight early.
And look at the gold. It's actually in favor of the Super Hot Crew right now, with Mr. Rawls finally taking the lead over Genja, and that top lane that's going so well for Mima's Impaler, and Diamond gonna just meet up here inside of the jungle. We can see that Selfie is starting to come around, is level 8 now, so has intervention. Diamond knows that he's not gonna get any more action from that little one-on-one.
It may open up Dragon, though. If the rest of Gambit respond, they do have enough damage and they know Impaler's low, but they gotta be careful for the Grand Skyfall. You did see that Diamond move towards the pit and then immediately backed away. Just before that little engage, we did see Impaler forced to clear out that last little lizard on the red buff, and that was thanks to the invade by Diamond earlier on. He stole the red buff away from Super Hot Crew. So Gambit, they're staying even on gold, but generally Diamond has just been a little bit more mobile around the map. He's stolen a few more camps, and he's been getting in Super Hot Crew's face. We'll see where Impaler uses that first Grand Skyfall, because there's kill potential for him, plus any of his other lanes. Alex does seem to have Selfie. We'll see how aggressive he goes in.
He's going to push in there, auto attacks. There is a shockwave used. Selfie going to go pretty low. Diamond's off to the side. Intervention has been used, but as he wears out, Diamond dives in there. Command Protect will keep him safe from the tower. Well, they didn't have the damage to finish Selfie.
Flash for jungler, for flash for mid laner. Selfie decided to use the intervention after all of the damage. He was trying to hold on to it as greedy as possible. You tend to see those interventions used to block the damage from shockwave. Nevertheless, it didn't end up costing him too much. Impaler does have flash. I don't think he's going to go for a steal. Gambit are going to secure this dragon uncontested.
Smited off there in the end by Diamond, and that is the first dragon of the game going over to Gambit Gaming. 15,500 gold to 14.5. So that takes away the lead that the Super Hot crew had built up for themselves. But Mr. Riles, who, as we said, been a fantastic AD carry so far, despite the fact that his team have struggled in, especially this second half of the season, he is now 10 CS in the lead. BF Sword added in to his Vamp Scepter for Amelia.
So we need to see how Mr. Riles is going to deal with the Renekton Xin Zhao combo. The difficulty for Gambit is going to be finding the target they want to kill. Because if they try to jump on Mr. Riles, they're going to allow Ryze, Pantheon, and Kayle to just go past the Gambit front line and wreck Alex and Genja. But if Gambit decides to try and focus Ryze and Kayle and Pantheon down, who are going to get quite tanky and have that intervention, it's going to allow Mr. Riles to focus the back line. So we really need to see how Gambit are going to deal with focusing their targets and catching Super Hot Crew out. Because I think the longer this game goes, the more I prefer Super Hot Crew's composition. They haven't lost any towers. Yes, they're 900 gold down thanks to the Dragon, but I think Ryze is going to outscale Renekton. Kayle is going to eventually offer more to your team thanks to her splash damage, thanks to the intervention than what Orianna will, and it's a lot less likely to mess up. You can mess up a shockwave. It's much harder to mess up an intervention. Much harder, not impossible.
Yeah, not impossible. We've seen some people die in the past. Let's just say that. But Alex continues to lead the CS on that lane. No kills, no assists between them. And you see that Alex now, with that Athene's Unholy Grail, is starting to do some good damage onto Selfie. But are they going to roam in? Here comes the man drop and cancel.
Decided against it. 10-second cooldown. He's going to have that available in a moment or two. Selfie was moving out of the lane, and Selfie had no mana. So I can only imagine Impaler was going for it now. Impaler bitten off a little more than he can chew. I think Darien maybe a bit preemptive on that Dominus. The one thing I do want to touch on as far as the items are concerned is that Selfie actually opted to go for Berserker's Greaves as his boot upgrade as opposed to the Sorcerer's Shoes. So he really wants to get more auto attacks down. He's got that Stinger already sitting in his inventory, going to be working towards Nash's Tooth. And Diamond, once again, he's positioning himself for the red buff invade. I actually think he's a bit early because he left that little lizard and it took him a long time to clear the camp out. So we'll see if Diamond can get in there to steal it.
He may just collapse in onto this bottom lane now. He's being pushed up by Genja and Edward, but that poke from Karma already starting to sting here. Already Edward down there to half of his health as well, but in the end, Diamond is still waiting for this one. Alex is starting to roam down a little bit maybe as well. He's currently at the Wraith camp, and they are going to start to move in.
Yeah, they're going to go for the Crucian. Missed!
It's missed, makes it going down to less than half HP. Can they finish him off now? Diamond actually going low as well. Mr. Rolls trying to come back on this one. Edward is super low. There's a Piltover. Mr. Rolls flash. Ace in the hole, going to be blocked by Genja. They should be able to walk away. No one else coming in. Well done.
Grand Skyfall is still available for Impaler, and he's moving towards the lane. He's coming in on Genja.
Oh, can Genja escape from this one? He's going to get landed onto. There is a stun coming in as well. Does use his barrier, though.
So manages to get away. Gambit, they whiffed the Krish, as I called it, in that team fight. Crescendo did not connect with anybody in Super Hot Crew. Thanks to them not being stunned and locked up, it meant that Diamond and Genja couldn't stick to a single target. So a counter gank by Impaler comes out. It's only going to secure them this tower, assuming the minions are enough. Yep, there's another wave streaming in behind. So advantage to Super Hot Crew. They take down the first tower of the game and the gold leads.
We heard from Froggen in our last interview after our last match that Super Hot Crew in scrims right now are looking so very good, and if they can bring that here to this game against Gambit, they have a very realistic chance of picking up a win, and so far, hard to really argue with that one. This is a very strong looking Super Hot Crew team. One thing I want to point out though, look at Mima and Darian's CS now.
Yeah, we'll see how this works out for him, because at this point in time, that early game advantage that I told you about regarding Gambit's composition with Renekton and Xin Zhao and having that Lucian and Sona against Caitlyn and Karma, we've got past that point. All of a sudden, Super Hot Crew have got damage. Super Hot Crew are looking scary. With Catalyst and 400 mana on that tier of the Goddess from Mima, he is already looking to be a pretty scary Rise. Diamond is on a bit of invade. He's going to get collapsed on.
Oh, this is bad news for him. Does get slowed there. Rise going to come in. Does flash, but straight into the face of Selfie. And there is the kill. Mixer actually picking that one up in the end. Super Hot Crew called that one so well.
Very well coordinated. After grabbing the bottom tower, Super Hot Crew did not hesitate to send their AD carry and support to the top lane. Selfie's in trouble.
Oh, is he going to be able to survive? He does have intervention, and there it is used perfectly. We'll be able to just walk on away from that damage from Alex.
So the reason that Super Hot Crew were able to get that kill onto Diamond is after they got the bottom lane tower, they did the right thing with a Caitlyn AD carry. They sent her to the top lane because they want to get another tower. Then move to the middle lane. Once they get all the towers down, then they're going to look to get some dragon control. As it stands, Alex and Edward have kept Selfie at bay, kept him away from the minion wave, and it looks like Mima is going to be defending the bottom lane. He's got some decent wave clear thanks to his ultimate, and because any spell cast reduces the rest of his cooldowns by a second, he's always going to have his ultimate available. It is a very effective tool for him.
Super Hot Crew are pushing for tower number 2 here, moving in towards Darian's outer turret in that top lane as he just slices and dices in. A lot of poke damage coming onto him, and while he's going to be forced away from that one, also the minions were taken out, which is going to delay that move for the Super Hot Crew.
What's even nicer for the Super Hot Crew, because Darian had built to deal with Mima with that Spirit Visage, he's not going to be tanky enough against Mr. Rolls. Unfortunately, Super Hot Crew, with their duo lane top, they've given up Dragon Control for now in favor of trying to get that tower. I do believe they will be trading objectives, which should still keep Super Hot Crew ahead in total gold. Because the gold is still so close, it means when Super Hot Crew are comfortable to fight for a dragon, they're not going to be so far behind it's an unrealistic fight.
Now they're moving down towards the mid lane. Only one outer turret is left standing here for Gambit and an entire Super Hot Crew team outside of Mima, who's making sure that Gambit don't get one back on them in this bottom lane. Will be converging into that mid lane. And actually, Alexich is recalling there. Are they going to make the push for it? Impaler, Selfie now moving down towards this bottom lane here. Comes a man drop in towards Genji. Does have enough mana just to dash away to safety.
That was a bit anticlimactic. Genji had just enough mana to get that relentless pursuit, managed to get out of range of Pantheon. Pantheon, unfortunately, not landing the stun. Thanks to that little move, and because Mr. Rolls and Mixer actually moved to the mid lane, it has allowed Darian to get onto the turret and to even out that top lane turret. So now, Gambit, with this little strategic move, they grab themselves an advantage. We did see for a brief moment Mr. Rolls and Mixer in the mid lane, and what I'm expecting Super Hot Crew to do with their composition, get that last outer turret, then get some wards in and around the red or the blue buff for Gambit and try to contest a fight. If you can keep Gambit in a nice enclosed space, the splash damage from Rise, as well as Kale, as well as Karma, is going to do a lot of work. The thing they need to be very afraid and very scared of is not to all get hit by a shockwave though. So we'll see who's going to come out the better in those tight corridor battles.
I'm going to have to keep a hold of these towers because if they want to fight for that next dragon, losing towers is only going to make that task a lot harder for them when it does come around the next time. They've already started clearing out wards, the sweeper lens with both Miserals and Mixer, and there is another blue buff for Selfie, who does have his Nashor's Tooth now complete. As you mentioned though, they are going to rotate the AD carry and support towards this mid lane. Gambit trying to hold on to that one though, having both Orianna and Lucian, and in fact Sona there now as well.
One of the things that works into Super Hot Crew's favor as far as the upcoming dragon battles go, is they have their bottom outer turret. So as long as Mima is just planting himself there, pitching a tent, roasting some s'mores, killing some minions, they're always going to be able to fall back to that little defensive posture. And if Gambit want to pick a fight afterwards, they have no turret to fall back to in that bottom lane. So it's a little bit more risky for Gambit as far as the map presence and the control in that area of the map is concerned.
Alex just going roaming towards the top lane and seeing if he could find Selfie, who had already started to move back towards the mid lane. That's going to give them a 3-2 advantage for just a little while here, but both Diamond and Alex will be around that area should they be called in. We can see down in the bottom side, Mima's started to actually move up here. Renekton just going to catch him inside of the river, and I I feel like they're both just going to go down and keep farming that bot lane.
Yeah, Darien could have had an opportunity to go aggressive there. You actually seen Mima using his Rune Prison on a minion. So it meant that Darien had a couple of seconds to jump in and get some harass. It didn't work out, and he's actually the one taking the damage.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have enough to kill him here, though, but Mima will chase in, and here comes Selfie from the side. Darien going to get slowed, going to get Rune Prisoned up. He's going to be able to slice and dice. Flashes away, the man drops coming in. Edward and Alex Sitch are both there as well. They're going on towards Edward. Have they got the damage? Great crescendo. Shockwave, though, didn't do the damage because of that intervention from Selfie. Great timing.
That was brilliant timing from Selfie. Because Impaler didn't take that burst, and because of the damage they have applied to Gambit, they are going to be able to apply pressure on this mid turret. We'll see how many wards they placed in the jungle. Look at that incredible amount of vision that Super Hot Crew have just earned from using that ultimate, from using that play. Super Hot Crew will also be able to get this tower down unless Gambit pull off a monumental defense, and I don't think they can hold it.
No, they can't. This is 5 versus 2 in a best case. Genja did start to move in from his jungle there as well, but the Super Hot Crew able to get the better of them. That leaves them 3-1 ahead in turrets. And look at the gold. Still in favor of Gambit, but it's very, very close.
And thanks to the mobility that Super Hot Crew have, with Karma, with Kale, with the Grand Skyfall from Pantheon, it allows Super Hot Crew more opportunities to make plays. Now with all of the vision they have in the bottom half of the map, the moment Gambit seem a little overextended or a little out of place, or there's a buff that Super Hot Crew wants to take, they have the tools available in their kit to react very quickly. Gambit does not have that opportunity. They don't have the ability to do that. So Gambit needs to be on point. They need to be at the right place at the right time. Otherwise, they're going to start losing dragons and blues, etc.
Some more items coming in as well. So let's go through them while we seem to have time. Mima, on your screen, his tier is up to about 650 mana now. So getting close to getting that finished off. Also have the Rod of Ages picked up as his first major item. Across the board, though, let's have a look at the AD carries. Bloodthirster Zeal is done for Caitlyn. On the other side, Genja kind of split between the both. Got his Zeal with that BF sword, got the crit cloak as well, so looking like he's moving up to his Infinity Edge first.
Yeah, at the very least, there's no Bilgewater Cutlass just yet, so we may not be seeing the Eye Edge, Blade of the Ruined King, Zephyr. But I think as far as the items go, there's a definite advantage on the side of Super Hot Crew. Until about a second ago when Alex did actually complete his death cap. He now has a very large amount of damage. If we look at the bottom lane, we do see Darren's going to kick Cold Pine Impaler.
Once again, the stun does come down, but have they got the damage here to finish off? Darien has his ultimate running. There's still a lot of damage coming in. There's another Rune Prison to keep him locked up, but Diamond and Edward did come down. Darien was able to stay safe.
Yeah, Spirit Visage plus Sunfire Cape, there's a lot of damage that they need to get through. One of the core items on Rise, after getting your Rod of Ages in your tier, is to grab yourself a Void Staff. The amount of spells that you throw out, you need to burn through some of that magic resistance. And there's not a massive amount on the side of Gambit right now, but there will be as this game continues to progress on when you're dealing with basically 3 AP champions. Mixer grabbed himself that Haunting Guy, so he's also going to be hurting a little bit. Now, Mima is trying to make his way to this fight. Super Hot Crew do not want to get jumped on until he arrives or until he can flank. And I think Super Hot Crew are doing a good job at stalling Gambit. The buff is up, and they're just trying to push them backwards. Now Mima's going to get close. A fight can break out for Super Hot Crew. They're going to jump on Alex if Mima comes from behind.
This is the fight for Dragon that we expected. Gambit are going to move into Dragon Pit, and Darien really starting that off on with his Sunfire Cape. Super Hot Crew do have Mima, as you said, separated from the team. So there's 4 on the bottom side, Mima on the top. It's going to be a pincer move if they go for a fight, always a risk.
If Super Hot Crew group up, there is going to be a flash engage from Xin Zhao. Now they see, let's just poke. I don't think the full fight's going to happen. Gambit are looking for a 3 or a 4-man shockwave. Dragon still has not been secured. It keeps resetting in the pit. And look at Mima. He's been pushed away by Genja, so this is a 4-on-4 for the time being.
4 versus 4, but those two are rejoining the fight. Mixer getting some good poke off from the side, and it's clear that both teams want this Dragon. It would separate them or really bring the Super Hot Crew back into a lead. Not a massive one, but for Gambit, it will put them nicely ahead. Mr. Rolls has already backed off here.
Super Hot Crew could have played this dance a little bit longer. The minion wave is pushing in the top lane in their favor and in the bottom lane. Selfie, he's going into basically a 5-man Gambit while Mr. Rolls is pushing in a turret. Super Hot Crew are in a little bit of trouble if they get caught, but they're not. They peeled for the tower.
Darien actually using his ultimate from this one. They're going to take down the Dragon. Let's see if they can keep a hold of that tower. Edward taking a big blast out of Mixer. They start to move across the side. That tower is going to be falling here. What are the Super Hot crew going to do? Do they want to fight this one? Pantheon's on the top side. It looks like it's Gambit that don't want to fight.
That would have been the perfect time for Super Hot crew to jump in, but they didn't. Instead, they forced Gambit the long way around. Super Hot crew have got the inner turret, and they've got a little bit of a minion wave. Not feeling brave enough to go for the inhib turret, but I think a little bit messy, but Super Hot crew come away grabbing themselves the overall advantage. The tower is down. Gambit have only secured one turret this game. If Gambit had been a little quicker to jump on Super Hot crew, that could have been so different, but Super Hot crew play it a little bit loose, and they get away clean.
And 3 out of 3 dragons for Gambit. They're going to go in towards Darian. He's pretty tanky by this point. We saw it earlier that the two of them couldn't finish him off despite being able to lock him up multiple times with that rune prison and the stun out of Pantheon, and instead they decide to back off. Probably got a decent amount of gold to be spending here, to be honest. And in fact, there is 2,700 there on the AD carry. Everyone else over 1,000.
And that actually could have been a big reason as to why Super Hot crew didn't fight. If they were sitting on that much bankroll, they didn't want to pick a battle when, even though the gold is even, it was unspent gold on Super Hot crew, so technically they would have been down. Now once again, Darren somewhat overextended. Mimer's going to try to zone him out. He does have flash and slice and dice. Mimer's farming.
I just feel like you're never going to kill Darian. I think Darian has the same thing in his mind as well. He just walked away to the tri-bush, and Mimer didn't even bother coming in there. He wanted the farm more than anything other than that. So let's have a look at some more items. Mr. All's now got his static ship added into that Bloodthirst and the workings of that Last Whisper as well.
I have no idea how Gambit are going to deal with this Rise and Kale combo because we're at the 30-minute mark. The tier is fully stacked for Mimer, so he's going to be trying to upgrade that to the Seraphs, get the shield up there as well. We see Mixer is continuing down the damage route. He's got Leandri's Torment built up. And I actually think that's a very smart... Oh, so close. I actually think that's a very smart item against a Renekton and a Xin Zhao, because if Super Hot crew get into a poke situation, Karma is their primary long-range poke. You throw down those Qs, and because it's percentage HP against two champions that build a lot of HP, it's going to allow you to try chunk them for 10, 20% of the HP before fights begin. But Mixer needs to be on point. He cannot afford to miss those inner flames.
This turret looking to be defended by the Super Hot crew. It's very low in that middle lane. In fact, they've brought their entire team up towards this mid lane to try and force Gambit to back away from that one. Darian actually is recalling in the bottom lane. Actually, as I say that, he decides, you know what, I'm going to stick around. Rise was there. Might as well have myself a free wave of minions.
We'll see how Gambit continue to play this game out. They have slowly pulled themselves a small gold lead ahead. In general, they have more CS in all of their lanes. This tower is incredibly low in the mid lane as well. Super Hot crew, yes, they are going to continue to scale. Rise is going to continue to grow longer than that of Renekton. Kale's going to continue to grow and offer different power to that of Orianna. But they need to find a way to make it stick. Super Hot crew are trying to do what Fnatic did yesterday. They avoided the fight, they avoided the Dragon Pit, they went for the inner turret. It worked in that situation, but I don't know if they're going to be able to recreate that situation. So we'll see how they play it out. Diamond is thinking about a tower dive, but it's going to be difficult against a Rise.
Well, not even the tower dive in this scenario. It's like, okay, we force Rise away from that one, or we kill him. One of those two is going to happen for us. In this scenario, they got themselves a tower. That puts them not quite 3,000, more like 2,000 gold in the lead of this one. They're still 4-2 behind in turrets, and if you leveled up the gold from the turrets here, Gambit would be far and away ahead in this one because of those 3 dragons.
Yeah, that's the truth. And I think Gambit are trying to now assert some map dominance, assert some map pressure. If Super Hot crew had gone into that dragon fight about 5 or 6 minutes ago with that the gold they had in their back pocket spent, they may have wanted to force the fight, because a big fight now is going to probably cost an inhibitor. I think with, you know, the bottom lane being to the inner turret for Super Hot crew and being to the inhibitor turret for Gambit, if you lose a team fight badly, we're at the point in the game where it will cost you a Baron or an inhib very quickly. There's so much damage on both sides, and with Selfie having completed his death cap, he's also going for a bursty KO. He's going to be throwing that Q out and just trying to melt the squishy Lucian or Sona. We'll see if we can find someone. Diamond's the next target. Death push, and a little bit awkward.
Well, he's got the stun down. There is a shockwave only hitting Impaler. Diamond uses his ultimate to push them away, but they've caught him. That's a good crescendo. Here comes the culling from the back. They dive towards Mimer. He's flashed away, but they could romp him with a few kills. kills here. Mima actually using his Xerath shield there to keep him alive for a little while. Impaler will fall despite the intervention, and that is 3-0 in favor of Gambit, and surely the Baron.
Super Hot Crew tried to force a play where they shouldn't have. They jumped onto Diamond, who was pretty tanky at that point, got the makings of the Randuins, and it was an awkward engage to begin with. Gambit now not stopping. They've grabbed themselves 3 kills. They're on the Baron. Mr. Rolls and Selfie are trying to poke as best they can, but this is risky. It's 5v2 at the end of the day. They're going in to try to get the Baron. Genja's got so much damage.
All the damage back from Selfie though, and he's got the splash damage in there. Edward's gonna go low. Actually survives, and they manage to get the Baron and take down Selfie.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you're trying to engage 2v5, there is hard CC from multiple members of Gambit. From a game that was 2,000 gold difference, and Super Hot Crew had the ability to control the game, they forced a team fight. Now, we missed the beginning of this fight where Diamond was jumped on. Impaler was forced out before anything could happen. And I actually think Diamond had a very, very good crescent sweep with that Zinzao ultimate. It knocked Super Hot Crew away. And the moment Super Hot Crew start retreating, you've got a movement speed increase from Orianna, movement speed increase from Sona, you've got movement speed increase from Lucian. They just ran Super Hot Crew down. Now Gambit gonna get more kills and the Dragon.
Actually, they will get themselves the first Dragon here, the Super Hot Crew, but it's gonna cost them. Impaler is gonna fall there. And I suppose it is a kill for a Dragon, which in the grand scheme is going to be worth it for them. That's their first one of the game, but they've fallen so far behind.
Yeah, I think Gambit could probably get that middle turret as well. They have decided to recall, actually. There's very low HP on that, if memory serves correctly. Yeah, that's a breath of fresh air. Will knock that mid turret down, and I'm pretty sure the minions should be able to close this one out. Backline, there we go. So, Dragon, Baron, Tower, multiple kills. And with Genja going for a GA after a static Shiv and Infinity Edge, this is a traditional AD carry build, which is something we don't necessarily associate with Genja. It's working very, very well. He melted through the members of Super Hot Crew, and when he grabs himself some armor penetration as well, if you look down the items on Super Hot Crew, there's not a lot of armor. They haven't started building up those defensive stats against a very armor-heavy composition of Gambit. So we'll see how Gambit decides to itemize and take advantage of their current weakness in the Super Hot Crew.
Funnily enough, the Zephyr wouldn't even be that bad against this team with all the CC that they've got in there. Well, we'll see if that comes later on for Genja. Right now, he's probably feeling very confident with that Guardian Angel in there. He's got that Infinity Edge, the static Shiv, and Gambit with the Baron buff running, with Elixirs running as well. Therefore, Alex Ich, they're going to dive straight towards his tower. Darian has got all the health in the world. He's got himself a Warmogs now as well. Actually, Genji getting blasted, but he will just quickly dodge out of that one. And there is tower number 4 for Gambit.
The one team fight that happens at the 30-minute mark is such a massive swing in power because both teams are even for so long. So they accrue multiple map objectives, and this is meaning Super Hot Crew they've got a lot of damage on Genji, which was good. They've defended the tower, but they didn't have enough hard CC to lock him down and kill him through his GA. So Gambit just back away. They'll be happy with an inner turret, and they've now got an 8,000 gold lead after evening up those turret kills.
Get some regen from that Baron going, and actually there's a big wave for someone to farm on that top lane here as well for Gambit. That will in fact be Genja, who's headed up that way. He's already got 329 million to his name, funnily enough just one more at that point than Alex Ich. Similar skills and assists for them as well. Alex Ich 104, Genja 103, and you see that he's all regen back up. Interesting to see where Genja goes next in his build. He's got another 1,900 gold to spend when he does head off home in a second. Another item coming in there, Void Staff for Alex Ich that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, his shockwaves have not been particularly impressive so far. We called 3 of them on stream, 2 of them against Selfie. 1 of them was in that bottom lane, and it didn't really work out. In the jungle, he also only managed to catch Impaler. But now that Super Hot Crew are forced to defend in a very enclosed space, like on these inhibitor steps, it's actually easier for Alex to make that ability land. We do see the rest of Gambit. They're just face tanking this turret, not even afraid. It's going to go down soon.
Yeah, look, it's Darian that goes in there. They threw literally everything they've got in, but Diamond now going to take some damage as well. Selfie himself bought a Void Staff when he last went home in there, but they're not able to keep that inhibitor turret, and Gambit slowly but surely working their way through the base.
Yeah, at this point in time, Gambit are going to play this one by the numbers. Roll around the map, take all of the turrets. Genja, that's a lot of damage from that ace in the hole. It still hits particularly hard. He also has no built-in lifesteal right now. I'll just take a quick look at his character sheet. He is just relying on his 6% from Runes and Mastery. So no Bloodthirster, no Blade of the Rune King. I think that's probably going to be the next item he wants to work. Well, Last Whisper, then Bloodthirster. Rely on Sona heals to keep you topped off. And I wondered how Gambit were going to make plays on this map, and the answer is brute force. They just face tank that turret with Sinzao and Renekton, knock them away when Super Crew come close, and grab the objective.
Selfie trying to push things back out here for the Super Hot Crew. Himself some more farm along the way as well. He's way past the halfway mark of the river. Just making sure that that one gets pushed. Oh, let's not forget there's no inner turret on that bottom lane for Gambit. That was taken down much earlier on in the game by the Super Hot Crew. But if you look at the gold, it's starting to approach a 10,000 gold. It's such a hard position to come back against any team, but I think against Gambit more than others.
Yeah, and also the psychological effect of that jungle fight that Super Hot Crew started that cost them this massive disadvantage right now. If Super Hot Crew can turtle for a couple of minutes longer and make this gold lead a little bit less relevant, their champions are going to be able to scale and deal with Gambit. However, they cannot afford to make mistakes. If you look at the side of Gambit, they have 4 sweeping lenses on their side. Some of them are upgraded. And if you look at Super Hot Crew's vision, it is very, very good for the time being. So as long as Super Hot Crew can maintain some vision superiority in their jungle, it'll give them the tools available to engage on Gambit and make the right decisions. But Gambit need to make better use of those sweepers. Now they're pushing deep and they're pushing far. They want to deny the wards.
Another Genja build update here. Actually did pick himself up a Stinger, a Vamp Scepter, and that Alacrity upgrade for his Berserker Greaves as well. And right now Gambit are closing in on towards that inner turret on the bottom lane, but Super Hot Crew actually forcing them away. Gonna try and put some damage back, but the rest of Gambit are actually there. Diamond was the one that got locked up in the front. In the end, they're doing damage from both the top and the bottom side. Gambit losing quite a lot of health. They're going in on towards Alex Ich. He's used the barrier in there. Diamond has to flash away as well, and that wasn't half bad. In fact, the Super Hot Crew, they're going to keep going for this one. The man drop comes in. Edward puts down a great 2-man crescendo, but Darien get caught out. Can they finish him off? He's gone so very low from that one. The Super Hot Crew continue to chase through, but are able to, no, not able to catch Gambit, who've sped themselves up and got out.
The inner turret for Gambit is now going to be at risk as Super Hot Crew are still relatively healthy. That was the strength of the Super Hot Crew composition I talked about earlier in the game. In the jungle, in those tight spaces, oh, that's a flash!
Diving straight in there, Selfie not messing around, nukes down Alex Ich now, Genji getting caught out, does use his barrier, still has that GA available for him. Turret goes down here for the Super Hot Crew, they're going to look for more. Baron is live as well to turn back around onto here if the Super Hot Crew want to.
They can get the inhibitor and the Baron if they peel back. They've got to make sure they don't get collapsed on by Gambit though, and that is a very big turnaround. Don't know if you could hear Mixer yelling nice in the background, because I sure as hell did. And he is incredibly excited. That was a very good play. That was the risk that Gambit had.
Going around to Dragon from this one. I mean, Alex Ich is not up for another 30 seconds. You possibly would argue that the Baron's going to be the target that you have to go for there, but the Super Hot Crew are happy with the gold that they've got from that. They're second out of 5 Dragons this game. They're all going to recall.
They're going to be so fast.
What are Gambit going to do here? They've got to be fast. They're all recalling, and Gambit can just walk straight in there.
Gambit can rush Baron down. With the amount of damage that we see on the side of Genja, he should be able to shred through this Baron very quickly. I'm looking at Home Guard boots. There are 5 pairs of Home Guard boots on the side of Super Hot Crew. They are motoring out of the base to try and contest this objective right now. Just before the fight breaks out, there is still not a massive amount of armor across all the members of Super Hot Crew. So for once, I feel that the Stinger is not a terrible item, because he doesn't need the Last Whisper armor penetration just yet.
Oh, Impaler going to face check the Death Rush. Are they going to be able to get away from this one? There's a crescendo only going on to Mima, but it might be enough. He uses the shield. The intervention did keep him alive there. And now the Super Hot Crew try and back away. Selfie, he's put himself all alone on the top side of the map. He won't be able to walk away from this. Darien actually flashing in for the stun. That's 5v4. Baron is the next target for Gambit.
All of that comes from the fact that Super Hot Crew did not try to rush Baron down. They gave a position on the Baron which allowed Gambit to be in the better spot to defend that engage. Now Super Hot Crew, they haven't given up yet. They still want to poke. There's still good AoE. Baron's down to 3,000 and here they come.
That is a lot of damage coming into them. Baron is going to be stopped here. There's a shockwave. It goes on to Impaler, but that's actually a 2-for-1 in favor of the Super Hot Crew. Flash away on the back. Alex Ich is going to go down. It's a double kill. They're going to get the Baron, or are are they? The Culling comes through. Mixer is blocking it. The Baron is shredding through them. And there it is. Baron finished off. But look at the base. Look at the base from Gambit. The super minions pushing through onto those Nexus turrets.
And that's not the only turrets. In the top lane and the bottom lane, there are massive minion waves on both of the turrets of Gambit. The Super Hot crew have made that 10,000 gold lead a tiny 2,000 that is negated by the Baron buff stats. In the pit, Gambit were on the Baron. They were trying to focus it down, and it was only Diamond that really peeled away from the Dragon to try and jump onto Impaler. The shockwave came down, and it didn't really matter. Rise, Selfie, and Mr. Rolls were destroying Gambit in the background. They lost their top inner turret, they almost lost the inhibitor turret, and the Nexus turret took a whole bunch of damage.
Absolutely crazy game here from this one. You have to give it to the Super Hot crew, showing some real character in this one. As you said, building up, getting stronger as every single team fight now comes around, and it looks like they may be pushing for even more here, taking away everything from that Gambit jungle. They're the ones with the Baron buff on. They're the ones with the super minions pushing through and doing the damage to those Nexus turrets. They might be able to just push Gambit away from this inhibitor turret that's so very low.
On the condition Super Hot crew do not put themselves out of position, their comp is going to be able to deal with the comp of Gambit. They have got tankiness, survivability, mobility, and more importantly, damage. So as long as they don't get caught out in, a poor position, they should be able to close this game out. With this inhibitor turret being so low, that's going to be 2 auto attacks from Mr. Rolls that will be able to take it out. If Selfie gets on there with all of the ability power that he has right now, that's also going to go down incredibly quickly. So Gambit are in full defense mode. We'll see if they can hold off.
I wonder who's going to be the one to step forward in this one. Who dares step forward in towards this Gambit team that can throw so much damage your way as well. Caitlyn Trap's going to be stood on there. Mima peek forward. Here come the minions once again. Mr. Rolls is going to brave it, and there is the inhibitor turret being taken. They're going to go on towards Darian. Decent damage done to him will force Gambit back away. That is now an open inhibitor.
Now I think Super Hot crew can either continue sieging this bottom lane or roll around to the top lane. There are still super minions pushing through the mid. It looks like they're going to play the siege game. Mima still has his ultimate available. Rise can just run in there, but very importantly, Genji's got that GA up. They're trying to poke down Darian, who is a very important member of the front line here for Gambit. Gold is now even. They caught Genji!
They caught Genji out, but he still has that Guardian Angel. The crescendo comes through. Colleen comes in as well, but Darian being blown to pieces. They turn around. Diamond is going to fall. That's 5v4 for 1 minute here. Diamond not coming up for another 60 seconds. Gambit going back to heal up. The Super Hot crew are going to take down the second inhibitor. They can move straight towards that top tower.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping them right now. They are still ahead on kills and gold. And thanks to their composition scaling up into this heavy late game, there's very little Gambit can do. Gambit need to try and find a pick onto Mr. Rolls or Mima very quickly. Get them away and then deal with the rest of the team, but it's not the case. Super Hot crew with Baron buff still regenning him. They're now sieging the top turrets.
Pushing in onto that one, and we've seen that Mr. Rolls not scared to step a little further forward and get those auto attacks in. The damage from Mixer is pretty strong. He's got a Void Staff in there as well with that Karma and that Haunting, guys, or I should actually say even more than that, the Leandris from earlier on as they do step forward. The calling used by Genji, that will get rid of the minions for now.
So right now, Super Hot crew have decided to back away. They do have a fair amount of gold, around 2,000 on multiple members to spend, and they do have super minions pushing for at least the next 2.5–3 minutes worth of gameplay. I think this is the smart call. They can restock their wards, they can upgrade their items. Lich Bane now completed on the side of Self. He's grabbed himself a Negatron Cloak to deal with the magic damage of Orianna as well. With all of the items Super Hot crew have now picked up, they have to just siege their top turret, wait for the super minions to get to the base of Gambit, and then take the objective. Gambit have to fight a battle on multiple fronts, and that just puts Super Hot crew in such a strong position.
Mixer's now picked up a needlessly large rod as well, so that is your support doing quite a lot of damage, let's just say that.
Yeah, that's a lot of magic damage coming out, and then you've got all of the physical damage from Caitlyn and Pantheon. It's very difficult to prioritize one of those because there's just damage sources from all of the Super Hot crew. Gambit took too long to try to take advantage of Super Hot crew's comp. They didn't punish any of the lanes. They didn't shut down Rise. They didn't shut down Kayle. And they sure as hell didn't shut down Caitlyn. So Super Hot crew came out of the laning phase completely even with the mistake. They've held out long enough for their champions to just outscale that of Gambit's and be in this great, great position.
Ward's coming over and swiftly dealt with as well as Mr. Riles will step forward. Diamond there, being thrashed at by Selfie. The turret is down to less than half HP. There's a step forward by Edward. Mima going to get a little bit caught out. Darian's right in the middle of them, but there's no one else there. They're not there to help out Darian. He goes low, but he does walk away. The culling from the backside. The inhibitor turret does go down. That's the final one. They're going to jump towards Genja. There's a crescendo coming in. Xin Zhao knocks them all away. Alex Ich goes low as well. Not quite finished off. Command Protect comes out. The Crocodile went back to heal, and he's now back into the mix. Those Nexus turrets, they're pretty low already. Mr. Riles gonna tank up the first one. That's one Nexus turret down for the Super Hot crew.
They're gonna grab the third inhibitor, and the army's with them. Now Diamond re-engages.
Taylor is gonna be pushed down, but Darian being shredded lower and lower. Diamond is on towards Mr. Riles, but he'll net out of that one. Can they get any more kills here? They've got super minions coming in every single lane now. Alex Ich goes low. Edward has taken down Selfie. Diamond falls low, but they jump on towards Impaler. He flashes away, and they walk off.
While all of that was going on, the super minions were bashing down on that last standing Nexus turret. It has not been hit just yet, as I was saying. And the Super Hot crew, they needed the minions with them. They were trying to stall it out, and they were trying to buy time for super minions to get into the base. Unfortunately, Gambit did a good enough job to force the minion wave backwards. That meant that Super Hot crew stuck around, tried to stall, tried to bait out the fight without having the minions hitting the Nexus turrets. Now, with double super minions in each of the waves, for the next minute, it's just ended thanks to bottom inhibitor respawning. Super Hot crew are going to have to focus that objective. Buy, get Selfie back in the mix, and grab that last inhibitor.
Crazy, crazy game here between Gambit and the Super Hot crew, and 20 seconds, less than in fact, until Baron does come back into play. And they're already in position from this one. Mr. Riles is going to collect his red buff before heading off to that top side of the river to join the rest of his team. 4 seconds. Well, look at Gambit's position. They've had to spend so much time in the base defending against those super minion pushes that they're not going to be in an ideal scenario, although you could argue that the Super Hot crew themselves not exactly there just yet, but they start to move. They can't lose this Baron or have a bad fight here, though.
No, there's nothing. Super Hot crew cannot get caught out, but I don't think Gambit are going to be able to catch them out. Because of the position that Super Hot crew has, Gambit will need to try steal. You have flashes to go over the wall, you have champions that can jump, but Super Hot crew wisely are backing out. They don't want to get caught by a multi-man crescendo and shockwave, because even at this stage, it could be devastating for them. Well, with the inhibitors being respawned, I think Super Hot crew should play the siege game. They've won all of the last team fights from the bottom lane about 15 minutes ago. And if they just get onto those objectives, they're winning with their current champions. Don't make the mistake of allowing Gambit to catch you out of position or catch you with those multi-target abilities.
Dragon going to Selfie. He will just solo that one down, no problem for him. And head to join the rest of his team, actually moving towards blue buff, which is on Alex Ich. So no blue buff to steal away for the Super Hot crew. Gambit kind of hovering halfway down the lane here. They know they can't go all the way back, but they also have to stay close enough to that Baron in case it should be moved on to again by the Super Hot crew. And they're going to move in here as a group and try and get some more wards down. 3 of them there, as Diamond is just going to check around, spots a ward off to the side, but Mixer and Mima were already in position to stop him clearing that out.
Yeah, if there's anything Super Hot crew should be doing more of at this stage of the game, is finding ways to get deeper vision. They don't have the best wards sitting in Gambit's side of the jungle. They've only got 3 sweeping lenses, and I think only 1 of them is upgraded. So at this point in time, the vision game is still in favor of Gambit. The fact that Gambit needs to defend Baron is a positive for Super Hot crew. They can pull Gambit towards them, and if they had the correct ring of vision, they may be able to peel. Use that Grand Skyfall, come in from behind, create some disruption, intervention Pantheon, and pick a fight. But as it stands, Super Hot crew, they're erring on the side of caution. They're playing this one slower. They don't want to give up the lead that they've garnered.
2 open inhibitors that have respawned. The third one will be coming up here shortly as well. That gives a brief respite for Gambit, especially Alex Ich, who spent all his time in that top lane just forcing the waves to go further and further back. Super Hot crew are playing this one very safely though. You have to say, not taking any big chances around Baron, not really going for any kind of big push. They're looking for Gambit to move out and make a mistake.
Yeah, I still think Super Hot crew need more wards. If you look at this mini-map, there are 3 wards in total on the Gambit side of the map from the Super Hot crew. Without having that vision, when you've got so much map control, when Gambit are down to only 1 Nexus turret, it's very difficult to force their hand. It's difficult to make a play. And you see Super Hot Crew, they're not committing. They don't want to commit to Baron. They didn't even have Selfie with them. And it's just this tentative feeling gameplay. If they had vision to work with, they could have made much better decisions. They could have peeled for fights, jumped over the wall, etc. As it stands, it's just going to be the waiting game. See who gets out of position first.
Super Hot Crew. Actually, no one going back there. It was Gambit who sent Edward back home, and the Super Hot Crew have decided, you know what, we're going to kick off Baron once again, and this time it looks like they may be committed to it. It's down to less than half HP.
Edward's not there.
Edward nowhere to be seen, but the rest of his team might have bought him enough time. Darian took a bit of a blast, but he is so tanky that it doesn't particularly matter to them. They've delayed it long enough. Edward is back.
Yeah, so Baron went down to 3,000 health, Super Hot Crew peeled. They didn't want to run the risk of a burst combo from that Xin Zhao plus Orianna, either hitting them or stealing Baron. Now Baron is going to regenerate back to max health, and we're in a 5-on-3 situation. Selfie's pushing the top lane, Mima's caught in the mid lane, Gambit are going for the inhibitor, and I think they're going to get it.
They're going to push straight down here. The mass recall is coming in from the Super Hot Crew, but they look like they want to take down this inhibitor, and I can't see that they're going to be able to stop this one from happening. They've got minions coming in as well.
Skyfall.
There is a Grand Skyfall, but who are they going to pick? Diamond, Darian, neither of them really ideal. There's the jump back in, the crescendo, completely whiffed. Darian going low, Diamond has to flash, Shockwave will only pull Impaler, and there is a flash from Selfie, but has he gone too deep? Ulti's used left and right on this one. Mima going to go low, Darian's still very low. There's his Guardian Angel going to be popped. He might have to be a sacrificial lamb here. No, he comes up with about 3,000 HP still, but Mr. Rolls finishes off. Genja flashes away. Mr. Rolls running a rampage in there. He finally gets slowed down by Alex, but Gambit have to retreat.
The inhibitors have to be the target here for the Super Hot Crew. Impaler did such a good job of re-engaging. He flashes, jumps on with the W, throws down his Randian's Omen, and immediately runs away. That slow is what allowed Super Hot Crew to get the kill. Alex, one more hit! He doesn't go down. Mr. Rolls is on the mid inhibitor, and I think Super Hot Crew may push to finish.
Gonna look to finish this one. The super tank of Gambit is no longer in the game for 40 more seconds. There's the Cullen. It's gonna do good damage. Impaler's gone low. Genja steps forward. Can't quite finish it off though. The minions streaming back out of the base here. Gambit have still got 30 seconds to hold on. If this is gonna stay, it'll become a 5 versus 5. Mima taking so much damage there from Diamond, and Gambit, they're somehow holding on to this.
They are defending their Nexus, but they are losing a second inhibitor. As it stands, Mr. Roll still has a lot of HP. The inhibitor did not go down. That's about 150 HP as Super Hot Crew are forced away. They set their sights on the Nexus turret. They didn't manage to pick it up because there's still a lot of damage from Gambit. And that culling from Genja just destroyed Selfie's HP bar. That meant that Super Hot Crew had to peel away. They should be able to get this Baron because they've still got an immense amount of damage between their champions. It will be secured, and that's going to allow them to siege.
Absolutely crazy stuff. Super Hot Crew have just taken the lead with the gold here by that pickup of the Baron. 82.6 to 82.6. That's all even now as they start clearing out lanes. 10-9 in kills, but 10-5 in turrets. There's not a lot left of Gambit's base. 1 inhibitor down, 2 inhibitors open. Only 1 Nexus turret is left standing.
There's not a lot that Gambit can do to deal with this damage that Super Hot Crew are putting out. As long as Super Hot Crew, once again, just group up, they're even getting through the HP and the tankiness of Darian and Diamond. And because of the shorter range of Lucian, he's actually at too much risk if he tries to get in there and tries to get the squishier targets. Lucian has to focus Ryze and Kayle. And because they can just melt through Gambit's tanks quicker than Gambit can melt through Super Hot Crews, it's forcing Gambit to be in the retreat in every single one of these fights. We see in terms of itemization, a 6-item Mr. Rolls, which is a little bit more traditional. He sold his boots, picked up that Zephyr. There is still no armor penetration from Genja. This could be one last fight. They tried to look for it. Selfie was top. He's going to continue split pushing. Gambit didn't get the fight they were looking for.
Selfie up top. Gambit, what are they going to do? They actually speed each other up and they're going straight down the middle. Are they going to try and push through for this one? Selfie is recalling. They're going to push these super minions back, whatever, and that is still a good play from Gambit.
Grand Skyfall is still available, so Gambit are maintaining control of the one lane where there are super minions. It means they're going to have more time. Because if you look at the top and the bottom, it's actually going to be pushing a little bit in favor of Gambit towards the Super Hot Crew. So the one wave that could push them into their base has been dealt with. Now, Gambit, they're going to jump on Super Haku from the side. There are Banshee Veils, there's Guardian Angels. If they don't kill Mr. Rolls quickly, I don't know if Gambit can do this. They're going in, and Joe, this could be so scary.
They are behind the Super Hot Crew. There is Impaler's Banshee's Veil pop. Gambit decides to try and back away. Darian going to get locked up, but he doesn't take too much damage. Diamond, however, on the other hand, did go to down to about half. Edward going to get caught out here against Mima. Has he got the damage? No, Edward getting that command protect. He stays alive, but Gambit have to recall here. They could try and push through the Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, the rest of Super Hot Crew, I think they should go for an inhibitor. They've got a lot of damage, they can get it quickly, but there are multiple Home Guard boots on the side of Gambit. You can see them dashing across the map. They're going to try to defend the objective as best they can. Inhibitor hasn't regenerated its HP just yet in Super Hot Crew. They're going to get it. We'll see if another fight's going to break out.
Good calling coming out there. The Banshee's Veils completely removed from the Super Hot Crew. Will they go for a fight? Gambit are being pushed heavily. Edward taking another blast as the command protect comes in to keep him alive. That inhibitor on the bottom is the last one standing here. The easy target for the Super Hot Crew.
Flash Crescendo is still available, and I'm not sure if I'd use the word easy target, knowing that there's that CC. Super Hot Crew decide they want to go for the Nexus turret instead, forcing Gambit's head. Diamond's coming from behind.
Oh, they've gone on towards Impaler. He's surely going to go down. Intervention is used on him. Have they got the damage to finish off after? There is a Crescendo. It didn't hit anyone. Diamond's still at the front. Mixer goes low, but it's once again Mr. Arl doing all the damage. Genja going to get flashed on. Ace in the hole will pop the Banshee's Veil. The Guardian Angel. And Genja now going to be jumped on and finished off. That is surely the game. 2 men down here for Gambit. Darian comes tearing out the base once again. Alex and Diamond both there as well. And in fact, Diamond goes straight on towards Mima. Have they got the damage to finish off? Yes, they have. A shutdown coming in. And now Mixer has to try and run away. But on the top side, the rest of the Super Hot Crew went for the Nexus and won the game. What an absolute beast of a match.
The Super Hot Crew tied the head-to-head with Gambit, going 2-2 on the split. Super Hot Crew beat Gambit a few weeks ago, destroying them in 24 minutes, and in this game, it took 56 minutes to close the game out. It was scary in that mid-game. Super Hot Crew were on the back foot. They needed to fend off a downed inhibitor and a barrened-up Gambit team, but they held out, they held strong, and they made their way back into that game. That was a great performance.
That does not look like a team that are struggling in the table whatsoever. We heard from Froggen that the Super Hot Crew right now in scrims are looking so incredibly good, and while they brought that out here for a good time, it looked like Gambit had this game in the bag. As you said, Baron taken, they were already pushing things down, but the Super Hot Crew showing some real character to hold on in that game. Took them a while, there were some very hairy moments for them, but they held on for the win.
Yeah, at this particular moment, this was the 7th place team taking out a team that's been sitting in first for a while, and Gambit has been all the way up at the table, top of the table. It is going to give Super Hot Crew some renewed energy looking towards Super Week next week, considering that they're sitting in that possible relegation position.
Yeah.
If they finish in 7th, they will be going to the promotion tournament in 3 weeks' time. 4 weeks' time, 3 or 4 weeks' time. And that means the potential of being out of the LCS altogether. If they can close to ROCCAT and Copenhagen Wolves, who are at 11 and 12 records, they are now 10 and 14. It's a couple of games different. Give ROCCAT a few more losses, and all of a sudden they are in the playoffs. They're in the top 6 for the spring split.
And what a surprise. Everything's so very close. Let's not forget that Gambit still have a game to go today. They'll be playing that rematch against SK Gaming later on in the day, who also didn't have the great start to the day. They lost their first match as well. So both of those teams going to be looking to jump back up in the standings, and everything, as is per usual, somehow here in Europe, so close across the board.
I did not expect the Super Hot Crew to come into that game and actually hold so even with Gambit. No. They had a composition that was going to take time to scale up. You know, we've seen Rises be punished in the past. We've seen Kales. They're not very scary until they get the Nash's Tooth and some ability power. In the past, it was Nash's into Lichbane. Now it was Nash's into Deathcap. But they didn't make monumental mistakes. They didn't give up objectives. I do think that Super Hot Crew can still learn a lot from this game. They jumped on Diamond in the jungle, which was a bad play. That's what cost them the inhib and the Baron. Their vision in the very late game, I still feel, was a little bit poor. So there is some takeaways that they can still improve upon as they look forward to next week's Super Week.
But on the other hand, they've just taken down Gambit, a game which almost they look destined to lose after, as you said, that sloppy fight inside of Gambit's jungle, thinking that they could catch them out, where actually they just weren't strong enough at that point. There's a lot to take away from it, both positives, that's for sure, and negatives. And Gambit must be frustrated after that one, being in such a commanding position in that game and not being able to close it when they had the chance.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I think there's two things that Gambit will need to ask themselves about this game, barring individual mistakes. I mean, Edward did not hit very many crescendos. He didn't feel impactful on that Sona.
Yeah.
On the same token, the Orianna from Alex, we have seen godlike performances. If you cast your mind back to Moscow in the summer split last year, he had Orianna games where he destroyed people, was getting away on next to no HP thanks to his command protects. Yesterday, had a great game. Today, he went 3, 2, and 5, and I think his shockwaves only hit Impaler. I mean, you know, Reddit detectives can check this one out, but I'm pretty sure all of his shockwaves hit only Selfie in the laning phase and then Impaler in teamfights. It's just not good enough when you need to hit multiple targets.
Crescendos as well, we have to point out, were a little bit off towards the end of that game, but either way, a very good win for the Super Hot Crew. Now, let's head over to Shox and Deficio, who are standing by with Super Hot Crew's Mixer.
Thank you very much, Joe. Deficio and I are indeed joined by Super Hot Crew's Mixer, the support player. You did it once in week 4, you did it again here, although you took a little more time this time around versus Gambit. Still an amazing performance from you guys. Tell me a little bit what the game plan was for picks and bans. We know that Selfie has been playing that LeBlanc 2 times already. Why this time the kill?
Basically, we planned to play Yasuo, but I think it was banned, or maybe, I don't even remember if it was banned. But
it was banned.
Yeah, it was banned, so we couldn't play Yasuo. Yeah, basically we played Kael a bit randomly, like we just picked our champs, and yeah, I want to play that. This jump is good, pick this jump, and yeah, basically we played like this.
Well, if your champs like is basically saying, what do you want to play? Okay, you get this, you get this. How do you guys even prepare to the game? Like, do you just say we just go in randomly, ban some stuff, or how much do you actually prepare?
We actually prepared the ban, but not really much of picks. We focused on the champions we will ban, and not really on what we will play.
Tell me then a little bit about going into the game. You must have remembered last time it was pretty easy for us in week 4. And this time, also in the early game, you guys did pretty well. How was it for your perspective?
We were not really that confident, but we knew that we could win because anyway, everyone can win against everyone in EUCS. So pretty much you got a chance every game. And yeah, that was our chance to maybe avoid relegation.
Why do you actually think everyone can beat each other here in Europe? What's the thing? Is everyone just equally good, or what do you actually think is the reason everyone can just beat each other?
Yeah, the team levels are not, it's like really close. Even if some teams are better than others, you can always win a game against anyone.
Let's concentrate on the game a little bit more, though. Some very interesting moments there. The first thing I wanted to ask you is when you guys were ahead and you went for that trap over in their red buff, do you remember that? Because that didn't turn out great for you guys. Do you remember that moment?
Yeah, I remember, yeah. We got pretty surprised. We didn't have enough vision, and they cooked us out. Like, we didn't see Genja, and he had so much damage. I think he killed 2 or 3 people, and we didn't even see him, so we couldn't kill him.
Luckily, you guys weren't out of the game yet, because then you had a fight around Baron that completely turned things around.
Yeah, we have a replay of the fight, of course, so if you just bring it up to you guys' screen. It's at the Baron, 39 minutes in. Gambit actually already killed Selfie, and now they're starting the Baron buff, and you guys are 4 members alive here. Tell me what's going through your mind, and also who's making the calls here, and why do you guys actually win the fight? So if you just roll it here, you can just talk with it.
So yeah, here we are 4v5. We are pretty panicked because they are starting Baron. We are scared that they will get it. I put vision for Impaler to maybe steal. And actually we forced them to back into Baron. And at this point, yeah, they try to engage on us, but they hit only Impaler with Shockwave, and their jungler dies, so they can't really finish Baron. And then we just clean up, let them tank Baron, clean up, and we finish Baron.
And of course, this was the turning point of the game. You guys have been behind so far. I think you're even still about 3,000 gold behind after the Baron. But once you actually took it here, in your mind, was this the game? Was like, now was one, you just had to walk up and just finish the base, even though it actually took quite a while. So why did it take so long for you to finish?
We are pretty scared, actually. Even with 2 inhibs, we were really scared to lose a fight and then lose the game. So we were really patient, and yeah, we played it pretty safe.
Let's talk supports a little bit. This time around, you were going for Karma. You did have some AP items in there, Leandri's Torment, needlessly large Rod at the end as well. Why the choice for Karma here? We also saw you playing Sona yesterday. Now it was on the other side. What are kind of your tiers of supports right now?
It's kind of, my playstyle is more like poke supports, AP champs, more like I think with the new patch, everyone can play what he wants. Basically, tank supports are still viable, like Thresh, Leona, and Evan Annie. And yeah, poke supports are actually good as well. Sona, Zyra, and stuff like this.
What do you think about Velko's support? We saw it yesterday. Is this something like for you, you could start playing or find a weird support yourself to pick up, or in general?
Yeah, I actually tried a bit Velko support, but I was not really convinced by the champion yet.
All right, well, thank you very much, Mixai, and congratulations. Great win for the Super Hot crew here over Gambit. It is time for us to take a brief break, and when we return, Fnatic and Millennium will face each other in the lanes.
Sportsmanship to me is enjoying the game and accepting any outcome as like a good outcome. Even if you lose, you learn from the game.
Sportsmanship is like based on respect your opponent.
Never underestimate them in game, even when you think that you are much better than them.
When you pretty much friends with everyone, in same time they're your opponent, and you have to understand it and be like respectful to everyone.
I guess it's more about the attitude you have.
You should take care of what you're saying, of what you're doing.
Never get arrogant when you win, and never blame others when you lose.
standing up after you lost?
Shaking hands after a game, like look each other in the eye and just say good game.
Someone could work 5 hours more per day and I could still be better than this guy, but I know that he's putting so much heart and work to do something and I have to respect him. And for me it's sportsmanship.
Welcome back everyone, it's time for our third game of the day as the bottom place Millennium try once again to get some much needed points on the board against Fnatic. Now Fnatic come into the head-to-head with a 2-1 series lead and are fighting to move further on up the ladder, but for Millennium it's really more about crawling away from the last place than head-to-head records. If Millennium lose here and the Copenhagen Wolves win their next match, there is then no way for Millennium to avoid possible relegation.
It is a difficult position to be in, and with so much pressure on Millennium to win this game, and knowing that their LCS playoff future is actually not 100% in their hands, they need to set their sights on the challenger teams that they are likely to face off against. Teams like Ninjas in Pajamas, who will actually be playing here on our stage after the LCS games today for the second Challenger Series final.
And yesterday, Millennium's problems, well, they continued as they lost to the Copenhagen Wolves. However, to be fair, it was their first LCS game with Cotton-X, and in general, Millennium actually looked pretty good during the lane phase.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think you are right. Millennium started very well. They secured first blood for themselves, and in general, they kept up as far as global gold was concerned. Because for every tower that they lost to the Wolves, Millennium managed to secure a dragon to keep themselves even. They were not falling too far behind in CS. And the problem was that with losing those towers early on, they lost map pressure and presence, and then their team fights just felt somewhat desperate in the mid-game. They were trying to force moments where they didn't need to. The Wolves were able to control Millennium, and after some poor choices to engage in the Wolves at Baron, Millennium ended up losing the game.
And Fnatic kicked off Week 10 with a very strong win against the Super Hot Crew yesterday and never really looked like they felt challenged, really. Their strong map play and rotations allowed them to assert dominance, and they practically ignored the Super Hot Crew's champions entirely in that game.
Yeah, they really did. And, you know, Fnatic, they made it very, very clear regarding their game plan. They didn't want to have LeBlanc up against Gragas early on, and they kept lane swapping. And they also didn't want to find or force big team fights. They rotated well around the map and placed incredibly effective wards deep in Super Hot Crew's jungle. Those wards allowed them to get onto towers and take them out very quickly. We've seen Cyanide pick up Elise. It was the first time we've seen it on 4.4. He had a great game. He had early ganks, well-timed cocoons. He had a very strong presence, which is part of the reason his lanes were able to get ahead. And I have to highlight Reckless. He returned to Jinx. It was the 5th time that he had played her. It was the 5th win that he picked up with her, and he went 5-1 and 7. Going into yesterday's game, he had a 27 KDA, and I believe right now it's sitting at 34, thanks to those incredible stats.
Pretty sick stuff, but for now, let's check out these starting lineups for our two teams. On the blue side this time around, it is Fnatic, with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke in the mid lane, and the duo of Reckless and Yellowstar.
And on the red side, for the last time, against Fnatic, it will be Kevin, Cotton-X, Kerp, Creatine, and Jay Reed.
So moving to champion select then, what are we expecting from these two teams? You just mentioned that Jinx right now for Reckless is pretty formidable, but is it something that they'll focus on?
I don't think so. I think when you look at both of these AD carries, Creatine and Reckless, Creatine is the one that is arguably more susceptible to being banned out. His strongest champion by a long margin is Lucian. He doesn't tend to have the same game-impacting plays when he's on a different champion. What we are seeing, though, is a favorite for LeBlanc. Once again, Kerp really likes to get his hands on that one. I think Kevin is probably somebody that we need to keep our eyes on. He's been playing a lot of Shen recently. Hasn't been playing the meta champs as often or as frequently. And I feel like a player as good as Kevin, if he gets his hands on something a bit more playmaky, maybe the games could go a little bit more in favor of Millennium.
Well, we'll see what Millennium have worked on overnight, and as we said, it wasn't all bad for them yesterday. Early game was pretty good for them, and we see as the bans come quickly in here that the first one out for Fnatic was Ziggs.
Yeah,
straight at Kerp.
I also think Thresh must be a consideration here. Jayree's been playing it a lot to mixed success. He's had moments that were very, very good and moments that were not necessarily as inspiring, and we'll see what he decides to pick up as a support role, but super heavy mid lane focus this game.
Rise taken away, Lulu taken away, Gragas taken away as well. Are they going to keep that focus in there? Let's not forget LeBlanc still open in this matchup. Millennium, well, they played Ziggs yesterday against the Copenhagen Wolves. They've gone for the likes of Gragas Nidalee is another one that's appeared for them, but LeBlanc will be the final ban here by Fnatic, and Kha'Zix's the last one for Millennium.
So they're removing the jungler away from Cyanide. Cyanide played Kha'Zix last week. Okay, he didn't necessarily have the strongest of engages, and it's something that I think the European teams are starting to learn to play. Kha'Zix is not super easy to play with and around. With Nidalee still up and available, and knowing that Peke has played it in the past, it is a potential pick. I don't think it's going to be first picked. You could see Elise. I mean, Elise is up. Cyanide ran it yesterday, had a very good game on it. It would be a safe pick at this moment in time.
There's quite a lot of discussion going on there among these Fnatic players as to what they're going to go for first, and they hover over Karma, a champion which they did play yesterday against the Super Hot Crew. Obviously that was Yellow Star, a champion which, funnily enough, we've seen Soaz himself running last split in that top lane. That is going to be locked in. Now for Millennium, Heimerdinger is actually a consideration here.
It was banned against them yesterday. So in their game yesterday, Copenhagen Wolves banned it as their second ban following LeBlanc. I don't know if they're gonna run it. It'll be very interesting if they do. It is 4.4, so those turrets, they hit incredibly hard and they've got a lot of resistances. The one thing, okay, I'm not gonna talk about it until it gets locked in. What Fnatic have done by locking in Karma, they've denied it from J-Reed, and we've seen just how effective it was in the previous game by Mixer. Didn't have the most impressive of laning phases, but once we got to the mid to late game, that mobility and that single target route allowed the Super Hot Crew to find kills and single people out.
Well, in the end, they changed away from Heimerdinger and to Renekton for Kevin in this top lane. A champion which, well, every single top laner does in fact play. Although you have to say that Kevin is one of the players that plays, I think, the least Renekton out of all top laners.
So as a side note, the Lucian pick in the first rotation is now the third time it's happened today. All 3 games has been a first pick on red side. This is also a mirror of what Gambit did in the previous round, with Lucian and Renekton instantly locked in. You are 100% right, we don't see Kevin playing it as often as the other top laners, but it does allow Kevin some measure of safety, knowing he can win that laning phase as long as he performs well on that Renekton.
And keeps it away from Soaz, who has had some great performances with that one. But the other champion that he's done well on as well is Shyvana recently. Won games with that against the Copenhagen Wolves and against ROCCAT as well, where he only died once over the 2 games and picked up 21 assists overall. Over for Millennium though now. We should actually touch on Fnatic's other pick here. Elise, we mentioned that earlier on. Cyanide did great with it yesterday.
So we've seen 1 ban yesterday, and it was 1 pick, 2 games. It just went through untouched. Today, it has been untouched in our first 2 games of the day. Cyanide is one of the few players who does still value the champion, and like we were saying yesterday, on the patch, it's really her clear speeds, the max damage to monsters that took the biggest hit. Her stun is slightly lower, and yes, her execute is slightly low on champions as well, but I feel like it was a jungle presence that was hit more, and it was shown yesterday because Cyanide roamed, he got multiple kills, he landed very good cocoons. On the assumption is he does the same today, it's going to help against mobile champions like Evelynn and Renekton.
Fnatic to finish off their lineup here with an AD carry and a mid laner. That would be a scary quick lineup if they went in with this one, with Shyvana running terror around the team, with Karma in there, with Sivir as well. But is that something that Fnatic feel like going for in this one? Reckless just switching through a few different AD carries.
I think he's got a lot of options available to him, and I would actually like to see the Nidalee coming out here from Peke. It's a fairly safe laning champion, has a little bit of difficulty wave clearing in the early stages, but those heavy wave pushing farming champions are out of the been banned out. Orianna is still up, which is something that Peke has defaulted to many times in the past. Alternatively, if they're going to go the full damage route, so Zed has been locked in. We've seen Froggen playing it earlier today. Peke is going to be running it now. With all of the mobility of the Shyvana, Sivir, and Karma, it's going to allow Zed a lot of time in those mid-game team fights to find the right target, to reposition, thanks to that immense mobility. What it also means is if Kerp is even thinking about putting Heimerdinger in the mid lane, one of the biggest things that counters a Heimer is mobility and dive ability. Elise can jump on him, Sivir can run at him, Zed can jump at him, Shyvana can jump at him. I think Fnatic have picked very smart if Millennium are even considering this champion, but I really doubt it.
I don't think so here as well. We've seen Jerry picking up interesting choices and hovering over them in multiple games this season. But what will Jerry go for you against Peke Zed in the mid lane? And another first time for Zed, actually. We've not seen Peke run him, as if we hadn't seen Froggen run him, but did well earlier.
Kerp's one of the few mid laners that still runs Fizz and has done it at competitive levels, has done it in recent weeks. If he wanted to run the Assassin into the Assassin, instead, he is going to lock in Xerath, and this is going to be our first Xerath. It has been available since IEM, which was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Very long range, very, very good siege power. But I'm a little concerned because it's going to share the same weaknesses that a Heimerdinger faces, in that you've got a very mobile, dive-heavy team from Fnatic. So the moment Kerp plants his feet on the floor to channel that ultimate, he's just going to get swarmed and mobbed by the members of Fnatic. So there's a lot of pressure on Cottonex to get him ahead. And as long as Kerp can poke Peke down early, he's going to be able to at least outrange Peke. But the moment Peke goes in, he can just use those shadows to dodge all of the damage that Kerp is putting out.
Very excited to see how Kerp does with this Xerath in here. Other than that, Peke, we have to say we need to keep an eye on him as well, because we've not seen him bring Zed to the table so far this season. So a very big day of firsts today.
Yeah, we'll see how he performs in it. I think the composition he's coming into is also going to limit some of his targets. You know, Evelyn's going to be able to put that shield down. Lucian is going to be quite mobile. Leona is not going to pop. So we'll see if we can find the right person to blow up in those fights.
Well, you guys have been voting on which teams you think are going to win today. So let's check in and see how this match adds up. With a whopping 91% of the vote, Fnatic leads Millennium. Let's not forget, 89% of you were wrong in that last match.
You stole my line. That is exactly what I was going to say. Public opinion was with Gambit against Super Hot Crew, and Super Hot Crew, they bucked the trend. They proved that, you know, the underdog can still pick up wins. Considering that Millennium are so far down, we touched on it at the beginning of the game. I want to remind everybody, if Millennium win this game, let me put it that way, if Millennium lose this game and the Wolves beat ROCCAT, there is no way for Millennium to make it into playoffs. They have to win this game, and they obviously need Wolves to lose their game. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
Making it into playoffs is one thing, and avoiding a possible relegation is another. We're going to be finding out here if Millennium can do it as we jump in game for their matchup against Fnatic, a big mobile team. We're seeing Peke run that Zed for the first time in the mid lane. Mid lane continues to surprise us. Xerath here for Kerp as well.
Yeah, we'll see how Kerp performs on this Xerath. It has been changed. Like we said, it was changed in 4.3 if memory serves. So it's about 2 patches ago, 1 or 2. Long story short, his ultimate from old Xerath is now on the W, and Xerath received a new ultimate, which is an incredibly long range. I believe it's 2,500 units at rank 1. He gets 3 volleys off, and it is fairly difficult to land, especially against a very mobile team. You've got all these movement speed increases from Fnatic. So Kerp, he has to be so on point with landing those volleys and landing that damage.
I also wish our camera guys the best of luck keeping track of those Xerath ultimate charges as well. They'll have to be on fine form today. In terms of this early start, though, we see 1 minute in, a typical line defense. Millennium are a team, though, that even when level 1 invades and funky moves at level 1, when they weren't in, they were still doing it every now and then.
Yeah, and I think the problem was it never worked.
True.
There was so few times that Millennium actually gained anything from those early level invades that they may just be playing a little more defensive. You've also got to remember, with a new jungler in the form of Cottonex, it's going to change that decision making. It's the jungler that is one of the hardest impacted in these early game invades, because it's his buffs, it's his camps that generally get stolen or taken away. And as it stands, it is a defensive start. It doesn't look to be any sort of late invade from either of these teams. And the only big difference is that Jerry on that Leona, on the melee, has gone for the Relic Shield as his first item.
And a standard start for the junglers as well. Cottonex getting the help of Kevin to do the red buff, and a bit of help for Cyanide by Soaz on the top side of the map as he starts off his blue buff. This bottom lane then, interested to see how this one all works out. We've had a little bit of criticism for Jerry recently with specifically his Thresh in the last 2 weeks. He's struggled to land those hooks and the flays and really just to have an impactful performance. And right now they're being zoned out completely by Yellow Star.
Yeah, to answer your question of how this lane's going to go, it's going to go terribly for Millennium. At this point in time, the immense range of Sivir and Karma is just going to poke down Lucian and Leona. They're going to need either the help of Cottonex for an early gank. He has his red buff, he's going for blue buff, so there's the possibility of moving bottom lane. Or they have to just delay, lose CS until they hit level 6, and then go all in. And that's the mobility I was talking about from Peke. He manages to dodge the Arcano Pulse by using his Living Shadow.
A very micro-intensive match this is, though, for XPK. Probably going to be exhausted after this one, avoiding as much as he can. But look at the damage coming in again onto Creatine there, right at the back. Continex is, though, now moving in there. He's going to be stealth up as well. Fnatic, they're at the midpoint in the lane. And as soon as they see Millennium starting to step forward, it's going to open their eyes to the fact that there is going to be an Evelyn there. And here we go, coming in. Zenith Blade did miss. They turn it around. Continex gets out of the range of the tether. And Fnatic avoid the first gank of the game.
J-Re needed to hit that CC. He was level 2, he had the Zenith, he had the Shield of Daybreak, so there was a root and a stun in place. Unfortunately, he did not connect. We do see Kerp, he's got 2 points in that Arcana Pulse. He still hasn't put a point in his E, which is the stun. Now, the stun is a little bit different to the way it used to work on Xerath. He used to land his E, and then he would need to follow it up with another magic spell to stun his target. This time around, it is a skill shot. The further it travels, the longer the stun, from 0.75 seconds to 2 seconds. And if Kerp is on point, he can potentially interrupt Peke running at him. So we'll have to see if he can land that, I believe it's the Eye of Destruction.
And Peke still managing to poke nicely back as well. He's running through a few of those pots. Meanwhile, Jerry and Cretan have had a bit more time to push further away from their turret in this bottom lane. If you take that Relic Shield into account, actually a little bit ahead in CS.
So yeah, at this point in time, Cretan is doing okay, and I think that a little bit of early presence from Cotnex is going to add some doubt to Reckless and Yellowstar's mind. They can't afford to push too deeply. And we did see Cyanide yesterday when he had his red buff in the early levels, managed to get, I think, 2 or 3 kills for Fnatic before the 10-minute mark, and it's what he's trying to rinse and repeat. There's a lot of damage in all of his lanes. He just needs to get in range, land a good cocoon, and follow it up.
Renekton versus Shivani here in the top lane. No surprises that Kevin has the upper hand in these early points of the game, and he's keeping Soaz away from those minions that have dropped low at the back of things and denying him from as much farm as is possible. Soaz, though, not scared to go out at this range, but we know that Kevin's going to have the upper hand on him, especially if Cotnex gets involved.
What I'd like to see from Cotnex is showing his presence in the top and the mid lane in the not too distant future. At this point in time, Peke is getting closer to having his death mark available, and if Cotnex is able to apply some pressure and put the seed of doubt in Peke's mind that Cotnex could be there, he could be moving in for a gank, that is going to allow Kerp just a little bit of breathing room. It's one of the best things about Evelyn in a straight head-to-head matchup. The team that is fighting against Evelyn never knows where she is. You can see Cotnex fairly close by, so Peke, I'm not expecting him to tower dive, but he is quite extended up that lane, using his shadows to farm. Doing a good job, but it is a risky place to be if Evelyn comes in from behind.
And went a fairly aggressive start if we look down his starting items of that longsword. So obviously wanting to bully Kerp out of things there. He currently has a 10 CS lead. That bottom lane once again pushed up here by Fnatic. The poke coming out of Reckless and Yellowstar, causing a few issues for Jerry and Creatine. And the issues might not stop just there. We have Cyanide sneaking up through the bush.
Yeah, we'll see. Once again, it just needs to land the CC. Unfortunately, the wave is too far pushed, so there's no real kill potential here for Fnatic against Millennium. And in terms of this early game, Fnatic have just got this slightly stronger duo lane, so they're winning it fairly easily and obviously. They're going to get a lot of damage down onto this tower, and Cotnex, he's waiting in the wings. I mean, if he's trying to counter-gank a tower dive, I don't think Fnatic are interested in the tower dive at all. They just want the objective.
We are going to see the Zenith Blade land here onto Yellowstar, but honestly, what are they going to do? They turn around with the tether. Damage coming onto Jerry. Not enough to get the kill. Cotnex moves out. The cocoon will stop him in his tracks, and a bit of back and forth. The support's taking the brunt of the damage.
There wasn't enough mana for Reckless and Yellowstar to really continue that engage. We do see Reckless is backing away. Jerry still has Ignite, toying with the idea of going in, but needs to be so scared. With Cyanide backed away and knowing Yellowstar is not there, there was some kill potential, but you can see Fnatic didn't really want that engage. Now, it's all of a sudden Fnatic needs to defend the onslaught of Millennium. They've got 3 members in the lane, and we'll see how much damage they can get in the tower. It's going to be much more difficult with 2 melee champions.
Good poke landed there onto Jerry, though, and we heard the low health ping coming in. He's going to have to just recall away. Mid lane, We actually saw Peke recalling, finishing off his Brutalizer, picking up the Boots of Speed and the Null Magic Mantle as well. So Curp's going to have a little bit of a tougher time. He himself, though, has picked up that Seeker's Arm Guard for a bit more damage. More importantly, I think, at this stage, that extra armor.
Yeah, and something we did, it wasn't on camera, but you can see the cooldown of Rite of the Arcane, which is Xerath's ultimate. It was actually used just to farm up that wave a little while ago. So using it to keep back, you can see Curp is playing it very safe against Peke. He doesn't want to be in a position where he gets jumped on and killed. He's already 10 CS down. Talking about the CS numbers, I think Creatine, along with the help of J-Ree, is doing very well. On patch 4.4, the Relic Shield CS that is shared is also added to the CS total for the AD carry. So they're actually sitting even right now, 58 to 57, despite Creatine having a little bit of extra gold from his GP10.
I did forget about that one. You are right. Cotton X here, though, is waiting on the top side of the map. Red buff is on him, so as not really moving past the corner there of that river. That's almost his safe spot, how far he dares really move out, not knowing as Peke dashes forward. Actually going to get stunned up here. That means a good bit of damage from Curp, but Peke doesn't seem too phased.
Yeah, that was the stun that we were talking about. It is a skill shot. It travels quite slowly, in fact. But as Living Shadow was down, Peke had no tools to dodge it, with the exception of maybe flashing or using that death mark. And because you don't know where Evelyn is, Peke is getting some good wards. He's just placed, there's a pink there in the river. So if Cottonex comes from the sort of dragon side of the river towards mid lane, Peke is going to get vision on it.
It's kind of like getting run over by a bus. It comes a lot slower, but when it does hit you, it's going to hurt straight away afterwards. Blue buffs are coming up here, Curp moving across the side, and that's going to give Peke a little bit of time to have a go on Curp's tower, and actually doing decent damage. Is J-Ree getting caught here at the bottom? Yellow Star steps forward, the poke is good. Can they finish off? Reckless is going to pop his ultimate as well. Creatine gets off behind the tower. Oh, but has he gone too deep? Here comes Evelyn from the side, puts down Agony's Embrace, but it didn't really do a lot.
No, it throws down the Agony's Embrace, does not continue the chase. J-Ree landed a very good Zenith Blade there, decided not to use his Ignite. Fnatic burned a lot of ultimates on that little trade, and it's going to allow them to take this tower down uncontested, especially because Cyanide has been seen, and I'm not expecting them to stick around. They have backed away. Fnatic, early advantage, they take the first objective. They may even be able to go for Dragon as well, because they know they've forced Leona and Lucian back.
One big praise point we had for Fnatic yesterday was how quickly they were at seizing opportunities, pushing as a 3, rotating other men around, and just generally being on the point when it came to calls and timings. They've done it here again. Perfect time to move down towards that bottom lane, take the tower, but there might be a little danger here around Dragon. J-Ree's actually going to go deep onto Cyanide. He's going to get leashed up with the rest of Millennium chasing in. They've not got the speed to catch up, but they've stopped the Dragon.
More importantly, Millennium have the potential to force Fnatic away. They need to be a little bit careful though. If Curp was to set up like a siege position, he could get some good damage and some good zoning. Instead, he needs to come back and defend this mid tower. Holds on to it, and now all of a sudden Jerry's in trouble.
J-Ree is caught miles out of things here, and actually Cyanide is just going in there solo onto him. Reckless joins in, and that is first blood. That can't happen. Cyanide getting a lot of damage back. There is the repel coming in. In comes the ultimate actually out of Curp, but they couldn't get the last blast off. Cyanide comes down just behind it. Cyanide lives after getting the kill.
Yeah, the repel managing to save his life. Curp held onto that final charge of his ultimate, didn't manage to connect with Cyanide, and that's the first one that we've seen. The amount, the range is still very good, but it is so difficult to land, especially against this particular composition from Fnatic. So they hold on to now a 2,000 gold lead. They have a CS advantage for their AD carry as well as their mid laner, and their top lane, I mean, Soaz, he's in a losing matchup. He's only 10 CS down, and you've got to remember he's got teleport as well. So the moment these bigger fights and objectives start to be battled for, Soaz can join at a moment's notice.
And Soaz, you have to say, he's played this one perfectly as well, knowing that Cottonex is the only real threat to him. Realistically, Kevin shouldn't be able to kill him in that lane one-on-one. He's not gone past the river point. He's not gone out to a position where Cottonex could really get involved with things. And as you mentioned, even with that, even with sticking back for a good amount of time, now, I mean, he's starting to get stronger and stronger at level 9. He got the workings of that Sunfire Cape. Now he can afford to push out a little bit more, and he stays very, very even on CS. And as we see now, Fnatic coming back towards his bottom lane. J-Ree gonna get caught up in this one. They have to back out.
Yeah, there's so many minions. Reckless didn't really want to pick a fight with 2.5 champions effectively. All of those minions smacking away take off a lot of damage. So Reckless clears the wave out, is going to force Millennium backwards. The reason Jerry had to run so quickly is they had no tower to fall back on. Got a lot of damage, and we'll have to see if Millennium can get in here. Good solar flare could be disruptive, but they're not even going to challenge. This is an uncontested dragon for Fnatic.
Second objective of the game, and a close to 3,000 gold lead for Fnatic with just 12.5 minutes on the clock. And there are the pings towards Soaz in the top lane. They know that Evelyn was around there. Soaz knows that he has to watch out a little bit.
This is going to be a difficult dive if they want to go for it. You've got Dragon's Descent, you've got Flash on Soaz and Burnout. So, you know, Cotton X is feeling a little bit brave. If he lands everything perfectly and if Kevin can chase with Slice and Dice, yeah, maybe they can make it happen. But I'm not a believer right now. I think it's going to be difficult. So we'll see how long Cotton X hangs around. Got a ward on that blue buff. The next time Peke goes for that blue, he's going to challenge, and here's the dive. Once again, has to follow Soaz. There's Soaz away.
Soaz going to the top side here. Who is tanking it up? That will be Kevin. Cottonex actually going to take on that one. He's taking a lot of damage. Soaz flashes away. Here comes Cyanide around the backside. There are minions there, so Cottonex will be able to get out of this one. But Cyanide follows in. Has he got the damage to finish up? He could probably have both of them, you know. The Spiderling goes in. The damage is turned around. Cottonex goes down, but Cyanide dies to Kevin.
And here comes Soaz.
Yeah, Soaz is coming straight back in. Kevin flashes away. Soaz used it earlier and can't continue through.
It is going to allow Soaz to push the wave down, reset that freezing that he had hold on, and get some damage onto that top tower. They end up trading 1-for-1. Cyanide not having enough damage to get both of the kills because he'd used his cocoon earlier to try and save Soaz. Soaz gets away with his life early on, and now is going to get a lot of damage onto this turret.
Rotation from the duo lane from Fnatic straight up to that top lane. That's where the objective is open for them, and again, they do it perfectly here. They're not going to be able to stop this one from happening. That turret is going to fall. We can see that Kevin's hanging back a little bit in his lane. Millennium trying on mid though.
Creatin's going to be in a little bit of trouble. If you look in the river, Peke is trying to get in range, but he walked across a ward. So Creatin and J-Ree were backing away. And in that situation, you could actually see Cyanide getting closer and closer to the objective. Unfortunately, no tower secured yet for Millennium, and they find themselves a big amount of gold down. So he's going to get caught out. He's got Dragon's Descent. We'll see if he can get away.
Oh, actually turns the damage back onto Kevin. Doesn't even need to use that ultimate. Just strides on off. Got a Vamp Scepter now at this point as well. We've just seen Kerp doing his own red buff because frankly the rest of his team were nowhere near to give him any help. Creatin and J-Ree being kept busy in this mid lane as J-Ree again goes for that Zenith Blade onto Reckless.
What I like about Kerp's build, he rushed an Hourglass, so it means he's less likely to be jumped on by Peke, so that's good. And look at the damage that Arcana Pulse is already doing. Can the Rites of Arcane do anything? That's one. That's two. That's not enough.
Well, all three landed, but not the damage there. Zhonya's Hourglass was the first item, now complete here for J-Ree. That's going to give him a bit more safety, specifically when it comes to Peke and the death mark that Peke can throw onto if he decides to go all in.
Yeah, so with the blue buff, as well as the base cooldown on that Arcane, Rite of Arcane from Xerath, it's a 1.5 minutes cooldown. It's not the longest of cooldowns, and that's going to get shorter at level 16, and even more so when Kerp eventually picks up some cooldown reduction. I am expecting him to do that, because that is all of the power of Xerath. He needs to be throwing out those Arcana Pulses and getting down those W's, those Eyes of Destruction, as often as possible. One of the biggest differences from old Xerath to this one as well, you can now move while channeling your Q. And trying again on Soaz, no flash, and I don't think they're going to run him down.
No.
It's an uninspiring gank, but that's the power of Shyvana. Burnout for movement speed, Dragon's Ascent for gap closer. You have to land everything so perfectly to kill her.
And especially when the CC from Renekton and Evelyn, despite, you know, the stun out of Renekton is not really much more after that one, especially when Cottonex doesn't want to use his ultimate for that. We see Kerp there just clearing out that wave once again. Peke maintains a 30 CS lead over him though in this mid lane. Blade of the Ruined King is now added in to that Brutalizer from earlier on. Let's look at the AD carries there as well for a little while. 142 to 124. Reckless still having the lead. Both of them at this point do have Bloodthirsters though.
Yeah, the global gold is obviously putting Reckless further ahead, hence getting closer to most likely a Zeal or something similar, and we're going to see another Siege potential. Solar Flare is available for Jerry. Can he connect?
Oh, they're throwing everything on towards Cyanide here, but he can just walk out of ulti range there of Kerp. Yellow Star going to tank the turret up a little bit, and we see that Kerp not doing enough damage here at all.
And even worse than that, Jerry missed another, set of CC. That Solar Flare was not effective enough. Had the Solar Flare caught members of Fnatic, it would have allowed Kerp to just get all of that damage down, but it didn't happen. And Jerry's having a torrid time right now. The Millennium is behind in a composition that they want to be forcing fights, they want to be sieging. Zero's going to be a decent counter gauge, but here comes Soaz from the side.
Soaz from the side, that pulls all three of them away. Kevin is coming in as well, and he'll get the stun off there, do a little bit of damage. What Soaz will really see, they just walk out. Fnatic pick up the third and final outer turret of this game. And look at the gold. Approaching 4,000 with Dragon up in less than a minute.
One of the biggest things that Fnatic has an advantage in terms of their team composition right now. Oh, Jerry's going to get rooted and maybe killed.
Oh, he's actually gone in there. He's gone very deep on this one. He will go down though. Creatine will pick a kill back up, but Cyanide dives in. Barrier used here by Creatine, but the kill will happen. Oh, will it? No! They've managed to keep him alive. Somehow he survives through. The Bloodthirst are giving him all that lifesteal back, and now Reckless being pushed away from mid.
Yeah, you were expecting 4.3 Elise damage. This was 4.4 Elise damage, and it was just not enough to get through it. But now Cottonec's going to get popped.
Oh, the death mark is onto him next. Not enough though. There wasn't enough follow-up damage there from XPK to make that one happen. It may be enough though, as Soaz is going to dive in. He actually lands the E, but Cottonec's running around the other side. Yeah, he's got no idea. Doesn't have the vision of him. Kevin here is very low. Kerp coming across. Soaz feeling pretty strong and tanky from that, but no kills resulting from Fnatic. They did crucially hold on to that mid turret though.
Yeah, so no bonus damage from that Zed to actually allow Cottonex to get popped by the death mark. It means that Fnatic come away a little bit worse for wear. There are still things that Millennium can do and that can pull off, but the key for Millennium is to be in a stationary siege position where Xerath can get a lot of damage down and very importantly, allow Evelyn, Renekton, and Leona to be in the thick of things. If they are not in and amongst the Fnatic members holding them in place, then Fnatic are just going to disperse, find Creatine, find Kerp, and kill him.
Wards going down. Dragon is live. Fnatic did take that one from earlier. This Yellow Star going to speed himself up, was trying to get some poke off onto Kerp. They're going to push this mid lane out. Let's not forget that Soaz has got a teleport, so he can get involved in this fight if needs be.
So the point I was trying to make before that fight happened in mid lane is that Fnatic have got very good split pushing power. With Zed, as well as a teleport Shyvana, it's going to allow Fnatic to control the side lanes and control the tempo of the map very effectively. Millennium have to send either their front line or their sieging champion to deal with it, and that's not ideal for their comp. Millennium wants to be in a siege position. Now, Dragon's been started, and there's not a lot of members of Fnatic close by. Millennium have started the fight.
They're going to try and lock up Cyanide, but there we see him jump straight back off towards the Dragon. He's getting hit by Kerp's ultimate, but that's not enough. They turn around towards Yellow Star. He's actually going to have to use that Mikhail's on himself to try and escape it. The Ignite is ticking. Creatine actually finishes up there, and the rest of Millennium have forced Fnatic away. They even pick up the Dragon there right at the back, and the kills going their way completely. Soaz and Reckless both very low. Kevin trying to chase onto him. He actually has Flash available there, but didn't want to go for it.
And that is exactly what we talked about. Millennium were able to keep Kerp in a stationary siege-based position. Fnatic were so scrambled trying to deal with members of Millennium, and they were split up. They couldn't get on the priority targets. Now Peck is trying to get away with his life. He does have his Living Shadow available, so we'll see if he can dodge. Dodges one stun, gets caught by the other.
All being thrown in towards Peke. Now Cottonex is going to show up. Can Peke escape this one? He's still running for his life. Is he going to get away from it? Cottonex goes off to the left. It's harder to spot the Evelyn when she's running at you, completely invisible. J-Ree's running around from the back. Cottonex is going to speed himself up. Peke is going to have a shadow to run off to in just a second. Damage back onto Cottonex, who realizes actually he might be able to turn that run around onto me. And there is Peke still running into the mid brush. He goes. He does turn around. He's going to have a go at J-Ree, but Cottonex gets the finish.
Good stun from J-Ree, immediately locks Peck out. He takes everybody on a nice long run. That sequence of events was very good for Millennium. They grabbed 3 kills in total, they got a Dragon as well, and they've actually evened up that goal difference between Fnatic and themselves. What Millennium also demonstrated is an ability to play to the strengths of their composition. As long as Evelyn and Renekton were running around, keeping Fnatic busy, it buys time for Creatine and Kerp to deal damage. If Fnatic are unable to have Peke come in from the side and blow up one of those priority targets, which is so much more difficult because of the Zhonya's Hourglass on Kerb, for example, it means Fnatic have to play the map game to win. It's going to be quite difficult for them to deal with that entrenched siege-based Millennium comp because of the items that have already been picked up.
So, in terms of items, let's have a look more down the AD carry route here. It's a big CS lead for Reckless over Creatine. Bloodthirst, a last whisper done for Reckless. On the other side, Creatine moving up towards that Trinity Force. Got 2 out of 3 parts of it, along with his Bloodthirster as well.
I think it's pretty standard here. Nothing super exciting. Cyanide once again going for some very early penetration. The Haunting Guys and the Sorcerer's Shoes. It's also part of the reason that Cyanide's gone down so quickly. He's only got those sort of tanky stats from that Ancient Golem, which is not necessarily the greatest at this stage in the game. Cotnex is doing pretty well with that Evelyn and Peke. Does not want that fight. He does manage to get away, but that's a good position for Kevin to be in. If he's able to 1v1 Peke without his Ignite and with Dominus still available, maybe he can deal with that split push of at least one member of Fnatic.
I think start to back away, and actually most champions just going back into more of a farming phase in this one. You saw there Soaz and Creatine both on the top side of the map. Creatine, as I said, working up to the Trinity Force. His opponent there for now, at least Soaz, does have his Sunfire Cape already done, and does have that Cutlass as well. But look at this, Millennium starting to move through the Fnatic jungle.
Now, Millennium need to find a way that they can siege up with good vision. Oh, they've jumped on Reckless!
Oh, Jerry's gone very deep. He's actually taken a turret hit and a lot of damage there from Cyanide. But look at the artillery from the back there, helping get the kill onto Reckless. This is surely the turret as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be. That was exactly what Millennium are looking for. The hard CC from Leona or Renekton. It's not over yet, now Kevin's in trouble.
Kevin in trouble, but he manages to slice away from it. The rest of Fnatic do change round. There's a slow from Yellowstar. He had to flash to get it. Death mark down onto Kevin. I don't think it's enough damage, but there's the dragon from the side. Kevin going low. They do get the kill. The shutdown comes in. Kerb's going to use his Zhonya's, but the fangs are going to sink down from Cyanide. He picks up another one and a nice turnaround. But Millennium are now looking for more. Cocoon lands onto Creatine. He can't stick around.
That was a very good Mikhail's Crucible and Shield from Yellowstar. He saved Soaz's life. Soaz was eating every single bullet of the culling from Creatine at the end of that fight. Millennium stuck around just a tiny bit too long because they didn't know where Fnatic was. They picked up the kill, and then they were trying to siege that inner turret, the outer turret in the mid lane, but unfortunately for them, Fnatic were able to respond so incredibly quickly. Soaz ran down from top lane, peeled in from behind, and was able to grab a couple kills in favor of Fnatic. So Fnatic hold on to a gold lead. Thanks to the kills they picked up, they're now in the advantage by 2,000.
Okay, going to keep split pushing this one off as well. He's down in that bottom lane, gone past the halfway mark. Reckless is making sure that mid lane's going to go through, and we'll see Soaz in the top lane. Well, this 1-3-1 split going on. We can see there Kevin on your screen chasing down Xpeke. Cottonex starting to come into things as well, but Xpeke is he's gone. That's the Peke gone camera.
That is the Peke gone camera. It worked this time. It didn't work last time. He was managed. It did get caught out by Millennium, but I think what Millennium need to try to do is find a siege like they're trying to do now. They're grouping up, they're going on Yellow.
Yeah, and Yellow is dead, I'm afraid, for him there. That's 4 versus 1, and if you get caught out against a team like this, the burst of Kerb is pretty significant at this point. I mean, 0-1-3, yes, he's got the Zhonya's in there, he's got that Void Staff and those Sorcerer's Shoes as well. He can blow up Yellowstar, that's for sure.
As long as there's CC that lands. You know, that time around Kerb was able, Jerry was able to land a good solar flare. He's gotten a bit more accurate as this game has moved on. And Fnatic they're actively avoiding grouping. Fnatic are actively avoiding meeting Millennium in a straight up 4v4, 5v5. And like we said, they're using that Shyvana and that Zed to try to control the side lanes. They are going to catch Jerry. Decides not to use the Death Mark though. Once again, no vision from Fnatic. So in order for Fnatic to pick a team fight, I think they have to have absolute vision and they have to get onto Creatine. If there's no clear direction onto Creatine, I almost feel like Fnatic's not going to start a fight at all.
Well, Millennium are already hanging around by Dragon. Peke's on the bottom side of it. They've got that advantage that Cottonex can have a bit of a scout around without being spotted if he's careful about it. And the rest of Fnatic do finally start to move in position. Peke has now shown himself over there, and we can see the charge coming in. Reckless takes the brunt of that damage. They're actually going towards Cottonex, who throws down Egg on his embrace. Here comes the ultimate from Kerp. It's doing good damage, or at least the first one did. Deathmark actually went on towards Cottonex. Will it be enough to finish him off? No, not quite. Soaz is chasing down for that one. He actually flashed in there to finish off the kill. Creaton's trying to get behind the turret. He does so as well. Peke picked up Kerp, and that is 3-0 for Fnatic.
Millennium should never have been in that position. Kevin was nowhere near. He was still pushing up in the top lane. Fnatic realizing that they had a 5 versus 4 position. They jumped onto Millennium. It was actually Cottonex that was caught out of position and not Creaton. Fnatic didn't care. They just engaged, ran him down. Now with the numbers advantage, Fnatic are going to be able to destroy this Baron. We do see Kevin and Creaton maybe coming to challenge, but they're going to have to do something monumental to pull off any sort of steal.
And Hellastar trying to keep Kevin out and doing a real good job of that one. Baron's down to 2,000 HP. They're going to keep going onto it. Who's going to pick it up? It's Fnatic. They get the Baron. Kevin doing great damage in there, though. He might even get himself 2 kills. Not quite there with Peke and Reckless bearing down. Jerry's going to get tethered up. Are they going to finish up? No, they didn't want to face check the bush.
Death times were very short, so Fnatic playing it safe. They didn't know how close Millennium were to re-engaging on them. You can see that Cottonex and Kerp were about halfway down that middle lane. If you look at the fights, we talked about how Kevin, on Renekton, Evelyn, and Leona need to be running amok in the team. They only had 2 of those members. So right now, Fnatic just single out the targets of Millennium, and there's nothing to stop them. Kevin is 1.5 miles away, Soaz is able to teleport in, and truthfully, this is just a straight 5v4. Fnatic ran them down, got the kills, got the Baron. We did see in the picture-in-picture that it was Millennium that picked up that Dragon, though, so at the very least, Millennium come away with some global gold, but you can't discount the very smart, non-hesitant play from Fnatic.
And credit to Soaz once again, having a fine game here on Shyvana. Played a perfect early game against... Always tricky against the Evelyn, that unseen threat, and again he's just spotting Cottonex running up towards that top lane. Actually, Peke is just hanging in there. He was trying to split push once again. Baron buff, of course, is on Fnatic right now, so they're the ones calling the shots.
Yeah, and to exemplify the item build, Peke's actually got himself a Ghost Blade to go in here. They're going to go on Cottonex.
And I'm not sure you're escaping this one, Cottonex. A lot of damage comes his way. Actually gets away from the Deathmark there. Jerry giving him some good support to let him escape that scenario, but they still need to be careful here. Fnatic is still hanging around.
Yeah, the shield from their target, the face of the mountain rather, was very, very useful in helping to block some of that physical damage, but it is a slightly different build that we see on that Zed. It is going to give him some additional armor penetration when he, throws down the active, and what I think is more important and relative is the mobility boost that it gives you. Against this, high damage Xerath, you want to dodge his spells, and if you don't have a Living Shadow available, heck, push number 2 and run away from it because you're going to have that movement speed boost from the Ghost Blade.
See, Reckless does have a Phantom Dancer with his Bloodthirster and Last Whisper here, so he just heals everything back up that Kerp previously threw down onto him. So as getting himself the workings of that Randuin's Omen with a Giant Spell and Warden's Mail. Cyanide, we said before, he's now getting a little bit more tankiness to him as well after going for that early penetration.
Yeah, and it's very standard. Once you've got a little bit to work with, I think Cyanide needs to grab himself probably some magic resistance over and above that Spectre's Cowl. And the reason for that is Evelyn and Xerath are hitting very, very hard. Xerath is getting some cooldown reduction now. He's a little bit over 300 ability power with this Void Staff built in there as well. When those Arcano Blasts hit, they hurt. And we've seen him, basically 2- and 3-shotting Fnatic members when they get stunned up. So let's see how Fnatic deal with the siege. The wave clear from Millennium is all concentrated on Xerath. He's the only safe, effective wave player. So is just going to tower dive.
Having a good time against Kevin there, just trying to force out the dominance. Meanwhile, Peke just split pushing, as we'd expected here with this set, going straight in, and actually he's going to be diving on towards crits, and that's a lot of damage, and the Deathmark is enough to get that final pop. Meanwhile, Yellowstar and Reckless come around, and they finish off the tower.
Yeah, very easy kill there from Peke, just landing every single ability that he needed to. Millennium on the back foot, they trying to defend against a Baron buff Fnatic, so they don't want to pick a fight, but they also can't really contest with the split pushing. While Peke was pushing bottom lane, Soaz is dealing with Kevin in the top lane completely. He's got the tower. I mean, a moment ago, he could have tower dove to get a kill, and Soaz and Shyvana is now outscaled Renekton. He's got the items that he needs, the levels that he needs, that Renekton's no longer a bully to him.
And Fnatic simply turn their focus to that mid lane. Again, damage thrown down at max range by Kurt, but you've got to land that damage. Cyanide says, I'm going to tank this one up. A couple of auto attacks in on that one. 3 turrets from Millennium, 5 to Fnatic. Obviously, all outer rings are now down. Just the inner turret in mid lane remains. And I'm not sure that Millennium can really hang around, especially once they spot Peke coming in from this one. Actually, Jerry gonna dive pretty deep, throws the solar flare out. Cyanide goes back onto Reckless, had to flash there.
Yeah, here comes Soaz from the side. Peke's in trouble from Cotnex.
And I don't think he's gonna manage to escape this one. This could be very, very close. He does get away to the shadows, but the speed boost from Cotnex comes in once again. Can Peke get away? We've seen this scenario before. Soaz coming in, Blade of the Ruin King will stop Cotnex from chasing, and Peke turns around on this one. Cotnex now finds all of a sudden that he's the one running away from the dragon. Soaz continues to get that chase on. There is the shield coming in from Jerry, and the rest of the team now force Soaz to turn away, not before he's had a bit of a laugh, and he will get away.
Millennium were chasing Fnatic back in the mid lane, and because of that, now Fnatic have got some pretty good positioning in this jungle. If Fnatic can catch somebody out, they may be able to get a kill. Good slice and dice there from Kevin, and Yellowstar just looking for poke, but this has allowed Fnatic onto the inner mid turret. They pick that one up. A lot of map play, nobody really going down in that situation, but Fnatic coming out the better because of the incredible amount of mobility from their champions.
And we've got 1 minute 20 seconds for the Baron. The Dragon comes up in a minute. Millennium did take that last one. Surprisingly enough, Peke is just going to go straight back to that bottom lane and continue his split push. This was last year's tactic from Fnatic. It was a tactic that so many teams couldn't even get close to stopping.
Split pushing with a teleport on one of the split pushes. It is the de facto Fnatic strategy, and it's what they did immaculate. I think their understanding of when to push and when to do things is great. And you know, Soaz, he's taking no damage from Kevin in that situation. And even with Cotnex nearby, they didn't contest it. Cotnex is still sticking around. Creatin's even in this top lane. And Soaz is just running interference. The longer he stays here, the deeper Peke gets to push that lane in the bottom wave. So it may look like Soaz is playing quite bravely against 3 members, but it's buying Peke and Fnatic time to get control on that bottom half of the map.
A few buffs being picked up, red buff for both sides. Soaz continues to push. Peke has come back from his trip in the bottom lane and will be soloing that dragon that I said was coming up in a minute's time. 10 seconds though now till Baron. Yellowstar's already in position with pink wards. He's going to ward down the back as well. Fnatic have full vision control of the pit.
And because of the map presence they've got thanks to the 4 sweeping lenses, Fnatic right now can dictate the pace of this game. They're onto the most difficult towers to get, the inhibitor turrets. And because they have the ability to tower dive, but it's very risky against an Evelynn and a Leona, and because it's quite hard to get to that Xerath. Ooh, Solar Flare didn't connect, but that was a flash from Yellowstar at least, so cooldown for cooldown, advantage Millennium. Fnatic have to pull Millennium towards them, get kills, and then go for an inhibitor turret. I kind of feel like even with the 10k gold lead, there is still a lot of damage and wave clear from Curb that could make Fnatic's life difficult.
And Soaz just continues to run rings around them in the jungle, even with that sweeping lens on and clearing things out. And Fnatic, they knew, I mean, Yellowstar went in, took the pink ward. He had complete vision of both sides there of the entry. He knew how safe he was. They did get another ward in the back, but I'm not sure that they're going to be able to stop this one off. Curb, I think, is going to have to be the hero. Jerry is going to fall. The death mark will be enough to finish him off. Peke going in towards Cotnex. Peke flashes away, dodges all the charges there of Curb's ultimate, and now they chase through. The Baron was picked up in the meantime. Kevin is going to fall down, gets caught here in the cocoon. Cyanide gets that one. That's 2 men down. Baron to Fnatic.
That was a 2 versus 4 that Fnatic came out ahead of. Peke jumped onto Leona with his ultimate, and we've seen Soaz just running interference there against the members of Millennium. With the kills and the Baron in favor of Fnatic, they are now on the inhibitor turret. They're going to get the turret, and they're going to get the tower. If Curb sticks around, he could get taken out.
Well, Soaz did step forward there, thinking he might be able to have a go, and there is a cocoon landing. Cyanide might have enough damage. and actually he will. It's Reckless that gets it in the end. Cyanide just repelling away. Soaz did live, by the way, in case you were just wondering from that one. The tanky dragon not having many problems, and look at this. Yellow Star pushes mid, perfect time.
As long as Fnatic have a numbers advantage, they are in a better position. They've got an immense gold lead as well. You can't discount their plus Baron, so it would have taken a perfect defense for Millennium to even hold those objectives. But Fnatic, they find the picks, they find the kills, they find the objectives, and they've just played this game really, really intelligently as it has progressed.
And Fnatic gonna go home and spend the gold, which I do believe they should have a lot of. Yeah, there we go. 2,700 in the top lane. In fact, 4 out of 5 have over 2,000. And Peke had already been back just earlier on. Picked himself up a Sword of the Divine. So other purchases coming in. Blade of the Ruin King for Reckless on Sivir. Guardian Angel now for Cyanide to lease. Aegis for Karma. Thorn Mail for Soaz, as if you couldn't kill him before.
There is so much damage across all of the members of Fnatic that it is just a matter of time before they get that damage onto the targets. Thanks to Peke having the Sword of the Divine for 100% critical hit chance, if he combines that with his Deathmark on even Renekton, through all of that armor and the Last Whisper in Peke's back pocket, I actually think he's going to kill Kevin. He can pop him with that Deathmark thanks to that itemization. It's definitely not standard, but when you've got a 15,000 gold lead, 8 towers to 3, Barons and Dragons, why not? Get 2 auto attacks down that are guaranteed critical hits, and that's it. You are finished, that's a dead Crocodile.
And that's moving closer in once again, that Baron. Still got plenty of time, almost half in fact, still left on that one. Jerry's going to have to land everything, and they're going to have to do something about Soaz because he's run straight up the middle. All 5 Millennium men are trying to defend that inhibitor turret, and Soaz just running amok here. Literally amok right in the middle of the team. Cottonex tries to do some damage, ends up coming off worse for it. Curb's trying to keep the rest of the 4 away in that bottom lane by blasting them away as much as possible. But J-Ree taking a hell of a lot of poke. They're going to step forward at some point and go for this one. Solar Flare went in, but it landed onto Reckless. He gets away from that one. Everything's been blown now, and Fnatic turn it around. Soaz is right at the front of the entire team. Cottonex core at the back. They blow up everyone at the front. Kevin should be able to get through onto the fountain, but Fnatic don't care about that. They've just taken 4 kills for nothing. The Nexus turrets go down, the Nexus itself falls, and Fnatic pick up a dominating win here against Millennium.
Flawless execution from Fnatic, executing 4 members of Millennium. Millennium tried a last-ditch effort. That fight was too little, too late. When you're 15,000 gold down, you need to land everything perfectly and kill somebody instantly if you're going to defend that inhibitor turret. Those things did not happen, so Fnatic just re-engaged, ran Millennium down, and another game from Fnatic where they controlled the map very well.
They did almost exactly what we said in that pre-game in terms of how well they played against the Super Hot crew yesterday. We saw, to really get things started, the move from Cyanide as they forced the duo away from the bottom lane. They came in there, took the first turret. They moved a little bit later on towards the Dragon. They did the same in the top lane, then into the mid lane, and it was just a plan that went flawlessly for Fnatic. And talking about that last fight, just looking down the health bars on my side screen here, they didn't lose any health.
No, they didn't, because they got jumped on, and then because the tower diving Soaz was tanking up that turret for 3 or 4 shots, the rest of the team just ran down the members of Millennium. It was, they got killed so quickly. Sword of the Divine on Zed, running you down with Ghostblade and, you know, Armor Pen and Blade of the Ruin King. Nobody could survive. Fnatic are back to their map controlling ways, and that's good because that was the Fnatic that went 7-0 at the start of the spring split when they played the map. And they almost ignored the champions to an extent, because it's about the objectives, it's about the Nexus. Kills help you, of course, but when you're playing towers and you can secure them that effectively, why force a kill when you don't need to?
Back to winning ways, I think, is the real key for Fnatic here. We saw how that 8-game losing streak after winning 7 in a row was just very, very hard for them to really handle. They finally bounced back with a win over Gambit after that one, and it was kind of win a couple, lose one, win one, lose one, but now they're on a 4-game winning streak, and to be honest, at the perfect time in the season.
What that means right now, coming into this game, SK Gaming, Gambit, and Fnatic were all tied at 13 and 10. Were tied. At the top of the table was Alliance at 14 and 10. Now, because Fnatic have picked up a win...
Let me guess, they're tied.
They are now tied,
wow.
Who would have guessed, at first place with Alliance. So they're currently holding that position. For Millennium, on the other hand, they were 7-16 coming into this game. They are now 7-17. If one more team picks up a victory above them, for example, Copenhagen Wolves or ROCCAT, for example, Wolves today, if they win, they guarantee Millennium are into the possible relegation going into that summer promotion tournament. Even if Wolves lose and say Wolves pick up a game next week, that's it. One more victory from Wolves and that's going to knock Millennium out.
So what we're guaranteed here with 1 week left to go, considering we've got 2 more matches left today, the final one being the rematch of SK against Gambit, it means with 1 week to go, we've actually got a 3-way tie for first place. Because either SK or Gambit are going to be 14 for 10, and Alliance and Fnatic are in that position as well. Who would have guessed it? I think we might be having a few tiebreakers at the end of the season.
As it stands right now, 2 teams sitting tied for first place, 3 teams sitting tied for that second place. We'll have to see how these games play out. And, you know, we were talking about some of the possibilities of if A beats B and B loses to C. We worked out it was close to about 1 million different options because for each team having 5 different possibilities and then each other team having 5, it is so difficult to predict how this region is going to go. And I mean, Super Hot Crew beat Gambit. Super Hot Crew are not out of this yet. They're at 10-14. Yes, they're 4 games off the pace, but if they pick up a win against, you know, Fnatic and Alliance and say SK Gaming, all of a sudden they're 13-14. Each of those other teams is 14-11, maybe 14-12. So it's impossible to predict what's going to happen.
What we're saying is our stat guys are going to be very, very busy trying to work out all those eventual possibilities that we've still got in this one. For now, though, we're going to have a 2-way tie at the top of the league. It's going to be 3 very soon, but we are going to head over to Shox and Deficio, who have Fnatic's XPK with them at the table.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, we are joined here by XPK as Fnatic is now on a 4-0 winning streak. I want to start by going back to the beginning of the game. Actually, pick some bans, because with Ziggs, Rise, LeBlanc, Lulu, Gragas, and Kha'Zix banned out, you had to go kind of a different route. Tell me about pick some bans.
Yeah, we did. I thought they might ban Gragas or something, but Bora didn't think so, so we were like, okay, let's just ban those champions. Then LeBlanc and Gragas will be open. I can play one of those, and it's really safe, really easy. But then they banned Gragas. We end up banning a lot of mid lanes. They banned some as well, and I was like, I could play Nidalee, but if he plays something weird, because I know he's going to play something weird, either Heimer or Talon or Sarah like he did or something, and like, it can be really bad. With Zed, I have a safe lane versus everyone, and in mid late game, I can just go for any of the squeezes and do good.
Well, how is it in laning against Seraph? Because it's obviously a champion we haven't seen in the LCS before, so laning against him, what do you have to be careful about?
I was just trying to remember what was his passive all the time, because he was like signing when he auto-attack. It's like he hit him mana back or something like that.
Yeah, it doesn't do too much against you.
No, it doesn't do much. I thought it was like extra damage or something. But it was pretty easy, kind of. Like, he doesn't put enough pressure. I haven't faced many Seraph, so I was really scared at some point, but I think I could have pushed it even harder, because I can dodge his Q with my W really hard and put him super low, but I was just playing safe and farming and not taking any risk because I don't really know the champion that well.
You say you play safe, but then we saw you going back for the Brutalizer first item, so you were going quite aggressive. Did you guys know from early on in the game that it was going your way?
We felt like it until the Drake throw. There it felt a bit weird, but I still felt like we would win fights because our setup felt superior, kinda. It felt really strong. I know at some point I don't really have to one-shot the squeezes. I can one-shot Evelyn or Renekton or anyone. So even if he had Thonias and Lucian QSS, I was not too scared. And we as a team were playing still really good even after that mistake.
So now you guys have won 4 games in a row. You're actually tied for first place. No matter what happens in the Gambit SK game, you're still tied for first place. Why is Fnatic all of a sudden winning?
I have no idea. I really don't know. Like I guess we go by, like, we win a lot of games, then we lose a lot of games, then we win a lot of games, and
there's nothing that feels different for you in the game. So you guys just doing the same things now. This just works. Or?
Yeah, it feels like we do the same, but it works. Like at some point when we were losing, we were knowing why we were losing. We're like, okay, we're doing this bad. We have to do it right. We have to focus on this because we always fail. And then we were trying to do it, and we will fail at it, or we will do that right but fail at something else, and it just didn't work. And now it seems like everything works. Maybe everyone got their motivation back, their mood back, or their vision of the game. I don't know, like everyone is doing the right movements, kinda.
Something that came back, something you guys did a lot in Season 3 is running that teleport and you split pushing as well. Is that an active choice, or is that also just do what I feel like?
Do whatever. No, We think TP is really strong now. More with you can use it to go to lane and farm, and you only have 3 minutes cooldown. Is super strong. So we like it a lot more on top because Ignite can give you a kill, but if you don't really get a kill, at some point TP is way more useful than Ignite. So we are trying it some games, yes, some games not. We are still not sure if it's super good, but we like it.
And I'd actually like to hear your opinion about Zed, because we saw it last game, now you played as well. We saw it in the first game of the day, now you've been playing it. Why are we all of a sudden seeing Zed more now? What is it he brings?
The thing is that he's a really strong champion. You have to play him really good as well, and that's the problem. You have to play him every day a few games to keep the mechanics, and you have to know what to do. And it's our champion, but it's really good when you play him good. And when there are a lot of millionaires banned, and you know he's not gonna pick Kale, which is the only champ I really cannot play against, and I think every third is super hard to play versus Kale, then you can pick him. He's super safe in lane and can one-shot anyone.
Yeah, Zed, with those shadows, you can play a lot of mind games, and that is actually also the question that we asked you guys on Twitter here earlier today. Which European LCS team plays the most mind games and why? And here are some of your answers. The first one is from @ROCCAT Emil. ROCCAT uses the most mind games. I mean, once a Mordekaiser, twice the Mordekaiser, and thrice the Lulu top. Everyone is scared of their next pick, but recently not so much.
Well, the thing is, when you play in your pick and ban phase against ROCCAT, you never know what they're going to bring up. You can all of a sudden feel like all your bans are useless because you just pick Mordekaiser and you're like, oh, we didn't expect it. So for me, the pick and ban phase for ROCCAT, at least in the start of the season, was very nice mind games.
The second tweet is from @TweetWishes. Alliance, their bad start to their season was only to make the other teams drop their guards. Do you feel like you're played by Alliance, Feke, now that you're tied with them for first place?
Maybe. We were talking about it last week, I think, after the games. Wicked and I were like, yeah, we were just giving them hope and like kind of joking, of course. And now we are going to both go to the top. We'll meet there.
The last
one. Just joking.
Oh, just joking. Last one is from @WildJacovo. I think it might be Fnatic. The constant rotations, variable picks, and the classic Fnatic bushes keep them unpredictable.
Well, I think he should take it, of course. It's your team. So why are you guys playing mind games, or why are you so good at it?
I really have no idea. Like the mind games, we always play them, and they always seem to work out. When we're ahead, it's really easy. But when it comes to in the league, some games we play good, some games we play bad. We don't really know why is that. Like some games we know, okay, we play bad because we pick bad champions or bad team setup. But some games we lose them, and we are like, we just lose it. We don't know how it is.
Some very deep insight right there. Thank you very much. And you guys, thanks at home for all those great answers. And remember, you can keep chatting about all of today's games by using that hashtag LCS. Now, while the Rift is ready for our next match, we're going to take a short break. When we return, the Copenhagen Wolves and ROCCAT will clash. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's time for our next game as the Copenhagen Wolves take on ROCCAT. The Wolves have a 2-1 lead over ROCCAT, and these two teams are the two teams that they can find themselves tied in the standings at the end of the split, or funnily enough, at the end of the day. ROCCAT are at 12 wins and 11 losses, and the Wolves are at 11 wins and 12 losses. Now, bear with me here. If ROCCAT
getting Baron, they was one of the Wolves' weaknesses.
Indeed, certainly showed through a few times earlier in the season. Their opponents, ROCCAT, had a tough time against Alliance yesterday and were unable to drum up that performance that they needed to stop Alliance's steamrolling win streak, which continued today.
Yeah, now the problem was that ROCCAT, they picked champions who take time to scale up. They had Trundle, they had Ryze, they even had Jinx, who all the champions need levels, items, CS, and time to get where they need to be in power levels to win team fights and control the game. Alliance didn't give them that chance because Alliance got a strong early lead, they controlled the pace of the game. Now, it wasn't all bad for ROCCAT because they did manage to put together a few good team fights in the mid to late game, but at that point they were just too far behind for it to really matter. And I have to call out the early lane swap for ROCCAT. It did work well in securing the first tower, but then they failed to defend their own bottom tower. They delayed swapping out, and they ended up losing the tower, which gave some early gold and map pressure there to Alliance. I keep harping on about ROCCAT's early game because it continues to be a challenge for them. And it's a problem that could see them falling into the danger zone, going into the promotion tournament, potentially to be relegated.
Well, coming into this match, both sides have identified the targets that they need to shut down to secure a win. The Copenhagen Wolves are going to look to contain Overpower in the mid lane, while ROCCAT hope to shut down Forgiven on Unlimited as a key to victory.
ROCCAT have been the strongest team in LCS in the beginning, but now they have fallen off. It kinda partly has to do with the fact that teams learn how to play against them.
We always had some problems with Copenhagen. Even when we won, we had really big issues with them in the matches. Like we did some comebacks and so on, and not just clear wins.
The mid laner is one of the best mid laners in Europe. He has a very good synergy with the jungler, so this makes them a very good team, at least early game.
Against Copenhagen Wolves, we need to prepare pretty much on bot lane, because Forgiven and Unlimited are playing very aggressively.
Their bot lane is... it's their bot lane anyway.
And also Copenhagen Wolves rely on the jungler, amazing. Usually he carries the entire early and mid game, so we need to buy a lot of wards, so he won't gank that much, and I will probably need to help bot lane a lot.
Interesting video there, a few fighting words as well.
Yeah, strong words from both of these teams. We'll see how it works out, considering how close they're on the table. There's added pressure and excitement in this game.
Well, let's check out the starting lineups of this one. On the blue side, it's the Copenhagen Wolves with Youngbuck in the top lane, amazing in the jungler. In the jungle, he's the jungler as well. Coutard in the mid lane, Forgiven the AD carry, and Unlimited the support.
And on the red side, it is Xazus in the top lane. The jungler is Jankos, Overpowers in the mid lane, Celivar as the AD carry, and Vander as the support.
And our featured matchup for today is with the AD carries of Forgiven and Celivar. When you first think about this match, the initial feeling is that Forgiven is performing better and is the possible stronger AD carry. But if you actually look at the statistics, they're very, very close. They both share a 3.9 KDA, and their average CS is not worlds apart. Forgiven is ahead, though, and those additional 20 CS definitely help him out in the mid-game. And interestingly enough, in that last video, he said, well, ROCCAT's bottom lane. Yeah, they're the bottom lane.
Now, when I looked at this matchup, I personally thought it was going to be much more in favor of Forgiven, and I was surprised at how close these two AD carries are statistically. The biggest difference comes with average CS per game. And this is largely due to Wolves having longer games and also feeding much more of their side lane farm to Forgiven. So part of the reason Forgiven's like, it's because he's getting CS from his team. It's part of the Wolves strategy to win in the late game. For ROCCAT, it's very different because they rely on Xazus and Overpower to split push and control the map, which means that side lane farm goes to them. that is why you see that lower CS per game on the side of Celiva. It also is an emphasis on their solo laners for ROCCAT to do well, which is why you never see Celiva outright carrying games. But it can't be denied that when Jankos does gank bottom and gives Celiva some kills, he seldom gives that lead up. And that's why their KDAs are close. They have similar kills. They have similar assists. So I was pleasantly surprised to see that while less flashy, Celiva holds his own with Forgiven from a statistical standpoint.
Yeah, and so just to carry that one on there, if you see the wins and how the scores are for Forgiven in their wins. 5-0-5 in a win, 1-2-3, 1-3-2 in losses. Then you go back to the wins and see 4-0-3, 5-0-5, 7-0-3. When the Wolves are winning, Forgiven is doing well. Simple fact that we've learned throughout this split so far, but we're into the bans and the picks, so let's see what comes our way. Trundle, Renekton, both banned out here by the Copenhagen Wolves. Youngbuck will enjoy that one because that means that Xaxus has got 2 less options. On the other side, they're focusing on Amazing.
Yeah, we'll see what Youngbuck wants to run in the top lane. He played Gragas yesterday, and he played very well with that Gragas. The Yasuo is still open and available to them as well if they want to go that route, but Evelynn was a key focus for Amazing yesterday. If you look at 2 junglers being banned up from ROCCAT, they are clearly signaling we do not want Amazing to ruin our days and to get in our lanes early. It's something that Amazing has been able to do many times in the past.
What are they going to go for here, though? Lulu was taken out, and now Youngbuck is going to be taking first pick. You expect that, with the fact that they've gone and banned 3 top laners out, does that mean that they're going to take their top laner first, or does that mean they've got something very, very specific in mind for this match?
If they lock in something like a Gragas, for example, it puts that seed of doubt on the side of ROCCAT because it is a champion that Countdown has played in the past. It's something that works for him and his playstyle. This time round, they have opted to go for the Elise. Now, if I look at yesterday's games, the Elise was banned out by Millennium toward... excuse me, I hit my cough button. So I think that with the Elise being banned out yesterday from Millennium towards the Copenhagen Wolves, Amazing is still playing Elise in scrims, much like Cyanide. I still believe Elise is a top-tier pick. Maybe not necessarily the best jungler anymore, but definitely powerful enough.
So, some interesting facts about the Elise and Amazing. He won with Elise in the first game of the season against Alliance, but he's not won a single game with Elise since then in the jungle. Very interesting. We're going to see him on it this time around. ROCCAT take away the Gragas, whether that ends up with Xaxus up top or whether that ends up in the mid lane here with Overpower, we'll have to see. And also taking Lucian for Celiva.
Yeah, so once again, the diversity in the pick is there on the side of ROCCAT. I want to highlight that we have also seen Gragas jungles elsewhere in the world. The only reason I say that point now is to exemplify the diversity of that pick. Because you can put Gragas into multiple lanes and he can do sort of different jobs depending on the team comp that you want to run, there is always the option available to you. We have also seen Overpower playing Assassins in the past. So if ROCCAT wanted to run the likes of a Yasuo-Gragas combination, I think Overpower played Forgiven last week or the week before last, and you know, it is theoretically there and theoretically possible for him. A safe pick locking in that Lucian for Celiva. It is his second most played AD carry if I remember correctly, and he's just safe picks here for ROCCAT.
On the other side for the Wolves, they're going to be, I'm guessing, taking away Caitlyn. The question for me is what support comes with that. We've got Thresh still on the board. Vander was a beastly Thresh early season. And to be honest, on the other side, Unlimited doesn't really play Thresh. Well, he doesn't play Thresh.
No, I don't think that he does, and I think Unlimited's a better Karma anyway. So I would like to see something like that, maybe even a Leona pick. It's what he ran yesterday. You've got hard engage that can sync up with that Shyvana and with that Elise quite effectively. So there are options available. The reason the Copenhagen Wolves are holding off on that is to determine what else ROCCAT are running. By leaving their support pick to last, they can decide if they want mobility from Karma or if they want engage from Leona. And we'll see what ROCCAT decide to lock in. Vander has been playing Thresh not necessarily to the greatest degree in recent weeks. I think his Thresh play was much better at the beginning of the split. We've seen Vander experimenting with Annie recently, also not necessarily the greatest success. Morgana is still up if they wanted to go that route. And interestingly, ROCCAT leaving that final pick to their support as well. A different type of pick ban phase this time around.
Nearly then for Overpower or Xaxus, we'll see if they end up switching hands whatsoever. Celiva for the jungle, and of course Lucian. Celiva for the jungle? I'm pretty sure Celiva's not going to be in the jungle. Let's try that one again. Lucian for Celiva and Kha'Zix for the jungle for Jankos. I'm moving on to the Copenhagen Wolves now. They're looking for their support and their mid laner. are they going to be going for? What have they been playing here recently? Actually pretty varied if you look at Kautar's previous games. Yasuo, of course, against Millennium yesterday. That's not banned out here. He's also had a couple of Lulu games. That's unfortunately not available for him this time.
I think Leona has to be a consideration, and my reasoning is this. Gragas and Nidalee are heavy poke champions. They will be good in sieges. They want to land a lot of damage. One of, if not the best counter to poke champions is hard engage. Annie will fulfill a role similarly to that of Leona. You flash in there, you get Tibbers down, you stun up members of ROCCAT, and then you engage. Now, if this Xerath is going to be locked in, this is going to be a long-range poke versus long-range poke battle. We could be in for a long one, because until poke lands and actually deals damage to your opponents, it's going to be very, very difficult to get on the tower. Thanks to having Caitlyn in the side of the Wolves, they will have slightly superior early game sieging and early game zone control. For me, Vander would need to go Karma now to dodge the move speed of the Elise and the Shyvana and get on Xerath, or maybe even Leona to do exactly the same job. Counter Annie, jump on her, punish her in lane, and get some kills for yourself and Celeber.
Oh, we'll see about that. I think for me, Vander, we've said it before, that early on in the season, he looked amazing. Vander looked absolutely amazing. But in the times where they've been struggling, you know, if you look back at the last 6 games, they've lost 5 of them. The stats don't get any better if you go a little bit further back even. Vander has not really performed on the level that we've been used to see him in the early stages of the season. It is going to be the Karma support locked in here for ROCCAT to go up against the Annie.
So those were the only 2 options they had. It was either going to be the hard engage or they were going to go for mobility. Now, looking at the rest of their champions, considering that they had Nidalee and Gragas, the more I think about it, the more I think that is a slightly better option. My only question is, what role is Kha'Zix meant to fill in this particular situation? He doesn't have the strongest peel. Kha'Zix is a champion that wants to run in. His only buddy that's going to run in with him will be Gragas with maybe an explosive cask. So I feel like the jungle pick from ROCCAT is a little bit obscure. Had it been something like a Pantheon, it may have filled a different role. So what we're going to see from ROCCAT, extended laning phase, looking to land good poke, and once they land poke, using mobility from Karma and engage from Kha'Zix to scare the Wolves away. Wolves, on the other hand, have much more engage potential. Shyvana, Elise, and Annie can jump into ROCCAT's face if Kautar lands some good damage with that Xerath. So it's going to be a poke war. If ROCCAT are a little bit out of position, they will be jumped on by the Wolves first, and that could be scary.
And a very important matchup for both of these teams. But before we get into it, let's check in with your forecast for this game. 66% of you went with ROCCAT as the winner. Funnily enough, the Copenhagen Wolves, as we said before, 2-1 ahead in the overall, in the head-to-head ranking between these 2 teams. And also, for me, the more informed team right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's more problems in ROCCAT's gameplay at this moment in time than there is with the Copenhagen Wolves gameplay. And judging on how the Wolves performed yesterday, even though it was against Millennium, who are arguably not at their best shape either, they still look good. They still did what they needed to do, and they closed that game out pretty convincingly.
Yeah, it's hard to, I think, judge a lot of teams against Millennium because they're a team that have struggled so much in the last games that it's been really hard to say who played well against the team that can't really do that much at the minute. Either way, we're going to find out whether the Copenhagen Wolves can tie up the standings with ROCCAT here. They're at 11 for 12. ROCCAT just ahead at 12 for 11. We are going to get in-game, though. We've got a Xerath for a 2nd game in a row.
Yeah, we'll see how this works. Xerath last time around, not as effective. Kerp unable to make that champion work for him. This time around, we do see Unlimited with an early ward. So this immediately tells you that they either want to get Vision to do an invade, or they're going to group up. Now, if Unlimited has charged up his stun, which he has, it is going to allow them to get some hard CC very early on. We'll see if they can make a count. There are also teleports on both of these top laners. So it is a teleport Shyvana and a teleport Gragas that will be looking to make people's lives a bit more difficult as we get later into the game.
Actually, the Wolves setting up a little bit of funkiness here down on the bottom side of the map. Amazing. Sorry, Unlimited is going to start to move around there as well. And let's not forget, Amazing, if he picks that Cocoon first, obviously not ideal for him then in the jungle, but it could help them secure something early.
So a smart play here from Copenhagen Wolves. The ward that Unlimited picked up was placed in the top river. So this is going to prevent ROCCAT from stealing their blue without the Wolves being aware of it. So what the Wolves are looking to do is contest this buff against ROCCAT. if ROCCAT peel away and try to balance it out by taking the buff from the Copenhagen Wolves, there's going to be there's going to be potential to collapse on members of ROCCAT. And you know, if long-range poke versus long-range poke is the battle of the mid lane, Counterhard is significantly losing right now. Also, there's a cleanse on Nidalee, so keep that in mind. Slightly different mid lane summoner than what we're used to seeing.
Get away from the stun, and Zazas here is starting to move around. He's inside the brush. They're going to spot him pretty late, and Zazas able to escape that one. Did actually have to level his body slam up first there, though, to stay safe. And we can see that ROCCAT have invaded as well on the top side of the map, which means that the junglers are simply going to exchange blue buffs and then move back towards their own reds. We do have that lane swap in action as well, of course. ROCCAT sending their duo lane to the top side and Gragas down bottom.
So that ward actually ended up doing nothing for the Wolves. They did, ROCCAT did walk across the vision, so Wolves were aware that the buff was being stolen. Jankos has got himself the blue buff, got himself the wolf camp, and he's going to continue about his merry way. So, you know, even start to this game as far as the jungle camps are concerned. We also see a lane swap. This time it's ROCCAT that have initiated it. Whether it was to avoid the Caitlyn Annie lane, or it was in anticipation of a Copenhagen Wolves lane swap themselves, which is something that the Wolves have done very often. We'll have to see, but I think with Gragas clearing out the jungle camps and being able to do better in a 1v2, I think ROCCAT just wanted it to try gain an early advantage.
And there's a ward then offered up here for Gragas, thanks to those jungle camps that he's cleared from the start. And we'll see if he puts that around the tri-bush area just to get some early warning of a possible three-man dive onto him. Meanwhile, Counterhard pushing the pressure back onto Overpower in this mid lane. Does manage to land that slow. We said it in the last game. It's pretty slow. It's almost easy to dodge, but if you force it into an area where the minions, well, you can't get past the minions there, you're going to go and get stunned either way. These two 2v1s, bang even at the point of the turret, which is what I was getting onto next. Although the CS is even, this bottom turret is falling super fast.
Keep in mind, Copenhagen Wolves started this lane swap and they have lost the lane swap. They have lost their bottom turret within 4 minutes of the game. There is a decent enough minion wave here for Zazas to farm up, but Saliva and Vanda are going to take a lot longer to get that top turret down. Before 8 minutes, that top turret still has the damage reduction from champion attacks, so it's at 50%. They've got so much more work to do before they can balance that out. Yesterday, ROCCAT, when playing against Alliance, I don't think they played their early lane swap well, and I feel like this is backfiring on them once again. You know, Wolves are on the inner turret.
Yeah, wakey. ROCCAT needs to do something about this one. They've got their jungler there. Top side of the map. They have forced Youngbuck away, but again, he holds on to it. The tower being stronger and all that, and he's just going to sit behind it this entire time. Zazas going to be throwing his barrels out to clear these waves as much as possible, but he himself is still level 2, and again, 3 men for the Wolves stack up there.
Yeah, and look at, like, Jankos on Kha'Zix at this level in the game can't offer a whole lot. There's a little bit of splash damage on his ability, so maybe some wave clear to help out with Kha'Zix, but at least can tower dive. A good cocoon into some percentage HP damage plus repel is going to allow this 3-man in conjunction with Annie to actually have some kill potential. Now, Jankos has to be a little bit careful. The rest of the champions are ignoring ROCCAT, and they're just hammering away on this tower. Copenhagen Wolves are doing very, very well in the first 5 minutes of this match.
And if you jump at them, then Unlimited is going to stun both of you up. So, not really a lot they can do about that one. Youngbuck still holding on to his outer turret in that top lane, trying his best to strip those minions down whilst keeping himself ahead in farm. Does have a lead on Gragas in farm and has held on to that turret for longer. It is finally going to go down here though for ROCCAT. Comes about a minute later than that of the Wolves.
So at this point in time, the global gold is still sitting in favor of the Wolves thanks to some slightly higher CS counts and the fact that, look at this advantage, they're getting close to taking the inner turret down. Overpower can't respond. ROCCAT's duo lane is still sticking around in that top lane. Amazing is happy to stay in this lane right now because he's stealing away, he stole away the big white, he's stealing away the wolf camp, and if the wolves stick around for another minute or so, they can steal the blue buff from ROCCAT once again, so they can get the tower and another blue buff steal.
And the fact is that Jankos is there, so he can't counter-steal that blue. As Unlimited actually going to stun up Zazas once again, and they may just be able to force him away from that one. Forgiven, granted, getting a little bit low that time around, but where's the threat? As long as they've got eyes on Nidalee, they know what they're faced up against.
Yeah, a little bit too antsy there. Too many turret shots means that Forgiven and Unlimited are a lot lower in HP, but if you look at the mana pools there for both Jankos and Xaxus, they don't have enough mana for multiple spell reels. Body Slam does not connect with Unlimited, so trading the poke back and forth, and if Xaxus actually backs away, the Ignite was on him, it means that in this next minion wave, the tower should be able to go down. Overpower level 6 could come in from the side. A good Javelin toss could secure kills, but look at this, he's coming from Tribush. I feel like Celiva and Vander, Forgiven and Unlimited are in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, and they didn't know he was coming. He jumped around the side of that one. Forgiven is going to go very low. He tries to flash away. Overpower gets that one. I don't think Unlimited has got anything to escape either. And that is a double kill for Nidalee. Disastrous, really, for the Copenhagen Wolves after doing everything so great.
Even bigger than that, the teleport was used from Youngbuck. I have no idea what he was hoping to accomplish in that situation, because that's a 5-minute cooldown now. All of a sudden, the Copenhagen Wolves have a bit of a numbers advantage in this position right now. They were trying to challenge for blue, decided against it. 2 early kills, they both go to Overpower's Nidalee. His spears are going to be hitting so hard, so much earlier. And if you cast your mind back to that video, Copenhagen Wolves are saying we need to shut down Overpower. That definitely is not happening right now.
No, they've done almost the polar opposite of that one, giving the first 2 kills of the game over to Nidalee. He's level 7 now, and he surely has a good chunk of gold to be going back to spend. Does already have that chalice, and he's got almost enough to even buy himself a needlessly large rod if you want him to go straight that direction. He's going to be getting himself a blue buff, and not really a need for him to go home right now.
I wonder if that wouldn't even be a smart option. If he grabs himself an incredibly early needlessly large rod, it would allow him to just really hammer down all of his opponents, because even a Shyvana at this level is still going to be quite squishy. It's still going to be, fairly easy to take out. But, the smarter option would just be to invest that gold, finish your Athenes and Holy Grail, have the cooldown reduction, and, play it a bit smarter. And we'll see what Overpower does decide to do. After all of the shenanigans of the lane swapping, the net gain is still sitting in favor of Copenhagen Wolves, I feel, because they got a lot of damage on the inner turret. They have Shyvana with a significant CS advantage over Xaxus, and the map presence that Forgiven and Unlimited is going to have against Celiva and Vander will play into their favor. Annie, Flash Tibbers with no tower behind you means Celiva and Vander are always at kill threat.
Especially if the flashes are down, which actually they are Forgiven. He's the only one that really used that flash. Credit to Unlimited for not going that direction. He just kind of let it happen to him. He knew even using a flash wouldn't get him away from the level 6 or 7 Nidalee as Overpower was then. Be able to chase you down in Cougar form. Funnily enough, Overpower decided not to leave. So let's have a look down some of the CS totals here. Bottom lane, just 2 CS between them. Mid lane, not even that, but those 2 kills make the big difference. If we look at the solo laners from the top side, 44 to Youngbuck to the 20 of Xaxus.
There's a level 6 Jankos here in the Tribush right now. He's trying to find a gank onto Forgiven and Unlimited, but it is so easy to read because all of a sudden Celiva and Vander move past the minion wave. They haven't done that at all this entire time. This is now a level 7 Jankos. He's going to come in. Oh, there was a great net from Forgiven.
Yeah, but Forgiven does not have his ultimate here, but the presence of Amazing. You see ROCCAT say, no, do not want. They turn around from that one and decide not to go any further. I'm surprised almost that Jankos didn't stealth into that one. He's going to get the stun here on towards Overpower, but he's going to be hit from both sides. He's going to have to flash, but is it enough? Yes, it is. The rest of his team are waiting on the bottom side.
That was a very good flash. It actually dodged the Javelin toss coming out of Overpower as well. That was at max range. It would have been very, very close if it would have killed him. So ROCCAT are fending off this aggression from Forgiven and Unlimited. Jankos spent a lot of time waiting for that gank. Had he managed to go a little bit earlier before Amazing could get in range, that could have been a slightly different story, but it was not the case. Now, Countard has no vision of that Wraith camp, so we had no idea that Jankos was in there stealing it away, and Amazing's going to contest. It could be a Smite war, which Jankos will win because he has Smite. Amazing does not.
Thanks for that one.
Yeah, I was like, as I started, I was looking at cooldowns. I'm like, oh, Amazing doesn't have it.
Well, Jankos didn't know it, and Amazing's going to take it down anyway. So, well done, Amazing, for having the presence there in that one. Otherwise, it certainly would have gone away from him. This top lane still remains in favor of Youngbuck, getting himself some nice magic resist built up now with that Spectre's Cowl and moving up, no doubt, towards that Spirit Visage on the other side. Xaxus, double Doran's Ring, and the boots of speed for him at this stage of the game.
Yeah, so Xaxus should be able to deal with Shyvana in terms of 1v1s if they go all in for a fight. The explosive cask is going to knock Shyvana away, and if you actually time it correctly, you can interrupt that Dragon's Descent from Shyvana. I think Xaxis is going to be looking to farm his way up to a strong mid-game position. That's the most likely situation, because there should not be kill potential for either of those champions 1v1 unless you see those junglers getting involved. As it stands, both Amazing and Jankos have put all of their focus and all of their presence in the bottom lane, where the respective duo lanes have been duking it out for the last 5 or 6 minutes.
Well, we did see a bit of a spend there for Overpower eventually, with his Themes Unholy Grail. Down in the bottom though, once again, Vander pushing things forward Unlimited. I think they're feeling a lot safer in there now, the fact that there is almost that Bloodthirster for Forgiven, and that Unlimited is level 6, so he can just hang around. And if anyone comes anywhere near him, he can just throw that Tibbers down in their face. No attempt to the Dragon. 12 minutes into this one, the spear comes in, Kautar just steps behind. And whilst Overpower did win the level 1 long-range poke war, Kautar has done a great job of avoiding everything since then.
Yeah, and of course on Xerath, you're going to have much better wave clear in these earlier stages of the game than Nidalee, who needs her Cougar form to get any area of effect spell damage, to clear out the larger waves. I think the fact that Dragon hasn't been started yet is because of how much time each of the teams has spent in that bottom lane. Jankos is going in with his ulti. This could be hard.
Especially since the stun misses there. Kautar is going down. Nothing he can do about that one. If the stun would have hit, yeah. But we said it before, it's so easy to dodge that one. The missile speed low. Jankos also was stealth, so it was kind of just thrown his way. And now they are going to be starting Dragon. This is still risky though, with Annie and Caitlyn still up in the bot lane.
Yeah, well, I think it's still going to be safe enough because that long-range damage from Kautar's not there. And of course, you're going to have Overpower that can zone everybody away with those very long spears. So first Dragon of the game gets secured by ROCCAT. And the reason that we haven't seen Xerath played for the last 3 weeks is because teams with mobile champions like a Kha'Zix and like an Nidalee can just run you down and chase you down. And that is the weakness of that Xerath pick. Interestingly enough, in this particular matchup, if you look at the CS between Forgiven and Celiva, they are even right now. 3 separates them. But at the 10-minute mark, it was actually Celiva that was ahead of Forgiven. And, there were strong words from Forgiven. He wasn't impressed by Celiva and Vander, but as it stands, slight lead to ROCCAT. And with a completed Bloodthirster, if the battle were to break out in the not-too-distant future, you'd have to give the advantage to Celiva, who's going to have that higher amount of attack damage.
Interesting to see how this mid lane now develops with that kill that came in a little bit earlier on. Forgiven actually going super low from this one. Actually, Unlimited flashed in there to get Tibbers down. It wasn't enough damage for the kill. The Colin's going to come flying out. And the Copenhagen Wolves so very low down in that bottom lane. There's no jungle presence. The mid laners are still hanging around. They decide that's going to be it. We'll have a bit of a fight. Ultis will be used, but no kills.
Net gain for ROCCAT because Flash and Ignite was burned there from Unlimited, so that very hard engage is not going to be available for a few minutes' time. Celiva has already sustained up, half of the damage that was dealt to him, and he's finally going to get some attack damage down onto this bottom tower. If Copenhagen will stick around, that very long-range poke from Vander is going to allow them to potentially set him kills. I mean, this is great poke from Vander. There's no ace in the hole to threaten him going down, though.
As far as I've noticed, we've not seen the ultimate coming out of Kautar yet, as we are going to see Unlimited gets a little bit too close to the Triboss. Jankos actually stealthing in for that one, gets that speed boost to get in there in the nick of time, just jumps on him. That's an easy kill for a Kha'Zix.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's what we call a bug splat, when a Kha'Zix jumps on you and just decimates the target. And this is going to allow ROCCAT to grab themselves a second tower of the game, a healthy 2,500 gold lead, and now all of a sudden ROCCAT are going to be sieging this inner turret. They've got some minions to work with, the cannon minions there as well. As they had the opportunity to go forward, they decide to play it safe instead. Back away, steal those double golems, and just reset, spend some of the money they've earned. Sitting on a decent amount, 1,500 gold in Celiva's back pocket, so it's going to be a juicy item to be picked up.
Everyone had 1,000 gold there, or more, as they went back. In fact, 2,000 for Overpowers. Really saving up for the big items at this stage. I mean, he's 3-0-0, why not? Kautar having troubles, and actually, are they going to go in for it here? Jankos does get stunned, he gets cocooned, but where's the damage? There is none.
None at all. Kautar actually ate a Javelin Toss from Overpower, which meant he came out worse. I have to commend both Amazing and Kautar, though. They landed both of their skill shot stuns onto Jankos, so chained it together for nearly 2.5-3 seconds worth of stun, but it didn't amount to anything. Countard was not willing to risk throwing down his ultimate, that right of the Arcane. And for the first time in a while, we see Xaxus once again. He's roaming around. There is the potential of like a inverse tower dive. If Xaxus comes in from behind and uses his cask to knock Countard away from the tower, could be enough damage for Overpower to kill him. Instead, it's going to be the other way around. He's been jumped on.
And that is a face check, Xaxus. And is he going to get away? He does throw his ulti down and actually knock them away from the spear of Overpower. But he will be able to just hop on over the wall there with his body slam. Not too bad news for him. Kept his flash, played it cool. Well done, considering the scenario.
Yeah, Xaxus is losing in CS quite heavily at the moment. He's about 20, 30 CS down in comparison to Youngbuck. And it's just a testament of a difficult lane to be in. This big 2.5, 3 creep waves worth of minions will help Xaxus even that out, but he really needs to start getting a little bit more ability power worked up. Maybe starting to, get some help from Jankos to push Youngbuck backwards, because as it stands, Xaxus is struggling, and when Youngbuck roams with that teleport, he's going to be a very big impact.
Does get a big wave, as you mentioned, and I think should have some decent gold to actually go back and be finishing off. Yeah, 2,000 gold he's sat on there, so Athene's Unholy Grail is in the bag for him on that one. We did actually see Void Staff picked up by Overpower as well. I did mention that he was sat on over 2,000 gold and got that tier starting to really build up now as well.
So something that ROCCAT are doing very well, because they've got so much long-range poke and they've got champions that, they can find picks. If Kha'Zix and Karma catch someone out, they do have kill potential on, solo targets. There's a decent amount of deep vision in the side of the Copenhagen Wolves. As long as ROCCAT maintain a good vision lead, it's going to allow them to land poke from Gragas and from Nidalee when they start roaming, which is going to open up the possibility of Kha'Zix diving in to get kills. And you see ROCCAT, they're making use of their vision and their map presence to invade and roam. Overpower and Jankos have been up and down this mid and bottom lane multiple times, and we're only 20 minutes into the game. There's a lot of movement in this particular match.
Poke versus poke combo. The team that gets ahead and can land their poke wins the game. It sounds so obvious, but that literally is what's going to happen in this one. So far, it's ROCCAT, or really we should say Overpower, because he's the one that just completely destroys anyone that he lands anything onto. Maybe outside of Shyvana at this point. He does have that Spirit Visage and an extra Giant's Belt in there, but we can see that ROCCAT having 2 men down the bottom, the damage is starting to add up even for Vander here, the support. We've seen Karmas with some big items today, and why not? If you've got this kind of combo where you're going to be relying on that poke damage over and over, it's worth it.
So we talked about how the poke combo is countered by hard engage. ROCCAT have done what they need to do in the early game to make a poke composition work. They need to be ahead, and they need their poke to be strong enough to prevent Copenhagen Wolves ever hard engaging. Copenhagen Wolves should never be in a situation where they have enough hit points or enough cooldowns to throw themselves at you and shut your combo down. So let's see if ROCCAT can keep landing the spears and the barrels that they need to, because if at any time Copenhagen Wolves jump onto ROCCAT, get a good Tibbers down, get a good ultimate from Xerath or Shyvana running amok in the team, all of a sudden that gold lead is going to mean nothing, because when champions are in your face, Gragas and Nidalee do not do particularly well. Dragon has been started by ROCCAT. It doesn't look like it's going to be contested for the second one of the game for them.
As you mentioned, Xaxus has to stay alive in teamfight. If that happens, if they jump on it has to be Xaxus that doesn't get focused. He needs to be safe in there to have that barrel available. There's another spear coming through. Amazing, losing a ton of HP from that one, and we can see the Wolves don't want any of it. They just back straight away from things. And where are ROCCAT going to go? For me, they could already, at this stage of things with this Nidalee, be pushing things down.
I feel like as a team, because they've got the poke, they want to be in a position where they can siege a safe turret. And the only way that you can siege a safe turret is to have complete vision control of your enemy jungle. If ROCCAT are sieging an inner turret in any of the lanes, and all of a sudden Youngbuck teleports in from the side, or flanks them with that Dragon's Descent, that's when they're going to be in trouble. Overpower's now roaming for Youngbuck. Let's see if he can get away.
Well, he does have his ultimate, but he does get blown straight back here. Has to use his flash. There's no turret available for him. Body slam lands. They're going to keep going in. There, in fact, is the damage coming back. But Jankos joins in. Youngbuck is going to fall. They're trying to focus Xaxus. Overpower's at half as well. But look at Jankos. Forces a flash on Kautar.
Yeah, not enough frontline there. So ROCCAT got good damage down into Youngbuck. He was forced into full retreat. Kautar, once again, has not used his ultimate. We've not seen him casting that to look for kills at all at this point. Amazing does catch a fairly short-range spear, and ROCCAT are going to steal the blue buff. Now that they know Youngbuck is down, they can push this top minion wave, use that long-range poke to get all of their champions onto the tower, barring Celiva, who's going to shove out that bottom lane and defend against Forgiven.
Well, they're going to have to back away. Gragas barrels, Nidalee spears. You cannot stand here as Kautar does get hit once again. They've still got a couple of minions up. Kautar's damage, Kautar's wave clear is not enough there to keep that turret safe. And now Celiva going to go in towards Forgiven. He wants blood for those comments in the video earlier. And whilst Forgiven doesn't go down, he realizes that was a losing battle for him.
He needed to flash away. At this point in time, even though Caitlyn does have that last whisper, she's looking for poke first, and she can't contest with the Sheen and all of the attack speed that Lucian's going to get from his passive. After every spellcast, the double tap from his passive is just going to destroy Forgiven's HP. So Forgiven wisely backs away, gets out. They did need to burn his flash. And I think this is very smart play from ROCCAT. They're extending their gold lead, they're extending their tower lead, and like we said, with the poke composition, you need to make sure your poke is punishing. As soon as you kill a champion or you hurt a champion, you have to secure vision control and map control, because the moment you lose that, your composition falls to nothing. This tower's going to fall, and Wolves may force a fight.
Tower going down, good stun onto Jankos. They're going to try and put as much damage onto him as they can, but Jankos dives in. They have to use the stuns. Repel comes out as well, but I think Unlimited might fall foul of this one. No, he actually flashes, and it was Youngbuck that caught the spear. The Wolves managed to keep their support alive.
And ROCCAT can keep the push on. The minion wave is now pushing up behind them, and this is going to be the same situation as that top tower. This is the deadliest ARAM team you've ever seen. With all of the poke and the execution power of Kha'Zix as well, there's nothing the Wolves can do to defend this. Nidalee spears are throwing up, there's no stun, and that tower's going to drop.
Tower does go down, and ROCCAT will be happy with that one. That's their 5th of the game. They've not given up a single kill as of yet, and they're closing in on 7,000 gold lead now. And I'm assuming after that, picking themselves another big bunch of gold. Yeah, 3,000 gold for Overpower to go back and spend. And well, if he can do that every time, those spears that almost take Kautar down are going to flatten him.
The scary thing is, this Nidalee right now is still sitting on 3,000 gold, has a tier that's up to 415 mana stacked. So we'll see where Overpower decides to build, if he's going to go straight Death Cap after a couple hundred extra gold, or if he wants to build Seraphs. With only 230 odd ability, 190 ability power, excuse me, he's already destroying their HP bars, and that's just going to get so much harder once he finishes his next couple of items. With Dragon in 2 minutes, the only way for Wolves to contest it or try get in on that is to flank ROCCAT and catch them off guard. And to do that, Wolves need more vision. They simply do not have enough wards on the map.
Xaxus continuing to... I mean, that 20 CS actually has been pretty constant throughout this one, but Xaxus, he stayed alive in that top lane, in that 2v1. I mean, it was all a bit of a weird start, wasn't it? We were praising the Wolves and saying, okay, ROCCAT, what is the plan here? You've taken down your turret last, you're taking a lot of damage onto your top lane, but as soon as they brought that extra man in there, they got the double kill onto Overpower.
So much like the mistakes that ROCCAT made yesterday, we may see a fight breaking out. We'll get to that in a second. Overpower's coming in from the side. Now, Nidalee's always going to sit and spam those javelins from behind the tree line, trying to get as much distance and as many blind hits as possible. It's much harder to avoid. Good wards from Wolves will at least give them a bit of a heads up on those javelins coming in, but we're going to be going, ooh, many, many times in the next few minutes.
And the Wolves maybe as well, wincing every time they see that spear coming through and hope that they can actually dodge that one. In fact, the entire team just went down there, but again, look at Xaxus. He's just throwing the barrels out, body slamming into them, and he's got teleport, so he can continually push. Youngbuck is obviously the counter to that. He himself with Shyvana does have that teleport, both of which are on cooldown now, so that's just going to be kind of tug of war on the top side.
Yeah, battling it out, and I think ROCCAT are just going to keep playing this map game. They don't need to put themselves in a position where they can get jumped on. The moment Copenhagen Wolves came to defend that bottom tower in force, ROCCAT backed away. They played it a little safe. They stole the red buff, so it's multiple buff steals. If ROCCAT can get some damage onto the Wolves now, it's going to allow them to back away and pick up an uncontested dragon. If not, they just land once again. Long-range poke to secure a fairly easy objective. To go back to the very early game and how well the Wolves started it, I think their overconfidence at how successful the early game was is what bit them in the butt. Because there was no vision for Forgiven and Unlimited, and once Amazing had recalled, there was about 30 seconds of, are they going to stick around? The answer was yes, and that allowed Overpower to just roam, grab 2 kills, and it set the tone of this whole game. Nidalee has been dictating which objectives are stolen and which towers go down. It's a 3rd dragon in a row for ROCCAT.
Doing well on that front. We've actually seen Youngbuck push that top wave all the way out here, and that's really fine because as long as they have vision of Youngbuck, they can just fight in the bottom lane. They can go 4 versus 4 because if one single Nidalee spear hits, it's 3 versus 4. Xaxus can use his ultimate to stop Youngbuck doing anything, or to stop him teleporting down. It's going to stay 3 versus 4 until the next guy comes healed up, back into the fight, and another one's probably caught a spear by then.
Rabadon's death cap completed now for Overpower, so he's
especially now.
Cooldown reduction, he's got mana regen, he's going to be throwing those javelins out all day long. I would like to see ROCCAT avoiding the Baron. I feel like their team, while there is a lot of ability power damage, it's not necessarily the strongest. And the reason I say so, if Copenhagen Wolves are able to collapse on this Baron pit quickly enough, they will just get melted because there's a lot of AoE from Wolves. But the Wolves have no idea. They've got no vision. They've absolutely no idea that this is happening.
Not a clue that this is going down. The Wolves are there.
There's no risk.
Yeah, there we see the ultimate being thrown out in the end by Coutard. Don't actually think any of them connected in the end, and that means they lose out on the Baron, and so close to 10,000 gold lead now, ROCCAT. And how are you going to defend this one against that Nidalee in particular that's got not only those massive spears, but now has all the statistics from that Baron buff as well?
At this point in the game, Copenhagen Wolves have already lost. There's nothing they can do against this poke composition. The time when they needed to flank, the time when they needed to prevent objectives being taken was in that Baron pit. You get the AoE from Annie, you get the AoE from Shyvana, the damage that's coming out of Xerath. But because Wolves have had just poor vision deep in their, past their own objectives, they had no idea what was happening, and ROCCAT snuck that one away, took less than 10 or 12 seconds, completely risk-free. And it was just because of all of the map presence and control ROCCAT have given themselves. There's very little that Wolves can do outside of ROCCAT having a very big misplay right now.
Xaxus actually is going to push that top wave down, and that's going to be the key maybe to cracking the nut of the Copenhagen Wolves. Celiver, he's doing the same on that bottom lane. They were pushed up pretty heavily. I mean, if you look at turrets, 5-2, only the middle and bottom outer turrets have so far gone down from ROCCAT. And it's hard to say if any others are really going to go down by this point in the game.
I feel like the Copenhagen Wolves haven't made a play to make up this disadvantage they're in. You know, if you think for the last 10 minutes, Copenhagen Wolves have not challenged for any of their buffs. They've not challenged for any of the dragons. They haven't looked to set up picks. Amazing has become a non-factor in this matchup. He's not going in. Now, yes, ROCCAT have been doing everything right. ROCCAT jumped on Youngbuck, got towers, pushed bottom lane, got dragon, set up wards, snuck Baron. But what has Wolves done to actually mitigate that or try pull themselves back in? Because I can't, I can't really think of a play outside of just engaging with Shyvana and Annie that's going to help them do that.
Well, I think that's what they're going to have to do, isn't it? So bottom line, we're going to have to see good flash tibbers from Annie. We're going to have to see Youngbuck dive in there. They're going to have to throw everything that they've got, as there is the first spear landing onto Unlimited. Half of his health taken down instantly. And look at this, Lucian down the bottom lane, Gragas in the top lane. A 1-3-1 split with masses of damage from the spears. They have no answer to this at this point, the Wolves.
Now, the Wolves need to pull a trigger. They need to find an opportunity to jump in there. Forgiven is in a little bit of trouble because there's poke coming up from multiple champions. We do see Coutard responding to at least wave clear. And oh, that's another one. 70% of Coutard's damage shredded by the Javelin toss. ROCCAT are just playing this game perfectly. They're now on 2 separate inhibitor turrets. Copenhagen Wolves, they can't split the focus. They don't want to fight because there's Baron.
Ultimate thrown out here, and again, most of the charges just simply dodge from left to right. Celiver continues to hammer away. Inhibitor turret in that bottom lane. He's almost down. And now Overpower fancies his chances with a couple of spears over that bottom wall. The minions certainly not going to last long with Celiver with that Trinity Force, Bloodthirster, and Last Whisper combo that he's got in, and they're just running rings around the Wolves. As they go towards the bottom, they go back in towards the top and give Celiver some time in the bottom lane against Annie and Caitlyn, which Celiva not even remotely scared of. There is Tibbers coming in, and there was the Mikhail's Crucible used instantly. Forgiven going to get hammered away by the Cullen. Meanwhile, it's 2v1 in the top lane as well. The minion's gone here at this point. Overpower did take down Youngbuck, and that means that one less man is there to defend these turrets. Celiva going to tank it up. Takes that one unlimited. No, we saw the ultimate use from Jankos. They're just spreading them out across all 3 lanes.
Copenhagen Wolves needed to have gotten... Oh, look at that damage from Celiva. If Copenhagen Wolves had had home guard boots earlier and picked a lane to jump on somebody as a group, maybe they could have defended the siege, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to do that. So the first turret of the inhibitors falls. The first inhibitor is going to fall, and now Celiva and Vanda, they're just looking for more kills. Cocoon does connect. Can the Wolves get a kill?
Yes, they can. They pick up their first kill of the game. That comes for Forgiven, but look what it's cost them there. The inhibitor turret, the inhibitor mid lane inhib turret didn't go down. Didn't quite have the damage for that one as Kowtow just stepping behind the minion line. But once again, that's lots of wave cleared out. That's over 1,000 gold, 1,800 for Overpower, 2,000 gold for Celiva to spend the next time that they go home.
Yeah, they're just going to extend this damage that they can put down. And, you know, previously, the fear that I had of Copenhagen Wolves initiating on ROCCAT and the strength of like the Annie, Shivani, Elise, etc., that is no longer a problem because ROCCAT have a 14,000 gold lead. Forgiven is going to get killed.
Well, the barrel wasn't the best that we've ever seen out of Yang. Okay. Nidalee from the side. That was all a bait from Zazas there, I think. But maybe the Wolves are going to get their 3rd turret of the game. They're going to have to start recalling though because, oh, maybe not. The bottom lane wasn't pushed any further. But the Wolves do take down a 3rd turret of the game. They're currently 14k behind in this one, and poor old Forgiven. He thought he got the better of him there, was going for a bit of flare, and said it was just a spear.
So it's small solace that at least the Wolves get a kill. They've got their tower in the top lane. The problem for the Wolves is because they are so far behind, even if they jump on ROCCAT, they are still going to take a massive amount of damage. So ROCCAT's team fight composition is still not 100% ideal. And you see Jankos, he's just toying with like 3 members of Wolves in this mid lane. Now what ROCCAT can do is, because Baron's up in a minute, they can get a bunch of wards in the blue buff side of the Copenhagen Wolves, pull Copenhagen Wolves towards them, towards that Baron pit, and then land the poke. Now previously, they snuck Baron away. Now with the massive gold lead that they have, they can just play the poke game, force Copenhagen Wolves to take a bunch of damage, and grab themselves what is going to be an uncontested Baron. I don't think the Wolves are going to be brave enough to pick a fight, but I've been wrong a few times this game already.
Could possibly just be completely the opposite of that, in fact. As Kowtow here, going to get a good stun on towards Jankos, but the damage not enough to break the half HP mark, and there's a Nidalee heal that gets him back straight into full HP territory. The poke from the support coming down as well. Not quite the Void Staff items and what have you that we've seen of previous Karmas, but you don't really need it when you've got this Nidalee and the Gragas that are just absolutely battering the enemy team. Both of them Rabadon's Death Cap, both of them Void Staff, both of them Athenes and Holy Grails. That's Zereth's Embrace as well for Overpower. And it feels, and I hate to call it this, but it feels like a matter of time before they break through. Finally, we are going to see Tibbers coming down. They cleanse it off. There's a spear going through. There was a repel. Youngbuck going on towards Jankos. Can they finish him off? Artillery comes through, and Jankos sidesteps them all. They don't get a single kill.
Now, if only the Copenhagen Wolves had done that 15 minutes earlier. With this massive gold deficit, the Copenhagen Wolves with an obscure initiation, they get so much damage onto ROCCAT, they almost get kills. But it has come too late. The damage is already done. This is the 2nd Baron of the game that ROCCAT are going to secure. There are still super minions in that bottom lane pushing into the Copenhagen Wolves base. And you have to give props to the Wolves. That was a decent engage. That was a decent chase. But like we said, they're just too far behind, and Youngbuck is now getting chased down a little bit by Overpower. He's going to pounce through. I don't think they can kill him, but the siege is going to commence. Regen is now up, and all of a sudden, Wolves have to put another godlike defense in place.
Yeah, which Unlimited is not going to have flash for quite a while here. That's going to be a real problem for them. Minions start coming in. One barrel takes half health away. There's a spear. Kowtow loses 3/4 of his health. Amazing catches a spear as well. I mean, one thing you've got to do in these scenarios is dodge every other spear. Just catch one out of three. Let's try that one and just die. I mean, they should just fight. They've got nothing to lose at this point.
I completely agree with you. The problem is they should have been fighting earlier, and you know, because Copenhagen Wolves played such a passive early mid game rather, that is what afforded ROCCAT all of this time to get these items and this damage built up. You know, at this point, Copenhagen Wolves need to draw some inspiration from dodgeball. You know, dip, duck, dodge, dive, and was it duck again? Was the second, the fifth rule? I can't remember. Because every single piece of poke they take is going to give up another objective. Amazing tries to go in, and look at the damage, Unforgiven.
Yeah. We can all see it. The crowd do it all for us here. Oh, that means that something is going in favor of ROCCAT. They got that inhibitor again on the bottom side. Actually, Youngbuck trying to force them out of their base, and they do manage to get Jankos to jump away from things, but Zazas throws in his barrel. Don't actually know what it hit. I think it hit Coutard there. He's at less than half HP. It hit one of them down there anyway. Celever actually going to get hit by the ace in the hole. Forgiven has pushed the AD carry away. They actually get Tibbers onto Jankos. Big niddly heal though. They're going to turn this one right back on him, and Youngbuck has to back away with the rest of the team.
Yeah, at this point in time, Copenhagen Wolves need all of their members to jump in. That was just a 1 versus 4, and while it looked okay for a tiny bit of time, if the support was there from the rest of the Wolves, they maybe could have pushed it away. Top inhibitor is down, bottom inhibitor is down. ROCCAT are using their 15,000 gold lead to roll around to potentially the mid lane. We see Jankos is backing away. He's going to spend some of that hard-earned money, and most likely the rest of the team is as well. ROCCAT really playing this one quite safe. I think that top lane engage from earlier was a bit of an eye-opener. They don't want to run the risk of getting caught out and giving up kills, giving away this very strong lead that they've built up.
2-game win streak is what... sorry, what am I talking about? A 2-game win streak is what the Wolves were looking for coming into this one. We obviously saw ROCCAT lose to Alliance yesterday, but it's more about the head-to-head between these two teams now. That is currently in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves. If ROCCAT can finish this game off, then it goes 2-2, which I really feel could be a tiebreaker between these two teams when it comes to the end of the season.
And even scarier for the Copenhagen Wolves with the what is most likely going to be eventual loss here. If they go to an 11-13 record, they are 1 game away from Super Hard Crew with wins and losses. Super Hard Crew are 10-14. That is touching distance. So there is a real possibility of 6th and 7th. Remember, 7th place goes straight down to the summer promotion tournament and has to face a challenger team. And we'll get to that a little bit later. The siege is once again on. ROCCAT group themselves up in this mid lane. Baron is not far from wearing off. Less than a minute to go. Spamming out those barrels, spamming out those javelins. Copenhagen Wolves, they're just playing dodgeball. Oh, that's a dead Coutard.
Didn't dodge that one, that's for sure. And they may go for even more here. Unlimited going to get tethered up, and there's the bug jumping in. It's Celever that actually, no, it wasn't. It was Jankos that got the kill. I told a lie because it was Celever who was just pushing straight through that bottom lane. They did get the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor. They've got super minions from 2 lanes now. They've got minions from that mid lane as well. Surely they can finish the game now.
They definitely can. There's not enough members of the Copenhagen Wolves to defend this. They don't have enough wave clear to hold off ROCCAT, and just the poke and the damage from ROCCAT is very, very good. ROCCAT going to grab the win and going to secure the head-to-head advantage against the Copenhagen Wolves.
Did not really miss a beat this game, did ROCCAT. Not the most entertaining match to watch in terms of the amount of kills and all-out action, but they did it by the book. They played that poke comp. It obviously helps when the main force in that poke comp literally gets a double kill on first blood.
I think at this point in time, ROCCAT they played their comp perfectly. They had a very good position, they had a very good start to the game. After dealing with that tower lane swap, where Copenhagen Wolves got the first time, they were on the inner turret, and then Unlimited freaking just stuck around for too long. There were going to be so many questions they're going to be asked from the decision to stick around and the minutes that followed, how it played out, how it could have been different.
Yeah, I think it has to go back to the drawing board almost here for the Copenhagen Wolves. That game was... it just didn't go their way. There were no real, well, I say no real signs, but if you think right back to the very beginning, that lane swap, they took the outer turret faster than ROCCAT did because they were down the bottom. They had 3 men there against 2. Then they pushed that onto the inner turret. They did a lot of damage. They got the turret really low, but in the end, just one move from overpower. They put a ward down, did the Wolves, inside just around about the blue. Overpower actually saw that one go down. He went back and then jumped back in over the blue buff wall. Double kill happened, and from there was just no turning back for ROCCAT.
There wasn't flawless performance. 5-0-3 at the end of the game. Spears landed, barrels landed. I think ROCCAT played the objective game that they have not been playing previously. And you know what we've seen yesterday is that ROCCAT was somewhat controlled. They didn't have the early game presence that they needed to. So instead of going for a late game comp or going for a late game comp, they went for a poke comp. Different style of play. And you know what? When you're struggling, when you're not winning games often, change the style of play, change the way to win the game. And all of a sudden, things work out, things start shifting in place. And it was a slow, steady victory. But the Wolves just didn't do anything for me. They were so passive, they let ROCCAT win.
I have to ask you now as well. We've seen Xerath twice. Xerath now has 2 losses in a row. What do we think to Xerath?
He's still, at this level of play, he has the inherent problem that once he sits in a place to throw those skill shots out, they're too easy to dodge. I think those Rites of Arcanes, we've seen pro players getting away from them more often than not. I haven't seen anybody blown up. I haven't looked at damage from Xerath and felt, wow, that's something that Gragas doesn't do or Nidalee doesn't do, and they're just slightly better at that role. So I feel like Millennium performed better with Xerath. You know, they played the siege, they played around the siege well. But unfortunately for the Copenhagen Wolves, they just fell too far behind too early on.
Yeah, his mobility also just a massive problem for him. We saw him when he died in the jungle. He threw out his stun, missed both of them, kind of went straight down the middle. He had no flash available. In fact, he did flash, but you're against Kha'Zix and Nidalee, who just jumped straight at you anyway, finish you off. Just not the... I don't think it fits into what's strong right now, into these big mobile champions that we're seeing. Mostly the mobile junglers, honestly, like the Pantheons that can jump, the Kha'Zix that can jump, the Evelyns that are quick and invisible.
Yeah, I put more emphasis on Copenhagen Wolves' initiation than maybe they even did. I think in that game they got down on themselves and they didn't start those fights and they didn't engage when they needed to. That Baron that ROCCAT snuck, it completely caught me by surprise because I thought the Wolves are going to be aware of it. I felt it was going to be a risky call because in that tight confined space, had Copenhagen Wolves started a fight like they did at the inhibitor steps, 15 minutes later, it went well for them. But it was too late. They started picking fights way too late in the game, and they need to find a way to get those mid-game aggressive calls working in their favor when they're from behind. This match now is a 2-2 record between Copenhagen Wolves and ROCCAT. ROCCAT are 13-11, Wolves are 11-13. So if at the end of next Super Week they are tied, it is going to be a tiebreaker for a potential, sixth place, fifth, sixth, maybe fifth, sixth, seventh if Super Hot Crew get up there. So we're going to have ties all the way from the top to the bottom of the ladder.
It's going to be lots of fun. Either way, it's a good win by the book, very much so for ROCCAT. We're going to send it over to Shox and Deficio, who are standing by with ROCCAT's Jankos.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed happy to welcome Jankos here to the table after that win from ROCCAT. Tell me a little bit about picks and bans, because you told us here just a second ago, not everything went as planned.
Yeah, we usually do picks and bans with your coach Veggie, and we had bans that we thought about before the game, but we wanted Gragas mid. We didn't ever think that we would pick Nidalee mid and Gragas top because Xaxus never played Gragas. But we thought that they are going to pick Yasuo and Gragas like yesterday, so we just took Gragas for Xaxus, and then we took Poke Team Kong with Nidalee.
So who's actually making the decision then when it comes to Champs League? Because you're saying things are different, you kind of mix up the picks. Who's making the calls there?
Everyone. In our team, everyone is making the calls. Overpool just said that he can go Nidalee mid lane, so we just took it and we went for team comp. Poke team comp.
A lot of poke and a lot of damage coming out of that comp. Tell me what the plan was going into early game. Who did you want to help out most, or who did you have to protect most?
We wanted to swap because we thought that they are going to do it. Like Copenhagen Wolves usually swap the lanes when they pick Caitlyn, but they didn't do it, so they invaded our blue, like we did actually. So it went fine for us, like blue buff for blue buff. Then they pushed 3 versus 1 bot lane against us. We couldn't defend first turret because I was there too late. But we defended the second turret, and then we killed them because Nidalee roamed from mid lane, and our duo top actually took turret as well, so it went fine because we had 2 kills, and Nidalee snowballed the entire game. We took Drake then, and we just snowballed.
And then talking about, that was a lot, by the way.
Yeah, very good.
But talk about your pick then. You played Kha'Zix jungle. We've seen him so much lately here. Can you maybe explain me why you think he's so good at the moment?
They buffed his ultimate. Now it reduces damage by 50% on when you evolve it, and it has 3 stacks, so he's very strong 1 versus 1 and in 2 versus 2 as well. So you kind of want to pick him because one of the best junglers right now. Yeah, I think that's why he's strong.
What about Elise then? In the patch, I remember actually talking with you about it. You said, yeah, she's still okay. I'm not 100% sure. What do you think about Elise now? You've seen a few games with her.
I've seen her in LCS and I played her more in solo queue and in scrims, and I think she's still pretty broken because her damage is still high. Her stun early leverage is a bit weaker because it's only 1 second now. But her damage to champions is still pretty strong, and her jungle crew is weaker a lot.
So you guys win this game. This means you're in fourth place. You will be tied with whoever loses the next game between SK Gaming and Gambit. I know you were last week very vocal about, I haven't practiced enough, we haven't practiced enough, and now you seem very happy up there. Tell me a little bit about how ROCCAT has been stepping it up the last week.
We came back to our gaming house after IM, and we just played as much as we could. That's how we prepare. And we lost actually versus Alliance, so we were pretty sad about that. But now we managed to win versus Copenhagen Wolves, so it's fine.
Yeah, indeed. Good job. Thank you very much, Jankos, and congratulations. Now we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, it is time for the remade match between SK Gaming and Gambit. We'll be back here for that in 3.5.
gentlemen, just a quick reminder that after our next match, the European Challenger Series head into the finals right here on our stage with a best of 3 between Ninjas in Pajamas and Departed. Deficio and I will be calling those games, so stick around. But right now, it is time for SK Gaming versus Gambit. And well, this is the final time that these teams will meet this split, with a head-to-head is currently tied 2-1 in favor of the Russians, with both teams at the top end of the table. This is an important match for both of these sides. Whoever wins it will tie top place with Alliance and Fnatic. And it is worth noting that both of these teams have already recorded a loss today, beginning with SK simply being outclassed by Alliance.
SK just got outplayed in the early game. Both teams ran this split push combination, but due to good ganks from Shook and Froggen being very strong on Z, both the Dragons and the early game went in favor of Alliance, and it simply meant SK Gaming with their combo could never start split pushing, and they could actually do nothing.
Yeah, and of course Gambit, well, generally play stronger at the end of the season. However, early on today, we saw them in an epic clash up against the Super Hot crew, where they got pushed to the limit in a nail-biter.
And Gambit actually fell behind early in that game, but then they managed to get back in by killing 3 members of Super Hot crew and taking the Baron. They didn't manage to use the advantage they got, however, and Super Hot crew actually turned it around when Gambit tried to do Baron once again, killing 4 members and then taking Baron, of course. And Gambit, they defended for quite a while actually, held Super Hot crew off, but then in the end, with 3 waves of super minions coming in, of course, and Super Hot crew staying at the base, they managed to end the game. So what we need to see now actually, in this game, is if a Gambit will focus on trying to shut down Svensson like we saw them do yesterday, because what we have seen from SK Gaming is they lose every single time Svensson is doing nothing early game. And honestly, what they did yesterday against his Fiddlestick, with Diamond on things out, just shutting him down completely, it worked for them, because Jess is, again, he's in the mid lane, but he's not a guy who's winning his lane by himself. And also Candy Panda, if he wants to play Vayne like we saw earlier today, then he needs Svensson to help him out early on in the lane. And that's the thing. If SK Gaming pick a weak early game jungler, I don't actually see them do anything against Gambit in the early game.
Well, let's check out those starting lineups right now. On the blue side, it is going to be SK Gaming. That means in the top lane is Freddy, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jez is in the mid lane, AD carry is Candy Panda, and N-Rated is support.
On the red side, we have Gambit Gaming with Darren in the top lane, we have Diamond in the jungle, Alex is the mid laner, Genji, of course, is the AD carry, and Edward on support.
So I'm feeling a touch of deja vu here. What are we expecting for picks and bans?
Well, again, going into the game, I expect to see SK Gaming do a bit like they did earlier today, fall back on some of their old picks. I'm not expecting too many new ones. I'm not expecting Fiddlestick jungle. Not expecting Vel'Koz support, actually. I think Gambit really showed how to shut it down yesterday. So, at least for me, for SK's side, standard pick could potentially be the Vayne, of course. And then I would like to see them have a strong front line, because they're going to be against an AD carry who actually very rarely builds armor penetration. So if you have 2 tanks in his face, they can actually abuse this and force him to change up his build a little bit.
Well, of course, we saw Super Hot crew taking down Gambit earlier on. Do you think Svenskeren would have looked at maybe the Pantheon once again that Impaler pulled out?
I hope, because again, Svenskeren on Pantheon, it worked for him every single game. He was always so strong on it, and he had the same ganking pattern every single game. He would get level 3, walk down to bot lane, help out Candy Panda and Rated, then he would walk up to top lane and back to bot lane. And it worked for them, because they always managed to pick up either a flash or a kill, and it got both the top lane and the bottom lane ahead.
And so Genja's items earlier on, I'd just like to say we did have a Zephyr on there again this time around.
I know, and no last Whisper.
And no last Whisper.
So that's why if I was making a game plan against Gambit and I knew that he liked this item build, he's been
Just
running
stack
it,
armor up.
yes, I would get 2 tanks who could run into his face all the time.
In his defense this time around, Super Hot crew didn't really stack armor up at all, did they? Which is why he kind of didn't need it.
But you don't need double attack speed item and attack speed boots on Lucian. You need attack damage.
That is kind of true. So what are we expecting overall? I mean, this is a rematch. We all know that. We've all seen it. Everybody is aware of the situation, what happened again. They're obviously going to approach this game. Both teams, especially Gambit, I feel are going to come into this one feeling aggrieved. They're going to go aggressive. Are we going to see like a crazy aggressive Gambit? Because they already lost to Super Hot crew. And so many times we say, if Gambit just lost the game, you don't want to face them next.
Definitely not. And honestly, they just need to do what they did yesterday in the game. Because every single time SK tried to make a move, Gambit was there to counter it. And also in Champ Select, they just picked so much better than SK Gaming, because the LeBlanc pick in mid lane for Justice did absolutely nothing, because we had Orianna for Alex, and he outfarmed him in laning phase. He had more pressure in team fights. So I feel like coming into the champ select from Gambit side, they have so many options. Of course, Aatrox is disabled now, so he's not an option for Darren up in the top lane. But still, if they pick like they did yesterday, if we could potentially sing Zhao onto Diamond again, he was so strong on it yesterday. His game earlier today, not the best, but still, what he did to Svenskar in the game yesterday again, if he can do the same here, he will be able to completely shut him down, and therefore also the early game from SK.
Well, that noise signals that Champ Select is about to get underway here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm wondering whether we're going to see Sonar again from Eddie. It didn't work out too well for him earlier on. Those crescendos were not, or what I should call them, what Trevor called them, the crescendos. Bit of a Max Bygraves, I'm not sure well, Max Headroom, that's it, isn't it? The old repeat video. Nobody knows what the hell I'm on about, because that's like before you guys were all born. Nevertheless, LeBlanc banned out, Ziggs banned out. We're getting straight back in towards those mid lane champions. Kha'Zix has been removed this time around, actually by SK, while it's been Svenskar that's been using it.
Yeah, he's been using it, but he's not been doing too well on it, and he's not been able to have the early pressure he likes to, so that's why they banned away. Same goes for LeBlanc here. Jesse's played it a few times, not been working for him. Played against Alex yesterday, didn't work at all. So instead of giving it over to Alex, they just banned away. So it's actually fun to see two of the picks SK Gaming had in the last game. They're banning them now.
Well, Lee Sin's been taken out as well. Copenhagen Wolves actually first picked Elise. First time we've seen it for a while. And we also saw Fnatic going big earlier on today as well.
And we heard Janko saying in the interview that he still thinks Elise is very, very strong. Your damage is still very good. Yes, you lack some wave clear late game. Your Dragon control and Baron control is slightly, or is nerfed, but still you have a lot of damage single target. And wow, SK actually banning with Zed here, so not taking any chances, because we've already seen Zed twice today. Don't want to risk Alex playing it.
Taking that away from Alex Ich. Also, Lulu is going to get banned out by Gambit. Almost snuck through there. Jesses would have certainly taken that one, but it's going to be the Lucian pick first in there for Candy Panda this time around. No Vayne.
So they want to force Genji now onto a different AD carry, of course, and normally from Genji when Lucian is gone, we go to the likes of Varus, Jinx, of course. They're non-mobile AD carries, so it could be a tactic for SK Gaming here, saying we want to have you on something without a dash, so we can catch you out with whatever Leona support or whatever combo we want to play, and just try and punish you every single fight, and also punish you in the laning phase.
Evelyn may be chosen for Diamond as the champion, and he kind of started back up here in the European LCS, but it will be Eddie on Thresh, it seems. They have just been rotated around at the moment, not locked in just yet.
And for a long time it's been a rule, don't give Diamond Evelyn. Because every single time he plays Evelyn, he's so strong in the early game, applying so much pressure. And he was of course the one showing the new build of Evelyn, going mixed of magic damage and attack damage and tankiness. So him locking in Evelyn here, very good start champ select wise for Gambit, getting some early pressure now.
Well, they are locked in, so we'll see whether the Thresh Prince can pull out his hooks like he was last week. At the moment, quick locks for SK Gaming this time around. Renekton and Nidalee fast picked.
So again, with LeBlanc being banned away, Jesus, he want to fall back on the long range poke champions. For him, Nidalee has been a very strong pick, and generally when he's been playing it, as long as he gets the farm he wants in laning phase, he can land the spears before the team fights every single time, and SK have won a lot of games with him actually playing the Nidalee, so I like the pick here. Of course it's picked blind, so Gambit will have the choice now, or the chance to at least counter it. It could potentially be Ryze mid, because Nidalee is not able to punish you, so you're gonna farm as Ryze, and you're gonna be very, very strong in the late game, and we all know what happens. You don't want to deal with the late game Ryze when he's having 5 or 6 items.
Well, Alex insta-locked that Ryze. We saw him last week playing it to great success. This time around, he's got teleport on him as well. We'll see whether that sticks there. It could, of course, change as the summoners are able to choose their spells later on. But at the moment, we're waiting to see what Genji's going to go with. Well, shock. It's going to be Varus falling back on him. You love this item to build. He pulls out Varus.
We don't talk about it. At least not yet. Let's wait to see when he builds it, and then we can look at the situation. Don't have to talk about it yet. But with the Varus here, they're gonna have at least a decent engage combo with Evelyn, where you combine, of course, the ultimate from Varus, and then Evelyn comes in, or the other way around. Set up some good CC, and then Ryze can come in and follow up with a lot of burst damage.
Edward taunting at the moment. We do see Pantheon though, so Svenskar is going to return back to that jungler that was so successful for him, and Leona also being picked up by N-Rated.
So I like the fact SK now, actually, we think alike. we want Svensson here on Pantheon so he can get some early aggression going. That's also why they first picked Illusion, so they force Genji onto a champion without a dash, so when Grand Skyfall comes down in his face, there's absolutely no way for him, unless he's having flash, to escape out of it. And also with Leona, of course, same scenario, pop the ultimate in his face, force him to either blow the flash or get caught, and then there's a chance SK Gaming can just pile onto him and kill him. So the whole champ select here from SK Gaming, very nicely planned out, saying we want to make sure we get this AD carry, and then of course with also banning away the car 6, we can then take Pantheon. So I like this for SK Gaming, strong lanes and also very good ganking setups they have.
Well, ironically, with that Kha'Zix ban and the Lee Sin ban, it kind of forced Svensson onto the champion that he should be playing in the first place. I feel that maybe that ban was purposely done by Freddy. He's like, no, what you are going to play is this. I'm going to angle you towards it. We are also going to see the classic battle in that top lane, Renekton versus Shyvana.
And I almost feel like with this lane setups that Svensson is going to be too busy. You want to go up top lane, he want to help shutting down Shyvana early on with Renekton, of course, pushing him into the turret. He wants to go down bot lane, kill Genji, together with, of course, Invaded and Candy Panda, lock him down with all the CZ. And mid lane wise, you want to make sure Alex is not getting free farm, because against the Nidalee 1v1, Nidalee is not going to do anything to Rise. He's just going to farm away all the time. So the Gambit combo here is going to scale really well into the late game, where the combo from SK Gaming, of course, you have Pantheon and Renekton, both are going to fall off when you come to the late game team fights. So it's going to be a race for time, at least for SK. They want to make sure early on they win.
Well, this is a battle for the top spot, remember. Fnatic and Alliance are already there with 14 wins, 10 losses, and both of these teams currently sat on 13 wins, 9 losses. Whoever gets this will tie that top spot going into the final week, and that is a super week next week, of course, with 16 games going on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week. So it's going to be a big one, which sets this game up to be a mouth-watering finish for the LCS. Of course, don't forget there is Challenger Series to follow, a best of 3 between Ninjas in Pyjamas and Departed. They will be taking place on the stage right behind us just after this game finishes. So lots of action still to go. Potentially 4 more games, and I can tell you everybody that's involved in this is excited about that one. Thank you.
This game, at least, I can guarantee we're going to get a lot of action just from the get-go, because again, you have this early game combo. We have Svensson on Pantheon where he can set up stuff early on. You have Gambit who wants to try and hold off the early game. Don't want to, of course, risk giving up too many kills, maybe even objectives to SK. And then they just want to go to the late game. They want to get farm on Shyvana, want to get farm on Alex, of course, who actually is bringing the teleport here, so he's going to be able to at least roam around the map a little bit, maybe counter gang if Svensson is jumping and diving towards the bottom lane. Then he can teleport to the turret, of course, and join in.
Well, we'll see how this one works out. We just saw... In fact, we've seen quite a few Nidalees today now.
We have.
Think of it, we've seen a fair few in this mid lane working out very well. Gambit are looking to go for a bit of an invade here, of course, with Rise. You could get that Rune Prison down early with the Thresh Hooks. There's a lot of capability to land stuns in there. Diamond going to peek.
Yeah, you can always scout with Evelyn in stealth, of course. So SK, they don't know they're in this bush yet. But if they come too close, we can land the hook, Rune Prison, of course. And then there's a first spot for Gambit. There's a spear, so they're spotted.
Yeah, Alex gets spotted in that bush. He takes the spear. Not too sure whether he'll show himself, just saying it was just me, guys. That's all you caught, which is what he does. But the rest of their team, they're not going to focus in this one. Darien has yet to go back. We'll see whether he heads top. He looks like he will be going north. So it looks like Gambit with that single spear have had their entire level 1 strategy shut down.
So Gambit also want to make sure actually they have standard lanes, even though they are slightly in favor of SK Gaming, because they have Evelyn. So you want to make sure you can apply the pressure early on. Lane swapping against Evelyn is a very effective tactic to make sure you always know where she is, because you force her to either dive somewhere or go down and defend in one lane and doesn't really have any pressure in the mid lane.
Well, Genji gets himself into position as Warden's still not going to be available till the 2-minute mark. We are on 4.4, of course, and we've seen some interesting picks coming out already today. Of course, if you've not been watching, there's been a bunch of Xeraths being played. Not to great success, though. 0% win rate on that one. Looks like Diamond's going to be starting out on the red buff, and it's a blue start for Svensson.
And looking at starting items, we have the Ruby Crystal onto Edward, which actually is one of the most effective starts for supports, because it means on the first back you can get your Sightstone, sell your Trinket Ward and get the Sweeping Lens, and therefore you can deny vision from the enemy, and you also have a lot of easy vision for yourself down in this bottom lane. Against Pantheon though, they're gonna need some deep wards, and Edward being very aggressive here from the start.
Yeah, putting that flay down on Candy Panda. Meanwhile though, Genja doesn't return any damage, continues to keep his farm going. Missed the last hit on that final one there, but Candy Panda nevertheless did get a good bit of damage down on towards him. There is the Relic Shield being picked up by N-Rated this time around, and we don't see any GP10 items for Eddie, so don't expect him to be clocking up that gold. Of course, went with that health item, the Ruby Crystal, to try and stack himself in towards the sightseeing early on.
Yeah, so again, not getting the early gold, but when he is having this, when he has the Sightstone, he won't need to invest in wards, where Invaders still have to buy them. So they're gonna go more, should be going even when it comes to gold here. And let's of course see how the laning phase will go, because we know Genja and Varus is actually very strong on him in lane. He's very good at landing his Qs, so we can see if Gambit can apply some pressure here. Evelyn though, coming in towards this mid lane early. Remember, Rune Prison from Ryze is going to be instant CC.
Gonna try and lock him down here. Jezza instead will take a bit of poke, does take a quick blast from Alexic. Meanwhile, Svenskeren tries to return it down on towards the bottom. Eddie getting caught out, but the Zenith Plane did not land from N-Rated. They get the hook back on Svenskeren. Genja not really got the damage to turn this one back around though.
So I absolutely love the fact that Svenskeren is doing the jungle route we know he always does on Pantheon. He level 3, he walks bot lane every single time, forcing the flash out of Genja. Again, he couldn't pick up Lucian, so there's no dash onto him. And that's exactly what SK wanted to do. No flash now, so Genja needs to be very careful every time he moves forward to get a CS, because if Svenskeren is nearby, Invader can engage onto him, lock him down, and that's going to be first blood for SK.
Well, in that mid lane, it was fairly even, still is going that way. In the top lane, Freddy, while he's bullying out Darian, pushing him on towards that tower. But Darian is still keeping up the farm pretty well, despite the fact he's pushed on that tower. We're not seeing a great deal of losses between them. Of course, this is a battle that will continue, as you would expect. Shyvana, of course, always becomes slightly stronger as we hit the 12 mark.
Yeah, so for Shyvana, it's just a fight to get enough CS and also avoid losing your turret too early, because, again, Freddy's going to push this wave into the turret again and again, get some damage onto the turret every single time there's a big enough wave, then he's going to back off and do the same. And that's where we need to see if the junglers want to join in. Pantheon can come up and dive onto Darian. Pantheon is a very good jungler to dive with, because you can block some of the tower hits, of course. And then, of course, with Freddy here being able to tank with his ultimate, so SK have the setup to gank up in this top lane here, and Evelyn should be needing the level 6 before you can really see a good gank onto Freddy, because Evelyn needs to slow. Of course, Shyvana is not bringing any CC.
Well, as it stands, we did see the pressure from Candy Panda and N-Rated down that bottom lane, but they have been alleviated. Genja's keeping that farm going, keeping up very well with Candy Panda, and actually it's a very even lane down that bottom area. Meanwhile, this mid lane, we can see the spears not quite landing from Jezza. I think he expected to take that minion down and land the spear.
Yeah, but Gambit is just happy leaving Alex in this mid lane, just farming away, because the more farm with Ryze, yes, Nidalee is going to be strong in the late game when it comes to poking, but in a straight up fight, if Gambit manages to engage onto SK Gaming, then Ryze is going to do so much more. So they're happy enough having him farm away. He picked up the boots as his first item, so he's obviously going to dodge the spears, and also helps him set up ganks here, because he's going to have more movement speed to get in range, land his Rune Prison, and then Diamond comes in.
Diamond's taking a peek. Of course, with those boots, he can close that gap, as you mentioned, but Jezza's not falling for this one, staying very much out of range of that Rune Prison.
Down in the bottom lane, not much is happening here. Both AD carries farming pretty well. We should have more focus actually on the junglers, because that's where we're going to see something. Top lane wise again, Darren is just going to try and stay safe and farm. He actually recalled already. Freddy's staying in the lane. Bottom wise, Genja's going to land poke, and now going on to Edward.
Edward taking a lot of damage from this time around. Has to use that exhaust, but he's not going to get away from this one. He's going to get locked down. Who will get the first blood? It will be Candy Panda, and SK Gaming with a great play on the bottom. Started off by N-Rated.
Yeah, no flash onto Edward here. He had to use it on the gank from Svenskeren early on, so very good engage from SK Gaming here. Edward did manage to actually stop N-Rated coming on towards him, so very nice pickup and a little bit too over-aggressive from Edward.
Very aggressive, pushed up deep, and this game make him pay. So, how will that convert this lane? Currently, it's a 10 CS advantage for Candy Panda, as well as that kill. It means they're going to get some damage down on this turret as well before everyone returns. It's not going to be a great deal, but it's going to be enough.
At least get some damage here, get the turret lower and lower. In the end, if they do that dive they love to do with Svenskeren, they can then take the turret afterwards and rotate to Dragon. But first, Darren getting some good damage onto Svenskeren here and forcing him away from the blue buff.
Yeah, which he did start on, remember, which means it's just spawned. Diamond and Darren close by. Alex is also rotating around. Jesus is coming in. That spear will be close to stealing it away, but it may well have to force Svenskeren to smite this one.
But none of the junglers are level 6 here, so Diamond won't have his ultimate to put down. Jez is just trying to poke away with the spears, and now SK seems to be forcing Gambit out.
Yeah, that spear from Jesus may well have forced Diamond to have second thoughts on this one. He will back away. It means they're going to return to that top lane. Jesus will take this one safely. They have that ward coverage. They know that they are safe to just finish this one off. Jesus takes it with the spear.
We do have the sweeping lanes now onto Edward, so let's see if Gambit can actually set something up down here in the bottom lane with Alex either teleporting down, or of course Evelyn just walking down, not going to be spotted by all these green wards, so that's why we see a pink ward here. Issue for SK is the fact he's actually spotted out. It's more important than you normally would think, but it simply means for Gambit, they can actually walk in and clear it when they push this wave up.
Well, Alex's first back, of course, does get the tier and the catalyst. Ideal items to start off with on that first back for Alex.
It couldn't be any better.
It's going to be a little while for that tier to stack up. Around about 27 minute mark, I'm going to go with. I'm going to guesstimate.
Just the fact he's getting the tier early. Of course, he could have backed before, just bought the tier and then returned to laning phase, but decided to stay and farm up, so now he's having both catalyst and tier. But he's again, now the time, or the ticking time bomb rises is going to start, because he's going to stack up this tier, of course, and once it's fully stacked, he's going to upgrade into Seraph, and he's just going to be so strong.
Well, we saw it with Mimer earlier on, of course. He just managed to just keep getting that free farm going on, but Genja on Varus has got a very good win rate. He does really well on this champion. Paired with Edward on Thresh, it is a good combo for Gambit.
It is, and he's going to be against a combo, however, or a composition that's going to jump on him and have the ability to jump on him every single team fight. But that might actually be in favor of Gambit, because if SK invests so much onto killing the AD carry, Ryze is going to be left untouched, Shyvana is going to be left untouched, and of course Evelyn just to do all the damage in the late game team fights.
Genja does like those caster AD carries, and this one seems to suit him best. He's gone with the pickaxe's first Diamond. Diamond is going to come down. He needs to try and reset the balance down in this bottom lane. Of course, that kill on Edward was the only kill of the game so far. Candy Panda's in danger of getting caught with a hook there. He's just lingering off the side of their minions, and Edward may well feel like pulling the trigger. I think he's going to bait him into this one.
Look at the pings here. Svenskeren is pinging. He's coming towards this bot lane, so they want to set something up themselves. He's closing in. He should be in range now for his ultimate. And here he goes.
Don't forget there's a teleport for Alex if he wants to get involved. There's going to be Svenskeren jumping on this one. Chain of Corruption comes out. Svenskeren's taking too much damage, as was Edward. Edward gets taken down. There is Alex joining the party. Candy Panda's going to be the focus. It's a 1-for-1 so far, and Alex with his overload run is going to jump straight on towards Candy Panda. Now enrated, he's running straight towards the enemy turret. He's in trouble. Piercing arrow comes out. Genja's just going to chase this one down and finish it off with a couple more shots. Hail of Arrows is available if he needs it. He's just waiting to pull the trigger. He's actually been pulled away for a long time here by Enrated. That shield's going to help out as well. No, wait!
Get him.
Genji, you knew that the shield was going to be enough.
No, man, he needs to one-up.
He needs to just walk in and hit it. I think actually Alex may steal this one away. No, finally Genji gets it. It took a while, but nevertheless, it's 3-1 for Gambit.
It did mean actually Jesus could use a lot of time hitting this turret in the mid lane, so getting a lot of damage, almost actually killing it, but Alex going aggressive.
Well, it took so long that Alex got overload back off cooldown to come back and face Jesus in that mid lane. He did lose the turret though, so 3-1 kills, losing a turret is actually an advantage for SK.
Yeah, but getting 2 kills onto Varus, of course, is gonna help a lot here when they start to poke up till the first dragon, when they start these mid-game fights, and of course getting a kill onto Ryze, very nice for them. But losing the mid turret can be very deadly for him, because it means Alex is now forced to just stay here and defend it. Otherwise, Jesus can just constantly push it up and even get damage on the next one or start roaming around.
So ward on Dragon, that may well be the next focus. We are approaching that 12-minute mark, so we may well start thinking about this one. But Gambit have got themselves a couple of kills on the board. They're going to start feeling a little confident. SK, of course, with the gold lead, as you would expect, with that tower down, and spears are starting to flow in towards Alex. Darian, well, normally we see him farming between the towers, as does Freddy, but neither of them fancy it this time around up against a Evelyn in the jungle or a Pantheon jumping from the sky.
Yeah, but Svenskeren have been using so much time on the bot lane, so he's never actually been up top here to apply any pressure onto Darren, so he's just farming away, trying to defend this turret. Again, the longer he can hold it, the better it is, of course, for Gambit, because once the turret actually goes down, it opens up for Freddy to start going down to his team, force something with them as 5 members, with the Nidalee, of course, poking away, or it opens up for him to pressure all the way down. But now Grand Skyfall got cancelled.
It was cancelled. Genja Had that lantern thrown out. And this is actually a death sentence being thrown on towards N-Rated. There's a lot of damage being placed on him. It's a good solar flare though. N-Rated replying on this one. He is going to get taken down, or is he? Genja being stopped and stunned by Svenskeren. And now Candy Panda's just culling away down that bottom lane. Now Svenskeren's in trouble. Alex Hitch tries to come in this one, but he just goes straight into Diamond. A quick flash from Alex Hitch chases that one down. It was a 2-for-1, this time in favor of SK.
And Jesus could definitely have flashed after Svenskeren here to help him out. Alex was very low. It would be easy for him to take him down, but instead he actually stayed, waited for his cat form to come back up, and then jumped over the wall. So too late for him. But Dragon, however, is the target for SK, and Freddy also took down the top turret.
Yeah, the Dragon also going to go down for SK. So while Gambit chased the kills, SK are taking those objectives, and it's seemingly working to a very good game plan so far. They have themselves a 3,000 gold advantage just 13 minutes into this game.
Yeah, so they're using the early game combo pretty well here, getting, of course, winning the lanes, getting some decent enough ganks in from Svenskeren. Even though he actually died twice, we still managed to get 3 kills onto Candy Panda here, so that's very important for SK.
Yeah, the top laners, we haven't really had chance to look at those guys. The triple Doran's Blade were picked up by Freddy a while ago, but he's now completed that Sunfire cape. Meanwhile, Darian, well, he hasn't quite got the Sunfire cape complete, but he also went for the triple Doran's items. Let's have a look at the mid laners. We can see Rod of Ages now finally completed by Alex Hitch. Jez has had that Athenes and Holy Grail about 2 minutes ago as well. AD carries where you can see Candy Panda is slightly ahead, starting to stack out that Bloodthirster already. Genja yet to go back and complete that item, went for the Berserker Greaves as well.
Yeah, and Genja is of course going for the Infinity Edge, as always for Genja here. So with Bloodthirster, early advantage for Candy Panda. He's gonna have more damage in these early fights than Genja will. So advantage SK Gaming. Dragon, of course, went down, so we won't see a team fight at least for Dragon here in the next few minutes. We're gonna wait for it to spawn and then possibly see some continued laning phase. Up in the top lane though, Freddy, we talked about with the third win down, he can either now join in with the team to apply some pressure in the mid lane or in the bot lane, whatever he decides to actually do, or he can just continue pushing all the time up here and forcing someone from Gambit to react, go up and try and stop him. Otherwise, he's just gonna take a turret more.
Well, Freddy is bullying out this lane, as you would expect with Renekton in those first 10 levels. We'll see how the tables turn, whether Darren is even able to. At the moment, nothing really happening between those two top laners. Freddy did get caught slightly in the tower range, which means he's forced to back away. Back down in this bottom lane. We are seeing once again, a Diamond is having to focus down here. But Svenskeren is close enough that Skyfall could be used. If he heads towards the top half of the jungle, he's out of range.
And we also just saw SK actually pinging on to Alex the second his teleport was ready. So they know he is having teleport. Jesus was just saying he's here in the mid lane. Be careful though, he can actually teleport down if something should happen. Could be one of the reasons Svenskeren decided to back off and say, okay, I'm not going to jump in here. Because Genja, yes, he's having the flash ready, but this is the time where SK Gaming can just gank him all the time.
Well, he certainly does have that. At the moment, we do see Genja with that 2-1-2 again, keeping that pressure off the turret. SK Gaming. Alex Hitch using that overload to keep the minions away. Jez is doing a very good job at pushing, punishing in that lane. But again, Diamond this time has snuck unseen into this, but Svenskeren again is close enough. Still unseen. Diamond got around the backside of them. Has got that ultimate available if they gather together, which I feel they will. There's the Chain of Corruption. There's the barrier already used. Teleport coming in. This is going to be Alex Hitch joining the party on towards Svenskeren. That solar flare is not going to be enough to save the day, and it will be 2 easy kills for Gambit this time around.
And there's nothing worse when you're ultimating in this Pantheon and the fight is already lost, so you land and you just instant die. So Gambit here setting it up. SK Gaming knew there was a teleport on Alex, and yet they didn't actually have a chance to react here, just teleporting in. It does mean, however, the mid lane turret now for Jez is doing a lot of damage to it.
Genja almost going down to the tower. Calculated, I believe, is the phrase they'd like to use there, but that was half the hit point shredded off that mid turret by Jez. Every time Alex goes looking for those kills and does get them, they are losing a lot of damage on those turrets.
But now the bottom lane turret is gone. It means Genja can then rotate to the mid lane. He can start wave clearing, forcing Jez to never actually get close to the turret here. So it's fine for Gambit, of course, getting 2 kills, getting a turret. More than worth it for them. And now you actually see Edward going towards the mid lane, while Genja might try an AD carry gank up here in the top lane.
He's going to head up there. Spear lands on Alex Hitch. I want to talk about Freddy because he's been pushing in this lane every single time. And he goes back, gets those golems. It's a big gold advantage starting to build up for him. If we were to look at the gold items, we'd see how much it's stacking off. But now, right now, we're going to see in that top lane, Freddy is going to get caught out. Genja's coming in. I don't think he's going to be able to get away from this one. Instead, he wants to try and turn that kill back on Darian. Genja will get himself the kill.
I love Genji. He's one of the only AD carries who's gonna walk from base and just decide to gank the top lane. He could have gone mid lane, started wave playing. Instead, he walks up there, picks up a kill now. So very good move by him, actually. Already on 3-1-4, so he's going to have a lot of gold. And Infinity Edge already completed.
Yeah, that Infinity Edge, big item, big power spike for him. Bottom lane, though, it's going to get ganked up down here. It's SK Gaming all roaming around from this one. Eddie can't defend it, and because Genja showed himself in that top lane, as he said, gets himself that kill, he may well lose his turret out here. Darien comes down to try and counter this one. They force SK away. Oh, that death sentence so close to catching on Svenskeren.
So all the turrets now in the lanes for Gambit are actually fairly low. It simply means for SK Gaming, if they can continue pushing up here, they will get some damage and will be able to take them down. Or if they win the fight here, after this dragon, when it spawns, it means they can just go to whatever lane they decide to, and there's going to be an easy turret. So a lot of gold for SK potentially very soon.
Well, SK preparing for this dragon fight. You can see that Freddy is sticking around. He's taking the walls and then going to come in there. Meanwhile, the rest of SK do back away quickly just to return in time for that dragon to spawn. Darien, he's off down this bottom lane. He's pushing the wave in. Of course, that the bottom inner turret is outer turret's the word I'm after. Was taken down, it's the inner turret he wants to focus on. He's actually trying to do what Freddy's been doing to him the whole game, but look at this. The jungler sat there. Svenskeren instead stole the gold away from Darien.
And he didn't actually take too much damage, so it's alright, because again, Dragon in 20 seconds, it's very important Darien is healthy for this one. The rest of Gambit, though, are very far away. They have some good pink wards in their own jungle, but that's about it for the moment.
Why did Svenskeren not choose to jump across onto him there? There was a 2v1 situation.
Well, if you already used to jump, he would rely on Freddy to get in range. Yeah, okay, they could actually have forced the ultimate from there, and you have a point.
Yeah, I don't understand why they didn't go for that one. Nevertheless, it would have been a top laner down and almost certainly would have forced the dragon fight, but instead they didn't really have the vision maybe. They have shoved the mid lane and the bottom lane out, but Gambit are ready and waiting for this dragon fight. This is going to be the first 5v5, I feel. Who is the stronger?
Well, let's see if SK Gaming, with the engage, they really want to be the ones to start the fight, just right in the face of Genji here, piling onto him with Grand Skyfall and Enraged, just taking him down.
That is the difference.
Yeah, Jess is with these spears. If he's having enough time to poke away, already hitting twice, very good for SK.
They're already backing away. They realize they can't fight this one. They've lost half the hit points off Edwards. You can see Diamond took a big chunk there. Candy Pana, meanwhile, he's bought time in the mid lane, so they actually realize we've created a great situation that we can fight for Dragon, but we can also push this mid lane turret. They've taken it so low already. Diamond and Darien, they're continuing to keep away on this Dragon. Diamond wants to sneak in and smite this one, I feel.
Gambit could potentially still fight for this one. Genja is in the mid lane with Candy, they're actually forcing SK off the dragon here. But SK still have the good position because they can always rotate to the mid lane, but Gambit have to run all the way around their own blue buff.
Good delay tactics here from Gambit. I don't think they have any intention of fighting right now. Their spear does not land. And they have bought enough time that Edwards been back, got himself full health, and is returning. And he's going to be able to push back in here. As you say, that top lane is going to push itself in towards that turret, but I think the turret will deal with that. So this is a battle that is going to have to resolve itself. Genja is in perfect position to fight that chain of corruption down, but he's off at the side. He's all in zone.
Yeah, but look at Diamond here, actually sneaking in towards the red buff. So he's going to pick up the red buff, or he's actually going to skip it for now. He want to get in behind. They want to flank around SK Gaming here and do the engage themselves.
There is a pink ward, though. If he comes to come around the side there, they're going to spot him out. And they're going to see him if he gets too close to that bush. He's surely going to realize there's a ping ward in here. Yeah, they've just pinged it. They ringed it, realize that is there. Oh, Alex Ich has gone off towards the top lane. Has got teleport, don't forget, so he can join this fight at any time. Realizing they're going to have to clear that wave. Uses the overload, pushes that wave back out. And SK, they're dilly-dallying here. They don't really know what to do.
And they spotted Diamond out. They're spam ping on here. Rest of SK are now running towards him because they know Diamond is going to be behind him. They want to catch him out. It could potentially mean the dragon for Gambit, actually.
They forced him away, and as you mentioned, Gambit move into position. And Diamond is yet to be caught out. He's going to come around on towards Candy Pana, puts a quick hate spike on towards him, but that's a bit of an error. He's going to go straight towards the rest of SK. The culling lands all across him. A great stuff from Freddy, and that is Diamond going down. No smite available, and that dragon is going to go to SK.
Edward was actually in a position to throw the lantern over the wall, but decided not to. Meanwhile, though, Dragon here, SK, they are at least in a good position to take it. Only Darien actually there to try and steal it. And meanwhile, though, Rise up in the top lane, just pushing down, but his turret is on full HP.
Yeah, he has to try and put something on towards that turret, and that's what he's doing. He's got a long time to get it, but the minion wave is a long way away as well. So I don't think he's going to be able to close this turret out. You can see Jez is already making fast tracks up towards his top lane too. He's going to clear out that minion wave. There is the spear, and Alex will back away from this one. So another objective gain for SK Gaming.
Yeah, but as long as Gambit can stay fairly close in gold with their combo, with of course Ryze and Shyvana, they should be fine going into the late game team fights. So even giving up the dragon, yes, it's not ideal, but for them in their case, it's more important they don't fall further behind than they already are.
Jesus claws away, Freddy returns to top lane, and again they all resume position. Blue buff is up. I'm wondering whether Diamond's going to go across. Realize this is a pink ward because he got spotted by that vision, and blue buff is going across to Jesus. I don't think Diamond's going to get there close enough for Jesus just to claw his way and steal that one off him.
And let's see now here with Alex how many stacks he's already having on the tier. It's not fully stacked yet, he's on 540 so far, so it's coming there. In a few minutes, as you actually predicted yourself, around the 27-minute mark, it should be fully stacked, and that's where we really see the power of Ryze coming in. Gonna have a lot of damage, and of course gonna upgrade into Seraph, so he's gonna have this good shield as well to stay alive.
4 members of SK Gaming in the mid lane. Diamond kind of running interference, wondering whether he's going to try and sneak around the backside of Freddy, but I feel they're going to have to react to this one. Remember, that inner turret in the mid lane is already pretty low, so it's possible that they could just try and tank this one down, which is why Diamond's going to have to react to it. They're already pulling Darien down as well, so they want to try and outnumber him in the mid.
And look at this. Alex was actually staying in the base, just waiting, because he's having home guard, so he can teleport in, and then he can just instantly rush into the fight. That's why he was staying and waiting for something to happen. And Diamond now flanking around once again.
Flanking position, going to try and come around. There's the Cullen being used, but simply massaging them. They are going to get drawn in. They will take this turret down, but they're now closed in. Diamond gets his ultimate down, catches 4 members, but is it going to be enough? Look at the damage coming out there. Chain of Corruption comes through. Jess's spear manages to thread the needle, catch straight on towards him. Freddy now on them. Stun comes in there. Edward forced away. Does manage to land the death sentence. That's going to be the drop coming in. Is it going to be enough? Who are they going to focus on? Edward's taking low. He has to back away. It is going to be Genja caught out. Oh, the Lantern pulled in. Alex Itch escapes the victory, but well, you can see the inhibitor turret is taking damage. Candy Panda's rotating around. He's found Edward. That was a mistake by Eddie, and they're also going to lose the inhibitor turret for the price.
So while they engage from Evelyn, he actually hit 4 members. Alex was not in a position to join in instantly. The rest of Gambit were not in a position to jump in with Evelyn here, and it simply meant that SK could turn around, get a lot of damage onto Diamond, and then just pile on to the teamfight. We saw a very nice ultimate from Enrated, and then SK just followed up with it and showed their combo in this mid-game fight is stronger than Gambit's.
So they do take away that blue buff. Actually, it's a light. I think Alex managed to steal it towards the end there. And it is going to be Gambit trailing behind 6,000 gold. We've seen them Super Hot Crew doing the same thing, but let's check out this fight.
You notice here, up in the top lane, both top laners are gone. Engage from Diamond, but there's no follow-up from the rest of Gambit because Alex, he was running there. Here's the ultimate from Genja, hitting absolutely nothing. And from there on, Evelyn is dead. It's too easy now for SK Gaming. Freddy comes in, and of course the ultimate from Enrated was already used, so he's not going to be able to pile onto here, but we have the Grand Skyfall, and just locking up members, landing down from Svenskon. Yes, Enrated will die for it, but getting a kill onto Genja, of course it's worth it, because later on, they can just take the inhibitor turret.
Itch having to take that lantern.
Actually, Flash Lantern there.
Flash Lantern. Clutch plays, maybe. Didn't keep them in the game, though. They are 6,000 gold behind, and as I was about to mention before that replay came up, Super Hot Crew were kind of in a similar situation, but had a great team fight composition. Can Gambit reach that potential?
As long as they can just keep stalling the game here. The issue for them is that the inhibitor is open, so SK Gaming can technically take all 5 members and just push up and get it down, and that's where we need to see Gambit push out some lanes, like we're actually seeing Darren do here. So they force SK not to just group in mid lane, and just as I'm saying it, actually 3 members are staying in there.
And Alex doesn't have teleport, they're going to have to make this one count. They're not going to get it instead. Freddy gets on towards that turret, has the Dominus running, but while this is all happening, he's simply buying time for the rest of his team. 4 members pushing through towards that inhibitor. He will go down, but the Grand Skyfall lands on Genja. Genja gets popped, Solar Flare goes in, Zenith Blade on Edward. Edward getting locked up here. Jesus throws the spear, he's forced back to the fountain. Inhibitor goes down, SK will retreat.
Yeah, SK was in a great position to just rush into this base here with 4 members. That's why once the dive onto Freddy actually happened, no problem. Grand Skyfall onto Genji. We talked about in Champs like how easy it is for Pantheon to always get onto a Varus, and that's what we see happening here. Inhibitor gone down, and SK Gaming are just looking very, very strong.
Well, Candy Panda's pushing the wave, and this top turret is, bottom inner turret is very low as well. Alex Itch already backing away from this one, not going to have any of that. He will step away, and, well, Gambit are floundering once again here. SK Gaming with a big advantage. They're now 6,000 gold ahead, but more importantly, it is that inhibitor turret down. 6-2 in turrets. Svenskeren might got caught out here. Maybe he's waited a little too long. We're not going to see Alex going for it.
And now SK Gaming, Dragon coming up in 20 seconds. They need to keep the pressure going. Look at this replay here actually. On to Genja, being caught way out of position by Candy Panda, missing another ultimate. Getting the lantern though. And then we see Grand Skyfall, Genja already low. Boom, in his face. There's nothing he can do to dodge this one. And Red actually going towards Edward, but didn't have enough damage.
Might work out for him. Jesus with those spears has got the death cap complete, along with that Athenes he had a long time ago. Void Staff almost complete as well. So those spears are really going to start hurting. And well, SK can siege the way through with the culling as well on towards those turrets. But the fact that they've already opened up a hole is going to give them a big advantage. Dragon is available, and it is SK in easily the best position to take it.
Yes, so SK should be able to pick this one up. Look at Alex down the bottom lane. He's trying to do the same thing as before. Darien now going on to Candy Panda.
Candy Panda caught out of position completely there, and Darien just chomps his way through. Spear doesn't do a great deal, but now Freddy's involved. He will land that stun. Alex teaches around the side. I'm not too sure whether he's going to feel the need to collapse onto this one. Instead, he's going to play it safe. And this is bought time for Gambit to take that Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon is still up here. All the members from him are actually ready to go towards it. Alex is coming around here. And I like what Gambit is doing here with both Darren and Alex. They're just playing this combo of catch someone out of position. They don't expect us to be here because we're actually behind. We're not the ones who should be making these over-aggressive plays. And it works for them.
They're going to try and trade it. I thought they were going to go for their Baron play on the Dragon. Instead, Dragon has gone to Gambit. That keeps the gold closer than it should be because, simply put, Candy Panda got caught out. And this is the problem for SK. If they get caught with a pick, which Gambit are now going to be looking for every single time, it will put them back in the game. SK are trying to do the same thing though, but it's an obvious position.
Well, at least Gambit knows they're here, but it doesn't even matter that you know they're there because you actually want to get in and ward the Baron, and that's what SK are blocking you from doing. So it simply means there's no vision for Gambit here, and they're going towards Darren up here in the top lane. And also Alex caught out of position.
Alex out of position, he's going to get jumped on, pounce the double lock stun. The spears come through, and now he gets caught with the Zenith Blade. He gets taken down. Darian's going to be the next focus. Solar Flare comes in. He gets locked up. Chain of Corruption from Genja. They have got the tower doing damage for them, but the culling from the side gets locked on towards Genja, and Edward's getting taken so low. Man drop comes around the side. Edward's going to be the focus along with Darien. Darien taken low. Genja gets popped as well. Candy Panda doing work here. Diamond goes down. It's a double for Candy Panda and another for Svenskeren. SK Gaming get a 4-for-1.
Beautiful coordination from SK. Mandrop coming in from Svenskeren and Candy Panda with full HP joining in from the side here, picking up the kills. And SK Gaming are just looking, they're doing so well with this because as soon as they got ahead this game, they just managed to constantly punish Gambit. They got all these turrets low, and we actually see the replay starting here. Alex being caught completely out of position. He knew the members were down here, so I'm not sure why he's staying out to farm, but it means, even though he's flashing away, it doesn't even matter, and Raider catching on to him, he's dead. That's it. And from here on and out, you actually see the team fight with 4 members from Gambit. They're trying to do a good job, but Candy Panda down here at the bottom of your screen, full HP, only using the calling above, and then the Grand Skyfall from Svenskeren coming in. So many low members, full HP AD carry, and Svenskeren is just tanking off the damage, and he's joining in, picking up the kills.
Where's an AD carry just to stroll around into 4 players with low hit points? It's like a gold farming session for you right there. And Candy Panda managed to clean up 7-3-4 for him. Of course, all the damage done by the rest of his team. So, Baron buff picked up by SK. Gives themselves a gigantic advantage once again. And while Candy Panda was caught out once, his positioning in that fight was impeccable.
And we just have to give SK Gaming credit in this game for the ability to, even though they would lose some fights, they would always get a turret or get at least a lot of damage on a turret. So they always made sure that whenever Gambit would actually make a mistake, they could then walk up the lane, get another objective for themselves, get a turret, get a dragon, and always therefore stay ahead. And then once the team fights actually started with this mid-game combo from SK Gaming side, they were just so much stronger, and they always managed to catch on to the right people from Gambit.
Well, the top inner turret is being pushed in by Freddy. Of course, that inhibitor has respawned and is being pushed in by the other 4 members of SK Gaming. Gambit looking to try and react, try and defend somewhere, but realizing they've left themselves very much exposed in this mid lane. Darien around the side, I'm not too sure the flanking tactics what they want here, and instead it's going to be SK putting the damage down. They do find Darien off there. Freddy putting some damage down onto Darien. Quick poke the culling on towards him actually. Edward was also taken low. This inhibitor will drop down, but Gambit got to be careful they don't lose a member, just simply defending an exposed inhib.
Yeah, Gambit didn't actually have to do anything on this one, just let it go to SK. They need to fight under one of the turrets up here in the top lane. The first one will go down to SK, but the next one, that's the point for Gambit where they have to try and win the fight. Either they need to hope SK wants to dive onto them, or they just have to try and get a good engage, catch, like say, Candy Panda out of position with a hook from Edward and just pile onto him.
Spear onto Edward, that forces him already down to half hit points. That is the difference that Nidalee can have in this game. Hook lands on towards Enrated. Not sure they should follow that. Chain of Corruption goes down. They're going to dive in for it nonetheless. Alexic gets around the side here. Jesus is taken very low. He gets popped. They're going to focus on Candy Panda. The carries are both down. Alexic with a double kill. James chased away by Freddy. Freddy's got the damage to turn this bomb back around. And now Diamond's in trouble. Enrated with the Zenith Blade. Locks up on towards him. Freddy gets himself a second. Mandrop comes in. Darian gets pounced on. And it's Svenskaran with a kill. It is going to be another 4 for 2 for SK.
And the tanks from SK simply cannot die. Freddy on full HP after this fight here. Very good engage from Gambit, however. We had Alex teleporting in from behind, getting onto the carries from SK. That's why they managed to kill them so early. But still, the tanks were left alive. Nobody could actually kill them, so they just won the fight for SK Gaming.
I'd love to see the replay because I want to know why Genja did not follow through on that one. He started off with the Chain of Corruption. The teleport came back around there. And then Genja backed away. Obviously went towards the super minions, but they could have maybe done a lot better in the team fight and pushed for an objective. Let's check it out.
And notice here, Alex in the base, home guard. He's going to teleport behind SK Gaming once the engage actually hits. Hugon's in red is not ideal, but they just want to start the fight. And then Alex coming down here from the bottom of your screen, straight onto Jesus and Candy Panda, combined with Darren and Diamond. Back here, Genja is actually doing a very good job just trying to defend himself and Edward. It's Svenskaran, however, managed to actually pick up a kill and then escape. And then Genja is just walking around.
He's in no man's land.
Not able to do anything, and then up here in the top lane, because Freddy was there, nobody could kill him. After they used all the damage onto the carries, he just picked up the kills.
Why would you chase a jungler into the jungle, ignore the other 4 players that are fighting for your team? I'm not sure on the Genja's choices there. Maybe he can explain that one better in his interviews like he tends to after the matches.
Well, I do however like the fact he's actually picking up a Guardian Angel. It's really an item he needs against a combo that can pile onto him. We have actually seen SK, at least in the last team fight, ignoring him completely. Just wanted to kill Alex, who came in from behind instead and won the team fight that way.
Well, the final inhibitor is now in this bottom lane, and you can see it's SK that clearly want to try and focus on that one. Ward's being placed out. Pink ward is there. Alex will not clear that one out because he's going to get poked to death if he gets too close to it. Genja's doing a good job. He's keeping the super minions away from this mid lane, but SK are ready and waiting to pull the trigger for a second time on towards his final turret.
Let's see if SK, if they feel confident diving in. As long as they can land the spears from Jesus, they will force Gambit to fall back a little bit. The thing we have to remember, we're 35 minutes in, there's no last whisper onto Genja. That's why he actually couldn't take down Svenskaran in the last fight, because he's doing no damage to the front line here, and SK knows. That's why even just one guy can tank away 2 members from Gambit.
Spears continue to go through, not really finding the targets, and nor is that death sentence actually. We do see Candy Panda taking a bit of poke. Gotta be careful they don't get caught with that runic prison. The culling being used to force Edward down to half hit points. It means he might not be able to get engaged upon. Here comes the drop. It's going to go on towards Alex. It's stepping off the side. Diamond's going to be the focus. The tower goes down already. Eddie gets taken down. Now it's going to be the solar flare on Alex. Diamond's also going to get a pounced on. Darian tries to use his dragon stun to try and jump away, force them away, but SK Gaming are not being beaten back from this one. They're going to go for the inhib, and well, Gambit, they're simply just being bullied out of this one. Barrier being used for Genja. They're going to try and go back in. They do get Svens going down, but Edward gets quickly focused, as does Genja. And SK Gaming keep on pushing through. They can finish the game right here.
And the combo from SK Gaming really paid off. Alex now.
He gets caught out. Zenith Blade comes in. Spear finishes the job. And well, would you believe it? The rematch happens, and SK Gaming take themselves victory and join Alliance and Fnatic at the top of the table. 14 wins, 10 losses.
So yesterday SK Gaming played a very weak early game combo. Today, however, Pantheon jungle, of course, onto Svenskaran here, Renekton up in the top lane, and then with Lucian Leona bot lane against Avaros. Very aggressive early game from SK Gaming, and it really paid off for them, because every time they had a chance to pick up a kill they would, and then they would just go towards these turrets. They already dropped them low, get the extra goal, and just pull ahead from Gambit. And when it comes to the real team fights in the mid game, SK Gaming were just stronger.
Gambit shaking hands, take their defeat to SK Gaming, and SK now take themselves to the top of the table once again. It's a 3-way tie up there It's getting a little bit cluttered at the top of the table right now, while everybody else tries to keep picking up victories. The bottom of the table is starting to look a little bit sparse. Fantastic performance nonetheless, though. SK finally returning to winning ways and actually going with champions that got them there in the first place.
Weird enough, they are playing the champions. They started the whole winning streak for them. The champions, they worked for them. They did the same early game we have seen for them so many times the last few weeks when they actually picked up the wins. Svenskan going bot lane at level 3, starting the first gank, forced 2 flashes. Later on what happened, N-Raider and Candy Panda went on to Edward, no flash, first blood. And it's been working for them every single time they've been doing it in the past week. So I'm just happy to see them fall back on what actually worked. Jizz is on Nidalee, of course. Been banned a few times, but this game for him, laning-wise, he went even in farm with Alex, but then he just managed to always push the lane up. He actually killed the mid lane turret on the first teleport from Alex, and then he pushed up to the next one, got it down to like 50% on the second teleport from Alex. So he was just applying a lot of lane pressure.
Well, I mean, the teleports kind of worked, but every time, like you say, they just took objectives. And SK, that's all they were doing. And that's exactly where they got the wins in the first place. They had that, 9 wins in 11 games at one point. Not too sure what the exact stats are now, but they were focusing on objectives, and they were working for them. Whereas Gambit, at the start, you could tell they were focusing on kills.
They wanted kills, of course, and they wanted to try and, I would say, kickstart their late game combo. If they could get a few kills onto Alex early on, get some good early items on him. We saw him actually having Tear and Rod of Ages fairly early, so he was at least having a good start on Rise, and they just wanted to make sure they could get into this point where their champions are really going to scale or really going to be very strong before SK could just start rolling over them in the mid-game teamfights. Sadly though, because SK managed to respond so well to the teleports, to the ganks, they never really fell behind to Gambit and actually just got ahead, and then with, again, the mid-game combo, they were just stronger. Had the game got 10 minutes longer, Gambit would definitely have had a chance to come back.
So 4 games for everybody next week. This is the end of the LCS for this week. Of course, we do have the Challenger coming up straight after this. Best of 3 going to be happening. Where do the teams go from this one? They're going to be seeing, they've got, 4 days to sit and practice and be prepared for 4 games back-to-back. Big super week for every single team involved in this one, of course. It is the final super week of the spring split.
Well, for a team like Gambit, who's now lost 2 games actually, need to go back and, of course, look at what mistakes have we been doing. Is it our champ selection we think are too weak, or are we just making some risky plays? Try and find out the issues, because we know how good of a team Gambit can be. When they have the good games here, they play so dominant, they can beat every team in Europe, of course. And then as SK Gaming, yes, you won now, but you've actually also been losing some games recently, so you shouldn't just sit back and say, yeah, we're fine, we have already solved our issues. And now the fact they've been falling back to their old style of play simply means there's a lot of footage for the other teams actually to study, to say, oh, we actually know how you play because you've been using this tactic now for a few weeks.
And of course, in terms of head-to-head, it means that SK are now tied with Gambit, so if they were to face each other suddenly in the standings, they're going to have a playoff. There could be playoffs, ladies and gentlemen, next week. That's all we're saying. Let's, though, head over to SK's Candy Panda. After that win, we're standing by with Shocks and Quickshot.
Thank you very much indeed, Candy Panda. It was a tough position to be in, but you guys did great. You won this match. Let's go back all the way to the beginning and pick some bans, because when talking to you guys beforehand, Jess has said, I'm only afraid of a couple of champions that Alex played, for the rest nothing. So what did you guys focus on going into those picks and bans?
Well, we tried out the new meta champions like LeBlanc, Kha'Zix, and it didn't work out for us. So we banned them against Gambit because they're really good on them, and we don't want to have them ourselves. And then those were the only 2 champions we were concerned of, so we were thinking about what else Gambit plays, and we couldn't really come up with anything, so we banned Zed instead, which is good against Nidalee.
Yeah, and then another thing you guys mentioned was we are really afraid of the early pressure that Diamond can bring upon us out of that jungle. And on a champion like Evelyn, he is normally able to do that very well, but you guys were playing against it very well, even in the team fights.
Yeah, we've actually got a replay. It comes up to at about 24 minutes. Let's pull that replay up onto your screen right now. What I'd like you to do, Candy, is just talk me through the engage, because you guys have got a healthy gold lead by now, and you'll notice that Diamond catches about 4 of you guys with Agony's Embrace. So let's roll this clip and talk me through the communication, the calling. You know the deal by now.
Yeah, so we sieged up mid lane now, and we knew they want to siege us because they have Ryze with TP and Eve. But we saw Ryze on the ward on the side, so what we did, we went back immediately. So when Diamond came in from behind, he was alone, so we could focus him. And then it's like back and forth, like everyone's flashing out, running in, trying to re-engage. But our team had like the Pantheon ult, we still had the Pantheon ult, so we could re-engage now in a second.
Yeah, it's running at slow-mo. So Pantheon's going to come in behind. Who's yelling the most? Who's calling during
right
this?
now, Svenskron is saying, I so ult. And then I say, go, go, go. And then we just kill them. Like, we had just more re-engage, more strong re-engage after the initial fight went out. And here I just wanted more KDA, so I went for the kill on Trash.
Is this the way you guys wanted to play the composition? Wait for Gambit to engage and then re-engage? Or did it simply just happen that way by chance?
Yeah, like with our comp, we had Nidalee and Lucian. Okay, like the way we could engage was tower dive them, but we didn't want to risk it, so we just said, okay, let them engage. I mean, Rice, like Alex did it really well. He always came from the side with Eve, and it was really strong. Like in the top fight later on, like we almost die, we almost wipe. So he did it really fine, but in the end, like we had too much of a gold lead that I could really do anything. And once the two imps were down, we could just go bottom. Like every one of us bought a pink trinket, so we can avoid everything around us. So Eve can flank us, and then we just closed out the game.
You guys did close out the game. Very important win with what's coming up the next weeks, of course, for you guys. You guys are now tied for first with Alliance and Fnatic. You lost to Alliance earlier today, though, and also last week versus ROCCAT. There was a bump in the road. You guys were on the up, and then a little bump. So what did you kind of take from that?
Yeah, so after IEM Katowice, the new patch came 4.4. It changed a lot of champions. It nerfed our preferable combo and like our preferable combos. And then we had to find new stuff. We tried a lot with the meta champions like Kha'Zix, LeBlanc, etc. It doesn't work for us. So this game, we wanted to do it with Alliance already, get back to our old style, to our comfort picks. It didn't work out so well, so we really tried to do this game with the Leona Pantheon. And it worked out way better than the other games. Like, I think after we were on a 11 games and we won like 9 out of them, the new patch came and it was really bad for us, so we had to adjust to it.
Yeah, we have seen before how that can totally mess up the plans of teams, but you guys are adjusting very well. Congratulations once again, and also on that first place. And now we're going to head back over to D&D to see where the teams stand in the standings.
Thank you very much, Shocks. With our 10 games now behind us, you won't believe this. We still have a lot of ties in the table. Of course, first place, as we mentioned, it is a 3-way tie. Alliance, Fnatic, and SK Gaming, all at 14 wins, 10 losses. And that's, of course, with a win streak for both Alliance at 8 and Fnatic at 4. Big differences could happen next week in Super Week. Fourth place, well, it's a tie again. Gambit and ROCCAT this time at 13 wins, 11 losses. However, ROCCAT owns in the head-to-head with a record of 3 wins to 0 over Gambit, which means Gambit would, of course, give them the edge in that position.
Now, 6th place, no more ties are left. We have Copenhagen Wolves with 11 wins and 13 losses. And behind them, still chasing this playoff spot, we have Super Hot Crew with 10 wins and 14 losses. And down in the bottom, we have Millennium left alone, 7 wins and 17 losses.
Yeah, they've been saying that we just can't seem to get a win right now. It is time to highlight the 5 players who really managed to impress us in their positions this week. First up, it's Soaz at the top lane. He's had a 10.5 KDA versus Az Renekton and his Shyvana. And you know, he might not like playing them, but with only 2 deaths and a ton of kills, Soaz showed why he's one of the best top laners around this week.
And I love the way he's playing these bruisers, because he's always split pushing, and it works for Alliance the way they split up everything, and he needs to continue playing them. There's nothing else to say.
Meanwhile, of course, Shook in that jungle, 77% kill participation. Everyone on Alliance has been stepping up their game, but 101 has been showing as much improvement as Shook. The past few weeks, he has shown us why players call him one of the best junglers in EU, and his 2 games as Evelyn really did all the talking for him.
And his synergy with both the bot lane from Alliance and also, of course, with Froggen in the mid lane is absolutely beautiful, and that's one of the reasons for Shook. He's doing so well at the moment, because Alliance as a team, everything is just working out for them in the early game.
Talking to that mid laner, it is Froggen, of course. 9-1-7 as Zed today versus SK Gaming. You just can't credit Alliance without crediting Froggen for his 7th unique champion in the 8-game win streak. Froggen's pulled out Zed, something he didn't even touch back in Season 3, and he played it with perfection.
Yeah, he was one of the most important players in the game. The fact he got ahead early on, the fact he could 1v1 Candy Panda early on, then he could end up to top lane, 1v1 Freddy and Shyvana, it meant that there was no counterplay for SK Gaming against Froggen on the Zed.
Well, the AD carry is Mr. Rales, and despite only going 1-on-1, he ended up 4 0-12s in the 2 games he played this week. Mr. Rales really stepped it up with his team, especially versus Gambit, going deathless in both those matches. No one brought the OP to AD carry like Mr. Rales.
No, and again, Mr. Rales, it doesn't even matter how his team is doing. He will always get the farm he needs. He will always have perfect position in team fights. And that's what you need from a top AD carry. And he's definitely one of the best AD carries we have.
Finally, of course, Yellowstar on support for Fnatic. He's had a 66% kill participation. That is damn impressive as a support. And that was, of course, in 2 games where he played Karma. With the rotating roster of supports right now, Yellowstar has stepped up his game to show us he's not just about tanky supports. Busting out that Karma twice this week, he was a key part in Fnatic's team engagement and disorientating play, especially against the Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, and the Karma really seems to favor Fnatic again. Fast mobility around the map, good rotations, and of course laning with Reckless when you have such a strong support as Yellowstar and as Karma is absolutely perfect.
But for their spectacular gameplay across the week, we have to decide on a most valuable player title. And this went to Alliance's support. It was Nif. He had 14 assists, and well, he last played Leona and Thresh, of course, you mentioned it. He played, what, 6 out of the 7 of those wins. Crazy, crazy stuff. He had the LCS big play with his Thresh Lance, and of course, saving his captain Froggen, but his plays didn't stop there. Even with Thresh, he finally taken away from him. Nif outpicked and went for Leona against the Morgana, by the way. I managed to speak to him afterwards, and he was like, what counters me? What counters me? Morgana. Oh, crap. It wasn't too sure, but wow, he pulled off some great moves. And you called it at the time. Zenith played into a flash Q. Crazy stuff. Did it twice in that game.
Yeah, he played it absolutely perfect. Every single time he engaged, he just baited out the Black Shield from and raided and just switched target instantly. Locked someone down, they got a kill. And when you can play Leona like this in laning phase against Morgana, a counter to you, well, you can play everything. And that's the thing for Nif at the moment. He's just making plays all the time. And his team always talks so well about him, always saying, oh, Nif, he's playing fantastic at the moment.
Yeah, I managed to speak to the team afterwards, and they all said Nif played godlike in that game, and we have to agree. So MVP for Nif, fantastic stuff. Remember, the LCS continues on Saturday in North America with starting off Dignitas versus Evil Geniuses, and that will be followed by Counterlogic Gaming facing Team Solo Mid, El Clasico in America.
And then we have Team Coast against XDG, and the day will conclude with Curse against Cloud9. And those matches start at 8 p.m. Central European Time, which is 12 noon Pacific.
And we'll return to the European LCS with our final Super Week of the Spring Split, beginning with the LCS preview show next Tuesday, April 1st. And that will be at a very early time, ladies and gentlemen, as 4:30 p.m. Central European Time. That is 7:30 a.m. you Americans that are watching over on Pacific Time. The 5 big matches are Fnatic versus Alliance. Massive top clash straight away. Then it's ROCCAT versus the Super Hot Crew. And our final El Clasico of the Spring Split, SK Gaming versus Fnatic.
And then it's on to Millennium against Super Hot Crew, and we'll round things out with the Copenhagen Wolves against Gambit. And after those matches conclude, the European Challenger Series will begin its Spring Series playoff quarter-finals.
Yeah, lots of games to go, and we'll take a quick break, but stay right here because the stage just behind us is being prepared for the second half of the European Challenger Spring Series Finals with the match between Ninjas in Pajamas and Departed to decide first and second place. Deficio and I will be calling this game, so stick around. We'll be right back. ladies and gentlemen, to the LCS studios here in Cologne, Germany. It is just about time for the second Spring Series Challenger Finals, a best-of-3 battle between the Ninjas in Pajamas and Departed.
And it's great to have the best Challenger teams in Europe up on stage with a chance to play in front of their fans.
And of course, that means the Challenger Series playoff picture is ever clearer after yesterday's third-place matchup between Never Give Up and Reason Gaming.
Yeah, Reason Gaming, they swept through the third-place match, which leaves tonight's final as the last unfinished business for the second Spring Series.
And as always in the Challenger Series, it is the points that matter most. And today's matchup will have a tremendous effect on the standings and the seedings for the playoffs.
Yeah, but not for the Ninjas in Pajamas, because they're sitting safely in first place with no chance to be caught. They're guaranteed a first round bye in the Challenger Series playoffs that start next week. On the other hand, if Departed can take down the Ninjas, they will lock in 12 points and overtake Cloud9 Eclipse for second place and a second playoff bye. However, if it's NIP that walks away with the win, it will force a one-game playoff between Departed and Cloud9 Eclipse. So tonight's final will have a major impact on the Challenger Series postseason and who eventually advances to the summer promotion tournament and a shot at many more games on the LCS stage.
So now that you know what's on the line, let's get to the game. The second Challenger Series finals, Ninjas in Pajamas versus Departed. And coming into this game, if you haven't followed the Challenger Series, you would immediately believe that NIP are the favorites. But Departed, they've recorded some important results on their road to the finals, taking down the winners of the first spring season, Cloud9 Eclipse 2-0.
Yeah, 3 members of Departed also participated in the first Spring Series, Kikis, Nick and Woolite. Only then they were known as Pulse, and they got knocked out in the quarterfinals by actually Cloud9 Eclipse. And now, they not only got revenge actually by knocking out Cloud9 in the quarterfinal, this time around they have a chance of overtaking them in the points, in the standings as well, and snatching away the first round bye in the playoffs.
And after they lost to Cloud9 Eclipse in the first Challenger Series, they were not only changed their name to Departed, they changed 2 members of their team, adding a new support, Pern, and top laner, Babunia.
Yeah, Babunia has yet to lose a game in the Challenger Series as a member of Departed, as they've simply just swashed 4 Nexuses and won the 5th game by a forfeit. And Babunia went where he pleased in the top lane during their sweep of Cloud9 Eclipse. He played Mundo in both games and went 6-6 and 24. But the 2 stars of Departed have been their mid laner Nick and the AD carry Woolite. Woolite has been a beast, especially on Lucian, playing him in 3 of the 5 games. Overall, he stepped up his game in this second Challenger Series and is second on the team with a KDA of 7.4, sorry. But the KDA leader for the team so far is the mid laner Nick, and he put up huge numbers against Cloud9 Eclipse, and he got his revenge going 11-2 and 18 in the 2 games. Overall, he's picked 5 different champions in the 5 games, and in the 4 games that ended with a broken Nexus, he's having a KDA of 8.1.
Well, we'll see how this works out, because while the players may not be familiar with Woolite or Nick, most people will recognize the Ninjas in Pajamas. This is the second straight Challenger Series finals, and this time around, they're hoping to walk away with the title instead of second place finish. If you were to take a big stage experience as a factor, and it is so often at this level, you would immediately put NIP down as favorites for this match. Not only did their jungler Hulberto, I should get his name right to start with, sub in for Gambit Gaming earlier this year in the LCS, but fellow Gambit in Pajamas members Zora Zero, Nuke Duck and NIP teammate Mithy all competed in Season 3 World Championships for the Lemon Dogs. And the stage, well, it doesn't get any bigger than that.
And just like when he was a member of Lemon Dogs, Nuke Dog continues to be the driving force for NIP. He's considered by many pros to be one of the best mid laners in the game. And when he subbed in for Gambit back in Week 6, he went 7-2 and 3 against some of the best mid laners we have here in Europe. And Nick, he's going to have his hands full tonight, that's for sure. But the star for NIP and the most deadly player in the Challenger Series is the AD carry Freeze. He's the only original ninja left actually on the squad, and he has the highest KDA in the second European Spring Series at 18. And as we get into tonight's game, keep your focus on the bot lane, as NIP's AD carry, support and jungler have either secured an assist or given up a first blood in all 5 of their games in this series.
And while the Ninjas will be out for blood, the title and a return trip to the LCS, Departed is trying to become the latest Polish team to earn a spot in the Pro League.
Departed is a full Polish team. I don't think they have any star player. They're good, and they have some team play. So we just have to play well. We don't have to like focus on shutting anyone down.
Yeah, I know they're a really strong team. The players been in the LCS already, and they're really experienced. But we can beat them.
They played a lot of matches, and I think they're a really good team. I think we can finally win offline.
They're not that known of the team. Like there are 5 solo queue players from Poland who came together, and luckily for them qualified for the final.
So we had to beat other teams, for example, Cloud9 European team.
Like we haven't lost one map through the whole Coke League, the second one.
Roberto is a new addition to their team. I don't think he has the experience yet to outjungle me.
I played with Gambit, that's their sub. I think that's a good advantage.
We can't see in LCS ROCCAT. We saw in LCS MIM. I hope we will join to LCS too.
Some lofty goals there for Departed. And why not Dream? You know, Babunia said himself, he's never actually lost a single game for Departed, so why start now?
Yeah, and so Zero needs to be careful. He was saying they were lucky to qualify for the finals. I would definitely not say it if you actually win every single game.
Cocky play. Let's check out those starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Ninjas in Pajamas. That means in the top lane, it is Zoro Zero, who many considered still to be the top player in Europe right now. Hulberto is in the jungle. Nukeduck's in that mid lane. Freeze as the AD carry, and Mithy in support.
And on the red side, we have Departed with Babunia in the top lane, Kikis is the jungler, Nick760 is the mid laner, Wulad is AD carry, and of course Perm is the support.
Yeah, we're going to keep to Nick, I think, for this game
Nick.
as well. We'll stick to that one. We'll see how it works out. I'm pretty sure he used to play alongside Celiva360. I'm pretty sure that's where it all came from. The Polish community, these guys, I recall them in teams before. Of course, Kikis, he used to be in the old MYM before Kubon joined them. So these guys have got a lot of experience.
Can we just agree the Polish community is having a lot of good players?
They have a great deal of great teams as well.
MYM, of course.
Certainly a lot
ROCCAT
more than
now.
England.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
very true.
As do Denmark, though. I got to give you
Well,
that.
there's quite a lot of good Danish players. A lot of players in the
There is
LCS.
quite a few. What are we expecting? Picks and bans are going to get underway in just a few moments. What do we think they're going to get thrown in here?
I could definitely see an Italy ban against Nick because he's very good in these long-range poke champions. He likes to play Ziggs as well. So I could see Italy as a possible ban. Any taking away from Perm. He loves to be the hard engaged support, of course. Thresh, both supports he'll like to play. Could be a potential ban or a very early pick. And when coming into playing against NIP, it wouldn't surprise me to see a LeBlanc ban from Departed, because I'm actually not sure if Nick is even playing it. And Nukeduck, he loves to play LeBlanc.
Italy was banned away. We just saw it in the final LCS game, working very well for Jezzes, and NIP don't want to face that one down. Lulu has been taken away. Nukeduck not going to be able to play that one.
And we can actually see Departed maybe focus all their bans towards the mid lane here, because Nukeduck, Lulu of course, LeBlanc, he's loving to play it. Zed, Fizz are some of his other champions. Force him on maybe on Fizz here, where with the Lich Bane nerfs in 4.4, he won't be able to rush it early, and he's going to have a harder time early on. He needs a bit more items before he can really start carrying.
And he has been taken away from Perm. There is the LeBlanc ban away from Nukeduck. Evelyn is the final ban for NIP. Thick and Farseed's bans coming through. Kikis also being taken away. The final ban for Departed was Caitlyn finally coming in there. But that was a quick insta-lock there on Kha'Zix.
Yeah, there was definitely not any thinking time for NIP. They wanted this Kha'Zix going to Hulberto. Very strong jungler, of course. We've seen it in LCS already with mixed success, but still, Hulberto wanted this Kha'Zix. It meant, however, that Lucian was left open, and with Caitlyn being banned away, it's a very standard pick, gives a very good laning phase. Sivir is open for NIP. Of course, Jinx is open for Freeze, and he's also a Draven player. So let's see what he decides to pull out against this Lucian.
Yeah, bold, open, bottom lane picks as well. Lucian and Morgana quickly locked in by Departed, which is forcing NIP to make the decision much faster.
A little bit surprised about the early Karma here, because... Oh, sorry, not the early Karma, the early Morgana, because it means NIP can pick Karma, for instance, and have a very easy laning phase. They can also pick the Thresh, of course, and have full control of the lane here. So a little bit risky to early pick Morgana, and we actually see the Thresh now coming in. And of course, Zoro Zero is going to get his Shyvana here. He's one of the best farmers we have in Europe when it comes to top laners, so he's going to get the farm and just go into the late game.
Well, he's going to be up against it, seemingly a Lee Sin and a Trundle. Very quickly locked in once again by Departed.
And I absolutely love the Trundle pick against Shyvana. We have had it in the LCS as well, where of course Trundle can ultimate onto Shyvana when she's popping her ultimate, get the extra armor and magic resist, and it's very hard for Shyvana to actually 1v1 him. When you get the Blitz Rune King, you get some tanky stats, of course, onto the Trundle here. So I like this pickup, and of course with the Lee Sin, early game pressure, you can detect Kha'Zix as well in stealth. He's still gonna have the damage reduction, but at least you can see him now. So if he's low, you can get the kill.
And Freeze locking in the Draven. Now, if
There it
I
is.
cast my mind back to the summon, he was one of the main Draven players, and he was magnificent on it.
Yeah, he was a very, very strong Draven player. There's a lot of people who respect his Draven here, so with the early lock-in again of Morgana, it's also gonna mean for Freeze on Draven, he's gonna have a very, with Flash, he's gonna have a very easy time just farming in the lane. They don't have to go for kills here, and in case they actually do want to go for them, once he's stacking up, he's passive, then again, onto this lane here for the party, they need to be very careful because there's a lot of damage on NIP's side.
There's a mid laner we've not seen for a while in the LCS. Ari gets locked in for Nuke in that mid lane.
Well, with Ari here for Nuke, he's really showing that with Lulu and LeBlanc being banned away, his two main champions are gone. That's why he's going for something else. He's blind picking it. I think that's why he doesn't want to go into Zed or into Fist without seeing what he's actually going to be against. That's why he's taking the most safe assassin he can play, which is Ari at this point. We need, of course, to remember it's very important for him to land a charm to get the full amount of damage with Ari here, so she's more reliant on hitting the skill shots.
Final pick was Ziggs for Departed. That means Nick's going to be playing that one in the mid lane, and it's also a champion that's been pretty heavily banned in the LCS recently.
Yeah, so we get this long-range poke champion onto Nick, and it's something he loves to play, and he loves to dominate his laning phase. So with this setup here from Departed, of course, mid lane-wise, Nick is going to have good time farming. He needs to be careful, however, because Ziggs can actually be overjumped by Ari, so we need to see how he decides to play the lane here. So far, he's having Ignite, so he's going for the full aggression here, but before level 6, he's going to have so much power to actually poke onto Nuke. And then looking at the rest of the lanes, of course, with the Trundle against Shyvana, both of them are going to scale into the late game. I'll give it slightly to Trundle when it really comes late. Bot lane-wise, we need to see if Draven here can get the passive going and then get a kill to really start snowballing away, or if the party can actually lock him down, because if you land a binding, followed up by a gank from Lee Sin, that's one dead Draven.
Just waiting to see whether we're going to have the final choices. There is going to be a teleport on the top lane, and they actually left it to the last second. Now, that's different to the LCS rules, the transfer.
I believe it's 20 seconds before you actually have to swap, but I don't think NIP was surprised about not seeing Lucian top lane and AD carry Trundle.
But they're going to be like, well, we're going to get Lucian top lane. This is a tough one. I'm pretty sure they knew what was happening. They're just very late on that trade, and it actually happened in the very last second. That's tricky, because if that had gone through, you're not online this time, buddies. That would have gone through, and you would have had to have played it that way.
That's true. You actually have your top laner playing Lucian.
Yeah, those admins would not mess around on this one, that's for sure. Because we are going to get underway, though. So what do you see on these two teams? Who do you give this one to?
Well, again, teleport onto Trundle in top lane, Ignite onto Shyvana. So late game-wise, split pushing advantage. As long as Trundle can actually hold Shyvana up in his lane, he can then teleport down, join his team, force a 5 against 4. So that's going to be in favor of Departed. Laning-wise, we need to put a lot of focus on Freeze and Draven, of course. Can he get the farm? And we need to see how it's going here in the mid lane. If Nick can get a lot of early pressure onto Nuke before he gets to level 6, so where he can actually jump onto Ziggs.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ninjas in pajamas. You may have seen them many times before. There is Mithy on support this time around, though. And Departed, well, they are as the red team, and they are looking to have a bit of a level 1 play. And of course, with Morgana in the jungle, why not?
Yeah, I absolutely love Morgana in the jungle. Should be on support, however. But what I love with Morgana here at the level 1s is the fact you can actually fire a blind Q into the bush, and that's why we see Freeze moving out here in the river, making sure he gets some vision of them moving down as a team. And he's actually backing off too early here, so he's not spotting them yet. He only spotted Lucian so far.
The Dark Binding does start things off. They don't land anything. They followed it with the kick. Freeze is just staying off at the side, and the minute they come around that corner, he's going to be backing away. We do also see Nuke making his way down. He's in that little bush just behind the red buff.
Oh, firing a binding in here. If they would hit a target, they would just jump to it instantly, try and pick up the first spot here. But now NIP spotted him, so Departed backing out here. But very nice for level 1, trying something with Morgana, because they know, of course, there is no vision.
Maybe he's been watching Millennium play a little bit in the LCS, because that one's very reminiscent of how they played their opening level 1 strats, and it seemed that NIP were very much ready for this one. Nuke, he's got to be careful here. He's actually in a position, and Departed are going to come around this corner and fire this straight at Nuke's position instead. Looks like he will step away in time.
Wula coming in here, so the rest of the team, they could still try something, at least try a binding, see if they catch on something, or maybe they want to go for the red buff of NIP here.
Well, Nuke's going to try and bait this one out. It's a dangerous game he's playing now, but they're not going to fire any shots. Instead, Departed do back away and return to their own jungle. Everything spawns, blue buff start for Kikis.
So looking again here at the combos, the Black Shield from Perm when it comes to the team fights against someone like Nukedog who wants to land the Charm, or the hook from Miffy, which is actually the real engage for NIP, can be very, very strong for Departed. So if they can manage to time the Black Shield when there's a Charm from Nukedog, most of NIP's engage is actually going to be on trying to flank around with Shyvana or Kha'Zix jumping into their face, and that's not ideal for them because they're not exactly swimming in CC.
We'll see how this one works out. Looks like level 2 is going to be contested here. And you can see Freeze and Mithy looking to try and start this one off. The moment that minion goes down, it should be enough to turn them in there. One more shot, and you can see they need quite a few more minions just at the moment. Of course, if that death sentence comes in, we should see Perm Black Shield in very quickly to prevent it.
Yeah, that's where Morgana is good against Thresh, because you can always Black Shield the hook, you can Black Shield the flare, Black Shield the box, of course, so all the CC Thresh can actually bring, you can stop it, and that's where Morgana is nice. However, when it comes to straight up poke damage toward each other, Thresh is a lot better with his auto attacks, of course.
Alberto is going to be getting himself that red buff. We'll see whether he goes aggressive once he hits level 3 or whether he's going to continue farming in the jungle. We also see that Kikis has got that red buff and he's coming around towards Nukedog already in this mid lane.
Yeah, Nick already getting some very good damage onto him to ward. I'm not sure they actually spotted him out. They didn't ping him, and here we go.
Instead, the satchel charge does catch him out there. Does manage to get the kick. No, he got it. He goes in towards it and he gets the first blood. Kikis with a great start. Nukedog goes down,
yeah,
but the hook back on towards Warlock. Down the bottom here. It's going to get turned around with the dart pointing, but there's a lot of damage going on Warlock. Not going to be too happy with that one. Freeze doing a great job.
But beautiful gang in the mid lane here from Kikis. The ward didn't spot him out, so when Nukedog was out of position, he got the satchel from Nick, knocked further into the lane. Very nice gank here. Nukedog was waiting with his flash, but still, Kikis, he managed to land the Sonic Wave and picked up the first blood.
That forces Nukedog to go for that second Doran's Blade, of course, going back much earlier than he'd expected. Meanwhile, Nick, we see he's gone back on himself that second Doran's Ring, along with the boots as well. So he's going to be much more mobile in that lane than Nukedog.
And now down in the bottom lane, Freeze is getting a CS lead here early on. Of course, again, he wants to stack up his passive as much as possible. If he's just trying to land out the hook here, every time he can land it, they can get a few auto attacks from Freeze. It's a very good poke. And because the lane is pushed so far up, Alberto actually coming down here just to recall, because he's ready in case Lee Sin will be there for the counter gank. So I like his movement.
Well, it seems that there's no sign of Kikis, who, of course, went in and got that first blood. Gets himself the Spirit Stone and the Longsword, going to go for that aggressive jungle item, the Spirit the Outer Lizard. Meanwhile, this top lane, well, you talked about Zoro0's farming, and he's going to have to do it very well against Babunia's Stronghold.
And he needs to always be careful when they decide to fight 1v1, because again, if he builds full tank on Shyvana, it's just more stats for Tron to steal, so he's actually forced to go into a route of more damage-wise in these, if he wants to win this fight. He could also just be building full tank and just push out the lane, and then walk down with the rest of his team and force something elsewhere.
We'll see how it works out. Pink ward going down from Kikis in that death bush around the Baron. We'll see how long that one lasts. Went down at the 5-minute mark. Kikis going for that invade, making sure he also gets the ward, and that's going to be held there just before that blue buff comes up. So that's a good ward.
Yeah, very good ward from Kikis. Actually using the first blood gold to pick up a ward and a pink ward, of course, so he gets some good vision here. And now onto this top lane, getting some damage on the sword, and here we go.
Zoro0 very deep in this one, and you can see that kick's going to land back on towards him. A lot of damage going down here. This could be the second kill for Departed. Have they got enough? They don't fancy the tank, and Zoro0 lives to fight another day.
He got a lot of good damage onto Zoro0, holding on to his flash. However, he didn't want to use it before, because he knew if his flash is gone, Lee Sin can just return and put a lot of pressure onto him. So now Departed just want to push out this wave here, so also we can have Babunia go back and shop.
Yeah, lane tax being picked up by Kikis, making sure he gets a chunk of farm from that one. And of course, you saw Alberto was just off down at the white there, so if they had have gone deep, it almost certainly would have been kills for NIP.
Yeah, difference in the junglers here, of course, Lee Sin is very aggressive early on. Alberto actually missed the ward, he just walked straight through it. And this river ward, there's so many people who don't actually look at that character when they move around here, so they just walk through it, don't even notice anything. And Departed, of course, spotting him out, know the position, and Kikis early on this Lee Sin, very aggressive, good ganks early here. And now Babunia teleporting in on Zoro.
Going aggressive, and Zoro0, when he's going to have burnout run, he should have the speed to back away from this one. And more importantly, there was a big minion wave which would have turned a lot of damage back on towards Babunia. Didn't fancy that one, instead just managing to farm and continue going. Went for the Vampiric Scepter on his first back, and Dragon Descent being used for Zoro0. Maybe he wasn't quite expected to take a turret hit there.
actually very scary for me, because if the pillar had come up from Babunia, he could have forced a flash away from Zoro, but he just wanted to try and clear out the wave. Gonna back off now. Ultimate, of course, is gone, but he's still having both summoners. Teleport was used by Babunia, but still, it doesn't actually matter for him, because he's just gonna stay in the lane now and farm and get ahead.
Kiki's been very mobile in this jungle. He's going to come around and have another look towards Nukeduck, who's stepped a little bit too far ahead in the lane, and he may fancy this one. Explosive Satchel Charge is available, but Nukeduck this time being forced away from his own tower. Kikis is not going to land anything there, and instead it's going to be a blue buff start, or more importantly, remember, there is that ward just off the side, so they have the timer on this.
And Kikis is level 6 here to only level 5 for Roberto, so he's a lot stronger in case a fight should happen. Trundle joining down here now. No ultimate on Soul Zero. He used it to clear the wave before, so Departed can actually pick up this blue buff.
Yeah, they could try and at least outsmite it and force it away from Nukeduck, which is what they fancy. Kikis just keeping his presence. No, nobody really wants to start this one off. They have time to just keep those bombs bouncing in there. Remember, Mega Inferno bomb is also available if they go very deep on this one. There's a bomb, rattles past, catches on Hulberto. Kikis does manage to keep the damage down on this one. It is going to be a smite by Kikis. Hulberto going to get forced away from this one. Zoro Zero forced in towards that Tribush area. Simply bullied out by Babunia.
And Departed had full focus on just getting the blue buff, because Nick was actually on the wrong side here. He could only throw bombs or throw his ultimate, of course, but he wouldn't be able to fully commit in a chase towards NIP. So they just wanted the blue buff. That's what we saw here. Beautiful coordination. The Sonic Wave from Lee Sin combined with the smite, of course, getting him this blue buff. Nukeduck, he's going to be in big issues, because Nick is going to pick up the blue buff from his own jungle here, and then he can just spam the bombs away.
It's a great start for Departed, and they're continuing that invade as well. Red buff now. Kikis have the timer on everything here. Hulberto's going to come around. There is no smite this time. I tell a lie. Kikis has got the smite. He's back up off cooldown. He takes it. And well, Hulberto's just had the entire jungle tucking away from him.
Yeah, and Hulberto is still level 5. He's so far behind compared to Kikis here. Double buff Lee Sin. He can just gank everywhere he wants to. Hulberto won't be able to join in. And he's going towards this mid lane now.
Nukeduck very deep in this one, of course. Has got that Spirit Rush available to him now as that ultimate on R8. So he's got very, very mobile in this time around. And you can see quick invade coming on. Hulberto, ooh, he's gone a little deep. He's not going to get caught out in time though.
And this pink ward actually spots him running in towards the red buff. I'm not even sure if you saw it this time. He didn't ping it on the map. So the pink ward he skipped twice now, and now onto Woolite in bot lane.
Woolite getting a lot of damage this time around. Mithy using that lantern to pull Freeze in. Throws out that whirling blade, but it's not enough to take down Woolite. Just steps to the side. Aggression working well for Ninjas in Pajamas in the bottom lane, but overall it is Departed with the advantage.
Yeah, Departed doing so well, especially around this mid lane here. Nukeduck falling behind. Roberto not able to help him because Kikis is having full control of this area, and now Nick will pick up this blue buff so he can just spam away onto Nukeduck. Things are looking great, except for down here in the bot lane where, of course, Freeze is stacking up his adoration stack. So if he picks up a kill, he's going to get a big chunk of gold.
He's stacking up that farm as well, but Kikis is moving down here. There's a ward in that bush, but he's going to be coming deep nonetheless. He's got that kick available. If he lands the Sonic Wave, and he does manage to get it, Mithy quickly manages to catch out there. Oh, the kick coming out from Kikis. They may try and turn the aggression back around, but that Whirling Blade was just used, which is why Woolite's going aggressive. The culling coming out. Freeze having to use the barrier. He's baited him in. He's going to flash for it. Woolite gets the kill. He's going to try and dash away from Mithy. He may turn this one back around on Mithy. While it's all happening, Hulberto's come deep there very, very low. All three members. Woolite's going to be licking his lips here, trying to get the kill instead. They're going to turn it around. Nukeduck comes in. It's free farm time. Mega Inferno bomb comes out. Nukeduck gets 1. He gets 2. He gets 3. It's a triple kill for Nukeduck.
So the counter game from NIP here. Nukeduck, he moved faster down than Ziggs, who actually stayed. Only threw down his ultimate, hit absolutely nothing. So 3 kills picked up for this Ari, who were in issues before. Definitely not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a problem when you let the mid laner roam and you don't follow it. Nick came down, he just threw the Mega Inferno bomb and said, that's all I'm doing. He's put a lot of damage on towards that mid turret, but giving a triple kill across to the mid laner, that's not what you want to do.
And now with double buff on Nuke here, once his ultimate is actually ready, he can try and go for a kill onto Ziggs. That's where Nick really needs to play careful and just continue farming from a distance. But yes, he got some good damage on the turret, so next time Nuke decides to roam away, he will be able to pick it up if he just stays in the lane. But he really needs to be careful though that Nuke is not getting another triple kill.
Yeah, that was a bit of a problem. I think Kikis maybe got a little overexcited with his early start there and maybe tried to snowball it in. Sometimes it is a problem that you do see with junglers. especially these syndromes?
Well, the gank itself was actually fine. It was more the fact that Woolite, he decided to chase up because he felt he was safe enough to get the kill here on Freeze. But it meant that the rest of the party were just so far up. And Hulberto, can you please go in and kill this pink ward?
6 minutes it's been there now, and Hulberto has walked through that bush around about 6 times in that process. We do see the Summoner's Cup being placed by Babunia, just trying to rub that in the face of Zoro0, saying you did not win this when you went to Los Angeles, and I am going to take it from you.
Now, bot lane wise again, Freeze still with the CS lead, but he did die and we had a kill onto Woolite. He got no assist in this fight before. It was actually just Nuke Dog, Hulberto and Miffy picking up everything. So it simply means for Freeze, while he's ahead on farm, he's slightly now, or should at least be even in gold.
Well, Kikis puts the ward down towards that dragon. Nuke Dog will be taking away those wraiths, and it's not going to be a dragon engaged by any team just yet. I don't think anyone wants to leave this lane phase for a while yet. We are seeing Zoro0 starting to build up a nice farm advantage over Babunia in this top lane, and now he's got that build toward a Cutlass, he's got a lot of armor on him and mobility. He's starting to cause some serious problems for Babunia.
Yeah, we need the Bedroom King onto Babunia before he can really start fighting back against this Shyvana here, but both of these top laners are gonna scale so well into the late game, so they're happy for now just farming, and we have to remember to teleport onto Babunia. It means he's gonna have more global pressure, and he can always join down with the rest of the team.
Well, Mithy, who we didn't really mention, also got the 3 assists for those kills down in that bottom lane. That gave him a big advantage. He had that GP10 item earlier on, now got that Sight Stone and the boots on him, so he's going to be zipping around. And in terms of gold up against his lane opponent, it's actually only give him, actually he's behind, I should say. He's behind by 100 gold on Perm.
Well, the Frostfang gives quite a lot of gold actually to Morgana here alone. Can always make sure to get the stacks gone because of the Tormented Soul you can put on the people. It's going to remove the stacks instantly. But up here in this top lane, Kikis just warding out. He doesn't actually want a gank. He's not having any buffs at the moment. So it could be a risky gank for him. Decides to back off for now.
Yeah, that is actually the difference. 186 gold for the Relic Shield. Meanwhile, that's Frostfang. He's got him, what, 400 gold. So that is actually one of the big differences between them so far. Babunia keeping them at bay in this top lane. Zoro0 continuing to put pressure, and now looking to start farming between those towers and maybe even looking towards the golems. You can see just taking a peek towards that tri-bush, making sure there's no jungler like Kikis ready and waiting.
He needs to be careful though if he decides to go between the turrets, because the Ziggs of course can provide the ultimate while he's still in the mid lane and when Kikis comes up there with the red buff. There's a lot of slow at least onto Zoro0 and a lot of mobility for someone like Lee Sin to catch on to him. But he's actually going to ward out the red buff here, it seems, or at least just checking if it's up.
Yeah, warding it out, finding Kikis. Kikis has to use a ward of his own, and that gets quickly cleared by Zoro0. There's the red buff. They had the timer on it. They were aware that it was about to be due, but instead Zoro0 doesn't want to put himself in a dangerous position.
No, and it's also because the blue buff is spawned now. Nuke Dog really wants his first blue buff of the game, and with this ward here,
well, technically it was the second blue buff of the game as well. Oh, the hook on towards Perm. Freeze is going to get exhausted though. Hasn't really got enough damage, but Warlock's got to be careful. The culling comes out. There's going to be the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's going to miss completely. Perm's in trouble. One more hit as it goes down. The Adjuration stacks are doing wonders for Freeze. He gets himself a double kill.
476 gold on the very first kill here for Freeze. A big chunk of extra gold for him, of course, also picking up the kill. And now on to Nuke Dog in the mid lane.
But again, he can just Spirit Rush away from this one. The moment the Sonic Wave landed, he quickly dashed away, and Kikis had already used the Q, and he just completely floundering.
And we have to, of course, highlight the fact that Freeze took the Lantern out of the ultimate from Ziggs here, dodging it completely, and just winning the fight straight up 2v2 against the party here in the bot lane. And now NRP want to start this dragon. Kikis is nearby, but he's the only member because Nuke Dog and Ziggs are moving in together.
We'll see whether he wants to use that Sonic Wave to try and get the steal here. It's got to be tempting for him, but Hulberto's doing a great job at keeping him away from this one. Don't think he's going to get close enough. That dragon will go down. Hulberto comes in, smites it, taken very low. They're going to fancy it. The Dark Point, it doesn't land. Kikis tries to go in and get the kill, but look at the damage from Nuke Dog. Just blows him to smithereens.
Yeah, the combo from Nuke Dog here, landing onto Kikis while he's actually jumping in for the kill. The Black Shield was already gone, so just instantly burst him down. Dragon and another kill for NIP.
And the pause comes in there. Of course, the DFG was picked up by Nuke Dog, which is where that crazy burst came from, and that's given Nuke Dog 4-1-0 now. It's a pause for Mithy currently at the moment, just wondering exactly how he survived. I think that's what it is. It's like, dude, I've got 6 assists here. I don't quite know how I'm alive still and how nobody's managed to kill me. So that's what you can see the movements is of his hand. It's like, there was lots of explosions, and I didn't die. This character is clearly OP.
I agree. I don't even know what to say to this one.
Well, he stole your spot, man. You should say something.
I wouldn't actually say he stole it. I actually offered him my spot. But thank you for the lesson.
Very gracious of you. Very
Thank
gracious
you.
of you. It's like, you know what? I don't want to play for money anymore. I want to talk about the game. That was good of you.
Well, at first, you know, I wanted to be the manager, of course, and now we're talking about the game.
Well, we saw how well that went. The birds are great here. Don't worry, he gets me back soon enough. He's thinking of something here. The devious plot is see the cogs, they're just slowly working. Anything yet? Anything?
No.
No, just going to sit there and wait. This one is tapping out. NIP have a good lead so far. They are 6-2 up in this game against Departed.
They're actually clapping you for the burn, really?
What do you expect when you cast an NIP game?
I'm not sure. I was just expecting to cast the game.
And that's what we're going to do, because the game is unpaused. We are finally getting back into there. Don't worry. He's got 3 games to try and recall back on this one. Miffy is going to get away, and he's still trying to figure out how he didn't die in that fight, and as are we. He got away with, what, next to no health, and didn't quite catch what it was towards the end there, but it was very low nonetheless. Woolite and Perm, they're doing as much as they can, but the Whirling Death spins on by and gets a good deal of farm as well.
And Freeze actually stayed in the lane here, so he's going to pick up even more from him. Sword of Zero now onto Nicky in the mid lane.
It's not quite going to be enough, but that damage is still very big, and Zora Zero using that Bilgewater Cutlass to try and burst him down. Of course, Nuke wasn't quite close enough to get that DFG off.
Let's see here if Alberto is gone for the mobility boots actually early on, so he wants to be more mobile around the map, want to be able to join in for the fights here. It's of course not going to, it's going to give him less stats when it comes to the team fight itself, but with Kha'Zix, of course, with your built-in 50% damage reduction from your ultimate, you should be fine.
Look at how low that turret has gone, though. Departed coming round here. The Sonic Wave does land, but Kikis doesn't fancy following that one up. Of course, Nuke was stacked, ready and waiting for a fight.
Yeah, so Departed actually just want to pressure down this turret here. That's why Kikis joins in. It's just one hit there. They got the turret. Kikis making sure Nick was safe in the mid lane.
Well, that was the first turret of the game that Ninjas and Pajamas do not get. And they have, despite being on pressure across all the lanes, seem quite happy to keep on farming. And as of yet, really haven't tried to push or contest any of those towers, despite the big advantage they've got in that bottom lane.
Well, the roam, of course, from New Dog was the one that cost him the turret. Now, who gone to Voidal down in the mid lane.
Voidal suddenly playing. I'm not too sure whether Cloud9 Eclipse are in its finals, but nevertheless, he'd be happy to play in this game instead. Mithy does land on Woolite, but Woolite backs away from this one. And well, it wasn't really followed through by Freeze, honestly. He didn't throw out his, I'm going to tell you what it is. I can never remember the name of it. It's the one that knocks him aside. Is it stand aside? It is stand aside. I should have just said, well, say what you see.
And now Zoro Zero actually farming between the turrets. He's expecting Lee Sin to be elsewhere, because if Lee Sin goes up top lane here, and Teleport actually coming bot lane.
Teleport coming in, it's going to be Baboonia. He has got the slow onto Freeze, and Freeze is not going to get away from this. Oh, is he? Lands it in there, but it's going to be a flash kill for Baboonia. Actually, his Perma stole it in the end.
Now, meanwhile in the mid lane though, Nick actually went down to Nuke Dog and Alberto, so they should be able to take the mid turret. Alberto already walking down bot lane here. We see the replay of the gank in here. Alberto staying around, coming in from the side, and then Nuke Dog, of course, with his jumps can go straight into Nick. If he lands the charm, there's nothing he can do here. DFG charm, good dead.
Yeah, easy kill for Nuke Dog, and Alberto simply picking up the support assist kill there. Mithy, is he going to go down? Finally, he does. Then he's, well, we'll see whether he gets another pause for that one. He'll be like, guys, this champion, it was meant to be OP. You told me it was OP. I didn't manage to win it with it.
So I'm actually not sure why Miffy decided to stay down here in the bot lane. He expected to defend the turret with Alberto, but there's absolutely no wave clear, and it was too easy for Departed to just catch him out, get the turret, and an easy kill.
But the problem is, though, Nuke is 5-1-0 right now. That's a big problem. I'm not going to lie. When this guy, who even LCS players still say is one of the best mid laners in Europe, is getting this fed, going to be a big problem. You might want to try and focus that guy.
Yeah, but again, how do you actually gank an Ahri where you can jump 3 times, you also have a flash? It's going to be so hard for the Departed to actually shut him down, unless they can land a binding or get him kicked into the face of them and just instantly burst him down before you even have a chance to jump around. But it's going to be very hard.
Zoro Zero doing a lot of damage there. Baboonia having to use his ultimate, and while Dragon Stance, I can never remember the damn name.
Dragon's Descent
was used afterwards. Dragon Descent after the ultimate. So Baboonia did get some good chomping down on him, but both were sat there with that Blade of the Rune King and Nuke Dog. Look at this, laying in wait, ready and waiting for Nick to walk past, which is exactly what he's about to do in that mid lane.
Yeah, he's having some good vision here. He's just waiting for Kikis to actually walk in and face check and land a charm. And nice checking here with Sonic Wave, not taking any chances.
Ironically, I think he was trying to land the Sonic Wave on Zoro Zero and went, oh, do not want, back away. Oh, the charm did land on Kikis, but he got the red buff already.
So making sure at least nothing goes wrong here for Departed side. It could have gone horribly wrong if they just walked straight into the red buff. This pink ward, however, is actually still in the river for them. So they have full vision of NIP every time they decide to move in towards this jungle area of Departed.
15 minutes it's been now so far. Yep. And Hulberto has passed it probably around about 15 times as well in that time scale. There is going to be a blue buff invade here, and this is exactly what NIP needs to do, trying to execute and take this one away from Nick, and that's what's going to happen. Freeze gets it. He's going to try and have to run away from this one because Departed going to chase. Is Kikis going to land that Sonic Wave? No, Lantern comes out. There's run to safety.
So good use of the Lantern here, and also good use of being so aggressive and being ahead in the bot lane for NIP. So they just move straight in, takes the blue buff. Meanwhile, Nuke Dog was taking his own blue buff over there. So very good use of the map pressure from NIP side and really using the advantage they have.
This is the Screamy Morgana skin. It tends to make a bit of a howler as it backs away to base. It's a 4,000 gold advantage for Ninjas in Pajamas. There's Adjuration Stack. She talked about them earlier, how Freeze was picking up the gold. They've built a bigger gain here. I think they're around about 128 right now.
He's going to get again. If he can just continue farming here. He actually wants to get higher, of course, before he gets the next kill to get the extra bonus gold. But for him so far, already having Plot First and Infinity Edge at the 21-minute mark, that's very, very scary, and he's going to do so much damage with pretty much whoever is actually going to go close to him.
Yeah, whoever he focuses on. Nuke Dog's looking across the side there. Hulberto actually catches a Dark Bind. That's going to give a little bit of gold across to Perm there, but not going to be a great deal. Kiki Sonic Wave don't want to really catch on towards Nuke Dog, who's hunting for kills.
And we're having an early Mikhails onto Miffy here, so in case someone should be caught out by the binding, he can use the Mikhail to cleanse it and make sure they can get away safe.
Dragon fight is going to get started off. Departed are looking for this one, but honestly, I don't feel they want to try and contest this one, but never going to do it nevertheless. Dark Binding catches on Hulberto. They go aggressive on this one. Kiki suddenly realizes he's in a bad position. Babunia caught out there. Good Black Shield. Mithy using the ultimate, and a lot of ultimates burnt out there. Honestly, a lot of panic buttons being hit by both these teams.
A very nice Black Shield from Perm, making sure the charm from Nuke Dog was blocked, and also, of course, Miffy wasted his ultimates, and now it's actually Departed onto the Dragon.
Dragon has gone to Departed. Babunia goes deep. He's caught out a little too aggressive, and Freeze will get himself the kill there. They're going to try and push on towards this one. Zoro Zero fancies it, goes in towards Kikis, was kicked away. Safeguards away. Perm getting caught out. Nuke Dog came around the side. Mega Inferno Bomb does not get Miffy down, and now Warlight's going to get caught out. Is it going to be enough? They're going to jump on towards it. No, not quite enough. Good explosive cast from Nick to force them away.
A very nice escape here from the 3 members from Departed, but 2 already got down here. So NIP, they didn't get the Dragon, but they got 2 kills, and Freeze picked up one of them. I believe he got about 260 bonus gold on it.
Was, of course, explosive satchel, not explosive cask, because Gragas is not in the game. So, Departed are farming out, and they did get that Dragon, nevertheless. Very good Dragon for them. I was surprised that Freeze and the rest of NIP didn't choose to contest that one.
Well, I think they were trying to look for an engage here, but of course with the Black Shield on Perm, it's actually hard for him to start the fight. And that's why we've also Babunia zoning them away a little bit with his pillar. They didn't really feel like they could actually go in properly. That's why they're waiting for the party to actually make the engage. And once Babunia got too close, they just went ahead and killed him. The Dragon was already gone, but it simply meant from there on, they could then chase on.
Yeah, nonetheless, Nuke Dog got himself yet another kill. 6-1-0 now in that mid lane up against Nick, who has yet to get started. Simply just got that assist. Mithy and Nuke Dog setting up, going to try and start something in this jungle. They got that ward across just at the Wolves, so they really want to try and create a play. Nick, he may well be the prey.
At least Miffy here actually been doing a very good job on this Thresh, and we talked about in the pregame how both supporters actually like this, so like to play Thresh, but it's actually Miffy getting here because of the early Morgana.
Wow,
he found it.
19 minutes that lasted. And they only found it because he put a ward there.
At least it's gone now. That ward was definitely worth it.
Definitely worth it. And that was from the very start as well, on that very first kill that Kikis got. So very much made its money's worth. Nick is going to try and roam around here. He's keeping that mid lane farmed off. And the problem for NIP is they are trying to create plays. They're trying to put pressure on the towers. But with that Mega Inferno Bomb, you're always going to be able to clear it. Nuke trying to start something off there on towards Kikis, will not catch him out. But as I was mentioned, Zoro0 keeps putting this pressure on this top lane, but there's always that threat of Mega Inferno Bomb if he goes aggressive on Babunia.
Yeah, so what NIP can actually do is take Nuke Dog and move him down in the bottom lane, because there's nobody who can 1v1 him from the parted side, and then he can split push up. Shyvana in the top lane and 3 members in the mid lane.
That is exactly what he's going to do. It's almost like you know these guys, man. You seem to know where they're going to go. Nuke Dog heading down that bottom lane, going to get himself a big wave of farm. Zoro0 just strolling away as Babunia gets his chompers down on towards him. Of course, those orbs being thrown out from Nuke Dog doing a hell of a lot of damage now that he has that DFG and Rabadon's Death Cap on there. Big chunks of ability power on both of these mid laners right now. Cooldowns, of course, for Nick.
That sounds so annoying.
It isn't annoying. Actually, so annoying that I stopped playing that skin. It's like, I've got every skin available to me, and I was like, I'm not playing that one, that's for sure. Holberto, with the ping wards down, is going to clear out the Baron pit, and I feel that NIP is slowly choking the party down of the game here.
The only issue for NIP is actually in the mid lane, because Draven is not exactly one who's going to push up the wave and just get a lot of hits onto the tower, because again, Ziggs is just going to wave clear all the time. Draven is never going to get close. That's the only issue for NIP here, because up in the top lane they're winning, and now Nuke onto Woolite.
Oh, he's going to get on towards him. He's not going to land the charm, but he's got enough damage nonetheless. He didn't need a charm. Woolite just getting dropped, no problem.
Yeah, DFG and Death Cap, and that's why we wanted to see him down in this bottom lane, because nobody could actually stand to his damage. And meanwhile, NIP is starting this Baron. 2 members are still staying out here. Solo and Miffy are trying to zone away the party, but they will come in and Freeze. He needs to back out.
They have to back out. He's tanking the Baron. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage. A lot of crit hits coming out there for Freeze, which does force him away. But while they have drawn the entire team here, you can see Nuke Dog. He's putting damage down on that inner turret down the bottom lane. And honestly, the next minion wave is going to come up, and still nobody's going to get close enough to react.
And every single time, either Nuke Dog or Zoro0 up in the top lane is going to win these 1v1 duels. The rest of NIP can either start the Baron or try and pressure up somewhere else, because they will force the party to move a member over and going to be in a disadvantage somewhere else. But NIP actually showing that they don't expect to be able to push this turret. That's why they started the Baron instantly, even though we're only 27 minutes in.
And you got to think that maybe the likes of Millennium, Super Hot Crew, I don't know, even the Copenhagen Wolves or ROCCAT are going to be watching this game and really starting to use this as a scouting tool, because if they were to get in that relegation zone next week at the end of the spring split, well, these are the teams that they're going to be facing. Ninjas and Pajamas, Departed, they're all in there. Cloud9, Eclipse. It's going to be a 6-way playoff, and that's going to be happening in, what, 3 weeks' time. And these teams are all going to be facing, trying to get in towards the LCS, and currently, they're both putting on a good show.
Yeah, Departed's early game was very strong, especially Kikis with all his ganks early on, getting a good advantage for Departed, but then NIP managed to respond, especially with the roam to the bottom lane from Nuke, where he picked up the triple kill, and then also just Nuke Dog, or at least the bottom lane itself with Freeze and Miffy's been doing a good job, just getting a few kills by himself.
So Zoro0 continues his farming dominance, I think I can call it, down that bottom lane. Alberto actually just tweaked the interest of Baron there. Baron taking a peek towards him, but it was Kikis that started it off with that Sonic Wave. Instead, down that bottom lane, Zoro0 and Babunia are going to find themselves once again in lane together, and Zoro0 continues to keep the pressure down, but it's a big farming session between these two top laners.
Yeah, but as long as Zoro0 is keeping the wave around here or even closer to the base of Departed, then it's going to be very risky for Trundle to actually teleport away, because then he's going to go on towards the inhibitor turret, and you don't really want to give up a free one unless you can then win the fight, of course, and take the Baron. So as long as he keeps the wave around here, it's going to be hard for Babunia to actually move.
The confidence of Mithy. He actually didn't have anyone near him yet, threw out that death sentence towards Woolite, forced Woolite to back away, just calling his bluff there. Kikis finally comes in and takes that pink ward down, which that whole battle was all about, and you can see Holberto waiting in the wings with Mithy trying to be used as bait. Not going to fall for it though. Departed going to stick around their own jungle.
But we do see NIP, whenever they can actually find a target, just instantly burst down with Nuke. They're just waiting around a little bit, just clearing the wards in the Baron pit here, because they can actually push up against this heavy wave clear combo with Ziggs and Lucian, of course, from the Departed side. So they're just waiting around here, trying to see what's happening. And you see Nuke Dog, his position here. You want to catch someone out, and then NIP can make a move.
Yeah, Nuke Dog's been waiting in this bush for quite a while, waiting to see if Nick's going to step forward, and actually fancies taking that blue buff off him. Kick is using his sweeping lens, clearing out that tri-bush, which Holberto is going to go back and ward up. So it is a bit of a battle of wards right now.
And you just see Zoro and Nuke actually going to Nick.
Oh, the charm lands, that's going to be enough. Oh, and Freeze picks up that kill with the Whirling Blade.
But every time the charm is landing, followed by DFG, you're just going to burst down everyone.
Crazy, crazy stuff. And Ninja in Pajamas playing with a little bit of panache there as they push in towards that mid lane. Zoro, he's off back down the bottom, and he's going to get his farm going on.
This is the time, however, for NIP to actually push up, but then look, Trundle just rotates to the mid lane, so 4 members here, but there's no Ziggs for the wave clear, so NIP can at least try and get a few hits onto the turret, but it's not enough.
Death sentence on Baboonia, the rest of NIP thinking of reacting, and you can just see how much damage comes out on Nuke there. That was a single orb that blast past Baboonia and just shredded around 1,000 hit points off him. That is not something that anyone on Departed can face.
But Departed, they want actually NIP to dive onto them so they can try with the Black Shield and the turrets to win the fight. But for now, just stuck between 2 turrets here, trying to wave clear the best they can.
The Culling being used to keep the minions away from the turret, but it's not going to be enough. Freeze will finish this one down, and that is another inner turret down. Ninjas in Pajamas slowly but surely forcing Departed back into their own Nexus.
And there's a big wave coming up here in the top lane. However, it is ultimate onto Ziggs, so he's going to be able to clear it in case he wants to. But NIP now, jumping in here. Will they start the Baron this time? Seems not, just backing off, making sure there's no vision from Departed.
Yeah, just clearing everything out. They're all going to go back. They're all going to go by. We'll see what they get. Zoro is actually backing away as well in that bottom lane. Nuke Duck, he's still waiting. He's still lingering. He wants to get yet another kill off the side there.
And this is just very smart by him because he's having so much damage. No matter who's actually face checking him, he's just going to instant kill them.
Only 7-1-1 so far. We do see everybody catching into position. We are just 31 minutes into this game there. It's just a glitch in the Matrix, don't worry people, that's all that's happening. At the moment, Ninjas in Pajamas are looking at maybe starting the Baron off, but again, Kikis keeps on throwing that Sonic Wave out. Hope Butter's going to take damage from the Baron there. Lantern is eventually going to get taken once he clears the wall.
But NIP, they don't even need this Baron. They can just split out in the lanes, have Nuke Dog in one side, Siobhan in the other one, and then have Freeze walking off the mid lane, and just try and kill people 1v1 or 2v2, and then get the pressure that way. They don't need this Baron, so I'm not sure why they're using so much time around it.
Well, Zoro is continuing to pressure the top and bottom lane. It is this time Alberto getting himself some farm, and they continue the ward bait in this. Honestly, I mean, this is just NIP either A, taking their time on this one. They don't need to be pressured.
Of course.
Do see Zoro, of course, getting the blue buff. This is a big game for both of these teams.
It is.
It is all about the challenger. Oh, Alberto getting caught out quite well there by Kikis and Perm, but again, Mithy was there, the shield was down, and didn't take a great deal from it.
And of course, again, for NIP, yes, it's very hard to push against Ziggs, against Lucian. That's why they are so hesitant, and that's why they focus on this Baron, because they want to force him out of the base. And now they're actually starting it for real here. 4 members, never mind, backing off once again, and it's Departed. They plays 1 ward, NIP backs off, and Departed can just keep extending the game now.
I feel like we've seen this a number of times in the LCS as well. And the teams had figured out how to deal with this situation, but Departed are playing this one cleverly. They are playing very pensive, they're sticking in their base, and they're making sure they don't get caught out, don't get picked off, because they know that's exactly what NIP are looking for.
Yeah, but NIP can just move Nuke Dog up to the top lane, or in the mid lane here with 4 members, try and land a hook and a charm, and you just instant kill the first target, and there's nothing Departed can do against it. So if they just move him around, where he can actually find a pick, where they force someone from Departed to move up and actually 1v1 against him, that's why he can just find an easy target, kill them, and then NIP can get the Baron or the turrets.
Well, you can see how much those bouncing bombs are doing from Nick there. One caught Nuke Duck and blasted a third of his health off. So Nuke Duck is still very, very squishy if he gets caught out of position. Freeze starting off the Baron, this time on his own. That's not really something you can do.
I don't know. I'm just the one big question mark at the moment. You have such a strong Ahri, you can send her up against even Trundle. She's gonna destroy him in a 1v1 scenario, put him top lane, put him to push the turrets here, keep Freeze in the mid lane, just waiting, shoving up the wave every single time. Whoever walks up top lane, Nuke Duck will destroy them, force them to either go back or kill them, and then take the turret.
Yeah, why don't they go for the 1-3-1 split, which works in this situation? That's what they maybe should be doing, who knows. Instead, they're going to try and set up a gank, and Kikis has been, in fairness, checking this Baron every 5 seconds. He keeps on walking around there because he keeps taking that vision away. This time around, death sentence. Well, he dodged it. I'm not too sure whether he planned it or not. He just simply stepped to the side. And he would have gone down if that had caught.
And we actually saw Soros here now with the team here, because NIP now, they want to just force this Baron and force the party to actually fight them straight up 5 against 5. Good damage onto Perm before here, but he's already recalled and returning in. NIP didn't start the Baron yet, just waiting around once again. No wards for the party in this bush here, so they don't... Well, they know they're in the bush, but they don't have any vision of them.
I feel like I've spun back to Season 2 here for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Are they CLG EU in disguise? That's the question, because they are just prancing around this Baron and not actually doing anything.
Just extending the games, the party getting more time to farm up here. Zig's gonna be stronger and stronger. Of course, Trundle is gonna be stronger and stronger. But NIP also feels confident their combo is better in the late game, so they don't feel there's any rush.
Well, that's exactly how they're playing. There is definitely no rush for them, that's for sure. They are going to take this Dragon down. It's going to extend that gold to a 10,000 marker at the 35-minute mark. Freeze continuing to keep those stacks on him. It's up to, I think, 80 I just saw a quick glimpse of there. And he's continuing to keep that gold going. Next kill will be his, absolutely guaranteed. They're going to give that across to him, keep that gold flowing.
And Woollite just checking. The Baron didn't get started by NIP here. Roberto backing off again. He's been earning a lot of money killing these wards actually in the Baron pit. So NIP once again back at the Baron. Down here in the bottom lane you have Trundle with teleport, of course, so he's gonna be able to join the fight in case something happens. And now this red buff. Let's see if we can actually have a fight or if someone is just gonna back off.
They're gonna back off. They're gonna... Oh, didn't quite get stolen away. Freeze got it instead there with a spinning axe. Instead, Holberto does try and keep them away, and that's exactly where they wanted that red buff to go. NIP choking out the jungle of their opponents and choking out the crowd in the same time.
Well, it's just a slow and safe game for NIP here, and it might actually end up hurting them in the end. If the party can just continue farming, we get to the point where you have these 4, 5, 6 items, then the team fight's going to be very, very close. And obviously that's what the party is waiting for, because they are so far behind in gold. So they just want to continue farming. They don't mind NIP doing what they're doing now.
One can only hope. Departed are in their turtle shells, and they are working well. And we've seen this with Ziggs before. It is very hard to push up against them. But I feel the NIP are not even attempting to push against them right now. We're almost getting into a stalemate situation where nobody wants to go aggressive. This time around, Baron is being started off, and NIP have
should be
a
able
good
to get
defensive line. They will get it here. You can see Nudukov off the side here. He's actually playing defensive duties, keeping Kikis away. They will finally close this one out, and now we may see aggression. Mithy goes in, gets caught with the Dark Binding. Kikis is going to back off, but it's a Baron for NIP.
So now we have the Baron here. Let's see if they want to go 4 members to the mid lane or 5 members, or they want to split out now. Nudukov already going up towards this top lane here. A good big wave coming, so they can get some... They can actually kill this turret fairly easily because the party is not even close.
Yeah, that inner turret's going to go down. They're going to continue rotating on. There's a big wave in the middle. There's a big wave at the top, and NIP are interested in this one. Zoro is pushing that mid wave, and of course, with that Baron up, this is perfect siege opportunity. But again, Ziggs, bombs go down, mine goes down, and more importantly, they've let Nick farm for so long that he's actually got a ton of ability power. If I look at him right now, I can see he's got just shy of 600 ability power. That way he's got no problem. They're going to have to siege and push on one of these turrets.
Yeah, he's just destroying the wave every time, so that's where we need to see NIP. We talked about it before, going in 1-3-1, or at least four people in the mid lane, have one guy split pushing who can then win in this 1v1 scenario, or of course go all 5 members of land the hook, land the charm, but that requires the party to actually make a mistake and stay too far out from the turret, because Nick, of course, he can just stay very far back, constantly wave clearing, so he's never going to be in danger of actually being hooked or charmed.
The blue buff will be picked up by Nick, and that's the first time in a long time, so he's going to be happy with that. The cooldown, of course, very vital for his Mega Inferno bomb. Nuke Duckin's going to take his own blue buff. No surprises there. He's been doing that for a long time, and let's see how they do with this Baron.
Look what they're doing here now. Nuke Duck going up to the top lane. We already have Sora Zero in the bot lane, and then of course with 3 members, Freeze, Roberto and Miffy in the mid lane here, we're gonna see the 1-3-1, so they can now push up every single lane. You see Lucian actually, he was up in the top lane, instantly just backs off because he's not gonna take any chances. And now every single lane gonna be pushing down. Let's see how Departed decides to try and handle this one. Of course, the 6 ultimate can be thrown to a lane to clear the wave, and then he can also stay in the mid lane by himself. But that's just a matter of time before NIP gets towards the turret in one of the lanes.
Well, they pop the Banshees of Holberto. We do see Ziggs in that top lane. He's the only one that's going to be keeping those minions away, and they're going to try and start something off. Instead, the Dark Binding goes through, doesn't land. They do keep that vision down there. Nick's continuing to stay very deep away from this one. Doesn't get too close to Nukeduck, and why is he so? Down the bottom lane, well, Freezer's actually getting some damage on towards his mid turret. Has got a wave in there, but again, Ziggs comes up, bombs go out, mine goes down. They're going to slowly but surely get poke on it, but it is going to take them longer than this Baron buff is going to allow.
Yeah, it's going to take a long time for NIP with this kind of tempo to actually get down the turrets, but they're doing the right thing. They're forcing Ziggs to move around the lanes, getting at least 1 or 2 hits onto the turret every single time. There's the Lantern as well from Miffy. There's the Mikhails in case someone should catch Freeze, let's say the binding, and he can then be safe. But Nukeduck now actually getting a lot of good damage here.
That was great damage. They were way too slow to react to that one, and that may buy them time. Kiki is getting caught out. The stand aside was being used by Freeze, and that's bouncing him around. They're just simply buying time for this top lane. Meanwhile, down the bottom, the 2 top laners are going at it, and Babuni is keeping Freeze away, but that top turret is where the focus needs to be, and it's going to be Nukeduck that keeps on poking. Just stands off at the edge here, tries to get himself some advantage, uses the sweeping lens, keeps the vision away from Nick.
But Nick's still doing a very good job just wave playing all the time, staying safe. But NIP now in this mid lane want to get some damage, backing off now, wave is coming in, and all 5 members from Departed are here.
Oh, that Baron buff is continuing to tick
down. Look at that
damage. They do get a good crit burst on Walleye. That forces him away. This may be the time when they push through, but remember that Mega Inferno Bomb is still available. The top wave is pushing itself out right now, so this is actually the only area they need to focus. Nukeduck's going to look. He's maybe going to go towards Kikis. Instead, the middle turret is going to get focused. All 5 members of NIP come around. They finally take the Indian turret down. Now Perm manages to get focus on. That's going to be a jump. Alberto gets the reset, jumps away. Nukeduck comes in. That's going to be Walleye going down. Nick's going to get caught out. Babuni is going to try and caught down. They do finally collapse on towards him. There's the death sentence hook. Babunia goes down. It's a 4-for-0, and Ninjas in Pajamas look like they can finally close the game.
Yeah, so turret went down, and then NIP just instantly went for Departed, won the team fight. They were so far ahead, and they will be able to finish this game.
It will be NIP taking game 1. Remember, this is a best-of-3 series, though, but it has been a dominant, confident performance in game 1 by Ninjas in Pajamas. More importantly, Nukeduck taunting his opponents there. 9-1-2 overall. Fantastic performance by him. Does take the laser at the end. Went a little bit too early on that one. Does manage to die and give a double kill to Kikis, but that doesn't count because the Nexus goes down and NIP take the victory.
So NIP, a bit of a shaky early game. Kikis had some very good ganks. The pod also took the blue buff from them, so the pod had some very good ganks early on, had a very good start in laning phases, but then NIP turned it around with the counter gang in mid lane, and of course Freeze and Miffy together being a very strong dual lane on this Draven, of course. And then once we actually got to the mid game point, and NIP just decided to slow down, too slow. They did absolutely nothing for a long while. They were so far ahead, they could have split out before. They didn't even need the Baron buff to do what they actually did here in the end. They could have done it before. So it was just too slow by them, but honestly, I think they were just playing it very safe. They didn't want to risk anything. They wanted this Baron buff, and that's why when they finally picked it up, nobody from the pilot was nearby, and that's why they didn't back out for once.
Oh, and ironically, we didn't actually get to see the Mega Inferno Bomb, I don't think, until like they were literally on the tower. So he just held the trigger way too long on that.
Yeah, but you also saw NIP in the end just saying, we don't even need the minions. Go in, get a few hits. Sora Zero actually rotated in with the team in the mid lane, tanked the turret a few times, and then Freeze got some hits on the turret. So all in all, very slow game in the end after a very aggressive start actually for both teams. And simply just meant NIP were ahead. Departed tried to do what they could. They tried to farm up, get everything they need here, but it just wasn't enough.
Well, at the moment, we are just waiting for game 2 to get underway. Of course, they're going to take themselves a little bit of a break themselves, but what have Departed got to do? They're going to get into game 2 here. Clearly didn't work out well for them. Pretty sure we're going to see an Ari ban, because that certainly didn't work out well for them. Who knows? You never know. Once he got going, and you got to wonder, because it was all about that triple kill down that bottom lane.
Yeah, I don't think Ari itself was the issue. It was more the fact that he managed to pick up a triple kill early on, got so far ahead, got a very early DFG, of course, with it. So, honestly, I don't think they have to ban their way. The bans were fine. They managed to get Lulu and LeBlanc away from Nukeduck. It really showed clearly they want to make sure he can't get these assassins and picking Ari instead. But for them, if they can do the same thing they did early on here, kick his very good ganks early, pick the Ziggs again, get some control and just not give up this. Actually, I'm just going to say, they're not going to give up this triple kill down in the bot lane. It was the thing that turned the whole game around and put NIP so far ahead.
Well, they started off well. We'll see how it turns out. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but when we return, game 2 between Departed and Ninjas in Pajamas will take place. And just like the Super Hot crew, you're going to want to stick around for the Challenger Series finals.
So now you know what you're feeling. I see you feeling what you said to me. Say let's run away and take me away. Say let's run away and take me away. So now you know what you're feeling. I see you feeling what you said to me. Say let's run away and take me away. Say let's run away and take me away.
Welcome back to the finals of the European Challengers second spring series. We're heading into game 2 between Departed and Ninjas in Pajamas, and if NIP can make it 2 wins in a row, they'll cement their position as the top challenger team in Europe and force Departed into a tiebreaker match against Cloud9 Eclipse.
Yeah, and Departed's destiny is in their hands. Win this final and they get a first round bye in the Challenger playoffs. And they actually got off to a very good start in the game, just like we talked about before. Kiki secured the first blood, and they also made sure Alberto was actually a non-factor early on in the jungle. But then NIP, they turned around. We had the triple kill down the bot lane for Nuke. He got so far ahead compared to Nick, and he could just do whatever he wanted. Every time he found someone, he would just instantly kill them. And then Nuke Dog, of course, again, we have to highlight it. He really reminded people why he's considered such a great player. Give him a lead, he's going to take it. He's just continue rolling with it, and he's going to do what he just did this game again. It's just standard for him, actually, saying, you give me a lead on Ahri or an assassin, I'm going to roam around the map, I'm going to find targets, and I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, and we saw it so many times. He was just standing off at the side, standing in the bushes. And actually, it put fear into Departed. They didn't want to go into their own jungle.
It forces you to have extra vision control because of this one guy, but it also forces you to never actually face check anything to get these wards down, because, oh, if he's there, I'm instantly die. I'm just dead instantly. So for Departed, once they fell behind and they didn't really have a response to it, it was just so hard for them. They did their best. They tried to just farm it out. They stopped NIP from doing Baron multiple times, kept extending the game, so they did what they actually could do, but they just fell too far behind. And ban-wise in this game, I wouldn't actually be surprised to see a Draven ban, because even though Freeze wasn't the main player, was of course Nuke Dog in this game, he was still such a pain for them to deal with, and we saw him in the end, once he got a few items here. I think he took, was it 70% HP on Woolite and 1 crit?
Yeah, he may not also want to let Mithy through with Thresh, because, you know, these are two champions that have worked so well, and as we talked about at the start, you know, Freeze was known for Draven. This is a champion that everybody knows. Well, I certainly know him on. He was made famous because he was the Draven player, and as Candy Pan has said, you're either a Draven player or you're not. And Mithy, Freeze certainly is.
He is a Draven player. Also in his mind, from laning with Freeze, it's, can we get a kill here? Let's go for it. Do we have to flash? Doesn't even matter. Is the jungler here? I don't care. I want to get this kill. Straight up, full-on aggression. And that's what you need as a Draven player, of course. Once you get the first BF sword on your first back, you just start going full-on aggression. It's what we saw in the bot lane. So I won't be surprised to see a few bans towards the NIP bot lane here. I don't think banning Ahri is the solution, because there's more assassins for Nuke Dog to just pick up.
Well, the bans are underway. We do see LeBlanc being taken out by Departed. Don't want to let that assassin through. And Italy is going to get countered by Ninjas in Pajamas. So going for those mid laners early on.
Yeah, same bans again. Nuke Dog, he loves to play LeBlanc, and of course Nick, he loves Nidalee here, and there's nothing more annoying than play against Nidalee if you actually fall behind, the sieging potential. And now we actually do see the flash ban here against Miffy, so don't want to deal with him on his support, and it's definitely his favorite support.
As you say that Thresh ban and E-ban countered it. So it's like, you ban a mid laner, we'll ban a mid laner. You ban a support, fine, we'll target one of those as well. Evelyn taken away from Holberto, and the final ban, will it be towards Kiki's Lee Sin maybe? Because that was really a very good starter for Departed.
Yeah, Lee Sin or Kha'Zix, so maybe even Lulu, making sure that Nick cannot pick Lulu up here and be very strong in the laning phase. So, hey, banned it away.
Yeah, managed to go for that Lulu early on. Morgana will get first picked for Departed here. Perm really wants that support champion.
So with obviously Annie being banned away, Thresh being banned away, I think they hope Miffy's gonna pick Leona here, and they believe teamfight wise they're gonna have the counter in Morgana. But there's supports like Zona, there's supports like Karma, who does really well against Morgana. So there's a lot of choices here for Miffy to actually pick up, and first picking your support, especially when it's Morgana, which is more a counter pick, can be a little bit risky, but let's see what NIP actually decides to respond with. Getting these two picks, we had Zoro and Shyvana in the last game, and of course Alberto and Kha'Zix. Very, very strong late game already here for NIP.
Yeah, they've already gone straight back to those champions that worked for them before. We'll see whether they get locked in. They will, and that is going to be Shyvana and Kha'Zix, as you mentioned. And well, Zoro Zero, he seems to be able to farm for days up in that top lane, especially on Shyvana.
Yeah, but it's the style he likes to play, and of course he loves these bruisers. The meta for him is really, really good for him, because he can just stay farm, try and win 1 versus 1, force them out into split push, and then join in with the team if needed. I'm actually very happy though to see this Lee Sin again, because Kikis did so well on it early on. He applied so much pressure onto NIP, and he needs to do the same again, because going late game against Kha'Zix and Shyvana, very, very scary.
Well, Babunia is going to get Mundo through this time around. Worked out well for him throughout the qualifiers. And I'm never convinced by Mundo versus Shyvana matchup. It's not one that I feel he's going to win in a straight up 1v1.
No, Dr. Mundo is going to lose it early on. Shyvana's going to have all the pressure, and then coming into the late game, of course, Dr. Mundo going to go full tank. Very hard to kill, but Shyvana's going to have the split push pressure all the time. He's going to go Bladed Rune King most likely and just beat out Dr. Mundo, and he's forced to actually stay back and farm. And then with teleport, yes, he can join in with the team here, but so far from the first few picks, we see the same ones here for NIP. They like what they did last game, and there's actually no reason to change anything because they won.
Well, Karma going to be possibly the selection for Mithy, along with Lucian. Despite the fact Draven was available, they're going to take that Lucian away, and Lucian, the #1 pick in the LCS, continues to be a highly contested pick in the Challenge Series.
Yeah, so Karma, Lucian as a lane, it's very hard to deal with. So much poke, good mobility. You have the dash on Lucian, of course. You have the speed up from Karma here, and also the slow from Karma. So very hard lane to gank, and very hard lane to actually be against, because they can always poke you from distance. So we need to see how Departed want to handle this one. They could potentially go for a 2v1, move Dr. Mundo down. Then they won't have this 1v1 against Shyvana as well. So it could be a solution for Departed. Swap it around, get 2v1 against Shyvana, try and deny some farm from Source Zero, and don't risk going against this Karma Lucian.
So this is something we actually do see a lot from Challenger Series teams, and honestly teams that do break their way in towards the LCS, is they always have fairly limited champion pools, and I'm seeing Departed here sticking with very much the same game plan they had in Game 1.
Well, the Ziggs pick actually worked fairly well for them. He did well in the laning phase, he just couldn't follow Nuke Dog when it came to the roaming part, so I don't think it's actually an issue for them picking it up. It's more the Morgana pick I'm looking at and saying, why do you first pick your support here when there are more options? Of course, Kha'Zix would have been a great option for them to first pick here. That's the difference for me, but we can't really judge champion pools yet just from these 2 games, and they have actually played quite a lot of different champions through the Challenger Series.
Well, there is the Z lock-in for Nuke Duck on that assassin. He terrified people on that champion last year on Lemon Dogs, along with Bjergsen. They were the 2 main Z players here in Europe. Of course, Bjergsen's gone and terrified anyone in North America right now, and Nuke Duck's going to see if he can do it here in Europe once again.
So the difference between the NIP combo this time is there's more physical damage, so it's going to be easier for Departed to just stack armor, especially Dr. Mundo can go and stack a lot of armor. It's going to be very hard to take him down. The only magical, of course, is Miffy, and then some of the damage from Soul Zero. So if you take this lineup though for NIP, it's going to be the same. We have Zed in one lane, you have Shyvana in the other lane, and you have Freeze now with Miffy, who can actually wave clear and push turrets in the mid lane. So it's a more well-rounded split push combo. Departed side, they want to have Dr. Mundo holding a lane with teleport, of course. You want to have Ziggs in the mid lane, always wave clearing. Who's going to go to the Last lane, I'm not too sure, because nobody should actually be able to 1v1 either Shyvana or Zed coming into the late game.
Well, I feel, of course, with that Sivir as well, they're going to be looking to group, trying to get those big team fights this time around Departed. They didn't manage to get them last time around because simply they was taken away from them by the power of Nukeduck. When Nukeduck with that Zed against the Sivir, maybe with the Dark Shield, maybe going to try and counter anything that goes towards him. But
Absolutely
you're going to have to be so quick, and I feel the Nukeduck's just going to pop it. We saw it earlier on with Froggen.
Zed is going to explode you.
Yeah.
Simple as that. If Nukeduck gets a good start, gets the Blitterrune King, gets his Brutalizer, and finds Sivir, you're dead. That's it. Or at least he's going to force the Summoner away from him, force the Barrier and the Flash. And that's the whole issue with this combo. Unless the Departed manage to actually win the early game, and they can control the map, and then they can start sieging with, of course, Sivir, with, of course, their Ziggs, and just forcing NIP to have multiple members to try and defend and just poking them away. If NIP engages onto them, pop the ultimate from Sivir, disengage, or if NIP drops low, pop it to actually engage onto them. So Departed, they really have to win this early game so they can control the map. Once the split pushing starts from NIP side, it's going to be very hard for them to respond.
Well, it worked for them last time. They got that early lead. They went a little bit too deep, though, and it gave that triple kill to Nukeduck. Let's hope they don't do it this time around, because DPD, also known as Departed, are going aggressive once again in towards the top Tri-Bush this time around.
So they're doing the same level 1 here with Morgana, of course, just on the opposite side of the map. Soul Zero, he's going to move out of this bush, so he's going to have vision to see what's going on. He's already spotting them here, so he knows something is going to happen.
Yeah, got there very quickly, and a little bit too quick for Departed. They have got a ward down, which they purchased. It was Mitty that came up here, so they have full vision of Departed right now.
Yeah, so Miffy decided to actually go into the utility tree, so he's having this ward and also some potions for the laning phase. Full vision of Departed. They're not expecting any wards down here because, of course, Trinket wards is at 2 minutes. So they're just waiting around NIP with full vision. You already see Freeze down here moving towards the red buff of Departed.
And then these are the traits I've seen from Polish teams in the past. Meet Your Makers, also known as Mouse Sports now in the Challenger scene, used to do exactly the same. Their level 1 fights were always very strong, and it seems Departed, along with the rest of the teams, have tried to take this. ROCCAT were doing that, but actually have stopped doing it since they've been in the LCS.
It's one of the things you can always do from Morgana support, because land a binding, land the Sonic Wave from Lee Sin, you have full vision of what's going on, you can just go in and get this kill. So I like the fact they're actually trying it, but NIP just countered it really fast. Solar Zero moved out of the bush, spotted them, and then they warded down here from Miffy. So full vision from NIP side, and they're going to see them actually also moving in towards this red buff.
Will they try and contest this? Instead, they're just going to poke it. Oh, very good inner flame poke there straight away. All 4 members of Departed going, don't want to walk straight in towards that one. And of course, had full vision. They're also going to try and steal away that red buff. Alberto will be starting this one off. We are going to see Babunia is going to pass on by. He will get vision if he comes around. He is going the right direction. Alberto is going to smite this one away before he comes in there, though. Babunia may try and get some damage down on towards him instead. He was just strolling past, wasn't even looking. He was looking in the bottom lane.
Well, again, if you already click down to the bottom lane, you're not actually thinking something might happen, but good binding onto Miffy here.
Miffy taking a big burst of damage there, and Warlock followed it up. That's a good trade straight away for Departed again in this top lane. This is how it started for them last time around. But Ninjas in Pajamas, they counted so well.
But like we talked about in Champ Select, Departed actually wanted to lane swap, wanted to get Mundo down the bottom lane in the 1v2, but due to the ward up here, NIP, they knew everything that was about to happen. They saw Mundo already leave the group, so that's why they just swapped up there, got the lanes they wanted, so Soul Zero should be able to get a lot of farm down here in the bottom lane. And up in the top lane, the very good binding onto Miffy, actually giving the advantage to Departed early on, but this lane with Karma and Lucian is very, very strong.
Good counter there from Kikis, went straight across through that Baron pit, warded across, safeguarded in and stole the red buff away, while of course we saw Alberto was taking away the red and the Wraith, or white, whatever you like to call it, down that bottom lane. So, we didn't even get to talk about too much about the fact that they have both lane switched in towards this top lane. We saw Departed with that great dark binding start. Of course, they did hit that pressure level 2 early on, and they are keeping that pressure down this time around, but I feel Perm, he has to start landing those dark bindings more often.
Well, again, just the first binding he landed actually gave the whole advantage to them, but now Miffy poking back, Freeze coming in here, and with the very nice shield here from Miffy. Look how much he's actually absorbing already. Combine that with your barrier, it's going to be very hard to kill this Lucian. And NIP just got to try and come back in his lane, but good job by Departed so far, actually having all the pressure.
And I want to talk about the pressure that I can remember the name, Karma can put down on you. Because if you think back to the Gambit Super Hot Crew game, Mixer on Karma actually did more damage than any other member in Gambit, which is a crazy stat.
You saw the damage at level 1 from Miffy when he landed the Q onto 4 members. Karma has such a high base damage, and also we see people actually building Magic Pen boots, for instance. We have Leandra's Torment on them, so they get this ability power to be able to provide some good damage in the team fights, and that's one of the reasons Karma is also so strong at the moment.
Well, Nukeduck's keeping his farm going, and it's keeping Nick really very passive in this game. He doesn't want to get too close to Nukeduck, and of course he has that range poke. He is got that passive. Kick is looking to maybe try and create something, and before, of course, on Ari, very maneuverable champion. This time around, Nukeduck on Zed, still another very maneuverable champion. It's a hard time for Kikis to try and land those ganks.
Yeah, but it's the style Nukeduck likes to play, all these assassins. We even see LeBlanc being banned away, but Nick doing a good job so far, keeping up in form here. He's having the barrier. He has the barrier, sorry. So in case there will be a fight, he will be able to pop it from the ultimate from Nuke. But down here in the bot lane, Roberto without the red buff going in for the gank.
Coming in towards it. It's actually just timed out when he was coming in towards that. Waited that little bit long. Now Kiki is going to try and transfer this one into something for Departed. He will go aggressive on Zoro. Zero, not too sure that was the target he wanted, but it's going to maybe give a little bit of an advantage in lane to Babunia.
Yeah, good damage onto Zoro here, forcing him to actually use the health potion now, so helping out Babunia get some farm, and he's actually winning the lane. So Departed, just like last game, they're doing so well early on in the laning phase. Top lane wise, or of course the dual lanes in the top lane, fantastic job by Woolite up here, getting far ahead early.
Both those mid laners getting close to 6, and of course if Nukeduck spots Nick a little bit too close, he may well quickly turn that aggression back around on towards him. Has got that Ignite ready and waiting to use, and of course barrier for Nick means it could be an explosive trade in that mid lane. Meanwhile in this top lane, it is all the pressure coming out from Departed on towards that turret, starting to work it down here.
Yeah, again, Departed doing such a good job in this 2v2, and they're having all the pressure, getting some good damage onto this turret. If they can keep it going, they will be able to take it down at some point. But Woolite is very low on mana here. Same goes actually for Perm, so not having too much to trade with. Miffy and 50% just used some of his mana here, but his poke didn't actually do too much.
Poke in the mid lane is maybe going to happen. Actually, Nick very low on mana. They have just hit level 6, but Nukeduck keeping a very good job, and Nick is playing so passive. He's going to throw out that Mega Inferno bomb so he can back away, forcing the wave pressure onto Nukeduck, who's just going to farm it up.
It means Nukeduck can now push it all the way down, and with the wave come here, Nick is actually in a good position to come back before too many minions will die to his turret. So good use of his ultimate here will of course mean in case we have a fight in one of the side lanes, he won't be able to throw the ultimate up.
Alberto looking to come around the backside of both Perm and Woolite, and may well do it. Actually put the ward down but didn't go for it. There was no vision whatsoever from Departed. I think it was purely their movement that actually may have given them away. Instead Kikis will get spotted out by their ward, so Mithy and Freeze know they've got pressure coming from the jungler. Instead he's also going to step away.
Yeah, but there was no red buff for Alberto, and of course with Black Shield it's very hard for Miffy to actually lock someone down, so he simply didn't want to go for the gank.
At the moment he is keeping that pressure down. They know that they're in a straight trade, and that was a good burst from Freeze onto Woolite there. He's starting to get some good farm going, but it is still Woolite with the advantage in lane. We do see a pink ward being placed from Departed once again. Didn't quite see the minute marker there. I think it was around about 7 minutes. It maybe just went down there. We'll see how long it lasts this time around.
Yeah, NIP should really know from last time there should be a ping ward here early on, and they have to go in and check. I believe this Kick is actually planning it once again, so it's the start he likes. Go back, get a few early wards so he can help the team out with vision. And yeah, this ping ward is so important. As long as it stays up here, they're going to see everything with NIP moving around in this area.
Nick does get himself the blue buff. A little late to go over and pick that one up, by the way, I might note. Kiki is taking a lot of damage from that blue buff. Not too sure he'd be too pleased with this one. Nukeduck, he might fancy going aggressive here. See if he can try and get that blue buff back, but of course with that barrier it's going to take a lot for Nick to go down. Blue buff itself, is it going to get traded, or will Alberto take this one for himself? No, we are going to see Nukeduck come across and take that one away.
And Nukeduck might actually be fine just farming away in this lane simply due to the barrier on the Zek, so he doesn't want to go aggressive, he doesn't think he can get the kill. Good binding again!
That's going to land, and it forces the barrier out here. Kikis fancying this one, lands the Sonic Wave but doesn't go aggressive, doesn't have that ultimate available just yet, but Freeze, it's going to be a bit of a warning sign for him.
Look here, Zoro Zero, just like last game, moving in toward the red buff. They want to get it early here, but Kikis, he's around the NIP one, so he can actually go in and get it. That's why we see Nukeduck moving up here, making sure that if Kikis is on the red buff, he can then kill him.
Alberto well out of position there. Nukeduck can actually go north, So he was looking towards, maybe going towards that red buff, which will be spawning.
Yeah, he was going up to stop on
just a
Kikis
second.
because, of course, his team took the red buff down here.
Yeah, but of course it does put Hulberto in a dangerous position. Just recalled though in time in those butchers, and Kikis will get himself that red buff.
Yeah, so just a little bit too early here for NIP actually. I don't actually believe they cleared the small camps when they took it early on, and that's why now they didn't have the time on it.
They are going to take it away. Meanwhile, bombs bouncing on through from Nick. Does lay out those mines, and this is actually starting to cause a problem for Nuka.
Well, this is what Ziggs can do with this blue buff, is constantly spamming away, and as long as he's having this barrier up, he should be able to survive the burst from Nuke, and that's why we see Nuke just farming away. He wants to get, of course, the Blade of the Ruined King so he can really start split pushing. He's already having the Brutalizer here early on, so he will have a lot of damage in case he catches out a target.
Well, those top lanes are technically duo lanes, but nevertheless they are returning to lane and have both got themselves BF swords. Longsword also picked up by Freeze here. Deep wards being placed by Perm. Dark Binding is available, and again, just quite catching on towards Freeze this time around. He did have his shield up though, so it wouldn't have landed, would simply give mana back actually to Freeze.
And laning wise again, you just see Sivir shoving out the wave every single time. Morgana is just waiting with the black shield in case something should happen here, so it simply means the CS lead, they will be able to keep it because they're taking so little poke, and every time they land a binding, Boomerang Blade from Sivir, and they get a lot of damage onto NIP's side. And we see it once again here.
Oh, a good Sonic Wave once again. That's not Sonic Wave,
Boomerang Blade.
Boomerang Blade, that's the word I'm after.
Sonic Wave.
Freeze, Sonic Wave. Maybe he's just going to start throwing kicks out, who knows. But Perm does put that black shield down just as Mithy tries to land that stun. Or the slow, I should say. But again, Woolite quite happily keeping that farm pressure going on Freeze here.
The thing is just shoving the wave out every single time and forcing NIP then to have the wave going back. But this time around, NIP actually getting the edge.
We may see aggression, and it is going to be on a Babunia. Will the first blood go across to NIP? I think it will do. And it's Zoro that finally picks it. It was a two-man dive. It took them 10 minutes to make it, but it worked in the end.
And with the Ignite, they completely destroyed the ultimate from Dr. Mundo here. So just the fact he actually got low beforehand, easy kill for them. No ultimate use from Zoro. However, Roberto did use his. But it's the first blood, and now they can get some pressure on here. Kikis is the only guy to defend. He's only level 6.
Yeah, he doesn't have that teleport available. Kikis has got to be careful. I don't think he realized the Dragon Descent hadn't been used. That was a good tower hit on Zoro. Mega Inferno Bomb is not going to land, though. And it's another kill for this duo pairing in the bot lane.
And as soon as NIP saw there was only level 6 onto Lee Sin with the level 8 onto Roberto, they just said, you know what, you're squishy, we can just kill you instantly. And of course, as we said, ultimate wasn't used on the first kill for Zoro. Popped it, easy kill.
Nuke passing by that pink ward that was placed in that top lane area, Riverbush, and well, they are going to back away from this one. Nick, realizing he's walking into a certain death there, doesn't want to go too close to Nuke.
But look, pink ward still alive. They spot Nuke moving up here, so everyone from Departed can just react to it. Back off here in the top lane, of course, Nick can move out and try and get a bouncing bomb onto Nuke.
Yeah, absolutely. Babunia hasn't got that teleport. He's just gone back towards that bottom lane. Spirit Visage was picked up by Emma, and now he's realized kind of needs some armor here because he's up against the Blade of the Ruined King. Finally, this time, Nuke goes aggressive on Nick. There's the ultimate going in. It's going to catch him on towards the turret. Barrier was used just about in time. It was very early barrier.
Yeah, I actually think Nuke just wanted to force out the barrier here. He knew he wouldn't have the damage to actually kill him. Of course, he should have quite a lot of gold with 110 CS and only Brutalize on a longsword. So once he backs off, he should be able to pick up the Cutlass, of course. And yeah, Nuke forcing out the barrier here, so next time the ultimate is ready, he might try and go aggressive.
Well, NIP get themselves a pink ward of their own down on this Dragon. Kick is taking a peek towards it. 1,800, just shy of 1,900 gold, actually. NIP starting off the Dragon. Alberto actually going to go for this one. And trying to maybe pounce on an opportunity that the rest of his team don't feel is there.
And Kikis, he didn't actually have any vision due to the pink ward here, so he's moving around to check and make sure nothing happening. And Nick, he needs to be careful here. No barrier, getting poked down quite a lot by Nuke. Roberto is nearby, he can join in for something.
There's Flash Ignite on Nuke as well. Flash is available for Nick, and that's why he's being forced away from this one. They did get a ward down and clear out that pink ward down in the Dragon Pit area, but NIP will be taking the first turret. That's a very good culling, catching a lot of damage on Woolite. He was not expecting so much, and even had the barrier, didn't even use it. Meanwhile, down the bottom, Kick is taken low. He's on that tower. There's no minions, though, but that wave is coming close. He's going to have to back very quickly and may get interrupted by NIP.
So up in the top lane here, NIP actually got the edge in the lane, so they got the turret down even though the pressure had been onto them through the entire laning phase. And then with the calling here, despite having 2 summoners ready on Sivir, actually dies to it. So turret, kill, and now NIP starting this dragon.
As a former pro player, can you explain why you wouldn't use barrier in that situation?
Well, if you want to save your summoner, if you think, oh, the last calling is not going to kill me, it's not going to hit me, you just want to make sure, or you think to yourself, I'm not going to die, so I'm not going to waste the summoner. Normally, however, you want to play it safe and use the barrier even earlier on, actually, when the calling starts hitting you.
Because that's not the first time we've seen it. Of course, you remember Reckless, of course, with the whole landing on him. Big burst damage coming in there. Blue buff for Nukeduck. Nukeduck himself has got that Bilgewater Cutlass building up towards that Blade of the Rune King. Starts to become a serious threat for Nick.
But the thing, when you play in this level, you want to maximize everything you do. So if you can actually save your summoner, because you're just going to survive like 10 HP or 15 HP, it's going to be worth it for you. And that's why you just hold on to it for so long. And I really don't expect, or I don't think he actually expected the very last calling to hit him.
Yeah, it was catching every last little touch on towards him, and of course slowed by that inner flame. It worked very well for him. Kick is getting that red buff. He's going to see if he can try and create some pressure. Didn't have that early pressure like he did in game 1, and NIP at the moment with those 3-kill advantage and a big gold advantage, I might add, are starting to stack pressure on towards those turrets. Woolite again trying to go aggressive, but the inner flame from Mithy is spot on.
With this Blade of the Rune King onto Zora Zero, 2 kills of course. He's very, very strong. He's very up and moon. And now Nukeduck.
Well, Nukeduck gonna get killed from this one. That's almost certainly the pop. I don't think he needed to flash for that. He was gonna die, I feel. Maybe Nukeduck just securing it, making sure it happens.
So simply due to the fact there was no barrier, he used it the last time he went on to him. His ultimate was ready. And now Alberto onto Perm down here.
Freeze is with him as well, but they're not going to go too aggressive. Woolite, you see that boomerang flashing past, but Woolite taking another big chunk of damage. This time, didn't use barrier again, but Flash was certainly burnt this time around, and Freeze really got his number now.
And every single lane for Departed is getting pressured a lot. The only lane actually keeping even in CS is still in this dual lane, but they gave up a kill and of course lost the turret. And look at this, already so low here. NIP just keeping off the pressure down in the bottom lane. It's just a matter of time before the turret will go down. It's very low already, and of course, with the Blade Rune King onto Shyvana, Dr. Mundo has nothing to do against you.
And this all, of course, despite the fact Woolite had that farm pressure. Mega Inferno Bomb that's going to clear out the wave. Dart Binding good on towards Mithy there. The tower hits are going on towards him. Still not enough follow-up. The tower hits not quite enough. If only Perm had something else to do.
Well, there was also flash on Mithy. Could have used it to escape here, but very nice binding coming in, getting some good damage, forcing him into back off now, giving some time at least for the Departed bot lane to get some farm, because NIP should at least be backing off. Lucian though, staying around Alberto as well.
Alberto using that smite, making sure he gets the jungle stolen away from Kikis. Oh, Boomerang Blade flashing out from Woolite there, feeling a little bit more confident now. He's got those hit points on him and forcing Freeze to back away. Continues to stack out that Bloodthirster.
And now we have the Blade Rune King completed onto Nukeduck, so just a matter of time before he's going to go towards the top lane, have switching with Freeze, sending him mid lane, then he can stay there and constantly push it down, and then both side lanes are going to be split pushed by NIP.
Nukeduck just waiting in the wings there. He's got a ward actually spotting out Nick's position. Woolite up against Freeze in his top lane, and Freeze just sidestepping, making sure he doesn't get caught out by anything. The pressure very much being applied by Ninjas in Pajamas. Just this mid-outer turret remaining, and Nick has got to be careful he doesn't get Nukeduck around the back of him.
He's having barrier though, or he has barrier ready, so he will be able to at least try and survive the burst from Nukeduck. He's just pushing it down now. Zora Zero catching out Kikis.
Kikis is not going to have enough damage. He can't force focus on towards Zora Zero, and Zora Zero keeping pressure all across the map now. He's going to have Alberto with him, and they're moving towards that bottom lane to keep the pressure on there. Babuni is starting to struggle to keep him away from the turrets.
Every single lane just getting pressure down. Look down here in the bottom, of course, Zoro having full pressure. Alberto just running around in the jungle of Departed, trying to find someone they can actually kill. Nick could be the target, or Kikis.
No, Kikis, every time he goes in towards that jungle, he manages to take a face full of something. This time around, it was Void Spikes coming out from Alberto. Woolite doing what he can to keep them away. Oh, Kikis caught out. Zora Zero finally gets himself a kill.
3 times in a row, Kikis want to try and check a bush, and then someone is waiting for NIP.
Yeah, and well, Zora Zero is just on a mission right now. 3-0, as you mentioned. Blade the Rune King. Once it was completed, he goes looking for kills.
Yep.
Nukeduck putting poke on towards Nick, trying to force the flash out of him. Didn't get it this time around. May still get some more poke through the bushes there. Oh, will do. Interrupt it.
Scumbag. It was the thing we talked about in Champs, like Departed, they needed to win the early game, otherwise NIP would just be able to push down every single lane again and again. We had Shyvana against Dr. Mundo, of course, Blade Rune King, and there's nothing Dr. Mundo can do. Mid lane wise, Nukeduck with also the Blade Rune King, so strong in the 1v1s, and Karma Lucian lane, constant pushing, very good at escaping ganks. So Departed, due to the fact they didn't manage to pick up any kills early on, they did well on farm, it just wasn't enough.
Well, Nukduk's going to get aggressed upon by Babunia with that ultimate running, but simply not enough damage, I feel there. Flash was forced, though, from Mithy. Didn't want to get caught out between a rock and a very hard place in the form of Mundo.
So this means if NRP decides to continue pushing now, no flash on to Mithy, could be the target for him. If Kikis can actually get onto him and kick him back towards his own team, they will be able, or should at least be able to pick up a kill.
Danger for Departed. Woolite hits level 11. He means he evolves his wings now, and he's ready to pounce on someone from those bushes. And honestly, Departed, their jungle has been very much invaded. They'll be lucky if they can get this blue buff taken away, though. That's nice. Secure there. Ninjas and Pajamas, they were all over this area a moment ago. Seem to have missed out on that timer.
Yeah, so we get the blue buff onto Ziggs, more time for him to just defend, and that's why the mid lane is going to be harder for NRP to push because he's going to be sitting in there, but they shouldn't even care because they should be able to kill them in the side lanes instead.
Well, it is going to be the blue buff once again for Nukduk, but Zoro, he's commanding and going where he pleases. It's ordinarily Mundo's job, but you can see it's a solid 2,000 gold differential between these two champions in this lane. And Babunia, he's going to have that ultimate available every time he wants to try and do anything. Oh, Woolite caught out of position here. The culling coming out, and he's catching every single bit of Woolite once again here. This time around, he has got that barrier available and may well require it. Freeze gets the dash on towards him. One more shot should do it, but quick defensive work from Nick will stop him.
And here you see him actually saving the barrier, and he didn't die, so he's going to have it for next time. He could still have used it on the culling, but decided, you know, I'm not going to die from this, I feel safe. So he backs off, both summoners still up for Woolite.
But while that was all happening, it drew attention to the whole of the Departed team. We do see a Dark Binding land on Alberto, but what I was trying to refer to was the fact that Zoro was just pushing, do what he wants. Wow! Burst damage from Kikis doing exactly what they needed on Mithy. The first kill finally comes in for Departed, but now Perm's in trouble. Zoro feels like taking on 4 members of Departed, and now Nukduk goes aggressive, straight on towards Nick. The barrier is going to be enough. Is it going to be no? The Ignite's running. Good Mega Inferno. Great binding coming out there. And well, Nukduk goes down.
So Departed here picking up 2 kills. Dragon is also alive. There are 5 members here. They should be able to get it. Zoro without any ultimate. He needs to back off here. Beautiful play by Departed. First, punishing Mithy for actually face checking onto Kikis without any flash. Instant dies. And then we saw Nukduk going very aggressive onto Nick. And we talked about this barrier. It's going to make him survive the burst. And then the beautiful binding from Perp simply made him just turn around, get a kill, get the dragon, and also pushing onto this mid lane now.
Touch of overconfident play coming out from Ninjas in Pajamas there, but Departed are going to be careful. Last time they got overconfident, they gave Nukduk a triple kill. This time around, they do get that mid outer turret, and it's the first one in the game for Departed.
So perfect for them. Freeze was not even in the fight. He was up in the top lane here, so they just took full advantage of the fact that NRP made a big mistake and overcommitted. Look at this replay here. Mithy face checking in. He knew Kikis was nearby. He spotted him before, and he just walked straight in there. I'm not sure what's actually going on. And then you die.
Feeling a
Can
little
you clear this pink ward?
They're actually sweeping it this time. Hey,
There
they
we
found
go.
it. And again, it lasts to the 22-minute mark.
Yeah.
It's a solid another, 15 minutes for that ward. So it's been well worth it once again for Departed.
Let's see now, though. Zoro actually moving down towards here because Zoro is chasing onto Babunia, or Woolite, sorry, in bot lane.
Oh, Woolite's in trouble. He's going down. Zoro gets himself the 4th kill of the game. And, of course, with those boots of swiftness, it's very hard to escape from a very speedy Shyvana at the best of time. Ultimate being popped by Babunia. That Dark Shield will not land. Sorry, the Dark Binding will not land this time around. And Freeze using that culling once again to great success, putting damage down on Perm.
So ultimate down from Dr. Mundo and flash down from Perm. Freeze don't let you use his dash to escape it, so NRP can continue the pressure up here. And we actually see now Departed moving Dr. Mundo up here to try and defend the turret. And Nukduk now, Kikis doing a very good job on towards him.
Not too sure. Nukduk was like, what are you doing? What are you doing, Kikis? I don't quite think you've got the damage, but with Nick in there, he certainly will do, and that forces Nukduk to back away from this one.
Zoro is constantly moving up here. He can always push out this bot lane, and Perm might actually face check him. Oh, very wise.
Puts a ward down. That's going to get cleared out, though. And Zoro, he really is dominating that jungle right now. I wouldn't want to go in there, that's for sure. We talked about scary players last week in the LCS. He's definitely one you wouldn't want to face.
And we actually see a Ghost Blade onto to Nukduk here. Normally you were going for Last Whisper, but there's so little armor onto Departed side, it's not worth it. That's why he's gone for the Ghost Blade.
Kikis going aggressive on Alberto, realizing actually I'm up against a pretty tanky Kha'Zix there this time around, and Alberto using those Void Spikes to just keep him at bay. The rest of NIP, 3 members pushing the top wave. Meanwhile, Zoro He's continuing to solo the bottom.
And I think actually they should just move Nukedog up in this top lane here and then move Freeze and Miffy into this mid lane so they can at least try and get the turret down, because Nick has been doing a very good job defending it. It's gonna be low, so he will go down as soon as NIP decides to rotate around, but at least he's holding it for now.
Well, that bottom turret's going to go down this time around. I feel Zoro putting a lot of pressure on towards it. Don't think it's going to last much longer. Babunia is going to come down here, but simply going to find himself open to a wave of minions. And Zoro continues really to pressure everything against Departed. They've got no answer to him right now.
There's absolutely nothing you can do with Dr. Mundo, and it's going to be the same thing going longer into the game. Dr. Mundo will be very tanky, yes, but he won't be able to kill Zoro or apply any pressure onto him.
And he just keeps poking him, keeps pushing the lane, keeps prodding him. Meanwhile, the mid lane, Nick going aggressive, and this time around, he uses that Mega Inferno Bomb. The tower hit comes in, but the barrier, it was used too early, and Nukedog's ultimate went off.
So Nukedog actually finally got the kill here, but Kikis is straight in there to defend it, so the turret won't go down. We see, however, 3 members from NIP moving down towards his mid lane. It is definitely the target, 25 seconds on 6, so he won't be able to defend it.
Well, Zoro steps away, realizes Kikis is coming towards him. Still might not be able to 2v1, but I feel he may even be able to escape here. Nevertheless, blue buff for Woolite. I'm not too sure why he's going to take that away from Nick, but nevertheless, he feels like he needs it nevertheless. Anyway, who cares? NIP, they take themselves the mid turret. Now it's 4-1 in terms of turrets.
Let's see if Nick actually decides to go into Sonya's with this large rod he's having. He has a lot of mana regen, but he's not going to have any defensive stats at the moment. That's why Nukedog can kill him so easily. So we need to see if he wants to get the Sonya's as his next item. Of course, it's going to delay his death cap, which is a key item on the Ziggs, but still, at least it's going to mean he can survive the team fights.
Oh, red buff taken away by Zoro. Goes aggressive on Kikis. There is a lot of damage being done. Kikis has to use that ultimate. Simply kicks him back towards the minions. Zoro continues farming.
Zoro is so annoying. Honestly, he's just staying down his bot and pushing up, then he walks into your jungle. Every time you try to move around, he's in your face. And now NIP, no wards for the party in this area here, so they have no idea this Baron is being started. Meanwhile, the 3 members of NIP are just showing somewhere else, putting pressure somewhere else, so 2 members can actually take this Baron.
This will be a Baron for free to NIP. Their simple positioning and pressure they've been putting all across the map will go across them. The other 2 members for Ninjas in Pajamas will come up and help out, and that's going to get secured. Zoro finally making his way up here, running defensive duties. I think Departed have suddenly realized what is happening. They certainly will do. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's actually going to interrupt the ultimate, the recall of Holberto, but nevertheless, it's a Baron for Nip this time around, and it's much quicker than before.
So they should be able to get a timer, or at least a decent enough time on this Baron, so they know when the next one is spawning. But yeah, NIP, the Baron they used so much time on getting in the last game, get it now very easily for him. So Nukedog is finally moved up into this top lane. He want to find someone like Sivir. It's a perfect target for him to kill.
We'll see whether he pounces across towards him. Of course, it's a free blue buff if he manages to find it. Nick feeling the taste of the culling there with the Trinity Force and Bloodthirster completed. It does a good 50% of the health of Nick.
Yeah, with all this attack damage on the freeze already, he's doing so much damage with everything. Also, his passive combo he can do with the 2 hits with the Sheen proc. A lot of upfront damage onto this Lucian.
Well, they've backed away in that top lane, which has actually given a fair bit of free time. And then, meanwhile, the mid lane, we see Freeze pulling a lot of damage where the hell he pleases on this turret. You can see in the jungle, actually, Kikis and Babunia were drawn towards, I believe, that dragon. We are waiting to see across that red buff. Finally going to try and come across towards it. Holberto ready, doesn't even get the smite. Holberto just jumps away, takes the dragon as well.
So they were waiting around trying to steal the way, and nobody can deal with Nukedog up here, so they decide just to back off. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, a lot of pressure for NIP, and this turret is very, very low.
DPD is going to get aggressive upon Nukedog going into the base right now. Does get the kill, uses the Living Shadow to get away. The rest of DPD also travel across. They do manage to get him towards Nukedog. They may get the kill. It's a good kick for Kikis, but he's going to turn around and try and take down Perm. The rest of Ninjas in Pajamas, though, they're pushing on the inhib.
It is getting damage onto this turret here, down to almost 50%. They got the other turret down, so instead of responding, a kill for kill, or 1 for 1, but the turret in NIP's favor.
Departed have to deal with Zoro. He just says, you know what? I'm going to go and take my own turret, and the rest of Departed, they rotate around. It gives free moments for Ninjas in Pajamas in the mid lane. They take that turret down to half hit points. They are going where they please up against the Mundo.
Well, NIP is just doing everything correct here. Split pushing every single lane, applying pressure, not waiting around. He's using this Baron buff, getting so much damage onto these turrets. And you see them, they don't even care about the minion wave. They just want to get some hits down, because as soon as these turrets are gone, there's nothing left for Departed.
Well, the thing is, Hulberto is actually, he's got a Randian Zone, and he is probably one of the tankiest members outside of Zoro on that team, and he could tank it a couple of times, but instead they choose not to hang on in there, despite the fact they've got that Baron buff regen. They're going to push all 3 waves in just once again, like they were in the previous game, and they have honestly full control of this matchup. You can see it's a 10,000, well, 11,000 gold advantage, 6-1 in turrets, and Departed, again, they struggle to make anything count, and it's all lost from that lane phase once again.
And we do actually have the def cap on Ziggs, and I have to say I disagree with it. We saw in the last fight against Nukedog, it doesn't matter how much AP you're having, if you don't have anything to defend with, you're just gonna die against the Zed. So I would have liked to see him pick up the Zonius, but Zoro just jumping away, only down to 80%.
3 members focusing him there, and he's just like, nah, it's fine. I'm going to bring 4 towards him, actually. This is actually buying time for Nukedog in that top lane, who could honestly solo on towards Warlight, so Warlight's going to be very careful.
NIP needs to be careful though, not getting too overconfident, because Zoro was pushing despite 3 members being back in base, so that's why they didn't have any pressure elsewhere. Nukedog was coming down with the minion wave, so NIP needs to be careful. It could be the way back into the game for Departed if they can catch out these members when they're over-aggressive.
Yeah, Nukedog's all in his own, drawing the attention. It's almost like a bit of a solo queue play from Ninjas in Pajamas here. They're just doing anything they like, not really working as a team, or though individually I guess they all are, because it's a 1-3-1 split push that's working very well. Last time around it took them a while to try and get on towards those turrets, but they are putting damage down. This is almost certainly going to be the focus in the mid lane.
Yeah, Nukedog just picked up the blue buff, he's going to return down to the lane, push it down. Zoro of course doing the same thing here in the bot lane. If someone moves down to defend, they can just rotate into the mid lane, get a few hits onto the turret, and then NIP can just proceed to do it just like we saw in the last game.
They're leaving Nukedog open in this top lane. He's got a wave of minions in on towards that inhibitor turret. Warlight's taking the culling in the back. Nukedog's doing work on towards that turret. They finally rotate around, but they're already down to half hit points. You can see this is leaving exposed damage. Meanwhile, in the mid turret, that turret's going to go down. You can see Mithy putting pressure on there. Freeze is putting damage down on towards it. Ninjas in Pajamas are just keeping Departed so busy. They all need to visit the fountain, but they just can't hang on long enough.
Nobody can stand up to Nukedog here. Whoever they send up there, he will die or be forced back to base, so that's why Nukedog can get so much damage for free. And Permax going on to Freeze, flashing away.
Forces the flash because Freeze had just dashed, but the inhibitor is going down, and now they're going to finally fight on towards him. 2 members focus towards Nukedog. He does have the support of Hulberto just off at the side, and that middle inhibitor turret, well, it just needs a couple of hits while down the bottom. Zoro, he continues to cause problems for Babunia, who can't keep him away.
But we actually saw Departed do the only thing they could do, try and start a fight. We had the flash ultimate from Perm. It's not the ideal one because they couldn't land the binding, but at least they tried something, and now NIP going aggressive.
The moment the Dark Binding missed, they just jumped straight on towards it, tried to make it count. They do go aggressive, but Zoro finally joins the fight. There's one inhibitor going down. Nukedog can now look towards going aggressive. They're just taking the objectives this time around instead of focusing the kills. That will be the second inhibitor going down. Warlight so low here. He's going to get the inner fame on him, and Nukedog's almost certainly going to pounce on that one. Instead, he has to flash and use that on the hunt to get away, and they're just keeping the pressure on.
Nukedog still having ultimate here, so if someone comes close to him, he can jump at him, get the kill. Hulberto getting the wave here. Zoro actually being caught by binding.
Zoro tanking up the entire Departed team and trying to walk away from this one. Has already used that Dragon Descent. There's going to be Nukedog going in, gets down on towards Perm, gets onto Warlight. That's going to pop him another. It's a double kill. Zoro going really aggressive on this one on Babunia. Instead, takes about 3 tower hits. The rest of NIP come around. Minions in the bottom inhibitor turret. They're going to take themselves the 3rd and final inhibitor turret. They are going to have to back away after this one unless they Departed make a horrendous error, which they're not going to do. Surely NIP have to step away.
NIP is very low at the moment. They got all 3 inhibitors down. Nukedog actually deciding to base right in the middle of the base of Departed here. So a bit risky, of course. He cancels the recall. So NIP backing off now, but all inhibitors are gone. It means they can just come down now next time after this shop and force everything onto the Nexus turret from Departed and try and finish the game. And Kiggies, he tried to get a kill on here to Miffy, but he dodged out of the Sonic Wave.
A much stronger performance from Ninjas in Pajamas in this, I feel, second and final game. Of course, a 2-0 would give them victory here in these Challenger Series finals. It is the second Challenger Series, and if you remember, cast your mind back, they lost 2-0 to Cloud9 Eclipse before in the previous season. I believe it was 2-0, wasn't it? I'm not losing
It
my
was
marbles
2-0,
here. I do recall the first game being incredibly long. It was around about a 70-minute matchup. Baron has respawned, and Ninjas in Pyjamas, well, they may as well come and take this one. Departed not even going to be able to fight for it.
Departed just need to stay in the base and just farm up all the waves coming in and just try and extend the game as much as they can. It's of course very hard with so many super minions and all the members from NIP coming in, so Departed really needs a miracle here. They have to try it, of course. They need to get all the farm here. If they can win one team fight, they can extend the game a little bit, pick up some more farm from all the super minions coming in, and then get some key items.
Well, Departed, as you mentioned, need that miracle. I'm not too sure what sort of form it's going to come in. A Dark Binding landing on Nuke and going full-on aggression maybe is it. They're going to lock him up. No, he gets away, and they're actually split on whether they want to go for that one instead. They're going to jump on Warlight. He gets taken down. The culling is enough. Dark Binding on 0-0 has zero effect. Instead, Kikis, he's going to go away. The ultimate from Nuke, he's dead. Kikis is going to get popped here, and the rest of Ninjas in Pyjamas turn their focus onto those Nexus turrets, and the final Nexus will fall. It's going to be Ninjas in Pyjamas that come out victorious here against Departed. An easy victory overall, and it will be 2-0. That will top them in the standings as well. They will go in towards the playoffs as #1 pick in that round robin 6-team playoff. I'm not sure what the actual name for it is.
I do know, however, it's a very dominant performance by NIP, leaving nothing up to the chances here in the second game. Winning the early game, pressuring every single lane, and just with their combo here with split pushing, there was nothing Departed could do to actually respond.
Well, Ninjas in Pyjamas victorious here on stage, and it's actually the first time that NIP have actually won on this stage.
Yes, we have
as NIP.
As
of
NIP.
course, they won as Gambit in Pyjamas, as 4 members of the current NIP roster were playing in that lineup. Of course, Hulberto wasn't in the team at the time. He joined shortly after. It was Amin, was it? I believe that was in there.
Amin was the
before.
jungler, and then Shaka played, of course, in the final against Cloud9, where NIP lost 2-0, and now it's Hulberto joining in.
So well done to NIP, or the Ninjas as they are just known by their current new t-shirts. One of the things that is always spectacular that comes out of NIP is their clobber. Always wanted to get myself one of those big onesies.
I got one you can get if you want.
Not too sure they do them in my size. Nevertheless, fantastic performance, a 2-0. Departed put in a good performance in the early stages of Game 1, but they just looked outclassed in Game 2.
Well, Game 2, yeah, NIP was just a level above them. There's not too much to say. I mean, the combo they have, focus a lot on. They wanted to siege away, of course, with the Zex pick. We saw it in Game 1, where they actually had a good start, of course, with Kikis on Lee Sin. But once they started falling behind in these early fights, there was no response for them with the actual composition they were using against the split push from NIP, so they didn't have an answer.
And of course, with the final match of the second Spring Series finished, let's take a look at the final points tally. Of course, at the top, it is Ninjas in Pyjamas. They finished with 19 points over the 2 Spring Series, only 2 points shy of the maximum points available. And because of that, they will advance directly into the semi-finals of the Challenger playoffs that commence next week. Technically, it's 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Departed has tied with Cloud9 Eclipse for second place, and that tie will be decided in a 1-game tiebreaker with the winner joining NIP with a trip directly into the semifinals, and the loser taking on either Medium Makers or Never Give Up in the quarterfinals.
Well, and while we're getting ready to shut off the lights here in Cologne tomorrow, the North American LCS goes live with 4 huge games. Kicking off the day's events, it is Dignitas and their new mid laner Golden Glue taking on the Evil Geniuses.
And then we have Curse taking on Cloud9 and head straight into the North American Challenger Series, or afterwards, so we head straight away into the North American Challenger Series. Third place match is the best of 3 between VVV Gaming and Curse Academy. And remember, all that league action begins Saturday at 12 noon, which is 8 p.m. Central European Time.
I'm sure VVV have got a worldwide web page out there somewhere.
VVV Gaming.
Before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends over at Coca-Cola. It has been a fantastic tournament and a great finish to the series.
And congratulations to NIP, of course, for taking the win and getting the bye.
Yep, thank you very much, guys, and good night.
We'll be right back.
Please, you're what? Yo, man, look at me, man. I got on the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on.
I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good.
I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on.
Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it.
I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Right. Yeah. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. Yeah. Right. Come on. I look good. Right.